Welcome to the SCG Europe's version of the Santarém Cricket Ground, and history will be made today. We have our first ever Weston Shield this weekend. A best of 9 series, pitting the best of Britain and Ireland against the best of Team Europe. I'm very, very excited. Welcome to a big day on the calendar and hopefully a tradition that will live for many years to come. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Weston Shield live on ECN and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge day in European cricket, and this really is huge because this is something that's been in the works for a while. The first ever Weston Shield where we see the best of Britain and Ireland taking on the best of Europe. And these are essentially the best of the best players as selected that we've ever seen on ECN. So this is going to be a real high quality series. We're here live at the Santarome Cricket Ground, ready to bring the action. These teams will play 5 matches today. They'll play 4 matches tomorrow. Best of 9 kind of format. And ultimately we'll see who will be lifting the first ever Weston Shield tomorrow afternoon. So now we're getting ready for match 1. And we're going to see the coin toss. Works a little bit differently with this one because in this series, whoever wins this toss, they'll actually get to choose in the odd-numbered matches 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. And whoever doesn't win the toss, this time they will get to choose in matches 2, 4, 6, and 8, just to get a little bit of parity between these two teams. Let's see what happens now with Ian Ramage and the 2 captains.
So Team Europe, you are the home team, you'll toss the coin. Yep. British Irish Knights are the away team, you will call. Heads has been called. It's come down heads, so you've won the toss. Okay, toss won by British Irish Knights, who will bowl first.
So Dan Lincoln of the British and Irish Knights has won the toss. He's elected to field first. Doesn't really surprise me. I think that both teams will probably have a tendency to want to chase in this series, just so they know exactly what they need to do and maybe manage their batting. Now, speaking of batting, both teams are heavy, I will say that. And for Europe, they've left Nabi out of the lineup first up, but they will have Jamshed Khan, I think, at the top of the order and Seamus Lynch. So just think about some of these teams playing together. It's going to be quite incredible. As far as the bowling goes, I have a feeling the bowling units will determine who wins this series. I think whoever can really keep the other teams quiet. You've got opening bowlers potentially like Toby Greatwood, for example. You've got Ollie Riley in there as well, Julius Samarer. I just wonder how quickly the bowlers will adjust to this pitch as well, because it's a little bit different here at the Santarome Cricket Ground. The outfield's another one. It's actually in pretty good shape, but it's not like the Cardimer Oval at all. It takes a little bit of skill to be able to field in the outfield on these in these conditions. So I think that's going to be pretty interesting as well. Well, cannot wait for this one to get going as we'll get ready for the first ball. I can tell you the news from the toss here in match 1 is that the British and Irish Knights have won the toss and they have sent in the Team Europe. Rico Full is standing by. Rico, I'm excited. Hope you are as well. Let's get ready for some action in the first ever Weston Shield. Let's get ready for match 1.
How exciting is this? Hello, boom dia, everybody, and welcome to Portugal. Welcome to the Santarome Cricket Ground, and welcome to the very first ever Weston Shield. This, for me, is like a dream weekend. You know, when you play those games and you can pick whoever you want to be in your team. Well, this is what we got here. Team Europe taking on the British and Irish Knights. This is going to be a fiesta of cricket. We're going to have 5 matches between these two teams today. And just look at some of those names. You saw there from the middle that the toss was won by the Knights and they elected to have a field first. Well, I don't know what this is based on, but it's based on something. And the Knights are 67% to 33 to favourites to go on to win this one. But you know what? You got to start with a clean slate of 50-50. Surely you don't know what you're going to get. But as you can see, the place is also buzzing. And there's going to be a lot of good cricket. There's going to be a lot of people here watching. It's going to be a fantastic weekend. And I'm glad that you, wherever you are around the world, can join us for what is going to be a super-duper weekend. It really is. I'm looking forward to the action to start. Dan Lincoln, the captain of the Knights, will be behind the stumps. He's a remarkable keeper, remarkable player, and a lovely man as well. And he's opposite number. The captain for Team Europe will be Sikander Zulfikar, one of the Zulfikars in the side this time round. And he's also got Saqib, his brother, also in the side. That's the fitness coach, and amongst other things, Alistair looking to see how this goes. Jarvis with the first, and he's gone. It's the first ball. Can you believe we start with a royal duck? What a start this is. What a start. Unbelievable. The very first ball, and Daniel Dolkaya will go. Just watch this. It comes back at him. It's right at him. He gets a little bit on it. Dan Lincoln takes the catch. It's a dream start to the dream weekend for the Knights. DDC will go. First ball. Caught behind by Lincoln. It's a royal duck. Well, I suppose on an occasion like this, you need a little bit of royalty. He's not what DDC would have wanted, but it's a royal duck. It's the first ball at the very first ball of the Western Shield, and it will be remembered forever. And Daniel Dolkaya, no doubt, will come back and prove that he's better than that, because we know that he is, but he will have to remember, and he'll be that statistic, the first ball of this. The Western Shield results in the wicket, and it's his wicket. What a start for Jack Jarvis. New batter that comes in will be Sikander Zulfikar. Jamshad Khan is at the non-strikers end. Here's ball number 2. And this gets played out. No run. Very good morning to a lot of people who are excited on the chat. And why wouldn't you be excited in this top weekend? Chris Smith, hello to you. Hello to Jules. Hello to Rob Thompson. Crew in there as well. Chris Smith, Lance Hall. It's going to be a wonderful day of cricket. It's going to be a wonderful weekend. A little bit overcast to start the day, as this one goes through as well. A very good morning to our umpires as well, the men in black. By Naeem Malik and Suleiman Saeed are the on-field umpires, and Tyrone Peters, who's been the tournament referee during the European Cricket Series here, is umpire number 3. And of course, Ian Ramage, who arrived yesterday as the tournament referee. This one is in the slot. They think about the single, and nothing there. So 4 balls, no runs, 1 wicket. He's a happy captain at the moment. Hey everyone, what about the kits? Of course, brand new kits. And you can see that the British and Irish Knights, a little bit of the shades of blue, the red. And Team Europe, they've got the colours of the European flag on their kit, the yellow and the blues. Well, that's nicely played, and that's going to be the first runs. And the first runs physically will be 6 runs. Bole, 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 6 carreras. Well, this is what the European Cricket Network has always been about. Explosive action. And the first runs on the board on the very first ever Western Shield come courtesy of a 6, and it's 6 from Sikander Zulfikar. Pushes this straight down the ground. It hits the stumps. They will take the single. And good running. And that's the end of the first over. And what a start it was. 7 for 1. And the very first ball resulted in the wicket of Daniel Dolkaya. Well, these are the squads, and you can see it's just class all round. And like I said, isn't it just like, you know your kids, they play that game and they say, look, I've got so-and-so in my side, I've got so-and-so in my side. And they say, wow, that's not possible. You can't really do that in real life. Hey, you can, because we've done it. Just look at those 2 sides. And we are going to get some very exciting cricket. Okay, let's get ready for over number 2. Jarvis made a magical start. And the same be done by Riley. It's up in the air, but that's hit nice and straight. That's going to be 4 runs. It's a nice looking shot. So Sikander Zulfikar, who took the single at the end after last, gets his second boundary. We've seen him hit a 6, now a 4. And just watch out for some amazing camera work as well. Thanks to our production partner, Spring Media. And, the greatest in the business. Right, nice shot. All right, what's the reply going to be here from Oliver Riley? Goes short, and that's clipped away nicely. Good bit of fielding. And makes the stop. And that's been hit pretty well. That was going quickly. And that's Jack Jarvis down there. It's a fine time to welcome back into our commentary cube a man who, well, like myself, very excited about this weekend, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, definitely. And what a start for the British and Irish Knights with the wicket first ball ever in the Western Shield. You got to feel for DDC, but I suppose if you're going to make a duck, make it a quick one. He's left plenty of balls left. We know these guys are oozing with batting, both these teams. But isn't it great? This would be the biggest match ever played at this Santarém cricket ground in Portugal. We've got 9 of them coming your way.
All right. Cracking shot. Hits this hard on the back foot. This will go all the way as well. Manos. Arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 más. That one gets thumped away.
Jamshed Khan. Geez, he was brilliant in the ECC for Germany. And remember that he held the record, albeit, I'll say briefly, I think he held it for about 3 or 4 months. The fastest century on ECN, 22 balls for the Düsseldorf Black Caps in Germany. But then, believe it or not, we've had a 21-ball century since.
Both batters open their count with a Maximo. Oliver Riley, that's the second boundary of this over. He tries to tuck up Jamshed, gets a fair bit of this, but good work once again. They're down on the boundary for Jack Jarvis. A lot of people that have been following the European Cricket Series here probably would be wondering how the Knights would field here, because let's just say the outfield can be a little bit bobbly and at times a bit unpredictable, but Jarvis at the moment winning the battle. This one is not the best of deliveries. I think there will be a wide. Keeper does well.
Brilliant stop. One of the things I'm still curious about is how the outfielders will handle these conditions. And the only thing I can kind of compare it to is when the Netherlands were here last year, Netherlands 11 for an ECI. I will say at the moment, because there has been a lot of rain over the last couple of weeks, it's reasonably slow. But when it gets fast, it is unpredictable. But at the moment, I think most are handling it well. Lincoln does well to take that on the second bounce down the leg side, for example.
Yeah, good movement. And that's the thing about Lincoln. This gets played. They'll take the single. One thing that is very notable, because look, let's face it, you know, the quality of the players that you got out there, there's going to be a huge difference in skills levels. But I'm just noting where Dan Lincoln is standing as a keeper compared to where we've seen keepers standing before. I mean, look how far back he is. That tells you the pace that likes of Riley and Jarvis are bowling at.
And that first one, for example, the DDC really took off, didn't it? As well. Riley gets him through. It's only 17, you know.
Okay, gets a big swing in here. Does a jump shot. But it doesn't quite get it away. It will be the end of the over. And 22 for 1 at the end of 2.
Yes, it makes you think, what's a good score here? I suppose no one really knows. Having a look at the table. Well, it's a pretty simple table here. Now, this is something that was decided, that the bonus point system is in place. So I'd imagine whoever gets the most wins is going to get the trophy. But there's probably a slight possibility, if there were a lot of thrashings, that you could win the trophy with just 4 wins. But anyway, I think what we'll be seeing here is teams desperate to have a good start. No one really wants to play from behind in these series when you look at the quality of the opposition. Interesting in the team selection as well. No Kalagamage in this one. No Nabi. I think I mentioned that. Expecting him to open up in match 2 for Team Europe. This is a bit of a wild livery from Julius Samarat, who we saw very recently playing for Old Victorians as a wild card. typically he plays for Farmers in Jersey, but also we've seen him at the ECC for the Jersey national team.
And didn't he
Jersey
play
made it
well?
all the way to the championship week last year as well.
Yeah, and he played very well, didn't he, with bat and with ball. Starts with a wide. And that one will be out. It's a slower delivery, clever ball from Samarora. Just takes the pace off it. Jamshad Khan doesn't pick it, goes for the shot, plays it too early, gets the edge. And you can see how much slower that was from the way that it was taken by the keeper there, Dan Lincoln. He literally had to take a couple of steps forward to take it. Clever bowling as the second wicket goes down. So Jamshad Khan joins DDC as both openers are back in their dugout.
He just holds back a little bit. Yeah, it looks like maybe he's just kind of bowled as a bit of an off-cutter, but with a normal grip. But that was one of those edges that balloons, and that's the other thing. We've seen keepers having to react really quickly when they're standing very close in the ECS. But here, Lincoln's got all day and all night, really, to take this simple edge. So that'll be the second wicket down. The end of Jamshad Khan for 7, 23 for 2.
Is that playing words there from you all day and all night?
Yeah, yes. There's Corey, who's obviously the Team Europe coach, and he's also going to be stepping in for a few days of commentary. I know, Rico, you put in a big stint, which includes the whole ECL and the first couple of weeks here in Portugal, so I know you'll enjoy your week off from Monday, and you'll be back in the box for our first ever day in France, which is going to be pretty exciting. Yeah. Just over a week's time. Here's Sean Gomes, who was a late in to the side for Hamza Salim Dar, who's out with a slight injury. He's going to get one straight away.
Yeah, nicely played away. So we'll get off the mark straight away and hands the strike back to Skander Zulfikar.
Conditions, there's no rain in the forecast, although we never really know here. It's kind of like a microclimate, isn't it? We're expecting 22 degrees. Currently it's about 17. But yeah, the cloud cover's a factor. Kind of an eerie start. Skander, he's got a big job to play, doesn't he? What about that innings, though? At 92 off 28 for the Netherlands 11 to send Spain packing.
And this one just doesn't carry. You can see the fielder was there waiting, but he doesn't make his way to Michael Leask.
You got Michael Leask, who has recently been playing for the Scottish national team in the United Arab Emirates. So again, you've got guys that have come from all different places to be here. It's quite amazing.
There's that slower ball again. That's that cutter. That's the one that got Jamshad. So he's rotating the strike very well here in Samarora.
You see it there. It actually looks like it might even be a little knuckleball. That was a very, very good shot of what Julius is trying to do.
Yeah, well, Casper's coming in here, and he's got a bit of Samuli for us. This is we got money coming in here.
He's got 1,000 Hungarian forints.
From the magic tree. Where's the magic?
There's a magic money tree around here.
I'm off. There's a magic tree here, which is giving money away. I'm out of here. Adios, everybody. I'll be back.
Hey, what an over here from Sumarare, though. It's really shut things down. Finding him hard to pick.
That slower one again, and this time it will go all the way to the boundary. That's nicely played. Doesn't try and hit this too hard as the captain of Team Europe. He just guides his away, but this is well watched this time. I think he's expecting it this time. That's probably the third one that's been bowled. And he worked it away to the boundary. But again, it's a pretty decent over. Only goes for 6. Picks up the important wicket of Jamshad Khan as well. And Team Europe, after 3 overs, they're 28 for 2.
Now, also, something a little bit different here for the Western Shield in that we only have the one coin toss for the whole series, and it's already taken place. And British and Irish Knights won it. They've elected the field in this game. But what it means is the teams alternate choosing of what they'd like to do. So there's no actual coin tosses now, but we know that in Game 2, for example, it'll alternate and Europe will get to choose if they want to bat or bowl.
Okay.
So that's just something that's a little bit different, and I'll be curious to see what people keep choosing to do. I have a feeling... What's that?
I don't mind it.
Yeah.
I don't mind it.
I suppose it adds a bit of an element to fairness as well, so it removes that luck element.
Yeah.
I feel like teams want to chase. These two teams. Anyway, Gomes on home turf here, facing the 4th is Greatwood for the first time. Wasn't he brilliant? Hat-trick in the Group E final last year for England 11. And then, he struggled a little bit with illness, unfortunately, during Championship week, but did come back and ended up being a a champion of Europe when England 11 lifted the ECC trophy for the second time.
Yeah, he's a good competitor, isn't he? And he's a great bowler. Once again, watch the variations from him as well. And just making a slight change, subtle change here in the field. And that field at the moment, you've got 2 men, more or less on the 45, a fine leg. Then your genuine 45 square leg is back. So you're expecting a heavy length being bowled here. It's worked out on the offside, but it will be a single. There's a sweeper out there as well.
It's a rolling cutter there from Greatwood. There's Jonty Jenner. What an ECL he had recently for Old Victorians, taking all the way to the final.
Isn't it amazing we're mentioning all these players and they're all in one team?
Yeah.
Isn't that
I'm still kind of coming to terms with it, if I'm honest.
I'm pinching myself here.
It's like an all-stars game,
yeah,
but with something quite significant on the line. That's what makes it a bit more than just an exhibition. There's another rolling cutter from Greatwood. Yeah, so I mean, you see these things like, for example, in the NBA or in the NFL. The NFL have their Pro Bowl. The NBA they have an all-star game. Baseball has an all-star game.
Yeah.
But often they're just exhibitions, and the players don't really, what's the word? Don't really care if they win or not, right? The thing is about getting selected. But here, there's something very tangible and significant on the line, the first ever Western Shield.
On the pass, but I think one thing that we've learnt about this pitch is that unless it's right up there, it's a pretty bouncy pitch, and most of these will probably be going over the stumps.
I think this pitch is outside the leg stump as well, but what I'm noticing from the Knights, they're bowling a lot of cutters, a lot of pace-off stuff, and even though it's quite early in the innings, that one did bounce to the left of the stumps. Good decision. Solomon Saeed out there with Malik. Nice moment for Malik as well, I think, doing a bit of a high-level game.
Oh, that's one. Goes all the way through, crashes into the boundary fence, and it's been signalled as bye, so
this one swings. Like, this is the negative about keeping so far back, which I suppose is what he should be doing. But just watch this one swing. It just keeps on going, and Lincoln can't reach it, and there's not too many things that Lincoln can't reach. He's a professional goalkeeper, actually, as well, in football.
Yeah. Tremendous shot, that, of Lincoln. And look at the ground he covers. But, yeah, you're right. That ball just kept swinging and swinging
after
and
the
swinging.
Stumps.
Gets a grunt in, doesn't he, Greatwood? The great grunter. It's the end of the over. Scored 35 for 2 after 4. So, at the moment, very much an all-pace attack. Of course, Jarvis, Riley, Summerall and Greatwood have been the bowlers used so far. I only bowled the one each, so I expect them to come back as well. Let's see who they use as the 5th bowler. Somebody new, it looks like.
You got lots of options.
Go back to Julius here.
I think when the pace is working, you stay with it. I know that, speaking to Dan Lincoln before when he's been captaining England 11, one of their theories is that they don't want to bowl more than 2 overs of either pace or spin in a row to keep changing things up. But I think he's probably evolved in his thinking a little bit. And I think if the pace is working, they are bowling a lot of kind of slower balls. They're mixing their velocity. I think you stay with it. But they do have spin options. I mean, most notably, I'd probably say that Michael Leask is one that could bowl some spin.
Oh, well, that's a wide. And if you wanted to know if this pitch has got some life in it, yeah, it's a bit bouncy if you bang it in. This one, when we look this side on, I don't think we'll see it. Let's have a look.
I'm curious if this is on the screen.
It's a ghost ball.
It's got. That's probably one of the easier calls. But yeah, spin options. They've got Michael Leask. They've got Tom Hinley, who's like a left arm wrist spinner.
Up in the air, but it's going to get in between those 2 fielders. Perfect placement, 1 bounce, 4 runs. 4 carreras. That's nicely played.
Placement is everything. 2 fielders there. And it was a kind of catchable distance, but it was right into that gap. So Gomes gets 4 here. Yeah, so Hinley's an option with spin. You've got Tim Tector as well, who bowls these kind of, I call them doorknobs. So that's the thing. Both these teams have got so many options with the bat and the ball. So it's going to be curious about, to me, to see how they use them.
Okay, up in the air, but this one's going to be a teaser for the fielder. But he finds it and holds on to it. That's nicely held. And Gomes will go, and the catch. They're comfortably taken in the end by Seamus Lynch.
Yeah, nicely taken by Lynch. He's also done a fair bit of keeping recently, but he's also a very good outfielder. That one holds up, and that's one thing you would expect. I think we talked about the ground conditions. Maybe the ground ball's not as easy in some other ground. But as far as the catching, you'd expect all these players to be very, very solid. And yeah, Lynch judged that perfectly. That's a really good example of a ball. I think maybe it's a 50-50 in the European Cricket Series if that gets caught or not, or even if it gets reached and judged. But Gomsh has to go. Does hit a boundary in there, but has to go for 6. And Team Europe slightly on the ropes here in the 5th over. It's 40 for 3.
Yeah, it's a good catch for a number of reasons. I mean, we mentioned the weather and the cloud cover. And I always feel that the white ball in a sky like this sometimes can be a little bit difficult to pick as well. So he's done well. He's set to adjust his footwork, gets into a good position, and then holds on to a good catch. But next batter who comes in, well, we all know about this man, Mohamed Ishan.
Leading run scorer on ECN, Mohamed Ishan. A little bit of an underwhelming time with the bat with Paco Care. Badalona recently in the ECL, but we know how good he is. He's got a challenge though. Samara steaming in. Slower ball first up.
Yeah, this one only just carries to Dan Lincoln, so you can see how much pace he took off it. But it's been very clever bowling. He's almost like one quick, one slow, one quick, one slow. He's so Ishan is probably expecting a shorter one here into the body. And now he gets a full one. That's going to go all the way over the fielder. So Ishan starts with 6 himself. It's a fielder back there. And it is, I think, Chauncey Jenner. But this clears him as Ishan gets this and gets it proper.
Yeah, I suppose luck of the draw as well. He gets just enough to get it over Jenner, who is well placed there on a good angle. Ishan off the mark.
And there's that slower one again. So it is very much pace on, pace off.
But this is a really good example. You know, a lot of the time we think, oh, yeah, have a look at this, how he bowls this. End of the fingers, and there's almost no rotations on that ball. So it's a very, very clever variation. And I don't think because the arm speed's the same that batters pick it at all. There it is again. Anyway, that'll be the end of the over, and the score is 46 for 3. We want to welcome you into the Cube. And yes, we are in the Cube. It's Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Rico Full with me. What a big day this is with the first ever Western Shield, bringing the best of ECN together in one place. And look, it was very special last night, wasn't it? All the players flying in from all these different locations to have the welcome dinner. We had the kit presentation and a few goodies with the ECN crew as well. So it's a really special weekend, and we're so excited to bring it to you.
It's a special day. It's a special moment. And, you know, talking about days, today I know internationally is renowned as a day of sport. It's a day which is all about sport and the benefits of sport, playing sport, how it brings communities together. And isn't it fitting that this Western Shield starts on that day?
Yeah, and as we see some spin for the first time, Henley comes in, he gets absolutely drilled. What a shot by Zulfikar. To be honest, hasn't had a great few balls, I suppose. Hasn't been able to get too much going, but that's a brilliant start to the 6th over. Maximo, 6 runs.
Yeah, I wonder if this is the moment that Team Europe have been waiting for. All right, Henley will come back. And he puts one up there again, and this one will also go the distance. I have to say, there being 2 slot balls, and both of them have been put away.
Here's the thing with Sikander Zulfikar, we know this, that once he gets going, he's unstoppable. He's unstoppable. This is a really good example. You see the way that Henley delivers this. He bowls a mixture of kind of orthodox leg spinners, and he has a very good wrong-un. But Zulfikar has absolutely smashed the first 2 balls out of the park. So the switch to spin has changed the game. Hey, it's changed the game towards Team Europe so far.
I bet you Corey's pretty happy he's playing on his side.
Yeah, definitely is.
Okay, this one gets worked away as well, and that will be a 1 bounce, 4 runs. So 3 boundaries on the spin. Team Europe, they've been under the cosh, but as soon as the spin comes on, well, Zulfikar, he opens up. And now, well, they're starting to motor. They're starting to look like they're going to put an imposing total on the board. At the moment, the expected score around about that 120 mark.
Really clever batting as well. Probably knew that one wouldn't be tossed up as much because he got driven down the ground twice. And Henley on the verge of delivering the first magical over. Let's see if he can come back here against Sikander Zulfikar.
Changes his angle. And this one has been launched. Adios, pelota. Bolle. Brrr. Ginda zona. Shaka lagya. Go fetch that.
Yeah, brilliant shot there. Really, really good shot. And I think what we've seen so far, okay, this over, obviously the cat's out of the bag a little bit, but you know, bowlers do have agency in this format. I think quite often we're saying, oh, it's so stacked towards the batters with this and that. But I think that's a bit of a cop-out. I think when bowlers get it right and when bowlers have skill, then we see the run rates come down to normally kind of 10, 11 and over.
Yeah.
So I just think we're going to see some very, very good bowlers in this series, obviously taking on very good batters.
Yeah,
but
that one
That's over. Does go magical from Henley.
It does, and there's still, well, I think a new ball's going to have to come out. Yeah, today I'm talking about, folks, the International Day of Sport for Development and Peace. A day that acknowledges the role that sports plays in a number of areas, including social change, making it a better place. It's all about bringing communities together. It's all about the health, the importance of health and sporting activities, and building a cooperative, healthy community. So, yeah, it's a big day, and a big day for us as well. We'll start the Western Shield. Well, he's not letting off. Oh, that is huge. Humongous. Shaba, Kinna Sona, and Sekunda Zulfika turning on the style.
Wow. What a shot that is. He's just playing this on length. And Henley, who was kind of golden in the ECC, rarely saw him taken down like this. Zulfika's gone bang. That's 5 balls, 5 boundaries. 4 sixes and a 4's 28 here in the 6th over. Sekunda Zulfika turning the clock back to October 2023 here.
Just misses out on this one. Looks at the umpire. He's not going to get the wide he's after. And Henley, well, he goes magical. And with this dot, at least he doesn't go supersonic.
Yeah, nicely taken by Lincoln. But yeah, just wins the battle with a wide line there, Henley. So 74 for 3 after 6. Gets them up above 12 and over as a general run rate. But you can see Zulfika, the captain, to say he's had little help from his teammates. It's a bit of an understatement here. But, I mean, that's the nature of it. You look at that batting lineup, and look who you got coming in next. It's listed as Shahid Afridi, Mini Boom Boom.
Yeah.
You've still got guys like Saqib Zulfika. You've got Darmgard in there. You've got Clayton Floyd, MVP of the ECC previously. He's listed at 9. And you've got Kali Damati at 10, and Mujadadi, who's actually smacks the boys at 11. So they shouldn't run out of batting here, especially only 3 down with 4 overs to go. Jarvis is going to come back. And he has his little piece of history, doesn't he, with a wicket off the very first ball of a Western Shield.
What has happened
Edge of the pitch. So this is actually why it's a no ball for when the ball pitches off the surface. So this one, he tries to roll and cut it. Geez, that's frightening actually for Isan. And it's no justice for Lincoln, who has another 4 byes against his name. That might be the biggest cutting delivery I have ever seen. It'll be 5 runs.
That's also a good example of why when you have an artificial pitch, if the ball if it hits the edge, instantly it's called a no ball.
No ball, not a wide. Because he still has the right to hit that.
Yeah.
Anyway, good luck if you're trying to hit it. Free hit coming up.
Well, that's playing with the line, but the umpire's happy that sneaks in.
That's a tight call. I had a feeling he's got a bit of the line. He does step across a bit. And if I'm going to be completely fair, he steps 1 stump outside off. So maybe if you move that line 1 stump, it's probably not a wide. Yeah. Probably a good call in the end.
Good umpiring from Nassim Malik. Good comeback also from Jarvis.
By luck or design by Jarvis. Avoids any further punishment.
Hits his take down the ground, and good work, as you'd expect. Once again, Elise is good in that area. That means Zulfika goes back on strike. He's on 46s, the captain of Team Europe.
Pretty hectic at the moment, but I want to say a quick good morning to everyone who's in the chat, of course. ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from. Jeff Maguire asking, is Tim Tector in the team? Yes, he is. Irish superstar.
Oh, this one will be a wide. So just trying to squeeze it in, isn't he? You can see the plan here from Jarvis. I think they're probably feeling here that you've only got one batter that's at the moment on song.
Yeah.
That is Zulfika, so try to keep him quiet. And if he gets a single, that's a big win. You're trying to stop him getting the boundaries at the moment, Zulfika.
I wonder if Zulfika is still there. They kind of continue with the pace, because he was so brutal on that spin, wasn't he? No, they do have a few other options.
It's well bowled, good delivery. You can hear it's all the players well bowled, applauding that. It's a good delivery, and like I say, if they can keep Zulfika off strike, and he's only hitting singles, that's a big win. So Zulfika moves to 47.
I'd love Isan to get going, wouldn't they? He's got the licence. With Isan, has that little shuffle across, likes to look leg side, but he is also pretty good through the off.
It's going to be another wide, so he wants to stay on that off-stump corridor, but he may have It was a close call on one of them, but this time round, there's very little movement from Ishan, so correct call.
Yeah, and look, at this level of the game, the bowlers are willing to kind of miss and have to bowl an extra ball rather than get too close to a guy who can smash him out of the ground.
Well, that one, if it pitches just outside, I reckon this hits him outside the line. But it's a good delivery. Ishan steps across, expecting it to be in those areas again, and good bowlers will do this. Think, okay, if you're going there, I'm going there, and it for me, impact just outside the line.
I agree. It's a good decision. But Ishan, he gets the ball he wants there. Can't put it away. So it's just not happening. I actually think that Ishan's on retirement alert here. I've got a feeling that if at the end of this over, we might have a tactical switch here. Zulfikar faces up.
Good delivery again, right in the block hole. So going back to pace, obviously doing the job.
I think Ishan's got this ball to hit a boundary. If he doesn't hit a boundary, I think they're going to make a switch because it just hasn't worked for him so far.
When you look at the names on that T-shirt, in that team sheet, and when you mentioned it, all of those good players still waiting to come in. I'm with you. I think you've got to give each player, and all the players will know this. Name Corey, all the players will be told this.
Yeah. All right, so I think it's last chance saloon here.
Full toss, and it gets put away. Now, might be worth just having a look at this side on, because I reckon this is a bit high as well. And I think this could be a 7-up.
Yeah, well, right on cue. It's been called a no ball. And this is, obviously, ECN rules pretty strict on full deliveries.
Okay, it's there about, but I reckon that's waste, and we go with waste or above.
Good shot.
And, well, he's given himself a little bit more time to stay up there.
Yeah, well, Nissan delivers. 7 runs to the total and a free hit to come. Jarvis just trying to get out of this over now.
All right, goes up-ish, and this one could go all the way as well. And it will bowl. And once again, when we start talking about the hook coming out there and hooking a player off who's going too slow, Ishan comes back with 2 sixes.
Yeah, brilliant shot. And he asked Ishan to deliver. I gave him 1 ball. He got 13 off it. So that's pretty good. These are some of the upcoming events. Of course, we're in Portugal for the European Cricket Series, and this is just a treat for us, isn't it? Here on our second weekend at the Santarém Cricket Ground to bring you the Western Shield. But we actually have our first ever series in France coming up, starting on the 15th of April, which is in just over a week's time. And also down the bottom, you see, we'll be in England for the first time for an ECN event from Monday to Friday, the 27th to the 31st of May. And believe it or not, that's only a few weeks away, Rico. We're going to have a great time there at the Wimbledon Club with 5 clubs and an NCCA 11 that'll also be taking part on day 5. So
and
yeah,
the Wombles.
The Wombles will be there.
The Wombles will be there, yeah.
Okay, I've got a bit of an update as well on the teams that will be involved. We have 4 confirmed at the moment, so I'm told.
Okay.
Wimbledon, obviously, they're in.
Yeah.
Wimbledon's rivals, Spencer Cricket Club, they're in. Hornchurch are in. Tunbridge Wells are in.
Oh.
But still waiting on confirmation.
Good to see Tunbridge Wells again.
So we'll actually have the 3 sides we've seen go to the ECL. They'll be part of that series. And we'll see 2 others.
Hey, first 5 overs, 46. Last 2 overs, 52.
That's pretty good.
2 magical overs.
Yeah, Jarvis just kind of lost the plot a bit there, didn't he? In that over. Riley comes back, the other opening bowler.
And this one may be a wide as well. So I suppose that's when you look at that last over from Jack Jarvis, 2 wides, which meant 2 extra deliveries, both extra deliveries, went for 6. And that's sometimes the issue. That's one thing that coaches look at. They want you to finish an over well. When you don't finish it well, when you get those wides in, they cost you. And they certainly did cost Jarvis. Will they cost Oliver Riley as well?
Riley got good mechanics, doesn't he?
And that one has been hit beautifully. This one will go all the way. Manos, arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 más. Que guay, que genial, que grande.
I think that this is where Isan, at a high level, when he's playing a higher level, he needs to stand still and just hit. He's a very good cover driver, and that's an elevated cover drive. And that's not slow what Riley's delivering. I just wonder, he's probably in the back of his head thinking this might be a bit straighter. Maybe he does jump across, just knowing the way he thinks.
He hits it on the up and
Shot.
he gets it through the gap. What a lovely shot that is. And that's what you're talking about there, Vinny. It's about standing still and delivering. He stays perfectly still, hits it on the up through the gap. And that one also, well, does it go for 6? He's just checking this. I think it does. Yeah, easily. 6 more.
Yeah, and look, that is really testament to Isan that he's thinking clearly because he doesn't get into his old habits. He says if it works once, it'll probably work again. He can handle anything by standing still. Doesn't matter what line it is. Just play the line of the ball.
Oh, shot. Oh, yeah. Ishii, baby, is back. Well, remember what his strike rate was a moment ago? Well, since then, as he hit 4 sixes on the spin here, was it 5 now?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, that's
awesome.
That's 3 in a row this over. But you're right. It's actually 5 when you include he hit the full bunger for 6, then he hit the free hit for 6, and he's hit the last 3 balls for 6. Remember, we were talking about retiring him out when he was 7 off 8. I honestly think he was 1 ball away from getting retired out, but he has responded in a dramatic fashion. And really, the British and Irish Knights, a very strong start, but it's been tough going since. 1 ball gets hit out of the ground. At least 2 come back.
This is another one that's going to be it's already magical. So we've had the last 2 overs went 28-24. And this one, well, it looks like it's going to be 20-something as well.
I think this is what we can expect. We can expect dramatic momentum shifts when you have players that are so skillful and also pretty experienced in the format.
Yeah, a bit of a field change here now. Third comes up.
And they're on for 151 according to the computer.
Yeah. And they were at one point, we looked at it, they were what, about 117?
Yeah.
Expected score? This one's going to be another wide, so just not getting it right here now. Riley having the same sort of problems that we saw Jarvis having his second. And
it's a good call. Straight over the line. Okay, it does move, but it's after the ball's bowled. But I'm just loving the stillness of Isan. It's no fidgets, no gimmicks. He's standing and he's batting. But it shows you how quickly you turn things around. I think early he was maybe a few nerves or whatever. He was kind of shuffling around. Now he seems pretty clear-minded to me.
Shot, and this one is, hang on a minute, he's going to be taken. That's very good work. Jonty Jenner back there. I didn't see him. I only saw the red cap because he was camouflaged in the boundary fence. But he pops up, he takes a catch, he knows he's rocking backwards, pops it back up in the air, steps inside, takes a catch. You said it. The standards that we're going to see over the next 2 days are going to be incredible. And this just shows it. It's a top catch to remove a top player.
Yeah, and great awareness from Jonty Jenner about where he was in the field. This is a really good shot of it. Just gets away just in time. A little volleyball set there to himself. Steps back in, make sure that foot is in the air and well held. So it's a wonderful catch. But it's a great innings by Isan, isn't it, who gets going.
He's unlucky, isn't he? He's unlucky because he plays the right shot.
Had one of those early that just crept over the fielder. So you've got to take the good luck and the bad. But obviously that partnership's gotten Team Europe back in the game. 119 for 4 now with the ball to go in the 8th as Ollie Riley gets his first wicket of the series.
Clayton Floyd doing some stretching over there.
Hello to Charlie Hunt. Good to see you in the chat. Also hello to Sam Williams. Charlie, actually, he'll be helping out with a bit of commentary in England as well. And you'll hear Charlie a little bit over the next couple of months in the French T20 series, the Medina Cup, and also he's going to be doing a little bit of ECS Estonia. So welcome, Charlie. All right, last ball of the over. The Zulfiqars are together.
So good delivery, gets through. This is Saqib Zulfiqar that comes out to join his brother. It's the end of the over. They do get the wicket of Ishan, who just found his rhythm. A great catch, but Jonty Jenner removes him. So at the end of 8 overs, 119 for 4.
So what about the fact that you've got 2 people from the same pregnancy out there in the middle representing not just a country, but a continent? It's quite amazing. I want to say hello to Assad, who's also one of the triplets. We've seen him playing for Netherlands 11 before. And even to Remat, their 4th brother. In their club side, Punjab Rotterdam, they have 4 brothers, including the triplets. And they've got the dad as a coach. It's a full car. I think all the kit bags. I often think of this. 4 kit bags in a car?
Oh, I bet
it's got to be a big car.
Station wagon has to be, doesn't it? It has to be a biggie.
Oh, I love it. I've actually got twin younger brothers. They used to open the batting, and let's just say there were a couple of run-outs that caused some animated conversations and some tantrums on the way home. Anyway, here's the Zulfiqar on 49. Greatwood comes back.
And this one also is going to be called a wide. Greatwood doesn't like the call. Let's have a look at this again.
He doesn't really move outside the off stump, so then...
Yeah, it's a correct call.
Put it this way. It's a wide.
It's a wide, yeah.
You know, these players are pretty wily. The masters of little soft psychological pressure as well. You complain about that one, knowing it's a wide. It's amazing how often the next 50-50 goes your way because the umpires don't want to hear it again.
That gets whipped away, and this one is going to beat the fielder out there, and well batted to Sikandar Zulfiqar. He brings up his 50. Shaba Felici, that is. Ball Badaya Sikandar Zulfiqar apni half century puri kali, and he's done it in style, hasn't he? When all the wickets were falling around him, he was steady as a rock and gets his 50, 53 or 25
great
deliveries.
Shot. I mean, it's on off stump. They use his wrist perfectly, and you know he's the guy they've thought he's going to unite this team. He's going to bring the team together, and he certainly played a captain's innings here in match one.
Hits this firmly, but this is a drop catch. There's an opportunity that goes down. Is Jack Jarvis out there?
Jarvis, good fielder. And there are good fielders here in the Western Shield, but this is flat. Maybe just doesn't pick it up. Tried to take it, kind of hands pointing to the side or fingers pointing to the side, and just misjudged it slightly. That's actually a huge break for Team Europe to keep the set batter at the crease. I just think that could be worth a few runs.
Also goes for 6.
Yeah, it's worth 6 straight away.
And, this one is back in the same area with Jarvis. This time he deals with the bobbly ball.
This is where one day the Western Shield will have 50,000 people here, and everyone behind Jarvis will be giving them the Bronx cheer after dropping a catch. And then, one of the things I used to love about cricket growing up. Anyway, hello to Kroom as well. Nice to see you. Hello to Dave B. Jules is in there as well. 50-50 game at the moment. I'm loving that.
Goes down the leg side. A bit of an appeal. And, well, underarm throw on the stumps. And they're going to take another.
He's not even watching. Well, I actually honestly think this flicks the pad. The umpire doesn't realise it. That's why Greatwood's filthy. But what an overthrow. Honestly, I heard a little something. But if the umpire doesn't hear it, and then, look, you can see he's in on the run out.
Yeah, back comes down.
And then
they said, let's go again, because nobody's in the shot.
And
nobody there.
Then you've only got one set of stumps still standing. So I actually think if Greatwood's watching, then there's probably a run-out opportunity at the other end. But it's a kind of a mixture of things. Saqib says, come on, let's get me back on strike. He's too busy saying, hey, I don't think that's a wide. Meanwhile, they'll get, well, not just the one wide, they'll get 3 wides. Just looking at the clock here. I think we could be in a bit of clock trouble. We haven't really seen it lately. But they've bowled a lot of pace. I think all overs but one have been pace. Long run-ups. Yeah. Even we have adjusted things recently so that you get a minute for every wicket. But yeah, anyway, I actually think they get a minute back there probably for setting the stumps up. So they should be okay, but they're certainly flying pretty close to the sun.
Firmly in the gap. There's going to be 4 more. So good hitting. So Saqib Zulfiqar, he gets off the mark as well. What a great recovery this has been. Remember, they were 46 at the halfway point. So they're going to score, you would imagine, 100 plus in the last 5.
Great recovery. I mean, it seems an age ago now that DDC got nicked off in the first ball of the innings, doesn't it? But this is what we can expect. You know, storylines within games, within innings, of course, within the series as a whole.
It's been firmly hit. Chance. It doesn't hit the target. I think if he hits it, it probably would have been out.
And also, let's see what kind of nick the British and Irish Knights are in. Okay, they've got some players that are coming off ECL cricket, so they have played a bit, like Julius Samaria, for example. But they've also got a few players that wouldn't have played too much. Obviously, Jonty Jenner played ECL. You've had some of them playing cricket in the Southern Hemisphere. So I know Harrison Ward's been playing great cricket in Sydney and Australia. He's just come back. But yeah, batting's not the easiest thing to like kind of flick on like a light switch, is it? Last ball of the 9th.
Slower delivery, and it's going over the fence. There's going to be 6 more. Picks it and gets it away. Secunda Zulfiqar has been absolutely sensational here. Moves to 66. That's the end of the over. 145 for 4. They will just make it with the time. And Zulfiqar, the captain, Secunda Zulfiqar, that is, leading the way.
Yeah, been a tale of 2 halves, hasn't it, this innings? Very curious. Team Europe now in pretty good shape, 145 for 4 after 9.
We've had 4 magical overs in a row, 28, 24,
this is crazy.
21
so
and 26.
The first half went for 46.
Yeah.
This has gone for 99 in the second half, and there's still an over remaining.
Yeah.
It's a nuts finish. And he's still there. Zulfiqar. Well, both Zulfiqars at the moment, Secunda. Well, the non-strikers end to start last over. They do go to another spin option. They go to Leask in the last over. And it's Saqib facing up.
It is pretty well. He's trying to get in the gap. Fielder's come across. And just the one. But now this is where it could get dangerous because Secunda Zulfiqar has already shown that he was liking the spin. And in fact, it was Tom Hinley's over, the over spin that went for 28, that started it all off. Hard. Gone. Long. 6. And, well, Secunda just keeps on going. Now he moves. What's his 72 here, Vinny? 72. And there's 4 balls to go.
It's almost like he took a breather when Isan went off for a little bit. And then he's come back and said, yeah, I'm still here and I'm still going to deliver. 150's up now. Yeah, well, 4 balls to go. Quick calculations. 96. He loves the 90, though. Remember that 92 off 28? Probably. I still think it might be the best innings we've ever seen on the network, given the situation, given it's one of the biggest games of the year, qualifier 2 in the ECC. Record chase of 183 by the Netherlands 11 to knock Spain out.
Yeah. Not sure why he's disappointed that's a wide. I mean,
I don't think he's
what
disappointed.
was
I
he
think
expecting?
he's just annoyed that batter didn't chase it. We have seen there's a bit of a tactic. Sometimes bowlers more or less deliberately bowling wides, hoping that the batter chases it and maybe spoils it. There's a couple of the management staff there. We've got Rob and we've got Corey.
All right, this is high up in the air, but is anyone to get there? I think it goes for 6. The wind, a gentle breeze that's blowing in that direction, so that carries that all the way over to the boundary. So the score just keeps on going upwards here now. So that takes us now to the, it's a 160 comes up.
I think what this shows you is you just can't let your guard down in this series. I'm not going to say they got lazy because that's probably not fair or correct.
Oh, that's mullered. That is big. Oh, what a biggie. Well, that is sweet out of that middle of that bat. Sweeter than a bolt of glove jumbo. What a hit this is.
We'll need another ball because that's gone at Saqib this time, hitting back-to-back 6s. But I just, the body language of the British and Irish Knights, you never know what to expect. Took a couple of wickets. There wasn't a lot of celebration. They're like, okay, looks like this might be a bit of a cakewalk. And they've been brought back to earth pretty quickly. That's another 6. This time it's flat. It's Maximo. And it's a batter's hat-trick to Saqib saying, all right, bro, it's my turn to have a go. In fact, that is the end of the innings. And Team Europe, after losing a wicket first ball and after only scoring 46 in the first half, they put on, listen to this, 126 in the second half, which is 252 pace. And they're going to finish with 172 in the first ever match of the Western Shield.
It's quite incredible, the hitting that we've seen. And I think you're right. I just wonder, we're at that 4 over mark, 46 for 3, as we look at the highlight, whether the captain Dan Lincoln thought, okay, you know what, let's give them a little reprieve, let's put some spin on.
Yeah,
but
I don't think it's
it went all wrong after that.
They were always going to go to spin at some point. But it certainly changed the momentum dramatically in this innings. And look, there's some of these runs of boundaries. We had, obviously, 4 6s in the last over. We had kind of 5 boundaries in a row of Hindley as well. We had 3 in a row off Riley. We had that kind of 7 up and then the 6 straight after. So it just seemed to, once they got the momentum, they were unstoppable. And really, it actually had quite a lot in common. Different situation, I know, because they're batting first. But with what Secunda Zulfiqar did back in that famous 92 in the ECC when they pulled off the 183 chase. But yeah, early on, it was all the Knights That one was the one I talked about. Yeah, that was the lucky one that kind of crept over the field, and there'd be one that would be taken a little bit later on. But yeah, they think Serkan Zulfikar is the man for the job to lead this team, to unite this team from players all around Europe. And he certainly delivered here with that 73 off 30 balls.
Yeah, it's a wonderful exhibition of cricket, isn't it? I mean, it's a big win in the first 5 for, of course, the British and Irish Knights. A win at that point, the likes of Jack Jarvis, Oliver Riley, and particularly Julius Samarora were in brilliant form. Samarora came back and bowled his second. That was the 5th, 46 for 3 at that point. But then, well, it was time for the Team Europe to hit back, and they hit back well. And I think it all started with the hitting of Ishan. Remember at one point we were talking about Ishan coming off because he was, what was he, 7 of 8 balls?
7 of 8, I think. And I honestly think he had 1 ball, but he hit that ball for 13. Eventually he would go. He did hit 6 sixes in the end. So he hit 6 sixes out of his 37, Mohammad Ihsan. And that was kind of an important one. I said that might cost you a few down the stretch. I actually think it does probably cost him about 20 runs because not only the 6 that get dropped over the line, but obviously keeps Serkan Zulfikar there. There's Alistair. He's certainly pretty energised. And why wouldn't you be? Team Europe, after losing one of their openers' first ball. In fact, Jamshid Khan also went soon after for just 7. But what a recovery as they hit 126 in the last 5 overs to score 172. Serkan Zulfikar with 73. Unbeaten. Ihsan with 37. Skip Zulfikar with 24 not. 25 extras, I can understand. They missed the tram line a few times, but there were a few that cost him. The one that bounced off the pitch and jagged back and was unretrievable that went for 4. The one that swung on down Lincoln, maybe a bit unlucky, but that goes for 4. That kind of inflates the score as well. I think, you can accept up to 10 extras. If they only give away 10, they're chasing 150s. It seems a lot more reasonable. Having said that, this British and Irish Knights side, they are power-packed, and if they get going, they can chase this 173. 2 wickets for Sumaré. I think he was the best of the bowlers, used his variations very cleverly. No one was really picking him. Wicket each to Jarvis and Riley, who were the opening bowlers, but there's a lot of pain in the second half as it was 5 magical overs. Listen to this. There were 46 off 5. And after that, the overs went for 28, 24, 21, 26, and 27. It's crazy stuff. And we're only just getting started. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Rico Full with me. Join us after the break for more of the first ever match in the Western Shield.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Western Shield happening here in Portugal at the Centrum Cricket Ground. And what a match number one we have in store for you. Team Europe from nowhere, and I mean it looks like from nowhere after being struggling from 46 for 3 after 5 overs. They smashed 126 of the last 5, means they finished on 172. The target for the British and Irish Knights will be 173. There is a bonus point situation. It means that the bonus point score or equation point is 120. So I suppose the important thing is the British and Irish Knights, well, first of all, I know they're looking to get to this 173, but if they don't get to 120, they don't get anything from the match. So let's see how it starts. It looks like it's going to be Mujadadi to start off with, and he's going to start with a wide. A wide ball to start. So it'd be interesting to see the reply here from the British and Irish Knights. One thing I will say, and it may sound really wild, but if there's one team that can do it, and if you have a look at the names on that team sheet, well, this team can get to this score. That's a good delivery. What a great comeback. Absolute beauty to Jonty Jenner. And of course, those of you who remember not too long ago, Jonty Jenner at the European Cricket League was in incredible form. 3 centuries he scored. So he's in good form at the moment, but he gets beaten there with a good one from Nuruddin Mujadadi. Mujadadi back to his mark. And a bit of width, and he throws the bat at this, and it smashes into the boundary fence. It's a genuine edge, but it goes very fine, so eludes the man at third. And the first boundary from the Knights as Vinny Sandy joins me back in the cube.
Yeah, well, I was going to say you need a good start, but if anything, Europe showed that maybe you don't. But look, plenty of batting all the way down, break it into manageable chunks. We've seen these kind of totals getting chased more and more. But so far, Jenner's feet not really going here. Even that edge for 4, not a lot of foot movement, just finding a bit hard. And there's a bit of a pattern here. I think the openers for both sides have found it tough going against the new ball and some of these skillful paces.
Good to see Mujadadi in the side. I think he's a bowler that's always impressed me when I've seen him play there in Germany. He's got some pace about it, and he gets his chance, of course, because I think
Shield match on there. This would be in the top 10 chases of all time. In fact, it would be the 7th best. And at the top, we've been talking about that game a little bit this morning, haven't we? Netherlands 11 chasing 183 to knock Spain out of the Euros last year.
This one's down the leg side and will be caught, but I get the feeling that Jonty Jenner probably a little bit disappointed he's missed out on this one. It's a really loose delivery. Mujadadi and Jenner not able to get hold of it.
There's a little bit of light rain falling in the break, and I mean light, just sprinkles. So I don't know if that changes things a little bit, but the paces seem to be running in with no real problems at the moment. Isam behind the stumps for Europe.
Short and crunch. Well, that's the first Maximo of the reply from the Knights. It's a short delivery, gets bashed away.
And well,
Crute, he's been doing a bit of umpiring. He said a change of wardrobe.
It shows you, though, that the passion for cricket here. You got people who have earned their day off. And we had Bucks do it the other day. We got Crute today saying, no, I want to be there. I want to help out. I want to do my bit. There's a little bit of footage from the Knights bench.
And this gets worked away. That's going to be 4 more. Beautifully played. So Mujadadi has just gone a little bit too straight, straying onto the pads. And Jenner, well, it looks like he's got his eye now.
Yeah, it has gotten just a bit straight a couple of times. Jenner just kept pumping out the runs, didn't he? Although he'll be keen to get amongst it here. Last time out, he took a golden in the ECL final. 69 matches since the golden ball. I'm tingling with the thought of a golden ball here in the Western Shield. It is certainly a feature of ECN cricket. There's been 69 matches since we've had one. Last golden ball was for Survival, Gina Brescia, overcoming CIYMS in that game. And that was a crazy spectacle. But also I mean, obviously we love the Cardigan Oval. It's the natural home of European cricket. But I love that we have kind of a marquee event here outside Spain even. So we're in Portugal. This cricket ground, there's a great story to it as well. It was built by the Butchimarza family. You can still see the house in the background.
Yeah.
Imagine building an international cricket ground in your backyard. It's crazy. And every time we come here to Portugal, it gets better. Now we've got the outdoor deck. Obviously the club rooms have been taking shape. And the ground looks really nice built up like this as well. Here's Khalid Ahmadi, the smiling assassin, in over number 2.
Gets this through. It's Harrison Ward. Faces his first ball. It ends up being a dot. A little bit of movement there coming back into Harrison. A nice start from Khalid.
He's got a very good slow ball. Really good slow ball. First one was pace on to Harrison Ward.
Well, this one is that Yorker coming in. I think that one probably was a little bit slower there, Vinny.
I don't know. This one, I think it's one that straightens down the line a bit. But it's all about the length, isn't it? And isn't it nice? I just love watching these guys as teammates. And quite a few have played against each other.
Yeah.
It's great seeing them on one side.
Does he sneak this one in? Yes, it's the umpire.
They've actually been the masters of just sneaking it in. That's one area that the British and Irish Knights struggled a bit, losing a few battles with the wide line. But we saw one in the first over. We see that one there from Ahmadi, which is, again, it's that Yorker length, isn't it? I think a Yorker's a Yorker. You can bowl it on the stumps. You can bowl it all the way outside the off stump. It's a very tough ball to do too much with.
That one's slightly slower. They will take the run. So Wardy, after facing 3 dots, he just has to settle for a single.
This is his slower ball, and it's a very, very good one, and not too many pick it. Just have a look at what he does here. It kind of comes out kind of like an off spinner, but yeah, it's a slightly different grip. But the main thing is arm speed doesn't change at all.
Hey, I've never seen a bowler bowl with a bigger watch on his wrist than this. I haven't. I've got to say, as this one gets hit away, but good stop.
Hey, you made me realise something.
What's that?
I feel that, for example, you got Clayton Floyd playing in this series, that if you've won a watch for like a Cardigan Oval MVP, you should have to wear it in the game. Maybe Khalid Ahmadi is trying to send it in.
I mean, it's one thing that I think a lot of people tend not to do. Saying,
no, it's like a full-on clock.
Yeah, that is huge. That's powerfully hit, but to the fielder. What a great over this is. Sensational
Check
over.
out this bounce for Gomsh, though. It'll be the end of the over. Brilliant one from Ahmadi. He only goes for 319 without loss. But that last bounce, it really jumps. But again, these fielders, they'll find a way to do it because they're very good fielders. He just gets his body behind the ball, ends up cannoning into his shoulder. Of course, best of 9 matches this weekend. Regular wins are worth 3 points. If you can thrash the other team, you'll get 4. It's been a pretty successful concept this year on ECN. Got to say, still feel like in a bilateral series, it's strange that you wouldn't go on wins. But most likely, whoever wins most games will win. But there's an outside chance statistically if you were to, say, thrash and didn't pick up points in some losses, that if it's 4-5, it might go to the team with 4 wins. Anyway, we'll keep an eye on that. Darmgard to bowl now. They're going to spin. Left-hander to left-hander, maybe a little bit of a risk matchup-wise. But Darmgard, we last saw him for Skanderborg, didn't we, in the ECL. The other thing is, he's overlooked for the Danish side to come to the ECC last year, which I found a bit mind-boggling.
He was sensational for Skanderborg in the European Cricket League. And one thing I like about him is he darts it in the Yorker length. So, starts with this one, and it's a good-looking shot. Though from Harrison Ward, that's his first boundary. It will go all the way. 6 runs. Manos. Arriba, Bitro. He just managed to get underneath this.
This is an example of just missing. I'm just missing by maybe half a metre. And if you just miss in this competition, I think you're going to get punished. Ward plays a lovely elevated cover drive for 6.
They need a big over after that. Last one only went for just 3. Right, goes for it. It's high. It's in the air, but he's going to go all the way. Balle. Kinna Sona. Shaka. Magia.
Yeah, nice shot. Ward, I'll never forget his contribution in the ECC final in 2021, where he started with 3 big bombs, got them off to a brilliant start, and then kept going all the way to the target of 149.
Well, this time nothing. It's a good comeback from Damgard. Gets a fuller, quicker ball in there. Gets jammed into Wardy. Interesting little battle, because remember, it was spin that started Team Europe going. All right, this one, there's a bit of swing there, but he gets right under this. And Harrison Ward, when he hits it, it stays hit. That one is going to go the other side of the field.
Brilliant shot. Really, really brilliant shot. It looks like Big Puppy. Weston in the background as well. Ken? Probably on the phone to his stockbroker. But that was a really good example of going with the movement of the ball. It was a little kind of a way ducker from Damgard. And the technique of these batters, you're not seeing batters that can only go one way or are dominant in one area. You're seeing guys that are kind of well-rounded. That was a brilliant shot by Ward, who's up and going. Here suddenly this 173 doesn't look that unrealistic.
Okay, Wardy has a look around. A couple of balls still to come in the over. 18 have come from it. And okay, he's quite happy just to play this away. It's well attacked. And there was a question yesterday, people saying how would these two teams or these top players deal with an outfield that's a little bit bumpy at times? Well, there's your answer. Attack.
People are thinking, yeah, this is on here. Yeah, Netherlands 11 right up there. Gin and pressure, actually. We have quite a few of these, actually, in the last couple of months. So, yeah, Gin and pressure chase 179. A couple in Barcelona as well in the 170s recently. Oh, he's dropped him. It was hit back reasonably firmly. I think Damgard's disappointed, though, that he can't hold on. It would have been the first wicket. Jenner just kind of punches it back. Damgard's got a big wingspan. Unfortunately, that one popped out. And so a life for Jonty Jenner. And after 3 overs, it's 38 without loss. Have a look at that, Manhattan. Have a look at the first 5 overs and just have a look at those second 5 overs, Rico.
I've got to say, I can't remember quite seeing a Manhattan that looks like that. That's quite incredible.
Yeah, and I suppose 2 decent overs out of 3. Looks like this will be the mini boom boom. Shahid Afridi Jr. to bowl in over number 4. And he's one guy, I've got to say, when the going gets tough, he gets going. That's one thing I really like about him as a player. We talk about that kind of the Spain in the rain game from ECC last year. And there's a lot of kind of dynamics going on there. He bowled out of his skin. In difficult conditions, he delivered. And I really felt for the German team on that occasion because one team had to lose. It was a gutsy performance. But now he's going to be bowling to Harrison Ward. Does bowl a very good Yorker. And the thing about Mini Boom Boom, he's not mini in pace. He gets it through.
I've seen it. I mean, when he hits the stumps, he rattles them. He hits them hard. We've seen a few stumps broken here in the European Cricket Series. Well, who knows? Maybe we can have another stump buster here from Shahid Afridi. I know Team Europe will love it. The Knights, though, they need to keep moving here. Right.
Oh, that's wild.
Oh, that's a great save.
Brilliant stop.
What a save that is from Ishan. Sensational, Ishi. That is sensational.
That is actually one of the best stops I've ever seen because he didn't. Yeah, I mean, it's the last thing you expect, but the footwork, the quick 3 steps and launch, he's genuinely saved 4 runs. And to say that was wild from Shahid Afridi, there's an understatement.
Yeah, wild thing.
What a stop.
Short, punished. It's a hit-me ball, and Harrison Ward took a few balls to get going, didn't he? And now he's seeing it big, and I think he knows they're needing to go at 19s here, so every over needs to be more or less a magical one. And he gets that away beautifully.
When you miss the first by so much, I think it can get in your head a little bit because the first ball sets the tone for the over. If you beat the batter or if you get it just right, you start to feel like you're in charge. But You feel like Ward's already in charge of this battle.
That's better delivery. Well pitched up. It should just be single. So good comeback from Afridi. Yeah, you're right. You know, when there's a bowler, the first one comes out as bad as that, and then the next ball gets pumped for 6, you think,
End of the over looks a long way away, doesn't
is it going to be one of those days? But when you come back with that, you think, okay, it's all right. It's all right. It's not too bad.
Credit to Afridi, though. Comes back with a good one. And now we'll have the right-handed Jenner on strike.
Yeah, Jenner, remember, gave that chance to Dumgard. The last ball he played. So he knows he's had a life. Let's see if he can make it count.
The other thing is, okay, we're seeing, okay, they need 173. Let's say there'll be 13 extras, so they need to get 160 off the bat. You need people going at over 250 strike rate wise, right? So you start to look at these strike rates. They're slightly under what needs to be done across the board. So actually you're kind of needing your batters that get in and stay in to be going at almost 3 a ball, because there's normally some batters who will come in and probably not quite fire. So I'm not saying you need to retire them or anything like that. I'm just saying it just shows you the magnitude of the task for the Knights here.
That's hit well, and that's going to clear the field. A beautiful shot. One thing we can say, you mentioned that we had just that little bit of drizzle, but since then, the wind has totally gone. There's hardly any breeze at all, so any of these hits, there's no issue with any wind holding them back. And that's hit clean, and that will go all the way. So Zonti Jenner, 6 more to him.
Yeah, and that's another example of just missing a Yorker. Misses it by half a metre, gets drilled. Great shot by Jenner. A couple to come. 50's up, by the way, and 50 partnership for these two. Slower ball. This could be gone.
Nah. Good effort. Good effort. But
yeah, it's pretty well picked, I think, by Jenner. As Mujadadi couldn't do anything about it in the end. I like the variation, though, from Afridi. I like the theory. And I thought for a second that it was going to be straight down the throat of Mujadadi. But, yeah, he did everything he could. That's a brilliant shot of the effort.
Excellent.
But
excellent.
6 runs a result.
Loving the slow-mo. It's actually a very good shot. I mean, you need power to execute that. And he's gone all the way over extra cover. So little change in the field here. Third man back, you could backward point in place, extra cover on the boundary. Oh, Gundy.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear. Well, the fielder's going to have a lot of work to be done here. Damgard does well, but this is a no-y, and that was a dangerous delivery.
There's been a couple of wild ones. I don't think Afridi's played a lot of cricket either, if I'm completely honest. They haven't really gotten going in Germany. This almost hits helmet, and actually does get a finger on it, which is why it doesn't go to the boundary. So I think to only get out of that, conceding 2 runs, is a bit of a win. That could have easily, I mean, it could have been a non-Maximo 6, no ball plus helmet. Yeah. But in the end, Damgard does well to clean up.
In this over, when you think about the 5 wides that definitely Ishan saved, that's a save there. So they've saved some runs, even though it's an expensive over. Hits it hard, and it will be caught. But remember, it's a free hit, so it won't be out. And I think 1 or 2 people forgot. There was some Joyce.
Who's that?
Who's that on
it's
the...
Jamshed Khan, who's about 100 metres away on the other side of the field. He was going right off. And, yeah, it'll just be a single. Look, in the end, sounds crazy. I think you're pretty happy to get out of that over with only 22. It could have been actually a lot worse. Could have been supersonic.
I agree with you, and that's why I once again refer back to not just the save that Ishan made, but you touched on it. You got a bit of glove on that last one, which allowed Damgard to come across and stop it hitting the rope. So it quite easily could have been another 8 runs of that over.
Yeah, you can see they're behind, but they're still in the mix, aren't they?
When you say they're behind, light for light, they're well in front.
Yeah.
Light for light, don't forget.
That's unusual.
Don't forget Team Europe were on 35 for 2, and they're on 61.
That worm looked like the old worm that was actually just the score, not the run rate.
Hey,
it had such a big gradient.
Does our point of no return have to change, having seen what we've seen already?
Yep. 4 a ball is my point of no return this series. Here's Saqib Zulfikar. Now, this will be very interesting because he's a very different kind of a bowler. He's a leg spinner that bowls a very good wrong and a top spinner. I think he'll have the batters guessing. So 61 on the board. Ward faces up.
Drags this to leg side. No run. Good fielding. Fires in the throw. You ain't getting nothing there, says Jamshad.
Yeah, if you can't pick it, sweep it, as they say in the classics. That's what Ward tries to do. Kind of drags it off the under edge.
Launches into it. That is big. Oh, that's a massive hit. That's going to end up in the jungle somewhere. Yep, I'm right. Good luck finding that. And I think that's Buxy there. Buxy saying, new balls, please, because that is where the family of snakes live.
Got the phone out straight away and texted maybe SOS or new balls, please. Nice shot by Ward. This is where, you know, you need if you can get a magical over back-to-back, then suddenly you've got the rate back to below 3 a ball, and you're thinking, you know, with the set batters, you can do this. That was massive.
Yeah, look where it goes, right into the trees. Watch. Jump. All right, forget it. New one comes out.
Comeback ball for Saqib.
Rocks back, hits it firmly, tries to get it in the gap. Well fielded, damn guard.
Saqib's a guy, you know, he's been playing a fair bit with the full Netherlands national team. And they're doing some amazing things. They've beaten South Africa in 2 formats of the World Cup recently. Who would have thought, for example, a generation ago, when the West Indies were at their peak, that the Netherlands would knock them out of the actual Cricket World Cup, which the West Indies won in 75 and 79.
Okay, he wants to go for reverse, and if this hits, it would have been out.
That
so
wasn't on.
Ishan just had to hit. I mean, Ishan doesn't normally miss. He's very good. So that's a big let off Harrison Ward.
Yeah.
Chances the leg by here.
To be honest, he had more time than he realised. Ishan he could have set his feet and actually lined up the throw, but he threw instinctively thinking he had to rush.
Dot balls are gold dust. And this over at the moment from Saqib Zulfikar is pure class. Just the one boundary from it. And there's the miss from Ishan. Gets this away in the gap. That's going to be 4 runs, but still way below where they need to be in that over. It will go for 11, but they needed at least another 9 from it, so they fall further behind. But still no wickets down as we get to the end of the over. They're in the 70s, and we welcome you all into the Cube for the first day of the Western Shield.
Loving it. Welcome to you wherever you're watching from. And yeah, it's a red letter day, really, isn't it? And yeah, the plan is to have, obviously, this Western Shield. We're doing it on an annual basis. We'll also have the Meltle Shield, which is the women's version of this event, British and Irish Roses and Team Europe. That's scheduled for August in Rome, the Roma Cricket Ground, which is a beautiful cricket ground as well. So it's really, really exciting after over 5,000 matches now on the network to bring the best of the best together. A lot of conjecture in the selections as well, as a lot of players are very unlucky to miss out.
Yeah.
But those are here are certainly very, very, very proud to be participating.
It's a very special moment, and I think special, and I think you have to say, especially for Danny Weston. I know his father as well, Ken, that's here, a very proud moment for them.
3
as well.
generations got young Casper Weston here as well. Here's the smiling assassin who comes back. Now this is in the air, holding up and should be gone. It is gone. Well taken by Darmgard. Jenna could never really hit the heights that he wanted to hit in this innings. He tries to go down the ground and picks out the fielder. It's a wicket for Amadi, and the first wicket ever in the Western Shield for Team Europe, as the Knights are 73 for 1.
Yeah, well, Amadi, well done to him. And Khalid and Damgard takes a gap. But look at John Jenna. He knows that at this level, that ain't going to be dropped. He's already walking off. And we know he's a top fielder. He's taken some sensational catches at the European Cricket League earlier for Skanderborg. So, well, one batter departs. And another top performer comes out. This is same as Lynch.
Well, Lynch, we call him El Machina, don't we? The machine, because he is a 6-hitting machine when he's on song. Yeah, the first time we saw him in the Irish shirt, it was just something else, wasn't it? And so he gets his hit at 3. And one thing about this British and Irish Knights side, I don't know how many openers they've got, but they got 3, 4, 5, probably 6 guys that could all open the batting. And that's only in this 11. And they got like Michael English, for example. He's out of the side this game, but he could easily open. So how they manage their batting order, I think, is quite interesting. And I think also there'll be an effort to to get everyone plenty of games.
There's a lot of cricket to be played. I mean, 5 matches today from the same team. Now, we've seen in the European Cricket Series when teams are playing 3, fatigue does come into play. So they're going to have to rotate the squads pretty well. So I think we will see changes. But when you look at the amount of talented players in each side, I think there's plenty of scope for those changes.
Here's Lynch on strike.
Gone. First ball is going to be a golden duck for Lynch. What a great delivery this is, though, first up from Khalid Ahmadi. He gets it, it angles it in, then moves away, gets the edge. Ishan makes no mistake. It's going to be the first golden duck of the Western Shield, where we saw the Royal Duck to start off proceedings. Now, this is going to be a golden for Lynch. Lovely delivery.
Yeah, you can see it's a healthy edge, isn't it? Bounces just before the bat and takes the edge on the way up to Isan. This is a really good shot of it here. Bang, little deflection. Isan, he's kept really well. I think he's improved his keeping a lot, Isan, at this higher level. Unfortunately for Seamus Lynch, it's a golden duck to start his series, but he doesn't waste any time, just the one ball, 73 for 2. And, well, could this be our first ever Western Shield hat trick? It's Dan Lincoln coming to the crease. He's pretty determined. That won't be the case.
Well, Dan Lincoln, and a lot of you that know him know that he's not a man who's shy to move around in his crease. So my advice here to Khalid Ahmadi would be to go full and straight.
It's always a good idea. Lincoln seemed to kind of get his batting a bit more back to basics last time we saw him in the ECC 23. 22, I think he probably got a little bit too inventive. Need to, because he's such a good player. But he comes in at 4. The British and Irish skipper facing a hat-trick ball from the smiling assassin, Khalid Ahmadi.
Oh, it's pretty close, isn't it? It's a quicker delivery, but it's on the money. He's on the spot. And this one doesn't miss the edge by much, I can tell you that. Fires it in. Oh, well, it could have quite easily smashed it back onto his stumps.
It was the right shot to play, was it really, first up from Lincoln? But Ahmadi, how's his figures? 2 for 3 off 9 balls in a high-scoring match. Quite incredible.
He's been quality, isn't he? First over only went for 3. All right, this is picked up, and it's going to be just wide of that fielder. It's another one that will go all the way. So Dan Lincoln, after swinging and missing, he gets this one wide of DDC, and he brings up his scoring shot, and that also will be a 6.
Yeah, and it was down towards the bottom of the bat, but strong bottom hand there. Disappears. Ahmadi takes the boundary for the first time.
This one's pretty full. And takes the single. I think this is the slower delivery. Look how he's holding this ball, and yeah, look at the. It's all about the fingers here. And Dan Lincoln, he only just sees it late, and I reckon Lincoln, when he's getting to the other end, I think he actually says to Ahmadi, "Hey, yeah, you got me there, well bowled."
Such a good style ball. That's why Ahmadi's been picked. There's something special and different about him.
Yeah, and
obviously to have these kind of figures against such good opposition, it's very, very good.
Okay, Ward. We just got a little bit of drizzle. Come back. Okay, bottom of the bat. We'll take a single, but it's not singles they need here. That rate is climbing up now. It's around about getting to 22 required per over as this one comes to an end. What a spell of bowling. Khalid Ahmadi, absolutely sensational. He's taken 2 for 11. That's superb figures. Score 81 for 2. After 6, still requiring 92. And they've only got 24 balls to do it in. Now remember, if they want anything from this match, they need to get to 121 to at least get a point.
Yeah, that's true. I still think they think they could put together 4 magical overs and do this. For me, okay, my point of no return in this series, I think it's 24. They're at 23. I think they could do it. In fact, for example, Sakana Zulfka did pretty much exactly this in that game against Spain. Floyd comes on with his left arm spin.
It's not a good delivery. It's a shot that Wardy loves, and he puts this one away as well. So he's eyeing up a half century as well as he moves to 47. Yeah, not the best of balls here from Clayton.
Yeah, well, lifted up. Clayton Floyd, I've got to say, last time we saw him at the ECC, he got whacked around a bit. lot of right-handers, left-handers, everyone was having a go, but Clayton, we know he's a good performer. He's the MVP of the ECC first edition.
Oh, that one has been fetched. And that is huge. That's another one. That's going to be a tree topper. And there's a couple of balls in there. And Bucksy, he's going to be on that walkie-talkie a lot as applause all around this ground for a half century from Harrison Ward. And he brings it up in just 21 deliveries. Felicidades, 53 of 21.
We've missed Harrison, let's be honest. You know, we didn't see him last year in the ECC. He's occasionally in the past been part of our blue crew as well. Came back in 2021. So it's really nice to see Harrison. Good things happening with this cricket, though. I know he's playing cricket at a very high level now. And, well, he's not the only one this weekend that we'll see that's playing a very good level of cricket. Ward on 53. Needs more. This time just whipped away, but Fielder's down there. Keeps it to 1. Any time he can keep the ball in the ballpark's a big win at the moment. Now I want to see how Lincoln plays Floyd. How much does he want to go for that kind of slog sweep and jump across? We know he likes to do that sometimes. Or how much does he just play it in an orthodox fashion and hit through the line of the ball? Because you really got no time to make a longer-term plan. You've got 3 balls here from Floyd, and really, you're trying to hit them all for 6.
Yeah, that's what he's got to try and do here. And he goes down the ground, and he will get that 6. That's a beautiful shot. It's just there, though, isn't it? So Floyd has been a bit expensive here, and Dan Lincoln, he gets another one away.
There's your answer.
Can he put a captain's knock on the same way that Segunda Zulfiqar did?
Stand and hit through the line of the ball. Floyd, occasionally, he bowls the occasional kind of moon ball where he really tosses it up and tempts and tries to get you out of your crease. And at the Cardamom Oval, the pitch being pretty hard, it gives him that bounce that makes it awkward to play. I don't think this one will give him as much. Isam wants it outside off something. See that here.
It's going to be 6 more. It doesn't pitch it. So this is the over that they really needed. And that one now, with that 6, that's 25 of this. And there's still a ball to come. And, of course, these two, we know, they've had plenty of battles on the ECC, haven't they?
Yeah, that is true. But, yeah, they know each other pretty well. That's another example of just missing your length. Goes for the Yorker, turns out full toss. Lincoln hits it very nicely. He's looking well put together at the moment. And look, what are we talking? 11 more 6s ties the game. And we have 19 balls left in the innings. Just saying.
Huge delivery this.
Game's very much alive.
Okay, Clayton, sneak one in here. Will he go supersonic? That's powerfully hit. This is going to be a 4 more. And it won't go quite supersonic, but it's going to be a magical one. 29 off the over. And it's 110 for 2 after 7.
What do we think? This is what's coming up in the next game. And just a reminder that in this series, we don't have tosses. We had 1 toss at the start of the series, so the teams will alternate selecting. So Europe elected to bowl first. So they'll be on the chase in the next game. Ahmed Nabi comes in for Team Europe. Good to see him in there. Kalagamagay comes in as well. Ahmed Sharif. So a couple of Italians coming in. As far as British and Irish Knights go, looks like Michael English comes in for a go. Ben Fitcher from Guernsey comes in. Mike Frost comes in from Ireland. So that next game is coming your way, starting in around about half an hour's time, just under. Interesting, both teams electing to bowl when given the opportunity so far.
Yeah, I think chasing is what they want to be doing. We've seen that before. A lot of these players for the teams that they've represented. It's all about the chase, and I know that Corey particularly as a coach, that's what he wants to be doing as well with his coaching Spain. Okay, they're needing 21 and over.
Yeah.
And remember how Team Europe finished 5 overs of magical overs.
Look who's batting together, Harrison Ward and Dan Lincoln. Ring a bell?
Okay, well, that's pumped out of here. And, oh, well, are we going to see an incredible finish to match number 1 of the Western Shield?
You know, this has shades of the ECC 21 final. England 11 chasing 149. At that stage, that played more like 170s. And we thought, oh, we can't believe this. Belgium are going to win the ECC. Until these two stepped up and played brilliant knocks to get England 11 their first trophy.
Drags us out. to the leg side, but that's good work there done by Guard. It's not easy over there.
Great fielding. I mean, these aren't easy. That's hit hard. You never quite know how much it's going to bounce. But Mujadadi, late call up. He's in for Nasser Baluch, who unfortunately misses out due to a shoulder injury, the Swede.
Yeah, you've got to be thinking here, you win one over, or maybe you win the match. That's what you're thinking here. Win one over, or win 2 balls. 2 top balls here could change anything. Or
I like this field change because they're protecting deep cover, and whether that'll help or not, I'm not sure. But at least it might get Lincoln thinking about playing another shot, trying to get funky, which is a risk.
Lincoln loves to get funky, you know that. Well, this time he's just quite happy to get back onto ball. But we know this one down Lincoln. I'm surprised that maybe it weren't quite there, but he likes to turn anything into that sort of the scoop or the reverse.
This is why I think that's what the field change was more about. It was about trying to get him to do something different, maybe bring up the deep mid-wicket, bring up the fine leg, get him to play the wrong shot, essentially, a more risky shot.
High in the air, opportunity. I think that's going to be just over DDC. Oh, that's so close. But the thing is, if you look at DDC's feet here, he's trying to get there. He touches the rope. So it was never going to be an opportunity, always 6.
I think he actually found himself in the wrong spot, and then he had to jump back. So it does. We would have, if he'd caught it, he probably would have had to throw it away. But yeah, well, this game is very much still alive. That rate's been pretty consistent at about 21 and over for a while now.
Look at the partnership. How many balls?
51 or 14. Yeah, incredible. These two, they've done it before. They've climbed high mountains before, Lincoln and Ward.
Been hit hard, but he's not going to get the boundary this time as Sekunda comes across and makes a stop.
Great game. What a great game this is in our first ever Western Shield. It's fitting. And now you got 2 overs to go after this. I'm starting to think, who will we see? Marty's bowled out, Mujadadi's bowled out. I think still keeps Zulfikar, probably gets one.
Goes short, but he doesn't quite get it out in the middle, and that's why he gets fielded. They're going to take on the second. Here comes the throw, and that could be out here. And does he have the ball, Vinny?
No, he didn't have the ball. But it's actually, I know the England 11 learns a lot. They'll run on any fumble, but he knows where he fumbles it, if you want to call it a fumble from DDC. And the bowler, again, for me, bowler's got to get behind the stumps there. Yeah. I know it's the modern thing to do, but that's why he drops it for me. And so safely home, they get the 2. The partnership survives, and this game very much alive. The Knights, 127 for 2 after 8. Can they do this? At the moment, they'd make 159 if they continue at this rate. You know where they've got to find another dozen runs.
You know where Team Europe were at this point? 119.
Yeah. So you can't even go on those figures. It was ridiculous first inning.
Yeah, I know.
It was
and then there was an over of 26 and 27.
You think they're going to stick with pace. I got to say I like Saqib Zulfikar here because it's the mystery element to what he bowls. But actually, it looks like it's the captain, Sikandar Zulfikar, that's having a bowl. Interesting. His first over is the 9th. Here we go.
He's going to start with, well, I think they're going to look at the heights on this. It's been called a wide. Let's just have a look at this one more time. I thought it was high,
didn't it?
I thought it was high.
Have a look.
He's deep in his crease.
No, actually, all the air came out of it, so it's not.
Looks like you're fielding.
Looks like it will be a wide though. So
it's a curious choice. Got to say that.
Firmly struck, and there's going to be 4 runs. He's in the gap. They've got several fielders in that zone, haven't they? They've got a short third. They've got a backward point. And then point on the boundary, but he gets it in the gap and he gets 4 runs.
The thing is, with the rate what it is, 4s don't actually bring it down that much. The 4s are kind of par at the moment when you're getting so few left. They need 6s.
Yeah, well, this is one of them. That's going to sail over. It's a beautiful shot. He plays this so well. And Harrison Ward now moves into, well, 78 now. He's going well.
I find it interesting. They're basically going for what's now a 7th bowler in Zulfikar, who maybe is a bit more than a part-timer, but he's a batter that bowls a bit, right? Saqib Zulfikar, I think, has got to still have one.
35 for 10.
The options they didn't go back to, I'll tell you in a second.
Oh, well, What's this one? It's another wide.
It's interesting. I mean, these look pretty high, but
they're dipping.
They are dipping.
Actually, that one, if you look where he is...
To be honest, I reckon that is high.
I think that's a no-y. Because look where he is. He's well deep in his crease. Oh, wow.
I reckon might be filthy, to be honest. If I was batting and that didn't get called.
This might work in their favour, so that's not going to the boundary.
The thing is, I suppose, does it matter? The result would say no, because on every ball you're treating like a free hit anyway. So, I mean, he's still... The next ball he's trying to hit for 6 and it's 1. But, yeah, it would have been a free hit instead of not. All right, so... Zulfikar. Zulfikar. Yeah, so they didn't go back to Darmgard, who went for 19. They didn't go back to Shader Freed, who went for 22. They didn't go back to Floyd, that went for 29. I still think they've got Saqib Zulfikar. He only went for 11. I think he's got to have the last over.
It's been hit pretty well in the gap. 4 more. Well, we're getting into the last, but it's going to need to be a magical one, and we've seen plenty of magical overs.
The other thing is the strategy. Let's say you've got an issue, which is you don't know really who you want to bowl one of the overs, but you do know who you want to bowl one, which is Saqib, right? I would have bowled Saqib in this over, and try and get so far ahead in the game that whoever's bowling the last, they've got enough to protect. 29 off 8.
It's a slow delivery. It gets dragged away. They'll take just the 1. This now, for me, becomes a very, very important delivery. And 28 at the moment of 7. This could be match ball.
Jeez, these two have been ice cold, though, haven't they, Ward and Lincoln? Ward's on 79.
Firmly hits it, but just a single. So it's Damgard who makes a stop. We go to the last, but they're going to have to get a big magical over to win. 27 has to come from the last over. Impossible? No. It's on. I tell you what else could be on. The golden ball. 26 will bring us a golden ball in the very first match of the Western Shield. Who will it be? Team Europe or the British and Irish Knights in Game 1 of the Western Shield?
Wow, okay. Afridi's got his hat off. Maybe because there's a little light rain falling, I'm super surprised they don't go back to Saqib Zulfikar. Because he only went for 11. And Afridi, to be honest, he was a bit all over the place. But, I mean, it's only 1 over to judge. So, they think Afridi, he's a good death bowler. Okay, if you put that over out of your mind, and he's very good at delivering Yorkers at speed.
Yeah, I think they just decided that these two are well suited against spin. They hit the spin very well.
That's true.
And they're just hoping that Afridi gets, one of those slower balls in that doesn't go to the boundary, and that's enough to take the match here.
Last over, 27 for the win for the Knights.
That one is up and gone. Out of here. What a tremendous shot this is. And they're excited. We're excited. What a finish we're going to have here on match 1 of the Western Shield.
That's just Afridi. Of all the bowlers, he's maybe except for Floyd that we've seen, he would have been my second least choice for this situation, if I'm honest. All right, 86 now for Harrison Ward. His return to ECN.
Well bowled. Well, that's the ball you want. They're thinking of putting the pressure on. The game for it, are they? Here comes a throw. Big moment. They'll get back. They'll get 2.
This is what they do so well, these two. Any fumble they run, there's no hesitation. And even that fumble, it comes in front of DDC, who gets it back in. He rushes the throw. Ward gets back on strike. He's 88. What a knock this is from the left-hander.
And, well, that one could seal it because it's free to come. And all 3 now have to go for big 6s.
That's huge, isn't it? I mean, it would have been a wide. Even if he hits it, it's flying for 4 or 6, I think. But it's a perfect result. We have seen it done. We saw it done recently. Charles Packard, remember the name. He took 32 for the Calpe Giants off the last over in the recent ECL, including hitting the last 3 out of the park. It's Maximo Abbas now for the Knights. Lincoln has to send the last 3 to win the game for his team. And Mini Boom Boom just needs to keep the ball in the park.
And, well, that will do it, won't it? It's just going to be a single, and you can see a sense of relief from Team Europe. And, well, the Knights, they know that it's going to go not their way this time round. Wardy has been an unbelievable knock from him. He'll probably hit the next 2 balls for 6, but it'd be all in vain.
Well, he could actually bring up a ton here.
And that is going to be 4. So that's cuatro.
Got to keep it straight. I mean, to be honest, if anyone was going to deliver a minimo or something, probably a Freedy based on earlier. But, you know, credit to him. It would have been nerve-wracking to go for 6 first ball in this situation, to know you got guys you bowled against that are very capable of taking your magical and winning the game. Just has to keep this straight, and Europe get the win.
It's up in the air, and this one will go for 6 runs. It's going to be Seis Carreras, and Harrison Ward will finish on 98 not out for the score 166. They fall short by 6 runs. What a cracker we start with here. Well, Corey, well, he had some concerns, he had some worries, but in the end, he's be the one who'll be smiling, as it is Team Europe that win match number 1 of the Western Shield.
What a game. Okay, Ward finishes 98 not out. But to be honest, you know who my player of the match is? It's Khalid Ahmadi. Khalid Ahmadi for his 2 for 11, and I think if he doesn't do that, then they don't win the game. I don't think they're defending it.
Yeah.
But what a game! And the crazy thing is, it's just the first of 9. So match 2's coming up in 15 minutes. We're on the park, and this time it'll be the British and the Irish Knights who are batting first. They've been sent in by Team Europe. So yeah, I wonder, do you just keep those 2 out there maybe? I would probably think about doing that. They certainly don't want to go 2-0 down in the series, the Knights, but join us for that one. Nabi comes in for Team Europe. He's listed open with DDC, who I'm sure want to make up for that royal duck this morning. Let's go back and have a look. And in the end, you know, you look at the work of the openers, particularly Khalid Ahmadi, the fact that they pushed that rate up to 20 plus early, even though British and Irish Knights held on for a long time, mainly thanks to Ward and Lincoln late in the piece. They couldn't quite get across the line.
Yeah, look, for me, it's a no-brainer. Be interesting what everybody else thinks. But, yeah, Khalid Ahmadi is by far my player of the match. 2 wickets, only concedes 11 runs. And remember, he bowls that over number 2, where he only went for 3. Then he came back and bowled the 6th over, just when you thought that the Knights were starting to get things going, and he kept that tight as well. I mean, I know it's a superb knot there from Sikandar Zulfikar, 73 not out. You probably have to turn around and say, if it weren't for him, they would have got nowhere near the 172. And don't forget, and you said it as well, I mean, you said it's probably one of the best knocks that you've seen. I still don't think it's better than the one that beat Spain, but but next to that, that's got to be one of the best knocks I have seen, because they were in so much trouble.
Yeah,
they were in so much trouble.
But that's the thing. You can actually pick out about 4 players that all deserve the player of the match. Sumaret kind of did what Ahmadi did in the first innings, 2 for 17, with his changes of pace. And you have to be very, very clever to outfox opponents of this level. But the rate had gone up. The sixes just kept on disappearing. They ran pretty well. DDC having a few issues with this outfield. That was probably an opportunity for a run out, but wasn't gathered at the bowler's end. And it came down to kind of last chance saloon. Interesting that he went for himself here at Sikandar Zulfikar in the night. In the end, it wasn't a bad over. Went for 19 in the circumstances. The fact he didn't go magical made it a large amount. 27 off the last over for the win. And mini boom boom, although he got whacked out of the ground a few times, he held his nerve. 98 not out for Harrison Ward on his return to European cricket. And in the end, plenty of handshakes. And, well, the Knights on the back foot early. Team Europe get the first win of this one. And
what a knock.
166. So how many runs in that game? We had
338. 338. Can you believe it?
Yeah.
338, everyone.
So think of a 2020 game, which is 20 overs long, and imagine a team scoring 338. That's just what we watched. Lincoln was good there as well, wasn't he? 32 off 11, kept the game alive. Jenner, 27. Lynch, a first bowler in his first outing. 2 for 11. He is the player of the match. Khalid Ahmadi confirmed for his wonderful performance. Apart from that, it was pretty ugly. Saqib Zulfikar, still think he probably needed to get a second over in somewhere.
Yeah, that was a surprise.
It was a bit of a surprise, because I just do think he adds that level of mystery where I don't think you're picking 6 in a row off, you put it this way, in the last over. So 172 to 166, a real nail-biter. Quick turnaround here, back in about 10 minutes. Take you through to the second match, and it will be the Team Europe team that are fielding first after electing to do that. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Back soon with more Western Shield. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. What a start we had to the Western Shield with the British and Irish Knights going down in a brave chase. In the end, Team Europe won game one, 172 to 166. Some great individual performances in there. Harrison Ward with his 98 not out in a losing cause. Dan Lincoln with some big hitting at the end. Samarere with his skills with the ball in the first innings. Skander Zulfigar with his knock in the first innings as well. But how about Khalid Amadi, the smiling assassin, the player of the match? So going into match two, Team Europe, they have the choice in this game. So in the even-numbered games, Team Europe get the choice. In the odd-numbered games, the Knights get the choice. So Team Europe have elected to field first in this one. So this time they'll be on the chase. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing for the Knights to essentially keep on batting because they were smashing the ball all around the place in the first one. A few new names coming in that didn't play in the first game. Of course, we have 14-man squads in this series. One that I'm very, very interested to see is Ahmed Nabi, who had a bit of an underwhelming time for Dreux in their ECL defence just last month at the Khartoum Oval. But Nabi is in and he's listed to open the batting in the second innings of this game. Rico Full is standing by. I can tell you that the news out here is looking good at the moment. A little bit of light rain falling, but I don't think it's going to hold us up at all. With Team Europe electing to field in this one, the Knights to open up in the Western Shield, match two.
Welcome everybody, welcome to this superb, super dream weekend when Team Europe battle against the British and Irish Knights in the Western Shield. First one goes to, of course, Team Europe. They have won the first ever match of the Western Shield. Well, get ready, it's going to be a cracking weekend. Get your caramel popcorn out. It is caramel popcorn day today. Get the popcorn, sit back and enjoy. More action coming your way. Well, despite that win, the Team Europe find themselves still the underdogs in this one. 63% to 37%. That's what the win predictor is saying. Match number two. Here we go. Let's get ready to rock. And I reckon that, yeah, the British and Irish Knights, they're looking to bounce back strong here. And Team Europe electing to take the field. So Harrison Ward, well, don't forget, he's, let's just say he's 98 not out. 2 runs, he brings up his 100. What a good knock it was from him. Look, when you have close matches like that, there's so many things you can look at. Harrison Ward scores 98, but remember, I think he takes 3 balls to get going. Mohamed Ishan saves what would have been 5 wides with an incredible stop, and then also made a stop, which he got a glove to it, which meant that Damgard saves another 4 runs. Little things like that in tight games make a difference. In other words, sometimes that's where fielding becomes so important. Mujadadi looks like he's going to start off again. He bowled pretty well, but it has to be said, I mean, it was good to see that it was, of course, Khalid Amadi who got player of the match for his 2 for 11. Very good bowler, very difficult to pick his slow ball, and that's why he was useful. And I have to say that bowlers that have got that slow ball were the ones that were impressive in that last match. This is up in the air, and he's going to get lucky. Oh, well, this is really a, what do you describe it, a mishit, miscue, whatever you want, but it goes for 6. So Harrison Ward, based on the fact that he scored 98 not out in the first, I suppose he brings his 100 up. But look, this one surprises him. He's trying not to play a shot. He's trying to get the bat out of the way of it. And, well, even when he don't hit him to go for 6, that's a worrying sign, isn't it? So 6 to start on the first. We haven't got, this time, it's not a wicket of the first ball. It's a boundary. And this is another one that squares Wardy up. He gets a single. And I'm liking this. The 2 men that were not out in the last match, who probably are feeling they're seeing the ball better than everyone else, are going to be the openers here. So Wardy hands over to his captain, Dan Lincoln. Welcome to everyone as well. What a start. 338 runs in that first match. We knew it would be special. Oh, it was special. And this is, a lot of people say it's like fantasy cricket, isn't it just? And that's not a good delivery. And that one, well, we'll have to check this. Giving us 4. It's nice to see that Tyrone Peters is out there, who's been doing some of the tournament refereeing. And yeah, bounce and goes to the boundary, but not a good delivery from Mujadadi. Over pitch and too much width for Dan Lincoln, so he starts with the boundary. This one gets worked away. Fielder's got work to do. Brilliantly done there by GDC. That's his area, isn't it? Daniel Doyle-Kaya, he'll be looking to bounce back in this one, particularly with the bat. He was out for a Royal Duck. Well, what a match that is. Had everything. The very first ball of the Western Shield. It'll be remembered forever and a day, wouldn't it? As DDC, you'd have to say, an informed batter going first ball. Struggling with the bat, just in the 40s or 5 overs, and then score 126 of the next 5. All right, that's up in the air. This one will go all the way. Well, one thing I want you to look at with this shot of Wardy, he does it a lot of times. You know there's a big thing about no-look shot. Look at his head here, folks. Look at the head. So he's looking there. The ball is going over there. That's the second one he gets lucky with, but he hits the ball so hard. But there was a couple of shots that he played in the last one down on the leg side when he whips out of his pads. And, well, let's just say he's mastered the no-look shot. Mujadadi. This one's up in the air. It's an easy hit. And Mujadadi will go magical off the first. That's going to be 4. So the British and Irish Knights, they start in a magical way in a match that they definitely want to win. They want to level this series, the best of 9. And 22 off the first from Mujadadi. So the Knights off to a flyer. Well, there you go. Day 1, it's 1 up to Team Europe. Western Shield. And for those of you that are just coming in and maybe still expecting to see the European Cricket Series here in Portugal, well, that's on hold for the weekend. It will return on Monday. Now, this is the Western Shield. It's the Team Europe, so the best players of Europe selected up against the best from the British and Irish Knights. We've got some talent out there, some skill, and we had an absolute flyer to start off with, 172 to 166 in favour of Team Europe. Ah, that is a beautiful shot. Holds the pose. Ah, kinna sona. Kinna yaar main shot da maar ditta maine ek do photo khich de. Click, click, click. Smile, please. Ah, that's a beauty. And maybe that is your HCL software shot of today. What a beauty. Lovely strike. So, Khalid Amadi, player of the match in the last. His first one to Dan Lincoln. Gets hit for 6. Good comeback. Darts in the Yorker. The running in between the wickets is quite exceptional. Well, this one has, well, let's just say, knocked off the cap of Ishan. And I wonder if it gets a part of his cap or whether it's just the movement to avoid the ball. Here's the throw, and, well, yeah, it is. It's a capper. It's a deep capper for Ishan. Okay, Wardy. Oh, swing and a miss. It's a good ball to get through. Gets a dotted against a player who we know is in exceptional form. 98 not out in the first. Almost gets the Knights to victory. But falling short by 6 runs. A little bit of width this time. Pat on ball, and in comes the throw. If this hits, I get the feeling this would have been gone. Let's have a look at this again. He's a great pickup. There's the release. I don't think Wardy's in the picture. Let's have a look. Nah, he's gone. If that hits, he's a goner. And there's been a couple like this, haven't there? I think DDC, that's probably not the first one he's had a go at. There was one in the last match from Ishan as well. Ah, shot. Oh, what a great shot this is. It's the second time that Lincoln has gone, boom, shakalaka, straight down the ground. This is an absolute cracker. And it's the first one. If you like the first one, well, this one is probably even better. It's not a bad delivery, this, from Amadi at all. But I think, as Vinny sometimes says, you got a very small room for error against these top players. And if you get it wrong ever so slightly, you get punished. And chases this one. He's up in the air. It's an opportunity. It's a call of mine, and it's been taken. So Sikandar Zulfikar takes the catch, and Dan Lincoln gets to 18, but will depart. And Khalid Ahmadi, off the last ball of his first, picks up the all-important wicket. And the British and Irish Knights, after 2, they are 36 for 1. Good time to welcome back Vinny Sandhu, who comes at the fall of that wicket.
Yeah, chases what he probably should have left alone there, Dan Lincoln. I think that was going to be a wide. So the smiling assassin strikes, although it wasn't one-way traffic, was it, in that second over? Still kind of coming down from that first game. The standard was quite incredible. You can see there, 1 win out of 1 game for Team Europe. British and Irish Knights going down by 6 runs in the first one. Point system being used here, being that a regular win is 3 points and 1 for your opposition if you can thrash the other team. A bit like the old, it kind of has mirrors in the first class game where, you know, you can win on the first inning or you can win outright. So if you have a big win, you get 4 points, your opposition don't get any. Right now, Ramadi goes 1 for 14. It'll be number 14, which is Amir Sharif. Good to see him in the side for the first time. He's a guy we have seen playing in Italy a fair bit and doing some great things in an Italian shirt. And he plays his cricket for none other than Fresh Tropical.
Yeah, one of
So
the best
sure he's playing
names.
for this year, though. Here he is with his first ball of the series, and it's slow, it's short, and it's smashed down to the ground. Maximo! 6 runs and not the start that Sharif was looking for.
No time for looseness, Vinny. No time for looseness. It's short down the leg side, and maybe against other players, other teams, you get away with this, but not against these guys, and not against a guy who's, well, in the last match was 98 not out. So that gets smashed away. And a welcome to everybody that's tuning in. Hello to Jules, to Littleton, enjoying the action here. And Jasprit, he's saying, how many matches left? Well, after this one, we've still got 3 more to come, Jasprit. So get settled and enjoy this super fantastic weekend and that we got for you. Starting off with this, I'm calling it Dream Saturday because it is a dream to see these players on the park doing battle against each other as this one gets smashed out of here as well. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Brrrr. Ginna zona. Shaka lagya. Harrison Ward. He is motoring. Tim Tector is the batter that has joined him at the other end.
Yeah, and Sharif's come in a bit cold here against Ward, who is just having some kind of a morning, isn't he? 128 runs already and counting. Now he goes short, drags into the pitch again. But he's had a few of these, hasn't he, Harrison? He's going very hard. And even the balls that aren't quite off the middle are still flying with the pace of the bowler. Also brings up the 50 for the British and Irish Knights and only 15 balls.
Yeah, this time I think he knows exactly what he's doing with it. 3 balls, Vinny. 3 sixes. And Harrison Ward, he is rocking and rolling. And you can see that he's pretty keen to level this series for the Knights. 50 up, 54 for 1. 3 balls still to go in this one. All right, goes for another, and he'll get another. 4 in 4, everybody. 4 in 4. Well, if you like your Caribbean-style cricket, if you like your shaka, well, welcome to the Central Rhyme Cricket Ground here in Portugal, because we're bringing it to you. It's fireworks time, Pataki's time here in Portugal. Look where that's gone.
Yes, these are huge
Where
balls.
is that ended up?
All right, have a look at that. Oh, well, finally a miss. So Sharif not really given any time to find his feet here. British and Irish Knights keen to strike back after dropping the first game.
Yeah, Wardy was just once again looking to get that elevated over the offside in that backward point area. But a rare dot ball. And this one will be a wide, so he'll get it back, won't he?
To be honest, even the wicket they got, it was a little bit lucky because Lincoln chases a ball that I think is going for a wide, ends up towing it up in the end, getting caught. But Tim Tector, good to see him out there for the first time. Hasn't had to face yet. There's Tyrone doing his work out on the field now. Great umpiring crew we've got with this series as well.
And And this is up in the air, but it gets it over the infielder. DDC was inside the 30-yard circle. He's very quick to rock back, but he can't get there. This one probably another one, which is possibly going to be a wide. He's really chasing for it. And it's a shot that he's executed a few times. It's gone all the way. This time, he only just gets it over the infielder. He's going to get 4, but it's also going to be another magical over. That one goes for 29. And at the end of 3, 65 for 1.
It's funny. I'm not saying that team batting first is going to win here again because we've got no idea. And I wonder if teams keep defending totals where the teams start to wanting to bat first.
Yeah.
So far we've had the alternating system here of teams being able to choose and both teams choosing the field first. Here we go with Skeeb Zorfka coming on immediately at the end of the power play. Bit of a tight single. We often say that this ground is built for 5s, that if you throw the ball really hard, you're going to struggle to back it up on occasions. But I was still a little bit surprised that we didn't see Skeeb come back for a second over in that last game. Ward on 46.
What a start.
This is hit around the corner by Ward. That'll be his 50, and hasn't he been incredible this morning? He's 50 off 13 balls, and what do they say? Sometimes if you don't quite reach the heights you like, you just get back on the horse, and the fact that he's backed up so quickly, shots all around the ground there, shows you what a good player he is.
Yeah, sensational. It's just so much power. Even when he hits, it goes all the way. And this one's played out in the off. They'll take the single, and they're running hard on everything, aren't they? And there's been opportunities.
Yeah, let's see how he executes his wrong and when he tries it. All right, steps across and absolutely smashes it. Well, Tim Tector, I know the viewers like to call him Metal D, as in Metal D, Tector, but again, he's just got such a great swing of the bat. This is pretty to watch.
Yeah, look, there you go. Look where he's looking here. That's the no look. He's looking down. He's trying not to look at the shot. It's becoming a thing, isn't it? We saw Wardy playing it a few times, but that's the ball to play it to. You just know, don't you? You know from the sound, you know from the contact, you know from the feeling it's going to go all the way, and it does. So Tector, well, he gets an opportunity at 3, and at the moment he's going to relish that opportunity.
I love Annie's comment saying, this series is not for beginners. Yeah, I agree. This is pretty high standard. They're still trying to find that ball. The thing is, I think we might have lost more balls today than we've lost in the whole first 2 weeks of Portugal.
Is Elsa sucking on helium balloons here? Because her voice seems to go a bit funny in my earpiece now. Elsa, what's going on? Is that Elsa? No, it's not. Of course, it's young Casper. Hello, Casper. Casper, he's doing his rounds at the moment. And Junior Weston at the ground. All right, that's going to be another one that will go one bounce for. They're picking the gaps here pretty well, aren't they? And I know we're out of the power play. So just having a look at this field at the moment. So you got the 3 men on the leg side. And it's an orthodox field. Extra cover is on the boundary. And it looks like they're making a change here now. So square leg comes in to get the extra protection out on the offside. And I wonder if Tector now will try and go over the leg side here. Well, not with that one because it's nicely played. And that's fielder has to keep an eye on that ball all the way, Sharif. But that fielder does his job. That's why he's put out there.
I've got to say that I'm really impressed at how they've handled these ground balls at the moment. All the players, really. We haven't seen too many fumbles at all. End of the over. It's 82 for 1 after 4. And just a run rate of 20.5 so far for British and Irish Knights through this one. That over, okay, goes for 17. I'm starting to think any over that doesn't go magical feels like a win. But I got a feeling, what's par here? I got a feeling par in these games is like 160. I don't know, maybe that's high. Maybe 150. Maybe we've just seen outrageous batting so far. But yeah,
I'm with you. I'm with you. I reckon 150 is going to be about the par. You know, I think we'll see that.
Here's Mini Boom Boom. And he's going to start by getting hit away over the offside. Maximo! As Hector gets into his work. Mini Boom Boom, they trust him in the last over last game. So obviously he's a bit of a go-to man for them, but the first ball disappears.
He likes his shot though, doesn't he? He likes his shot. He's executed that a few times. That's beautifully done. And I wonder if, well, still no change. They're keeping it as it is. They're keeping that square leg back. They don't want to commit.
This is wide-ish. It's kind of on the end of the bat for Tector. Will only get one.
Takes a single, so Wardy gets back on strike here. And Harrison, well, he missed out by 2 on what could have been an amazing and a match-winning century in the last match. Well, he's on course for one here at the moment. We still haven't got to the halfway point here. So Freedy, just waiting for the scoreboard just to update for you folks.
Yeah, he won't want to update. Anyway, it's a good ball. Yeah, straight down the pitch though. But just a little bit of seam movement away from Harrison Ward on that occasion. This is a good example of it. Look at that seam, pretty upright. Slight deviation.
Okay, now a little bit of a change in the field. So one more going across to the offside here to Harrison Ward. I feel that he's pushed TDC back.
Boom, boom. Comes in again. Pretty well located here. I'll tell you what, slow to move, and I think that would have been gone if it had hit.
This could be buzzers here.
I said it's made for 5s. This won't be a 5, it'll be a 2. But definitely worth going for it then. Could have been the end of Tim Tector.
Yeah, there's been opportunities, mainly from Team Europa to get a couple of run-outs in. This was another one. And what was almost nothing becomes 2.
Yeah, 1 brings 2. Ward gets the strike back. Gets a low full toss. Can't really get a full swing on. This would have been pretty tight as well, you know.
They're certainly going for it, aren't they? It's another one that gets thrown. Wardy's no idea it's probably coming, but he makes it. It's not the worst of overs, this, from a
look,
freebie.
I'm going to say if you can win the battle with 16, you've done pretty well in your over. That's kind of where I'm ending up. Time will tell with the scores here. But it feels like a kind of 15 and over series. I don't know. There's some good bowlers in there. And this pitch slightly different from the Cardimer Oval where we've normally seen these players. That's almost a Yorker, but that just shows you what I'm talking about. He might have missed by 6 or 8 inches there, but it gives Tector the ability to get the middle of the bat more or less on. It opens the face as well. So end of the over. And it's 96 for 1 after 5. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full as we welcome you into the cube. Game 2. Game 1 was a banger. I feel like they'll all be bangers. Bit of quick food chat. I've got to say thanks to Girish, who has given me this. Watch this. It's chocolate salami. I know it's a bit early for food chat, but I might share that with some of the crew. You said you've had it. I know that Casper's in here as well. Come on the camera, Casper. Yeah, well, it says Casper Weston. And of course, this is the Weston Shield. Casper is the son of ECN founder Dan Weston. We also have the patriarch, Ken Weston, here as well. So 3 generations of Westons. And who knows, maybe one day Casper won't just be on the Shield, but he'll also be out in the middle playing for Team Europe.
One day you'll be playing out there one day, won't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course
and if you ask Casper what his favourite shot is, you always say big shots, don't you? He's like, I love big shots. So this is the future. This is really... I mean, Casper and the like are really what ECN is geared to in the long term. Right now, this is a long ball from Ward, who takes the first ball of the over and puts it over the leg side. Maximo! And the 100 comes up with that shot from the British and Irish Knights.
Yeah, he's looking good, isn't he? I mean, it took him, I reckon, 3 or 4 balls to get going in that first match. But this is what good players do. They adapt and adjust to the condition very quickly. He's got a feel for this pitch, and at the moment, he's going nicely. I don't think this is, because I think he takes a step He takes a little step.
He steps early.
Yeah.
See, before the ball's released, he steps across almost one whole
Good
set
call.
of stumps.
Really good call from the umpire.
Tough one because you're meant to be looking at two things at once. I don't know how that's possible. A rare miss from Ward. Sakanda with the ball. I think a pretty handy option last time, but this time he's going to be whacked away over the offside. It's Maximo Ward having some kind of morning, isn't he? So he scored 164 runs this morning without being dismissed.
That's just a powerful strike. I mean, some of the shots he's playing here are quite remarkable and they're breathtaking. They really are. Just steps back and powers it over the boundary.
This one kind of bites into him a little bit. Has to play it off stump slightly inside out. Gets a single. So this, I'm going to throw something at you, which I don't have an answer for. What's the score you think can't be chased? Because I can't think of one. Like 200?
No, I think 200. We know we've been close to 200 chase. I don't think so. Look, there's a couple of things we've said, haven't we? And we reckon it will happen this year. One of them is a bowler picking up a 7-for, and the other, I think, is a 200 chase. I reckon we will get a 200 chase.
Well, I said last year that we'll have a team defend in the 50s eventually. That
Okay.
happened. Don't think that'll happen this series. But yeah, still breaking new ground, aren't we? Even after 5,000 matches. Metal D gets across and gets a slow ball, I think, from Zulfikar.
I think when you have a look, especially when you got teams like this, right? You got the best of the crop in both sides. Every batter is able to smash sixes for fun. And that for me means that, you know, as we almost saw in the last match, chases of 160s, 170s, 180s, and even 200s. If it's ever going to happen, these guys here will do it.
If the teams are evenly matched, if one team can do it, the other team can. Right, doesn't really get the middle on this, but doesn't get the elevation, but he's still going to get 6. Maximo, you see the power of Ward. What I really meant, I suppose it is pretty, yeah, close enough to the middle. I think with the power he's got, finds the gap. It's probably catchable height, but there's no fielder in the way. 116 for 1 after 6. Okay, talk me through this chocolate salami, because I've heard a lot about it. It's not like meaty though, is it?
Nah,
it's
not
just
meaty.
Shaped like salami.
Yeah, it's like a biscuit and chocolate that's been combined together. It's a little bit, it's not like your typical spongy type of cake. It's a bit crumbly, but it's delicious. With a nice coffee, you'll enjoy it.
All right, that's something for me to try in the lunch break, and I may share, but we'll see. It's yes, kind of interesting that. I mean, they used 7 bowlers in the last game. So maybe one thing you can... Let's talk about what can you do when you're getting absolutely torched. Changing the bowlers probably not a bad thing. Somebody might come off and then they pick themselves through a second over, really. Right now, here's Kalagamagay coming in for the first time.
Yeah, nice to see him here. Of course, plays his cricket in Italy.
Roma CC.
In Roma CC.
Where the Meltool Shield will be played for
Hello
the first
to
time.
anyone that's tuning in from Italy and from
Prabath and
Roma
Lorena,
CC.
I'm sure they're tuning in, all our friends. A bit of matrix action there from Ward. He has to see him well at the other end.
Yeah, ducking and diving. Right.
It's crazy about Ward. He just makes it look so easy, like anyone could do it. But they can't. He's such a good player. This one, I think, flicks the leg. Maybe not, according to Tyrone. He calls it a wide. I heard a bit of a noise, but maybe it was something else. He's a lot closer than we are. This one almost a Yorker, but not quite. Almost taken in the end. I think that's gone all the way it has. It's horns, baby. It's Maximo. Daniel Dorkaya had a bit of an identity crisis here. I think he ends up trying to palm it to his teammate, but it was tough because he was almost landing as well.
Yeah.
So that one ends up over the ropes. We're bowled. You know the thing about Krishan is he can bowl off spin, he can bowl leg spin. And I didn't realise this until I saw it live. He's quick. If he wants to bowl for the long run, he can. He was probably one of the fastest bowlers in Italy that I saw. Anyway, right now, this one's disappearing quickly out of the ground. Ward just has a knack of getting sixes in this quarter, doesn't he? In this one, that is maximal 6 runs.
Yeah, he's quite clever in getting the elevation in the shots. It's all about the angles that he gets. And this time uses more one hand than two. but he gets the desired result. He moves to 85.
This is hit straight, and it's hit very well. Maximo as the 7th goes magical. That's 20, which is plenty, and the Knights building a monster total here in match 2.
Yeah, and a lot of these shots, I mean, like those ones, he's hitting them so powerfully, but flat. It looks like he might have an issue with his bat here. I think he's a couple of times hinted that he wants another one out there. It seems to be going all right to me.
Jeez, he's 91. I actually think this has been a half decent over. Probably half of the balls have worked out for him. Kalagamage ends up going for 21. And at the end of 7 overs, the score 137 for 1. Quick hello to everyone who's watching in the chat. Hello to Rob Thompson. That is the Rob Thompson in New Zealand, not the Rob Thompson, the Knights manager. Hello also to Steve C. Hello to John Gray. Hello to Kroom and everyone else. Of course, we're currently in Portugal. And why are we in Portugal? Yes, for the Western Shield, but also as part of the European Cricket Series program, where we'll visit many, many different locations across the year. See, our next stop is France, that will begin on the 15th of April. Of course, we'll continue Portugal on Monday as well. And yeah, interesting one there, I suppose, for a lot of people. England on the calendar for the first time, starting the 27th of May. Rome, we just talked about. That's in the 12th of August, kind of middle of August window with the Meltle Shield as well. The other thing, which people might not realise if they're just tuning in first time in a while, the ECC this year is actually in 2 divisions. Anyway, this is going to scream away as Ward moves to 96. Amadi comes back. Again, does he even miss? Maybe he misses slightly full, but Harrison, such good hand-eye coordination, such fast hands, gets 4 runs.
Yeah, this is just exhibition stuff, isn't it? From Harrison Ward, he'll be disappointed that his efforts last time getting 98 not out didn't result in a win, but this time he's looking to help his team get to a huge score. 96 of 28, 1 shot, 1 boundary, brings him the first century on the Western Shield.
Just touching on that one more time quickly, the ECC, or the Euros of Cricket in September and October, for the first time is in 2 divisions. So there's the Premier Division of the ECC, and that's the top 21 ranked countries. The other 11 play in the ECCX, and there will be a promotion relegation system from now on. So that's a really exciting development. I think we're going to get a lot of closer matches as well, a few less mismatches in this year's ECC, which of course is where we met Harrison Ward for the first time, playing for the England 11 now. He's on 96. And he just whips this away. It's a chase, and the ball's going to win the race. Harrison Ward with the first ever Western Shield century. Well batted. He brings it up in 29 balls. A fantastic innings from the left-handed opener. He is such a prodigious talent.
Oh, what a joy. What a pleasure to watch Harrison Ward out there. Wardy, superb. Well done. 98 not out in the first. 100 not out here. 198 in 2 knocks. And he's still going. The first century of the Western Shield.
Now, if you're keeping count at home, it'll be 199. He actually hits the stumps with his bat on the way through. Harrison Ward. I think that would have been out if it hit. Let's have a look on the replay. Certainly takes the most direct route, doesn't he? Middle stump to middle stump. Not really an issue, I think, on an artificial pitch. And we actually, with this field in particular, because the areas around the pitch need to be looked after, kind of encouraging batters to run on the pitch. Also for safety reasons, because we did have a lot of moisture in the last week or 2. Tector playing the kind of second fiddle at the moment. There's a little glance towards deep third. Sees his fielder down there. 190 expected at the moment. Smiling assassin Amadi comes in. There's that slow ball. I love this ball. Yeah. It's very hard to pick. And even for someone that's pretty much in, like Tector, it's the arm speed which does you. It's very difficult to pick. And you can see there, really didn't find the pace of that at all. This one slides into him, and that's also what makes his quicker one even more effective. So I wouldn't say he's an express bowler, but you can see that Tector, because now it's in his mind, that slow ball, he's late on the kind of stock delivery.
Yeah, it's once again, good variation. That's the only thing, I mean, when you know you're up against players like this, everyone capable of scoring big scores, all you can do as a bowler and as a fielding unit is just try and get those little wins. You know, like that's a little win. That
Oh,
ball
well,
doesn't go to
could
the
be out.
boundary.
I mean, to be honest, he picked a good line, didn't he, there, Tector, because he had to throw through him if you're going to hit the stumps. In the end, he'll get a run. Edging that one onto the pads.
There's Wardy again, isn't
Wardy,
it?
pardon me.
There's been a few opportunities to get him.
Almost wears this in the 35, to be honest. Anyway, he survives to tell the tale, and at the end of the 8th over, it's 148 for 1.
Yeah, what we were talking about. Gummagate coming from Rome. And you know what day it is in Rome. You're going to be disappointed you're not in Italy. It is Carbonara Day,
boy.
everybody's favourite pasta dish.
Everyone knows I've got a carbonara habit when I go to Italy. 3 a day, man. So maybe I'll just have Be Good around that so I can still fit into my suits.
Yeah.
All right, so we'd say it all happens in the 9th. I mean, that was a pretty good over. Only 11 off it.
It's
from
good over. The
Carlito Marti.
best one so far, I think.
Yeah. So look, if you could, let's say, keep it down to 15s, you're chasing 170s. Yeah, maybe. Edged, and a very good catch. Isan's been outstanding with the gloves this morning. And finally, Harrison Ward is dismissed after scoring 200 runs in the first 2 games. But it's a fantastic bit of bowling and keeping, actually, that finishes him off. Isan takes it low to his right, and a brilliant and historic innings is coming to an end at 102. The Knights, 148 for 2.
Yeah, what a cracking catch that from Ishan. He just looks on, doesn't he? There's something about him here. But look at the applause. Let's just appreciate first what we've seen here from Harrison Ward. A fantastic century, 102 of 31 deliveries. And, well, not only that, remember he scored 98 not out in the first. So he scored 200 runs in the first 2 innings that he's played. And, well, what a strike rate and what an average, as it will be. Tom Hinley, that comes in at number 4.
Yeah, it'd be good to see him for the first time with the bat. He was brilliant as well for England 11, injected into their team in the 2023 tournament. Ultimately, they went all the way. Mujadadi with the big wicket award. Now he gets worked away by Hinley, and that's going to be 4. Confident start from Hinley, batting the number 4 position.
Yeah, good shot. Just into the pads. And Hinley, that's where you like it. A left-hander. And no lefties love it coming into their pads. Whips his away. Mujadadi needs to try and get this one. Yeah, you can see Ishan saying, over here, get it over on this side. Mujadadi does, but does he play with the line here? Umpire thinks about it. He's going to get away with this. And I think it's an umpire's call for me. I think he catches a bit of this for me. I reckon that does get a bit of the line. Tyron Peters sees it differently.
Yeah, I think he's lucky to get away with that, if I'm completely honest.
And that's just easy. You can't be bowling there. That's just a lovely time shot for 6. And 6 more. The runs keep on coming. Just eases this away. It's all about the areas. Gets it wrong. And just swivels this over for 6. There you go, Tyron Peters, giving us the horns signal. Mujadadi. 4 and 6 in this over. And did start with a wicket. And that one will be a wide. And once again, Ishan does well. Gets across, doesn't he? Good footwork from him.
Yeah, Hinley, left-hander for a left-hander. I wonder if that's tactical as well. I think having the right-hand, left-hand combination just forces the bowlers to keep adjusting, the field to keep adjusting as well. Steps across and hits this one, Hinley. And Daniel Dorka, yeah, it's had a bit of an interesting morning in the field. He's able to handle that one cleanly. Keep it to 160 up with 7 balls still to come.
Yeah, looking to go beyond the 172 that Team Europe finished with in the first match, and they should do. Well, the expected score, the computer is saying that they will get to around about the 179. It's nice to see a nice crowd gathering here as well this weekend here in Portugal at this beautiful Centre Arm cricket ground. And why not? If you want to see exciting cricket, it's the place to be.
Well, this one dug into the pitch. In fact, it's going to be gone. Well, we'll be disappointed with that. Tector, look, he does his a decent job, 25 off 12 in the end, but he just didn't quite look like he'd found the pace of the pitch yet. And that's a good example. I think it's kind of dug in by Mujadadi, who is pretty quick normally. I don't think this is kind of 100% pace from him. Maybe slightly rolls the fingers on it. And unfortunately, Tim Tector, he just couldn't wrap the arms, or couldn't wrap the hands through it. It's a nice catch taken there, regulation catch really by Krishan Kalugamage, and the third wicket falls off the last ball of the ninth. It's 160 for 3.
Yeah, it'll be disappointing. I think he was kept off strike a little bit, was Tector, and that one from Mujadadi is one that he would normally expect to put away. And doesn't really get the desired contact. Kalugamage takes the catch, another wicket will go down, and it's 160 for 3 with 6 balls to go in the innings.
Good over here, keep it non-magical, chasing 170s, brilliant over, then maybe 160s if you're Team Europe. Hey, how about Harrison Ward though, 102. Fantastic effort, backing up his 98 not out. So far, yeah, the run rate's been in the 16s, and this is no exception at the moment. In fact, they're going at almost 18 and over, as last over is on the way. And they're going to stick with Mini Boom Boom as the 10th over bowler. Checks the drive here, should be gone. He is gone. So 2 wickets and 2 balls. Hindley goes now. Sakanda with the catch. So Afridi comes back, gets it up almost in the block hole. And the Knights lose a couple quickly. It's 160 for 4.
Yeah, look, these are all important wickets. Just want to focus on the last 2 overs as well. So after we had a couple of magical overs on the spin from Sakanda Zulfikar and Kalugamage. Amari's over went for 11. That last one from Mujadadi goes for 12, also 2 wickets. Now this one starts with a wicket. So this is a good finish here from Team Europe. And they'll be feeling, you know, they can keep it to under that 175. Bearing in mind what they did in the first match, they'll be feeling pretty confident.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like the British and Irish Knights didn't quite bowl to their potential, though. I think they missed their spots a bit. I think they'll improve this game. Jonty Jenner comes out at number 6. You know how talented he is. 5 balls to play with. That's well bowled again. That's good length. Kind of beats Jennifer Pace there. Well, Harrison Ward, he's made a bit of history himself as well, because he is now the first ever century maker in a Western Shield. And look, quite a few of these players are on that list already. That was actually the 36th century of the season. Brilliant moment. Great to be here live to watch them. We're so happy to bring it to you on ECN and fan code. All right, in the air. It's a heavy ball. This could be caught. No, not quite. Just out of the grasp. Oh, slow to get to the ball. Isan should take the run out there, and he does. So it was a nice bit of work. I actually think they almost goaded them into going for a second run here, because good old-fashioned foxing. Took a bit of time to get to the ball, but then ran a pretty good line there. So keep it fine in the throw. A little bit wide, but you can see Isan just gets that ball onto the stumps, and with plenty of time to spare. So Jenner, it's pretty unselfish from him, really, to take on that second run, just in case. He almost makes it, but not quite. 161 for 5.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. You got to, you know, you're in the last over. You got to try and push for 2. You'll get the 1. So 161, 3 balls to go.
Pretty good recognising of the situation by Isan that, okay, if he takes that cleanly, he's got time to get to the stumps. So he doesn't have to rush the catch. Sometimes you see keepers fumbling those ones, already thinking about getting the ball to the stumps, but the throw came in pretty quickly. Here's Jack Jarvis. Good to see him with the bat as well. He's going to get a thick edge. It's going to run away for 4. Cuatro carreras. Yeah, Jarvis is a guy we first met when he was playing for the Scottish 11, and I just thought he was brilliant with the bat and the ball. Liked his attitude. He's kind of got a take-no-prisoners approach. He's a competitor, and Freddie even can flash a smile there. Shrugs his shoulders saying, oh, well.
Can't do much about it.
Yeah.
And they've got nobody back at third as well. They have now, so there's a field change, but it's come after the event has happened.
160 still. 2 to come. Oh, he goes full again. This is 2 full. I don't think it's quite high, but they'll definitely check it. Let's have a look. Let's have a look, because he plays it with a straight bat. Oh, for me, it's probably just under. That one shows just below the waist.
Probably just okay, but
Yeah.
I mean, when you're bowling at this pace, I mean, if it gets called, it wouldn't surprise
If they
me
call
either.
in the
because,
field, then you'd leave it probably.
yeah, you don't want to be bowling that high. I mean,
But he does try. One thing I do like about Afridi, he's uncomplicated with his bowling. He just tries to hit the block hole. And you know he's trying to do it, but it's still hard to hit. Last ball coming up. He hits it this time, 170. He'll probably go for 2. And it's a good take. Isan's been brilliant with the gloves today. That was an awkward take. It wasn't probably the best throw. Bounced just in front of him, but he takes it. So it'll be 1 and done for the British and Irish Knights, who finished 170 for 6. We saw Jarvis getting run out off the last ball. Fitchett out there as well. But he wasn't required to face a ball in the end. See, 170, I still think it's slightly above par. I think that 170 is winning you more games than it isn't. But still, as we've seen this morning, there's a lot of firepower on both sides. This game is very much in the balance.
yeah, I think Team Europe finished very well there. The last 3 overs go just for 33, and we've seen some of the finishes that we've seen already in, for example, that first match in both innings. You know, there were magical finishes. So we score the last 3 overs going for like in the 60s and in the 70s. So that's a great turnaround, I think, for your Team Europe. It still runs on the board for the Knights, and I think you're right. I think we'll see better from them in this one, from their bowlers. I think this time around they're probably trying to keep that stranglehold for a bit longer and trying to squeeze Team Europe. But one man they tried to get hold of pretty early was Harrison Ward. But wasn't he superb? Played beautifully, hit some lovely shots. You saw Dan Lincoln, he was caught there by Sikandar Zulfikar for 18. Tim Textor then came out, but really, I think for most of the time he was out there, he was just watching the Harrison Ward show.
Yeah, and it was some show, wasn't it? Harrison, he's just spent the European winter playing cricket in Australia and playing a good level of cricket as well. Obviously, we've seen him around the setup as well in things like in the first class game and the short forms of the game at a county level. It's he played shots off the back foot, off the front foot. Seemed to be really good at kind of getting balls over the offside for 6 as well.
Yeah.
Even balls didn't come quite off the middle. That one was a bit of a stinger for DDC. Couldn't keep it in the field of play. But it was a brilliant innings, wasn't it? 12 sixes, 5 fours on the way to his 100, which he brought up in 29. Ends up facing 32 for 102. It was a pretty good bit of bowling and wicket keeping to finish him off in the end. Isan, inside edge is never easy for the keeper, but he took it low and to his right. I've got to say, Isan, this is probably the best I've ever seen him keeping, and he's having to do it against some bowlers that he's probably not that familiar keeping to either. As Hindley came out, we saw him whack a 4 straight away, so just kind of pulling the chute a little bit towards the end. We saw 11 off the 8th, 12 off the 9th, and 10 off the 10th. So that just keeps this at 170 and not kind of 180, even 190 that looked like they might be chasing at one point. That was a bit of a disappointing end there with Kalagamagay getting Tector after his 25. Sikandar took a good catch in the last, and they're still doing the right things here, trying to push for every run. That was another good take from Isan off the throw that was a little bit wide from Sakib. I think he kind of goads him into it. And edged 4, well, that would be about all she wrote, with 3 wickets falling in that last over. But again, mostly, well, 2 of them were run-outs. In fact, we had 5 wickets in the last 2 overs. So, yeah, those last 3 overs only going for 33 just keep things alive, I think, in this game. 102 for Harrison Ward, though, the first ever century in the Western Shield. Brings it up in 29 balls, finishes 102 off 32. 25 for Tector in there. Lincoln with handy early 18 off 6 that he faced. Hindley with 11 and 9 for Jarvis towards the end. Just the 4 extras, and we know that's something the British and Irish Knights struggled with in the first game.
Yeah.
And I think the fact that they only deliver 4 extras, probably the reason this isn't something like 180s or 190s, but really interesting game here in match 2.
Yeah, very interesting. On the bowling front, once again, I think we saw that Khalid, he bowled a good one again. I mean, 25, you go with that. 1 for 25. It was a good effort from him. Mujadadi could bowl with a bit of pace as well. But Sikandar Zulfikar, he bowls the 1 over for 19. We don't see him come back. Kalanganagay was a little bit expensive. But look, I think you take, this is where, as a fielding unit, you take the little wins, but wins a daddy, 2 for 34, he'd be happy. But I think a Freedy spell is a good spell as well.
Freedy, keeping it simple,
yeah,
and going for and just trying to jam that block hole. We'll take a break. Back in just a few minutes. It'll be 1-7-1, a very similar target to the first game, where we know that that one was a nail biter. So hold on to your hats and get on the edge of your seats. We'll be back shortly here at the Santarém Cricket Ground, Europe's very own SCG. Very shortly for more Western Shield. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back as we get ready for the reply now from Team Europe in match number 2 of the Western Shield. The Knights, they've gone out there and they put 170 on the board. It could have been more, but it was a good comeback from Team Europe, just restricting the last 3 overs, just going for 33. So good fight back. This is the bonus point equation, and just remember that. Score of 119. So achieve the target in 7 overs or less. Well, you'll get all the points from this contest. That seems quite unlikely. And if the Knights can restrict the opposition here, Team Europe, to a score of 119 or less, then they get an opportunity to pick up a valuable bonus point as well. And that will mean if they get the win and restrict Team Europa to that score, then they take all the points. So that's what's at play here. Yes. You get ready for the action to begin. Need a good start, and of course power play is everything. You've got to make the most of the first 3 overs. And last time round, of course, it was a slow start for Team Europe. And of course, DDC, remember, he went very first ball for a Royal Duck, so he's keen to make a better start. And it was Jack Jarvis, the man that got him. Let's play, says Tyrone Peters. Here's the first delivery. And it's another one that gets angled into DDC. And a bit of bat on that one, says Tyrone. And I don't see it myself, to be honest, but Tyrone probably just wants to make sure that DDC does get a little bit of something on it. He gets a run. He's happy about that. Jarvis doesn't like the call. And they go with Nabi. All right, here we go. Nabi didn't quite click in the European Cricket League. And that's going to be a dirty one down the leg side from Jarvis. A good take from the keeper. That's probably the one for the over as well. Good work from Dan Lincoln. Looks back to his mark. Jarvis wants to bowl that good heavy ball. Look at the way he's holding the seam there, so he's wanting this one to maybe get a bit of movement away from the batter. And not down that area. That's another good take from Lincoln. You can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to tuck up the batter. He wants to angle this into the body of Nabi and tuck him up and get him to play a full shot. Vinny Sandy joins me back in the cube.
It's interesting. I think DDC's considering running on these, but I wouldn't have ever batted with Nabi before, and Nabi can be a bit hairy between the stumps as well. So I don't think he wants to run out Nabi for a duck. All right, Nabi o'clock is here. Jarvis. This one is hit. It'll be a first run for Nabi. Bit of a bottom edge dragged away. And Fitchett does the fielding down there. He's also into the side. We saw him batting, but not actually facing a ball in the first half of this game. The start's important. Just looking at staying on that pace, 17 and over, 51, let's say, in the power play. DDC, you know how good he is. And we also know he accepts the fact that you're going to make some ducks.
Yeah.
You know, he rarely wastes his time at the crease, so that's for sure. This one takes off him a little bit. He can cross that one slightly. But, yeah, I like this pitch. And one of the reasons I like this pitch, for me, it actually replicates a natural turf pitch a little bit. Because there's a little bit of variation in it, not too much. So you can see that one kind of took off a bit. We've seen balls hitting the seam and deviating a bit. So it's funny. I actually think this pitch might be a little bit tougher to bat on than the Carlton Roval. But because of the quality of the bats we've got here, they've adjusted and we've seen some pretty big scores today. Now this is straight up in the air. Lincoln has called it. He wants it. He's running and he is catching. So it's another failure for DDC at the top of the order. Jarvis with the early pole and Team Europe on the back foot early. It's 4 for 1.
Yeah, now this is a good example of where, because of the quality of players we got on display, on show, these sort of catches are taken. I think if we were watching a number of other matches around Europe. This one ain't getting taken. It goes so high up. And just look how quickly Dan Lincoln gets there. He is literally sprinting full pelt, gets there, gets under it, makes it look easy. Vinny, that is no easy catch.
No, it wasn't. But it was easiest for him because he's got the gloves. I think he did probably realize straight away how far he'd have to run. But I would say that if the keeper can reach the ball comfortably, they should call it. And I added that word comfortably in there because... you know, if the keeper's having to run and dive and maybe go one-handed at it and there's all these fielders just standing around, then maybe you do leave it for the fielders. But, yeah, look, Daniel Dorkaya, again, unfortunately, can't get going. 1 off 3, but leaves plenty of time. And really, this guy, Sakana Zulfikar, didn't he bat so well earlier?
Yeah. He was sensational. Gets a short delivery.
Isn't it funny, though, that in the first half they could only score 46 last time? They were well on the back foot in the first game.
They weren't in the contest.
But it's kind of a similar start. I mean, Nabi's a real X factor. Nabi's a funny one because, yeah, he's just impossible to bowl to when he's on. But we saw him not on in the recent ECL. It's a 1/2 century and had a miserable group stage, only I think 32 runs. Hits this straight, not quite out of the middle, and it's a brilliant catch. How about that from Jonty Jenner, who goes one-handed to his right, and that's the quality that these teams are putting on the park. It's a one-hand grab, and the European skipper goes for a duck. The score is 4 for 2.
Oh, this is sensational. You know, I'm watching him with his eye on this, and I think at one point he knows the only way he's catching this is with this sort of one-handed dive. And, oh, that is sensational. Jonty Jenner with the one-handed Jalebi Delight. What a catch. And we get it on the slow-mo as well. That's a sensational catch. And, of course, it removes the dangerous Sakana Zulfikar, who was 73 not out in the first. Incredible.
Yeah, that's a huge one, actually. So 70 matches since a golden ball. We got pretty close to one in the first game. Hey, that catch from Jenner, I don't know if he's still got the super slow-mo there, but... this is one example. He probably could have reached it with 2, but that other arm would have had to come across his eyes and it would have made it more awkward. So I actually think he could have reached it with 2, but he still made a good option. His best chance of actually catching the ball was to have a good, clean line of sight and get it in the middle of the hand. And that's exactly what happened. Jarvis, what a first over from him. Takes 2 for 4. Nabi is joined at the crease by... Mini Boom Boom. So these are the kind of things that I'm so excited to see. Yeah. You got Nabi and Afridi batting together in the Team Europe shirt. And they're going to have to face a very, very crafty bowler in Julius Summerer. Second over. And Nabi pumps it. What a shot that is. It was pitched up. It was pace on from Julius. And it disappears. Maximo, 6 runs.
Yeah, Julius Summerer, you have to say, he was the pick of the bowlers for the night for the Team Europa in the first one. This time, he just gets absolutely pegged.
Slower ball probably coming for me. I think Julius will probably go straight to it. And it's a very, very good slower ball that's tough to pick. Got a feeling it's coming.
Yeah, he's got ability, and that's what's worked here, the slow deliveries.
There it is. Nabi slices it slightly, and he should be gone, and he is gone. So change of pace works. And Nabi goes 6 it out here, and Team Europe, well, they're in all sorts of trouble early on. They're 10 for 3 after 8 balls of this second innings.
Yeah, well, this time, I think the Knights are pretty keen to keep the pressure on and not take the foot off the pedal. And Nabi, yeah, look, he only plays one way, Nabi. Whether it's slower, whether it's quick, whether it's pitched up or short, he's going to go for it. But clever, and this is what I was saying. He was the pick of the bowlers for the Knights for me. With Summerora, he bowled those slower deliveries, and a bit like a lead for Team Europa. It's those variations that have worked here, and Nabi, disappointment, he'll go for 7.
Yeah, I mean, goes the way that he plays, but I think he probably knows at the contact point that he hasn't quite judged the pace of it. Summerer is one of the better bowlers going around on the circuit, isn't he? Mike Frost takes the catch, who's into the side for this game. Darmgard comes out at number 5. But I'm just keeping an eye on that required rate. Okay, started at 17 and over. Crept out to pretty quietly to 18.6 at the moment. So, yeah, the other thing is, Remember, the bonus point is in play as well. So, at 119, bare minimum for Europe. Darmgard faces up. This is hit pretty well into the gap, hits on the up. Maybe a catchable height, but he threads the needle and gets his first boundary. Nice shot by Nikolai.
Yeah, he was good, wasn't he? The European Cricket League, and he plays shots like this. He just batted with a lot of time. He's a powerful hitter. He likes to hit on the offside. He's very good, hitting straight down the ground. That's what I remember about him. Some of his straight drives were just exquisite.
Yeah, slow ball. He checks his shot. Pick up, throw. I think he's in with his foot. It probably wasn't the best run in between the wickets. They're going to check this because he is actually, I think he's actually in the air, but I think he's already landed in the crease. Let's have a look at it. Ooh, yeah, see? But that's not going to win any prizes in running between the wickets competitions, if there is such a thing. The other thing is, I know it's a bit of a habit to break, but this is one ground we talked about it because of the areas around the pitch not being particularly reliable. You've got to run on the pitch.
Yeah, you've got to try and run on the edge of that pitch. I mean, because in the last few days we've had some good sunshine, it has dried up pretty well, but still, yeah, you want to be safe. Well, they're running this one as well, and they will get there. It's a little cheeky back flick there from Samaroa.
Got a few tricks. Well, actually I had a flashback then when Samaroa was charging down the pitch, and Gina Brescia fans will know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That was one of the most bizarre endings to a cricket match we've ever had on ECN. Anyway, his shoulder is completely fine after that nasty collision. There's the teammates there. Old Victorians.
Old Victorians having a little...
I think Jonty said, why didn't you just take him out? Probably because Afridi might lay him out. Anyway, the next one is driven just a single. And yeah, this is creeping out of control already, really. You do have the hitters there, that's for sure. Great over by Julius with just the 13 runs coming off that. And the score is 17 for 3 after 2. And yeah, keep an eye on the points column. Ultimately, that's what will decide who wins the Western Shield. And that's been the decision that's made. So, yeah, 3-point win for Europe. British and Irish Knights, because they didn't get thrashed, they still keep their point in game 1. There's 4 points on the line in every one of these 9 games. Right. Need a big over here, don't they? Just kind of get things going.
Yeah, they've got to get, I mean, that rate, it's about 19 now. Remember at some point, they were struggling also in the first match, but they had wickets in hand. That was the difference there. Here, they've lost the wickets. They've lost their captain, Sikander Zulfikar, so somebody else has got to perform big.
Greatwood comes in, and this one's down to the ground. Maximo to Darmgard. Good start to the over. And yeah, I'm just trying to think back. Where did it all go wrong for the British and Irish Knights in the first game with the ball? I think partly, yes, I can understand you're hunting the tram line, but because they kept missing, they were then forced to bowl straight anyway. I think with this many runs on the board, you want to at least challenge the batters to do it, and you'll get the odd false shot. We've seen that already. All right, picked up, thrown, can't hit one stump, and Afridi survives. Yeah,
he was very slow going there, Afridi. That's the other difference I think you're going to find with some of the batters, like, for example, like Afridi. I mean, when he's batting out there with Nikolaj, you've got to be prepared to go and take these quick singles. I don't think he's even in the shot there. Yeah, Odie just gets in the shot.
But it's a run worth taking. They all add up.
Yeah.
Chasing 171. Greatwood, brilliant performer for England 11 on the network. This one comes in and he's going to be gone. Definitely some inseam there. Didn't bounce as much, I think, as I was expecting either. And so it's the end of Afridi for a 2-ball duck. It's 24 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, he gets beaten. There's no doubt about it. Let's just have a look at this again. He probably gets a little shuffle across, does he? Yeah, and
I think it's out. It's come back a long way.
It's hit him on the back foot. I don't think it's going over the stumps, and I think that's a good call from Tyrone Peters. And he doesn't wait too long before giving the signal to Afridi that he has to depart. So he's going to go for a 2-ball duck.
Yeah, had the right idea, but I think it's a good call. Actually, insult to injury. He actually gets hit in the leg. See, for this, the reason he misses it for me is the seam movement. Just have a look at this. Goes left to right and then hits him on the back leg. That is good night, Charlene. And actually genuinely hits him in the leg. But Afridi, he's as tough as old boots. He'll shake it off. Unfortunately, has to wear the derrick, and it's 24 for 4. Saqib Zulfikar comes out. And he batted really well late in the piece. 3 sixes on the spin. And, do you think they ever think about just padding Secunda up again and switching shirts? Because they are identical.
Yeah. Oh, shot. Oh, that's a tremendous pickup. And, well, Saqib Zulfikar says, hang on a minute, what are you talking about? You think I can't do it?
That was no disrespect to Saqib either, by the way, because he is such a talented guy. Look at that little forward press here. He times, you cannot time a ball better than he times this ball.
Going into the
It's gone over every fence we've got.
Yes, that's gone over the road and into the next field.
Can you imagine Saqib pulling off like a Secunda from that Dutch 11 game where he hit 92 off 28 and saying, okay, time for me to do it. And remember, he was a late replacement in this side as well. Ryan Klein, fellow Dutchman, who missed the series through injury. But I think he adds tremendous variety to their attack, as well as the kind of hitting you see here. That ball ain't coming back, guys. I think we need to get a new one.
Yeah, definitely need another one. Well, hang on a minute. One's come from somewhere.
There we go.
Is that the ball? It might be. The guys have done very well finding that. I think that was Krup Patel. That was probably sent out into the road to find it.
That was such a good shot.
Hang on a minute. He's saying, hang on. All right. I think it's that one. Have that one, he says.
Even as a spectator, I'm just enthralled by these matches so far. The quality we've got in the park in this format. All right, Greatwood with the comeback. Slow ball, grunts it out, and he's going to be gone. So once again, we'll have a 6-and-out situation. It's kind of identical to the sequence of events that led to Nabi's demise, isn't it? Pace on disappeared, pace off, draws the false shot, and a fairly simple catch in the end. Just loops out to the cover position, and Team Europe, they are right up against it now at 30 for 5.
I think he's going to be disappointed here, Saqib. I think in his mind he probably realised and knew that the next one that was going to come his way probably would be a slower one, because that's sort of been the tactics from both the teams. And Tim Tector, he's not going to drop those, is he?
No, and he just tries to kind of punch it and time it. I think he does kind of pick it, but when you kind of go for a bit more finesse, if you don't get it off the middle, it balloons. With these fielders, they've got great range as well to turn that into a simple catch. So 6-and-out for Saqib and 30 for 5. Still plenty of batting, we know that. I mean, still going right down to the bottom.
Well, look who's coming out now. That tells you the depth that they've got.
Ishan 7. We still, Amir Sharif, who he could easily be opening the batting. He's batting 8. You've got Kalagumagay at 9. Got a lot of batting still to come. Even all the way down to 11, really. Last ball of Greatwood's over. Just a bounce out. I think he's gone. First ball. There's a little bit of a tickle down the leg side. Nothing going Europe's way here. They're 30 for 6.
And Lincoln, he knows he's got his man. It's a short ball. They bang it in short. Ishan is not going to shy away from it. And the plans are being executed to perfection this time around. They get the hard hitting Mohammed Ishan. Very first ball. He made 37 or 14 in the last one.
To be honest, though, this is so unlucky as a bat because, if he misses it, he's fine. It's a wide. But this is just the one that just grazes his gloves, and Isan, he knows he's a goner. Well taken by Lincoln down the leg side. Probably a bit more good luck than good management that time from Greatwood, but he'll take it. He's on a hat trick, but it is the end of the over. And after 3, what a disastrous power play for Team Europe. They're 30 for 6.
30 for 6. Ishan will go for a golden duck. And, it's not going well this time for Team Europe. Chasing 171 for victory. They are in a hole. 30 on the board. 6 wickets down. I think it was in the last match. They didn't start that great either. I mean, the power play last time was worth 28 and there were 2 down. So they did recover that time, but I think just this time round, they've lost a lot of wickets. You're right, they've still got plenty of batters. Look, Nikolaj Damgard is still there. And Amir Sharif, don't forget this guy. This guy is a sensational hitter of the ball. So they're going to try and hit themselves out of this rut and trying to get something. Look, got to be getting to that 120, though, because if they don't get there, they'll be very disappointed to hand all the points over to the Knights. So they go back here to Julius Samora. I think this is all about them saying, right, we've got them on the back foot. This time round, we're not going to make the same sort of mistake we made last time. Up in the air. Does he get enough of this? Yes, he does. It's a lovely shot. And this is what I was talking about with Nikolai Damgaard. This is what impressed me at the Karnama over from him. The shot straight down the ground, and that's just beautifully played. Look, holds the pose as well. It goes all the way. Boom. Shaka lagya. So we're going to see a fight back here.
Yeah, Damgaard watched a couple come and go. This is big wide, actually. Slower ball. And misses the mark. Man, Samarat. It's tricky. I think the thing with these bowlers, even okay, sometimes they're getting smashed, and that's kind of part and parcel of ECN cricket, but they do have resources to go back to. And one thing that they've been pretty good at, the guys that have been successful this morning, is not letting the batter settle. So you get a variety of deliveries. This one does step across a bit. I think they actually hit it. So it actually will be 1 run. Oh, knocked down, at least keeping that to a single.
Can they get the fight back here? They need a partnership done. They've got to get this partnership. Got to be thinking now here. All right, look, to get the win here is 20s. We know that they went at 20s for the last 5 overs in the last one, so it's not beyond them. But I get the feeling here, if you lose another wicket here, then you've got to be thinking of 120.
It's 38 for 6. It's not as bad as a 38 for 6 in some other circumstances, given that you've got genuine bats still to come. You've got Sharif, who really is an opener, coming out number 8.
Oh, what's happened to the fielder there? I think he slips. Wants to get moving. Who's that down? Is that Jonty?
Is that Jonty? Yeah.
I think it is Jonty. I think Jonty goes to move and he maybe trips over his own feet here. Jonty. I don't know if you get that on camera at all, but Jonty Jenner looks like he wants to get moving, but he slips and slides and falls over. Okay, Damgaard hits it well over the top, and that is going to be 6 more. So relying on him to keep the momentum going and keep them in check. And yeah, nice movement, early movement, gets into the right areas and hits that away. There's DNR is there, the ECN photographer. Look out for those shots on the social media. And yeah, well bowled, keeps it within the lines, the guidelines. That's going to be the end of the over. And score remains 45. 6 wickets down there, that's the issue. And the other issue is that every time they don't hit that magical over, then the rate will continue to go upwards. So the last 2 overs gone at 15. The over before that from Toby Greatwood with 3 wickets fell. That one went for 13. And just a little bit of rain that started again, a bit of drizzle. And we're getting a little bit of that, the old Sahara rain. Well, that's what we call it normally in Spain.
Not great for the suits, we've worked out.
Nah.
You look at people around the place.
It's the red rain, they call it.
Sandy rain. All right. 21 and over. English is going to get a bowl here. And, yeah, without confusing you, he's playing for the British and Irish Knights. He's called English, but he's Scottish. And here's over number 5, and it starts with a ball that's in the air, and it's going to fly out of the ground. Sharif, well, he's a mercurial player. Gets his first 6 of the Western Shield coming into the side here in match 2.
Yeah, and that'll make him feel a lot better. Of course, these players playing for the first time as a unit, the first time as a team, they've got to do a little bit of bonding. And also, you want to go out there and perform because you're the best of the best, aren't you? And Sharif, we know what he can do. And he gets that one away nicely. So his first boundary.
Misses the mark this time. Interesting that Lincoln comes up to English. So, yeah, Lincoln's very skillful up to the stumps. We know that. But also interesting because, yeah, English is a guy he hasn't actually played with before. So he hasn't actually kept to him before. But he feels that's the option. Maybe spotted something. And Sharif maybe batting slightly out of his crease or something like that as well. All right, high. Now Lincoln's got to go find this one. It's another skyer, and he'll take the catch. So Lincoln's been very good under the high ball. And in a way, that catch becomes easier because he's got a bit of a head start being up to the stumps rather than being, say, 15 yards back. But it'll be the end of Sharif, and he's the 7th wicket to fall. Team Europe, a very, very good chance to go pointless here in match 2. It's 52 for 7.
Yeah, well, English picks up the wicket after being hit for a big 6 and a wide. He comes back with the wicket of Sharif. Just loses his shape there a little bit. That ball creeps up on him. It's a little bit a higher bounce that he expects. Skies it up. And Lincoln again, he's very quick getting to these. And as soon as they go up, all the fielders know that Lincoln wants it. He's there, he takes it, and he sends back Sharif. So Sharif now goes 7 down, 52 for 7. As Krishan Kalugamage comes in at number 9.
Yeah, again, brilliant player, but big task. English with his first wicket, caught by an Englishman down Lincoln. There he goes, slow ball, but he actually has done everyone, including Lincoln, who gets megged. Well, goalkeepers hate that, don't they? We know that he is a goalkeeper at a very good level of football. This one sneaks through the pegs. 4 runs go down as buys. Team Europe will take them.
Yeah, they'll take whatever they can get at the moment, and any extras will do nicely. The English will go. He'll stick to that. He'll stick to that line. Good shot. That's going to go all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna sona. Shaka lagya. Say smash.
Yeah, this one just a bit of width, bit of length. Nice uppercut. So, how do you try and get to the bonus point target, which is, 119 to keep their point, I should say. I think it's also just about batting normally, trying to get as many as you can. So still attack. You can see they need about 11 and over to get that point. I do think the game's probably out of reach now with only 3 wickets to play with, even with some quality bats still there. But 56 off 31 for a point, that becomes quite an important figure, because if the British and Irish Knights can keep Team Europe to 118 or less, they'll actually go ahead, even though it's 1-1, but they'll have a points advantage. So, Damgard, had a lot of the strikes since he's been there. Steps across, gets a slow ball and hits it pretty well. It's another one that rattles into the fence. Maximo! As we get to the end of the over, and the score is 69 for 7.
Good shot. He is the slower ball, but he holds onto it nicely.
Well, I've got to say, Rico, 69 for 7 here after 5. One thing that I'm loving is the fact that we have got, let me see if I can organise this.
Yeah,
you got one? We got Leonardo.
Yeah, there we go.
Leonardo. We got Casper. Now we've got some new youngsters coming in. We got Isabella. We got Leonardo here up the back as well.
There we go. That's a smile.
A lot of what we do here at ECN is geared towards the next generation of players. And of course, you know, there's men's cricket, there's women's cricket now. Obviously, we'd like to build into a junior structure at some point along the way as well. But it's a generational thing that we're attempting that hopefully will live on long after we are history. And so it's really nice to have so many youngsters here at the ground enjoying the cricket and enjoying their time in the commentary box.
Yeah, Jarvis comes back onto bowl here now. Let's see if he can just get another one away.
There's a little bit of the Pied Piper element as well. We seem to get more and more children every time. Anyway, this is a false shot, but it's going to be 6. It's going to fly away. Maximo! We know that Jarvis does get good bounce, but, I mean, Damgard, he's a big boy, isn't he?
Yeah.
So, yeah, when he swings, they generally go a long way. That one takes off, and so that's why it gets the top edge. Damgard knows pretty much immediately that one is out of the ground.
Well, it's a Baximo, as we like to call it in the European Cricket Network, but yeah, powerful hitter. Now, I think he's playing exactly the right role here. He knows they want to get to that 119. That gives them a point. And even though that the victory maybe seems to be slipping away with the wickets are falling, he becomes quite key in this. Well, that'll help. That's a wide ball. It'll be the one for the over as well. And not the first time Jarvis, I think, has banged one in and seen it.
Yeah, once out of the
camera.
It's got to be pretty short to get over Damgard's head. Yeah, but Jarvis, I mentioned, I like what he brings to the table. Not only the bowling, but his batting's also very, very suited to this game. Damgard, maybe they still think they've got a shot at this, considering how they finished before in the second half. Oh, this is well bowled. Damgard has to check his shot and won't even get a run. Interesting, mid-off up in the circle. So they've decided, it's not going to be so easy to muscle Jarvis straight down the ground with the kind of lengths and pace that he's delivering. Instead, they've got kind of like a deep third. They've also got a kind of short third that's in the circle, so they're expecting balls to fly in that direction. And they were right earlier in the over. It's just pitches outside leg stump, maybe a bit of bat in it as well, not sure.
Yeah, it certainly was the sound of bat, but it might have been pad bat.
I think it's getting a leg by in the end, but you see this bounces just to the left of the stumps. There's probably one difference here with these quality of players as well. Normally we'd have a huge appeal for that. I think everyone knew straight away that that wasn't going to be LBW. Jarvis, 2 for 12. Good effort from him. Oh, that's pretty close. Probably just angling down the leg side, but because he does come wide of the crease. But actually, maybe a bit of bat in this as well. But you can see Jarvis, he's a handful.
Yeah, good couple of deliveries in here. Just a couple of dot balls, which make the task even harder. So this over so far, it's just gone for the 9 with the 6, the single, the wide, and a couple of leg buys in there as well.
And now it gets past him. So, brilliant spell from Jack Jarvis there. 2 for 12, his figures. He just seemed to be a bit more attacking and not so defensive trying to hit the tram line. And I think there's value in that. We get to the end of the 6th over, the score 78 for 7. So, yeah, the equation for the point, you see that's kind of within reach. But there's also a very real chance they could get bowled out here. So we say 24 balls to go. That's as long as they don't lose 3 wickets, right? But Darmgard 37 or 14, the only batter so far to reach double figures. Pretty concerning. Yeah, so at the moment they need 41 off 24. But also think of it another way, in more of a test match thinking, you need your last 3 wickets to put on 41.
Yeah. Darmgard, he's been good so far. 37 of 14.
English comes back and he gets absolutely hammered over the leg side. Maximo! Darmgard's still there. He's really been the only batter to handle it in his second innings. It's like a short arm jab and it flies miles from the centre of the SCG.
Yeah, it's a powerful shot. He just expects it to be there. He sort of walks into it and he absolutely clobbers it.
Interesting that Lincoln's elected to go back to the left-hander. Maybe feels there's more chance of a little edge or something like that with the angle of English coming across the lefty. So you're always kind of balancing pros and cons with bowlers that you can keep up to, but you've got to work out strategically what's the best option. Also, some keepers, I don't think Lincoln's in this group, but some keepers have a preference if they're keeping up to lefties or righties. They feel a bit more comfortable. This one he can't get under, and he'll just get 1. So 34 off 22. At this level, you'd imagine they would do that, but the 7 wickets down are a concern. If Europe can at least get to that 119, even if they lose a game, the series will be tied.
Yeah, you can see that the Knights definitely going for all the points here because they're not toying around with any spin at the moment. They're sticking to the pace attack. I think normally, if that point there wasn't an option, they probably would have gone for spin by now. They'll believe that the match is maybe pretty safe, but they don't want to risk it while Darmgard is there. This one, just look at this, a slow delivery.
Back of the hand, slower ball.
Yeah.
Really didn't get up. Well bowled by English.
English, he's been firing them in pretty quickly. He's got a good Yorker as well, and he shows he's got a good slow ball too. Kulagamagate, he places away, but he's just not getting the boundaries really that they require at the moment. So he sort of becomes the rock and the provider to try and keep his wicket intact and try and keep feeding Darmgard, who looks the more likely to at least get your team to that 119. You see John T. Jenner just having a little chat there with Michael English, maybe giving him a little tip of maybe where and where not to be with Darmgard. And that's nicely played, gets it over the infield. That's a lovely shot, it really is. Cracking hit. And what a way to bring up your 50. Comes up in 17 deliveries. Well batted to Nikolaj Darmgard. And that is 6 runs.
Yeah, one thing that I think this innings is showing me, Darmgard's a guy, I think he might need to be got to the top of the order. He's the one guy that's really handled whatever's been thrown at him so far. And I know it's tough, you've got so many openers. This is a really good shot as well. It's going to beat the fielder. It's such a fast field here. And he gets the placement right on that occasion. So that will be the end of the over. There's Team Europe. Long way behind in the game, but at least looks at this stage they should make it to that 119 at least and keep their point. 96 for 7 after 7.
Yeah, good over that. Good finish to it. Started with a 6 and ended with a 6 and 4 from Damgard, who certainly is hungry for more. 54 of 18. Now, I wonder what they go with here now. Maybe is this where they might gamble with a bit of spin to see, right, okay, let's see if we can pick up a wicket and then put a little bit more pressure. This is the way it looks at the moment. Remember, we are on day 1, and you can see it's Team Europe that have registered the first win in quite an extraordinary match where 338 runs were scored, and it was Team Europe 172 to 166 that were victorious. Okay, back to the action.
I think Kalangamagay is sort of reading the room here, and he's certainly thinking about that, the secondary target. So he's saying, all right, I'm going to hand it over to you, Nikolai. You're seeing him well. I'm not going to get myself out and put us under more pressure being 8 down, playing an unnecessarily risky shot. By the way, I promised myself I wouldn't forget, but that was a hat-trick ball from Greatwood, but it wasn't a hat-trick. He's still got 3 for 14. Tell you what, if you can get 1 wicket here, cheeky chance of a fifer. We're getting down to the bottom. And that's a wild swing from Darmgard and misses.
Yes, bowl well, isn't he? Greatwood, and we've seen him bowl well on the network before. I think that's why gone for him here to see if he can get this wicket. And this is the one that the Knights really want. Can get rid of Damgard and really then put the pressure on. And that's quite an extraordinary delivery here. It's 1 for an over. But watch how this one really goes back into Damgard. So he's looking to play it down the leg side, and it comes back into him. And at the last minute, he decides against it. Doesn't want to throw his wicket away. Yeah, that's a good choice. I think he's accepted that really he and Krishan are looking to get them to at least a point here. Hits this firmly. That's a good shot straight down the ground. There is a man inside the circle there, but he hits that nice and straight. And it's going to be 4 more.
Nice shot. Some players just think, I wouldn't fancy bowling to him because he doesn't really have any obvious weaknesses. He's good on the horizontal bat shots. He's a powerful driver of the ball.
Yeah.
He does play cricket in the UK, actually. Nikolai Darmgard.
He's a good option.
He's got to play for Denmark in the ECC this year,
well,
surely.
If he
They've
doesn't,
got to pick him.
If he doesn't, I don't know what's going on. Oh, that is just a Gundy ball, really, which gets picked and which gets set big. Well, there's quite a few that have gone into that orchard over there. Well, maybe it's gone as far as where the cattle are feeding in that far ground, because that is a biggie. Oh, yeah, what a hit. There's Toby goes for the slow one, gets it wrong.
64 off 22. They should get this point now. 12 off 13. But I mean, having said that, the 7 wickets are a little bit of an elephant in the room, because if you lose 1 or 2 quick ones, you might be scraping for those last handful of runs.
Making a little adjustment to the field here now, so he's bringing Long off up, and Long on goes back. That's well played, well bowled, good bit of cricket actually all round. Little battles like this are going to excite us, aren't they? The battle between Toby and Damgard gets the full ball in the Yorker, and it has to be dug out, and it's dug out. He'll take the single, and he'll stay on strike as well, as that takes us to the end of the over. So 8 overs completed here now, 108 for 7. Of course, the battle is to get to that 119, so they need another 11 runs here. They should do that. But a wicket falling down here, that would make it interesting. Damgard wants to stay on strike.
Yeah, so looks like we've got Tector coming on. He's an interesting bowler. He's, I'd say, mystery spinner. But he's an unusual spinner. Yeah, he bowls pretty slow. He kind of, most of the balls come out to just the front of his hand. 11 away from keeping their point here. Tector gets his first over of the series. Damgard 65 has been a good knock. And he's going to hit this straight. Does he get enough? Not so sure. And it's a brilliant catch taken by Jonty Jenner. So Damgard's going to go 11 short of that kind of point target for Europe. And Jenner, well, this time he does go with 2 and goes very, very well. Also, I like the way he protects that ball. Makes sure he doesn't let the ball break his fall. He makes sure he lands on the back of his hand. Damgard would have fancied this, but just mishits this one. But he has stood up, and players around of it have not been able to get going here in match 2. He goes for 65. It's 108 for 8.
Yeah, what a good knock that is. A well batted Nicholas Damgard. He'll be disappointed that that one gets him, I think. It's a shot that he has executed and played several times, but just doesn't quite get it out of the middle. But once again, it takes a good catch from, well, who other but Jonty Jenner, who's just quite amazing out there in the field. So now you can see the likes of Harrison Ward and the captain there, Dan Lincoln, just come together, just having a little bit of a chat here, because I think they, with 8 down, they feel that they can create a little bit of pressure here.
Definitely. I suppose when you get this close, they need to run a ball. Is it wise to be going for a big shot? I guess so. There's value there, but yeah, bad time for a miss hit from Damgard. Tector gets a wicket first ball of his Western Shield campaign.
2 batters almost run into each other there. They avoid each other. They'll take the single. Okay, Tector. The Krishan, who sort of scuffs this. They will take the single.
Speaking of Damgard, though, and the Danish national team, didn't get picked. So I asked, what's going on? Are you injured? He said, no, I just didn't pick me. They think I might need a rest. Come on.
This boy don't need a rest. This boy needs to play cricket, and plenty of it.
Pick your best team. You know, I just think I guess never really get involved in selectors. There's obviously balancing multiple criteria, but yeah, you'd hate to get so far. I mean, Denmark, a perennial kind of group finalist, but never actually making it. And so you've got someone like that sitting out. It's crazy. Could be the difference.
Goes for it, and it's going to travel all the way, and that is a very important strike. They needed that, and it is Khalid Ahmadi that gets a big shot in. 6 runs. That should take a lot of pressure off them, and they should now at least go on and pick up a point from this match.
Yeah, I mean, we say that, but again, 2 wickets, bang, bang, and it's all done.
Now, bang, bang is what he wants to do, and he's going to get another boundary. 6 more. Bolle, bolle, bolle. And Ahmadi gets them past that important 119, 122 for 8 at the end of the 9th over. It's not quite the second match that Team Europe wanted after winning the first one emphatically, but at least they'll go away with something to show for.
And the funny thing is, let's say they're going to get 130s, maybe 140 here with a bit of luck. Still a pretty good score, considering where they were at one point. They've managed to dig themselves out. I mean, they were 30 for 6 at one point, 52 for 7. So respectability brought to the scoreline, but probably more importantly, more tangibly, they will get a point as Frost will get his first over here in the last over of the game.
So just being checked. It's got a line of 3 there from Ward up to the man on the boundary on that point. And he's the man who could come into play here. Doesn't quite just carry, just bounces before him. That's Tector.
Known as Metal D, as named in our ECN chat. I know it's been tough to get to the chat because it's been a pretty chaotic morning, as you can imagine, but hopefully everyone's enjoying it as much as we are.
That's hit hard up in the air, and Well, not even Jenna can get to this one. There's Corey Ruckers, who has got a smile on his face now.
He's smiling because he actually coached Amadi in Belgium and identified him as a real talent. And so here he is coming at number 10. He's not really in for his batting, but just have a look at the way he hits the ball. That's a really confident shot. That's he takes a few steps down and whacks it now, gets a full toss, and he's going to whack this as well. Maximo! Amadi maybe auditioning for a slight promotion from number 10. Sends that one out of the park, and look at 135 now with 3 balls to go.
Yeah, Mike Frost, looks like he's trying to buy this wicket of Amadi, but Amadi, he's not playing ball, is he? He's just thumping it to the boundary.
There's another one. This is some hitting from Amadi. He's having a bit of a party, and poor Frost is feeling the heat. Maximo is 6 more.
Well, Frost has been defrosted. Let's just put it that way, as that one gets smashed out of here. And, Khalid Amadi says, this is the way we play. We see ball, we hit ball, and we hit it far.
He's got nothing to lose here. Neither player does really. 2 to come, 141 now. That's well bowled. Lincoln likes it. Don't think the foot ever really leaves the crease. Let's check it out in the replay, thanks to Spring Media. Little bit of a little tap of the toe, but it's safely back. Good adjustment there by Frost. So he's still a lot of runs. We've had 311 in this game. Here's the last ball. And he's going to smash it. And that'll be a fitting way to finish. Look, 147. Wins a lot of ball games on the European Cricket Network. It's not quite enough to get the win this time for Team Europe. Well done to the British and Irish Knights. They have the first win in their history as a side. And the margin in the end is 23 runs. The series is tied at 1 apiece going into a slightly longer break. We'll be back in about 45 minutes. But yeah, you can see there, British and Irish Knights pretty satisfied with themselves, so they should be. I'm just very, very excited that we go into the lunch break at 1 game apiece.
Yeah, I have to say, Vinny, that last over, it goes for 25. 25, I mean, Amadi there has got them 25 very valuable runs because, all right, you get a point. We know that. It's 3-1. But net run rate, the net run rate deficit could have been pretty big if it weren't for that hitting. So that brings them closer. They lose in the end by 23. So I think that those 25 that he hits there, those are very valuable runs.
Yeah, so you can see there, Europe winning the first game, the British and Irish Knights winning the second. And so it's a pretty interesting way, to say the least, of heading into the break. And Marty, called him a smiling assassin for a reason. He's grinning like a Cheshire cat there after blasting 37 off 9 from number 10. You don't see so many scores on ECN at 37 from number 10. In the end, only he, Kalugamagay, and of course Damgard reached double figures in this chase, which was derailed early with a couple of wickets in the first.
Yeah, it was, and it was Dan Lincoln that, I suppose you can say, was doing all the running as he chases up to that one and gets the important wicket of DDC, who hasn't quite clicked yet so far, but he'll be hoping to do better after the break, where the teams will have a little bit of lunch. Well, what a great catch that is. Or maybe there'll be some jalebis for lunch as well, because that was a delightful jalebi catch. And Damgard, though, he kept on going, didn't he? Nabi did hit one big 6, and then he would go. A nice, comfortable catch there taken to remove him. And they just never really found any sort of partnership with Damgard. And you're right, it was only when Khalid Amadi came out there towards the end that we saw a few more fireworks. Got to say that Kalugamagay, he played his part in a bit of an innings there. He ends up 12 not out, but he knew what his role was there. He just had to try and keep Damgard on a strike while he was smashing the ball around all over the place. Tector, that was a simple catch in the end to remove the very impressive Damgard. And then a couple of wickets fell pretty cheaply there. Ishan would go very first ball, and that hurt them really. And I suppose any realistic chance of getting the win went when he went.
Yeah, that's true. I think you got to. I said it in the first game. I don't think British and Irish Knights hit their spots. I thought maybe they were a bit too defensive and bowled a lot of extras. This time they challenged. I will say also, Team Europe did kind of lose the luck battle, if you like, with Ishan gloving one down the leg side first ball. Just a couple of things. DDC hitting one straight up, maybe another day leading edges it for 6. But yeah, Darmgard certainly stood up, didn't he? 65 off 24 with 8 sixes in there and 3 fours. Got to say that Jenna's been fielding brilliantly. One-handed catch, then a two-handed there. Greatwood was fantastic, I thought, with a 3-wicket over. Yeah, but late in the piece, Amadi stole the show with 37 not from number 10.
Yeah, and didn't he hit it? He smashed it, actually. 37 of just 9 balls, 6 sixes in that. He says, I only deal in 6s. And yeah, it was a good finish. And I think an important one. I think those 37 could prove to be very valuable runs, especially if things are all square and it comes down to net run rate. He certainly helped his team there. And the only batter that we don't get to see is Mujadadi. Now, he's somebody who can give the ball a good crack as well. So 147 they finish on. Let's have a little look at the bowling figures there. Jack Jarvis was absolutely brilliant, wasn't he? 2 for 12, he bowls really well. Toby Greatwood, 3 for 25. So Toby in with the wickets again there. A little bit expensive, Michael English, but he does pick up 1 wicket.
Jarvis, brilliant from him. I think Harrison Ward for me, though, I think he's got to get the player of the match for that sparkling 100. In the end, 23 runs, not that much between these two teams. Does square it at 1 apiece. And we'll be back in 45 minutes because you have a slightly longer break so the players can grab a bite to eat. So why don't you have a little bit of a break, but make sure you come back because the 1-1 tie will be broken when we return for match 3 of the Western Shield. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Well, we have just had the break for lunch, and I've got to say, I've spent the time up here. We've got Miguel and Tony here from the Boerewors guy, and they're looking after some of our requirements. I've got to say that I've played a little bit in South Africa, and the food is amazing, and you guys are doing a great job. So 1-1 at the moment in the series. Coming up now, we have the third match, and this will break the tie. And so we know that the British and Irish side, they actually get to choose this time, and they have actually elected to bat first. Isn't that interesting? Because they won last game, defending a total. So it's a tactical shift, if you like, because they did win the toss and bowl in the first game earlier on. Remember that the teams are alternating the choice of batting or bowling first. Got to say, Harrison Ward was incredible cracking that 100. So I'd imagine that he's a guy they'd love to keep at the top of the order. Europe did fight back late in the piece, didn't they, with Amadi, some late blows. Darmgard I thought was very good. Nabi didn't fire in his first. But I suppose it comes down to the fact, can Team Europe handle the bowling of Britain and Ireland that we saw in that last game? The Knights really putting on a bit of a show with those early wickets. Let's get ready for the first ball. Big thanks to Miguel and Tony over here. Rico, I might take a little while before I'm over there because I might just help myself to seconds. But let's get ready for match 3. Locked at 1-1. This will break the tie. And I can tell you that the British and Irish Knights, they're going to bat first.
Well, I tell you something, if he's going to stay over there, we're not going to see him for the rest of the afternoon because I know what appetite that man has. And, well, start to get some more supplies in pretty quickly. Welcome, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the little break. Maybe time to get a little bit of lunch yourself. Thank you to everybody here at the ground, this beautiful Centre Cricket Ground. The likes of Maria, Emma, Zoe and Lorenzo for sorting not just us out, the ECN crew, but of course all the teams, their lunches. Everybody's been well fed, well watered, and we're ready to go again. And this is your lineups here. No Daniel Doyle-Kayet for Team Europa. Remember, first 2 matches he played didn't really click, so he's going to have a break here. So maybe someone like Khalid Hamadi could come up to the top of the order. He's not listed as a batter. The way he did it last time, he certainly can do some damage. So this one, really, at the moment, I suppose, with it standing 1-1, is a bit of a decider, isn't it? So which team will go into the remaining 2 matches of today? Well, 1 up, we'll have to wait and see. You can see that the weather still a little bit overcast, and we have had some droplets of some of that, they call it here the Sahara rain. It's more dirt and red dust than anything else. It makes a mess of everything. This is when you dread having white cars and white garden furniture, because you've got a clean-up operation, and there certainly will be a clean-up operation here afterwards, because all of our equipment and devices are full of the stuff. But anyway, we don't mind, because it's not raining now. It's pretty calm, very little wind around. A little bit muggy, but the forecast looking good, and maybe the sun is going to make its way through as well. That'd be nice, wouldn't it, on this first ever Western Shield. So 1 apiece, quite fittingly. It was the Team Europe that won the first match. They won by 6 runs, 172 to 66. But as you expect, the Knights bounced back, 170 to 147, a win by 23 runs. They have elected to bat again, and I get the feeling that Harrison Ward is going to hope that he stays in the good form that he's in. And what form he's in, he's made 98 not out in the first, and then scored 102 in the second. So he scored 200 runs so far. He will take strike, and they've gone with Seamus Lynch to be his opening partner this time round. So here comes the first, and it's going to be Mujadadi to start again. And this one gets thick edge. And it goes down to the fielder. And that's Krishan. Does the fielding. Krishan Kalugamagate from Italy. And of course, if we talk about Italy, we have to talk about pasta. We have to talk about carbonara. National Carbonara Day today. And, well, Vinny Sandu, I tell you what, even when he gets away from that braai, I bet you if there was a couple of plates of carbonara here, he'd polish them off as well. The man has an appetite. I don't know how he still gets into those suits, but anyway, he must have a secret. You have to find out what it is. Bells are ringing. Sign of joy or gloom for one of these 2 teams. That's well bowled again. Both really good areas, Mujadadi. And I tell you what, I know some of you have been watching the European Cricket Series here, and you may remember I was talking about the bowler who's been playing for Awarish, Taj Muhammad. He reminds me a little bit of Mujadadi, the way that he bowls. He comes in pretty fast, he's got that whippy action as well. Into the pass, but going down the leg side, but a good delivery, good areas. Yes, this one gets well backed up. This will be a good contest, I think. Both teams will be eager to win it. There might be a little bit of caution maybe in this one as well, because it is a big one. You want to stay in front. And yeah, good areas. Gets a good full length delivery. Wraps the pads of Harrison Ward. So 3 of 3 at the moment, Mujadadi. All right, up in the air. It's a false shot. It should be taken. And it will be. There's Clayton Floyd that comes across, that takes the catch. And Seamus Lynch will go for 1 or 2 deliveries. Well done to Mujadadi. And Clayton Floyd, I have to say, he's letting his hair grow a little bit from the last time I saw him. And I think he said to me he wants to have a mullet. All right, look forward to seeing that, Clayton. But at the moment, it's smiles all around for Team Europe, because they have got one of the dangerous batter's back. There's Lynch, doesn't really get clicking. This one again, it's that short of a length delivery. You call it the heavy length that has batters miscuing, and that's a great shot there from the slow-mo. Eyes fixed and focused on the ball. There is no way that Clayton Floyd was putting that one down. So Samish, not the best of starts for him, and I suppose it's first blood to Team Europe. Ben Fidget comes in at number 3. Oh, that's a great delivery. What a ball this is. Everything about it is right. And we've talked about a few left armers here, or bowlers coming around the wicket, and this is what you're trying to do. Watch the seam on that, beautiful. And it comes back in and almost comes all the way back and catches a bit of that off peg. Great ball, great over so far. 1 for 2. Well, whatever Mujadadi had for lunch is doing the trick so far for him. And Team Europe on the pad. And end of the over. Excellent start. And remember, we got already very used to seeing overs going at 20 plus. So when you get one in like that, it'll always make a difference. That's the way things are looking at the moment. So day 1 of 2 of the Western Shield, and it's 1 apiece. So this one becomes quite an important one. And which team goes into the last 2 matches with their nose in front? And a good start. And Mujadadi does the job. 3 for 1. A good time to, well, he's made it back. I don't know how. Somebody's dragged him away from the food.
What you didn't see was that was shot after I'd already done a bit of damage. I won't tell you what my tab was over there, but it was kind of my version of shouting the bar. I've racked up some big numbers. So I think the Boerewors guy business is in good hands. But honestly, it was delicious. South African influence in the cuisine here. Hey, one thing I noticed, being 1-1, we're not going to have the night wash, are we? We got the 9-0, the night wash, as it was coined. Anyway, Fitcher gets a chance at 3. A few changes, which we'll see every game. Christian Kalagamage bowling over number 2. His first one very high in the air. It's carrying us down to here. Maximo for Harrison Ward. He's just golden today, isn't he? And I think as long as he's scoring runs, you keep him at the top of the order. I know they'll probably have to make a change at some point, but when you're hot, you're hot. And he is boiling hot here on day 1 of the Western Shield.
Yeah, it was a teaser, wasn't it? For a moment, it looked like one that might be more high than long. Well, this one probably is more high than long. And it has been taken. So the huge wicket they needed. Harrison Ward will go. Nikolaj Damgard takes the catch. And the spin of Krishan Kulagamage does the damage. That is a huge wicket. And the British and Irish Knights are 9 for 2.
Yeah, it's a nice catch. Bit of a swirler. Yeah, so a few changes here. You probably already noticed Ishan not in the 11. He's been brilliant today, but I think it's all about just giving him that 1 game off in the middle of the day. He'll probably come back and play 4 and 5. So they've got Gomsh behind the stumps, who I can't say I've seen him actually with the gloves too much. That's probably one thing that they're lacking is a genuine backup keeper for Team Europe. And British and Irish Knights, they've got Lynch in there who could do the keeping if Lincoln was going to miss a game at some point. But that was a really nice catch by Damgard, who's having a pretty good day himself. And well done to Krishan Kalagamage, who breaks through with spin in the power play.
Yeah, it's a brave move, but it's worked, hasn't it? I know that Corey was very keen to use a lot of spin against the Knights. And, well, it's proved its worth already as the left arm round gets the wicket, and the important wicket of Harrison Ward. He'll go for just 7 this time. Oh, that's hit down the ground. It's a hit me ball. And that, well, ball gets hit and it thumps in to some of the apparatus there, just below where our camera person is situated. I say person because I'm not sure who's up there now, whether it is Martins or Marta Maria. But it's a good hit, but not the best of deliveries. There's an opportunity for Michael Lees to get going.
He's just come back from a tour of UAE with the Scottish national team as well. He's played a big level of cricket. And Leask, he's involved also in the game where Scotland famously beat England in a one-day international. And so this is the kind of cricketer we're talking about here. It's such an interesting blend of backgrounds and cricket journeys coming together.
Gives himself some room, but this is up in the air. This could be another one. It's good positioning, nicely taken, no mistakes at all. Saqib Zulfikar holds on to the catch. So Krishan Kanagamage picks up his second wicket, and that's another big fish to send back. Well, Michael Leask, he's not going to make a big impression in this one either. And this is very similar to what the Knights were doing to Team Europe in the last match.
I don't want to jinx anyone, but the standard of catching's been outstanding here today. I think I can only count maybe 2 drop catches in the day, 2 genuine drops. I think we had that one out at deep mid wicket. I think it was Jarvis, and then we had Darmgard drop one off his own bowling. But apart from that, these high balls have all been taken. So it's credit to both teams out there. 15 for 3. It's a tactical shift from Team Europe to slow things down in the power play. And they're thinking that the openers probably want the pace. They're not giving it to them. Tim Tector comes out in the number 5 spot. Kalagamage's got 2 to his name. The 5 balls he's bowled.
Well, that's firmly hit. Fielder is on the prowl. Oh,
there we
this
go.
one gets away. Well, this
Jinxed
is
him.
this is the Tortuga that we know you will get on this ground.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm surprised we haven't had more of these. This actually screams away, and it's that last bounce. It's very hard to pick. And there's a little bit of sideways, so it gets the long barrier down. But I'm not so sure that getting the leg on the ground is the best technique on this field. You have to be more kind of able to go in any direction. So yeah, all locked up. Win a piece here as we head into match number 3. And early advantage to Team Europe. But I think the supercomputer is going to start giving Europe a bit more credit. Often putting him, what are they, low 30% to start. They've already squared things up. In fact, the computer has them nose in front here after 2 overs.
Yeah, well, that one will be called a while. Suleiman, who's out there, he's out there with, I think, Tyrone Peters. Yeah, look, I think that was a clever. I don't know if that was the plan with the bowling there, Vinny, but I think because of the first over from Mujadadi only went for 3, they picked up the wicket. That's been hit pretty well. It gets it over the infield. I get the feeling this will go all the way. Does it? Well, 4 is signalled. It certainly was close to it. But I think they decided that, look, only 3 has come to first. Let's try spin.
Yeah.
You know, if it goes wrong, even if it goes magical, it's fine. It's only going to be 20-something of 2. We'll take that. And it's worked for them. Picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 16.
I also like that they go back to Mujadadi in the 3rd. They've got other options for later. So if he's hot, he's hot. Give him another shot.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. And I think that's what's going on here now. I think.
Well, the thing is, they're looking at the boundary, but I mean, it looks to me like it's 6, but you don't actually see the ball bounce.
Well,
yeah, so I don't think you can call that 6 if you don't see it landing. and yeah, so
you can't go with the camera. Camera can't
no,
tell you that.
I think you got to give it 4. If that was the on-field call and you don't see the ball bounce. Yeah.
I heard somebody say, let's call it 5. That's a good shout. Yeah, just meet in the middle. I think that discussion is still going on.
Has been given 4 in my system. 50-50 game right now. That was the unmistakable tones of Corey Ruckers just piping up very quickly. Because that's the thing. People have seen it.
It's actually, it actually has been changed to 6, buddy.
Has it been changed to 6?
It's been changed to 6 on my system, unless yours is different to mine. So I'm not sure. I wonder if that was seen by somebody over there, and that's why.
Yeah, maybe that's what they saw.
But yeah, Corey weren't happy about it. Anyway, we've got to move on. That's a nice looking shot. Will he get it through the gap? No, you won't. Excellent standards. What a great bit of fielding that is. And that's Nikolaj Damgard again. He is damn good, isn't he, in the field?
Yeah.
I remember seeing him make many stops like this and take some brilliant catches. at the Cardamom Oval. He's sensational.
Like a gazelle across the ground as well. He covers it so quickly on those high balls.
Oh, all right, he's got to hurry here. Good throw could have him in trouble. Just couldn't pick it up, could Sean.
Yeah, I want credit to Fitchett there hustling through. So, nice little attempted knock. Actually hits the base of the stumps, but does knock the bails off from Gomps behind the stumps. Mandrake, good to see you in the chat. Of course, Mandrake's famous for having the first ever ECN tattoo. It's actually his profile picture. Yeah. He said, yeah, really can't pick an overall winner at this point. Well, you're not alone there. This series is so many twists and turns.
Well, he gets this one good. It's in the slot. It's the one that he's been waiting for. And this one, I think, just bounces before the rope. It will be. It's called 4. Nice one to get away with in the power play. So trying to fight back here. Tim Tector is out there with Ben Fitchett.
Yeah, nicely worked away. And of course, yeah, we're still in the power play, so just those 2 outfielders.
The cleanest of hitting, has to be said, at the moment from these 2. But it's good enough in the power play. And that's hit pretty well, but there's a fielder out there who'll take the catch. And that's another one that will go. Nicely held as Jamshad Khan. And no jammy fingers for him as he holds on to it. It's another one that bites the dust. Tim Tector will go for 9. It's 33 for 4.
Yeah, disappointment for Tector here, as he does pick out one of just 2 outfielders this time. He leans on it. Bit of an outside edge compared to the middle of the bat that he would have been going for. That's a nice catch down there. So, Mujadadi, hasn't he been a great addition to this side? Remember, he's a replacement player for Nasa Beluch of Sweden. But at the end of the 3rd over, the score is 33 for 4.
Yeah, good bowling from Mujadadi. I like it. He's stepped up to the occasion, hasn't he, Mujadadi? And as you said, a late call to come in, but he's done superbly well. And right now, I suppose, well, 33 for 4, power play done. You've got to say that it is Team Europe that are on top here at the moment, but Dan Lincoln has now come out. And we know this guy can certainly make a difference with the bat.
Yeah, he's a very, very strong bat to come in at number 6. Oh, first one almost takes out the leg stump of Fitchett. As Amadi, he's been a bit of a mystery man, hasn't he, today with his offerings. Maybe you're looking out slower ball here, but the first one is speared in. That's a really good shot of it, seam up.
Hasn't he had...
Almost loses his poles there.
Yeah, hasn't he had a good day so far? This one's that slower one that goes wrong. Just doesn't get this right. It's a wide ball. Yeah, remember he was the player of the match in the first one with his brilliant bowling, 2 for 11. And then in that last match, well, don't forget he's hard hitting, 37 of 9. So he's enjoying himself out there. He's feeling good. He's got confidence flowing through his veins. And he comes again. And once again, he just strays down the leg side though. Amadi.
Yeah, just losing it a little bit. There's Krishan. Got a question. Here's Tim Tector, the brother of Harry. Yes, there's 3 Tector brothers actually. Jack, Harry and Tim. All very, very good cricketers.
It's well struck. Good placement. It's the initial early movement here from Fitchett. It takes a little leap forward and then he controls the area this ball goes. Well, just have a look at that bat. You can see that's hit a few balls, doesn't it? As he gets that delightfully in the gap. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, nice shot. Really good shot by Fitchett. Maybe a bit lucky to survive the first ball of the over, but that was a convincing cover drive.
And he gets beaten here by a short delivery. Did he used to do that when he used to play cricket? If a batter used to come in and he had a bat like that with all, you know, sort of marks all around the middle like it's been well used, you thought, this guy's hit a few balls. Did you ever feel that?
Yeah, could be. I just couldn't afford a new bat.
Oh, look at that. And then quite often the guy came and missed a few and thought, he's borrowing somebody else's bat. As that one gets dragged to the leg side. It has to be well watched.
I just realised that's something that I've been missing, that I haven't realised I've been missing, is cherries on the bat.
Yeah, white
ball. So I've only been watching white ball cricket
yeah.
for like, what's that, 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the old cherries. And the high-level players, like in Test cricket now, they aren't using bats long enough to get cherries.
Yeah. And the other thing is, you're talking about the cherries. This one gets played out in the off. They'll take a single. Yeah, I mean, the same way that a batter used to come in and used to get all the cherries on the middle. You thought, this guy could hit it. You used to get the batter that come in that had a few cherries on the edge, and you thought,
yeah, exactly.
Get ready, slipped. Have a look at the bat. It's coming your way. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, you're right. You missed that.
Yeah. You used to even see it in Test cricket when players probably used their bats longer. They'd have favourites. Now, it seems that they don't last as long, but they go a lot further. Anyway, this is the end of the fourth over, and so far, Team Europe on top in match 3. It's 41-4.
Yeah, very much on top. So they're controlling things, but we do know things can change. Just a reminder, don't forget, in the very first match, that Team Europe were 46 at the 5-over mark, and they ended up with 172. So we know that things can change. It can change instantly. One little moment, one big shot could spark a riot from the Knights, and they've got 2 batters out there that are capable of doing it. And I think the captain will be hoping that he can get a big one here. Dan Lincoln, who's on strike to face Saqib Zulfikar. He pulls away here and just leaves this.
Love that nobody's bothered to try and stop that either. Maybe worried he's going to hit the stumps and bounce into him.
I think it's Gomps that's apologising there, and I think he might have just said something at the wrong time. And Dan Lincoln steps away, says, well, if you're not done talking, I'm not ready.
Anyway, it's a practice for Saqib. Very talented leggy.
And, well, this time he was ready, but it's not the result you wanted. Goes across the line as Dan Lincoln shows too much of his off stump. So it's the 5th wicket that will go down. What a start this is. Lincoln will just go for 1 or 3 deliveries.
Yeah, very, very accurate delivery. Lincoln goes across the line again. If you're not really picking a leggy, often you'll just try and go to that sweep shot. And it is a kind of a sweep attempt, isn't it? Crashes into the off stump. Lincoln's a big wicket to get at this stage because you felt he certainly was capable of turning things around. But the Knights are in trouble here at the start of the 5th over, 41-5.
Yeah, they have. I mean, the same way that Team Europe, there's no Mohammed Ishan, there's no Daniel Dorkaye here on the British and Irish Knights. They haven't got Jonty Jenner playing in this one. He's the 12th, so somebody's going to have to get going somewhere, and maybe it's going to be England. Well, he's gone first ball, you know. He has gone first ball, Michael English. He's gone right across the line, and this one has gone through him and taken the top of the stumps. Well, we had an opportunity for a hat-trick earlier in the day, and now Saqib Zulfikar has the opportunity of being the first player to get a hat-trick on the Western Shield. We've seen the first century, and that was from Harrison Ward. Now, are we going to see the first hat-trick?
Similar kind of dismissal. It wasn't quite a sweep, but he's definitely trying to go across the line there. So, unfortunately, English with a golden derrick. Not the start he was hoping for. And how quickly things can change. It's had more twists and turns than a ball of yarn so far, and we're only 2 and a bit games in. Could we have our first ever Western Shield hat-trick to go with our first ever Western Shield century that we saw scored earlier today by Harrison Ward?
Saqib Zulfikar, he's ready. The batter is Jarvis, having a look around. Here we go, hat-trick ball. Plays it into the ground, plays it safely. We'll just take the single. Hands a strike to Ben Fitchett, who came in at number 3 when the wicket went of Lynch, and since then he's seen 4 more wickets fall.
Still reckon that 150 is par. I think we're seeing a bit more of, I'd say normality. There's nothing too normal about what we've seen today, but there are moments where bowlers are going to win overs, they're going to get on top. And I think one of the reasons we've seen such high scores so far is that batters seem to have been getting in and staying in. So set batters are going on with it, making the most of starts. I think there will be some innings where that doesn't happen and you have a bit more of a rotation of batters.
That's nicely played away, and I think it'll be a catch that's held there as well. I think that's Miguel, who must be wearing his lucky hat because he holds on to one. And that's the first one in out of about 7 or 8 that he's had out there.
Bit of a stinger, wasn't it?
Yeah, because it only just goes over the fence. This is a good catch. Yeah, there he goes. And I can vouch for it. He takes it because I see it from this side of the fence.
Easy as you like. Hey, can I throw a statistic at you? This is quite amazing.
It gets played away for a single, gone far away.
So we've had just over 2 games. 2 games and then, let's say, almost 5 overs.
Yeah.
And we've had 75 sixes already today. That's a lot.
75.
And only, what is it, only 30 fours. So these are 6 hitters. And also I think the ground fielding's been very, very good. Only really one misfield on the boundary that's blasted through. His last ball in the 5th over, and it's been hit down the ground and right on cue. Jarvis goes Maximo. And he also brings up the 50 for the Knights, who are battling. They lose 6 wickets in the first half of this one. The score is 55 for 6. That one just carries the rope. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo in the cube here with Rico Full. 1-1 right now. Best of 9 series. Best of the best here for the Western Shield.
Excitement and entertainment all the way through. We haven't been disappointed when we were looking at these squads for some time now. I know there was a couple of changes, and Mujadadi comes in as a big plus. I know that this has come in as well, but we were expecting class, we were expecting quality, and that's what we got.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. And look, let's see if the Knights can rally a little bit like the lower order of Europe did in that last game. And here's a bowler who had a bit of a shaky start to his day, but he has delivered since then. Shahid Afridi Jr. coming on to bowl over number 6.
That's a good start. It gets dragged away, and it's not going to be caught up with. That's going to be 4 runs.
Oh, Marty just couldn't get a jump on that. Needed to get off his feet here. Instead, he offers the foot, and this just shows how fast this outfield is. They might have gone through the legs of Fitchett, you know. We see there. Oh, don't be hypercritical of Amadi. He's having a pretty good day, but I feel like that's a ball that he might have stopped.
Okay, for first up, Fitchett needs to get a good one in here. Slower ball. That's well bowled and well played. And just get a single, so we'll rotate the strike and give it back to Jarvis.
Afridi, I think it does have that slower ball, which is a bit of a weapon for him as well, a bit of a variation. But I say he's the kind of bowler that he plays his poker with the cards face up on the table. He's going to try and bowl Yorkers. He's going to try and bowl probably 4 or 5 Yorkers and over. And even knowing that, it's still pretty tough as a batter to deal with it if he can hit his spots. And if he does miss his Yorkie, he normally misses it slightly full. He'd rather go slightly full than not full enough. Anyway, Jarvis, good hitter.
And he's trying to get in that gap again. Doesn't quite get the timing right. And nice slide and stop there from Dumgard.
Great running. And they just decided, okay, we're going for 2 here. And you see some of the fundamentals here. You see Fitchett, he turns with the correct way with the bat in the right hand, so he's facing the play. And very quick to get back for a second. Would have been a bit of a bat plug victim, though, if the throw had come in a little bit quicker.
Same areas again. And
there it is.
This one's gone through. I think this is more. I think this is more an error from the fielder than bad luck.
I still think it's a little bit of the field coming in here and just not having the confidence that the ball's going to bounce truly. And I thought we would have seen a few more of these. Unfortunately, Mujadadi this time, just this last bounce, he only takes it up a little bit more than he thinks, but it bounces off him and goes for 4. Afridi can't take a trick here.
Oh, so only just gets through the hands of Afridi. He may have even got a little finger on this.
Got pretty close, didn't he, the big man?
Yeah, let's watch this again here. He just can't get hold of it, can he?
You got to realise his momentum's bringing him forward.
Yeah.
You know, so it is very tough to get up and react to that. Almost does, but not quite in time. Makings of a little mini partnership, mini fight back here for the Knights at the moment. Afridi tries to close out his over here.
Well well bowled. He's bowled well.
It's a good over.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. Like, Freedy, you know what he's going to do. He's going to run in. He's trying to jam the block hole. And more often than not, he does it. And he gets good results. Only 13 off that over then. And at the end of 6, at 68 for 6.
Yeah, that is a good over. He had a little bit of bad luck, of course, with the one that Mujadadi couldn't stop. So there's that scorecard at the moment. So Fitchett, you get the feeling that he's going to be pretty key going into the last 4 overs here. And he's hoping that he can get a bit of solid and hard-hitting support from someone like Jack Jarvis. All right, here we go. Time for a bit more of Saqib Zulfikar.
Why not? Fitchett handled him pretty well last over. He's on 26.
Oh, that is hit hard.
Oh, boy.
That is travelling a long, long way. And
That's gone well over the fence. That's big boy 6 from Fitch. Here goes Maximo. And Zulfikar disappears into the adjoining farm. He's got that kind of choked up grip, Fitchett, which gives him a lot of bat control, but also because he's got fast hands. The blade snaps through that one. That was a big daddy 6.
oh, that's a Bizaway Super 6, isn't it? That has travelled a long, long way. Big shout outs, of course, to all of our partners, Parimatch, HCL Software, Grizzly Bear Sports, and Bizaway Travel. That well, worked very hard and very well as well to get all the teams here.
Oh, yeah. This is also the issue with Gomsh behind the stumps. I think it's going to be 4 byes. I think that was the signal there. It just takes off.
It's the extra bounce really that does him. That wasn't expecting it. And just watch this take off. Watch this.
Yeah. It climbs, doesn't it? Doing everyone. I actually think, has that been called? Yeah, it's off the end of the bat. Yes, that explains why it climbs so much.
All right. And, well, let's have a look where this goes. It will be held. Good catch. And that's a great catch because Gomes loses it. He doesn't know where it is because he's wearing the lid. He's looking for it. And the fielder, I think that's Kalugalamge again, that he sees it early. He says, don't worry, I'm here. I'll take it. And that's a great catch.
And you're right. In theory, it's keeper's catch because Gomes is under the lid. He loses the flight of it straight away and he's confused. Luckily, Kalugalamge comes to the party as the emergency backup option. And so 7 wickets down and we're only into the 7th over. Still got batting to come in all these teams. They will bat all the way down, but Knights looking a bit thin on the ground here in match 3 at the moment. 78 for 7.
Yeah, and a good 36. He worked hard for it. 36 of 18. But once again, he'll be disappointed. I tell you who's not disappointed. Saqib Zulfikar picks up his 3rd 3 for 24.
Brilliant addition to this lineup, Saqib. Like I say, he's played a fair bit of cricket for the Netherlands full international side now. Been travelling around a little bit in the last 12 months. Still 3 balls to make an impact.
And this one is going to be another grab. So, it's going to be a 4 for Saqib Zulfikar. The thing is, there's still 2 balls to come in his spell. And once again, this is a hat-trick ball.
It is. Saqib's been absolutely fantastic here, and Sikandar, his bro, helps him out. So 78 for 8 now. And could this be hat-trick number 10 of the season on the cards? I feel like we've got to have one at some point. Haven't had one in Portugal yet, have we? But Greatwood can't resist. Yeah, I don't know, hindsight's 20/20, but you got such a dangerous bowler like Saqib, who's a wicket taker, and you find yourself running out of wickets. Maybe he's a guy you do come out and be a bit more conservative with in his last 2 balls. Well, he had 3 to face when he went after that first one, Greatwood. Instinctive kind of drive, but he goes for a golden duck, and it's 78 for 8.
Yeah, just plucks it out of this guy there. So hat-trick ball is going to be Oliver Riley, who comes in at number 10 to face it. Yeah. Good pick up, good throw. Well,
Gomes is left-handed, and I don't think they realised that because It's actually to his correct side. Interesting goes to the wrong in here. I like they bring the slip in as well. That's hyper attacking. But I suppose you also know if you can take one more wicket, you're right down to the bones where you're one ball away from ending the innings. So chasing those wickets probably makes sense. Jarvis left holding the baby here. That's a nice looking cut. Again, slightly awkward one, knocked down. And it also affects the running, I think, when you're this many wickets down with so many balls to go. So they turn down a potential 2. But I think Jarvis happy to keep the strike as the score is 80 for 8 after 7. Of course, we are in Portugal. We have more European cricket series coming up. In fact, on Monday, we will continue with Oeiras. Conrad Greenshields, the Europe manager, is playing for Oeiras. Of course, we'll see Friendship CC, we'll see Fighters CC, we'll see Precious CC. Geez, there's some great names here in Portugal. So why don't you join us for week 3 of Portugal? And then, of course, our ECS adventure will continue into France after that. We're starting again on Monday after the Western Shield wraps up. So Monday morning, 9 a.m. GMT, which is 11 o'clock in Central Europe, and 2:30 p.m. in India. Here's the smiling assassin. I think he's a real tough guy to come out and face up to, especially someone like O'Reilly coming out at number 10. And O'Reilly can hold the bat, but he is in for his bowling. So I just think if you give him a fast one and a slow one, put that slow one on the stumps, could do the job. Right now, Jarvis on strike.
Well, that's a pretty decent shot, isn't it? That is being crunched.
What number's Jarvis batting here? I mean, like, he's a guy, again, you could stick him up at the top and he wouldn't look out of place. He's batting 8, yeah. So you can tell from that, that's a bit more than number 8 shot. Such is the quality and the depth in these sides. That one drilled, slower ball coming.
And that's going to be 4 as well. It is that slow ball. And it gets it past the keeper, past Kalugalamage. And that's going to be 4 runs. So back-to-back boundaries. Been a while since we've seen that.
Yeah. Blind Freddie would know this is a slower ball, but he's still got to play it. And Amadi, a bit unlucky, I suppose, that the edge doesn't go to hand. A 6 and a 4. Knights fighting for a competitive total.
Well struck. It would just be a single this time.
Yeah, this is good.
Daddy watches it all the way.
But it's a good bit of fielding. I don't know if we got this one again, because he just gives himself the best chance of covering any bounce. And here's the Tortuga, but he just smothers it, and that's really all you can do in that situation. There's a bit of a technique to fielding on slightly uneven fields. And
good take, really good take.
Not done by Gomsh. But I often say on these kind of fields that are uneven, it's all about reading the last bounce. So if the last bounce is in front of you enough, then you always should stand like a slip fielder, ready to move in any direction. But if it bounces, say, within 2 meters of you, the last bounce, then you just got to smother it and try and hope for the best, which is kind of what Mujadadi does there, because you actually don't have the reaction time to react to the bounce. Anyway, that one's slightly mishandled, but we'll get a single.
They're still taking these singles on, aren't they, these tight ones, even though they have lost 8 wickets here.
Yeah.
So they're obviously trusting in themselves, and if it don't work, they're trusting in the batter, I have to say, to come. Short, that's well bowled. And just will be the one for the over, but that's clever bowling, because tries to give himself a little bit of room here. There's the batter, Jarvis, and the bowler says, oh no you don't, bangs it in short. Good bit of cricket.
Yes, I don't know, I think he's going to go slower ball here. Soften him up with the bouncer. There you go. You've still got to play it though, even if you pick it. That'll be carved away for 1. So Marty, he doesn't take a wicket this game. They still don't really get after him, do they? None for 22, his figures. 94 for 8 after 8.
Yeah, it's one of those as well, isn't it? I mean, the more these two teams will play, the more the batters and bowlers will get to know each other. So we'll see, I think, with every game, more tactics being deployed. And I think already the British and Irish Knights are going to have to work up a way how to face something like Khalid Amadi, and also to Saqib. I mean, what great bowling from him. 4 wickets he picked up in the end. Fantastic spell of bowling.
Yeah.
All right, expected score 116, but you get the feeling here that as soon as a wicket falls, that the chances of them getting there also tends to fall. So this partnership for me is pretty key. O'Reilly At the moment, he's just faced 2 balls for 1, but he's got to play his part, and that's to try and stay there and get the key man on strike. Now, let's have a look at this one. So this is called a wide, so they say he's going over his head.
Looked pretty high to me. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's kind of jumping. I think it's a fair call. Yeah. But interesting that, okay, doesn't go the Yorker first up, but I do think he's trying to set him up for a Yorker. So he bowls a bouncer. The oldest trick in the book, really. Bounce the Yorker. I think next one's jammed in towards the stumps.
Oh, that's a good hit. That's a really good pickup. He just loses line. Look, this is the difference that we're noticing, Vinny, here, aren't we? When you got batters like this here, and we're talking about a batter who's number 8, by the way. But if you lose your line, you get punished. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, and like I say, ordinarily Jarvis, he ain't no number 8. And we've seen him out there for the Scottish 11, the ECC, right up the top and doing some very, very good things.
Brings 100 up with that boundary, and well, this one is not going to carry to Kalugalame. He makes the stop, and they take the single.
Bit of a laugh there because it's proper kneecap job on Kalugalame down there. Again, you get a great shot of that ball flying away. But yeah, bounced off about 5 metres off the kneecap.
A good look at the kneecap here as well. Let's watch this. Oh, he ain't got time. We'll have to go back to the live action. There's Afridi.
Afridi, he wants a crack at Riley, gets a crack at Riley here. Wants to knock out his poles. Next best thing, keep him quiet. Riley backs away slightly and gets in the way of what would have been a leg side wide. Love these super slow-mos though.
Yeah, here we go again, just trying to whip this away, but may have been better off just to try and move inside and clip it away. And gone, that's the Yorker that he's looking for. Yep. That's the one, that's the boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly 5-ball chug. And Oliver Riley just getting a little bit frustrated. He wants to get a bit of bat on the ball, goes for the big shot again, but this time the Yorker has been executed brilliantly. And this is what Shahid Afridi does.
Yeah, and
you know, boom, boom.
Sometimes you can see the future. And that's actually broken the stumps, has it? Let's have a look. Yeah, I saw way too many bits of wood flying away. Maybe this will tell us. Oh, no, it's just the bales and the chalk and everything. That's a great shot of the stumps getting destroyed. But, yeah, kind of see the future, didn't we? Knowing that Afridi would be attacking those stumps, trying to go full. Frost comes out, batting 11 for the Knights at 102 for 9. And I think he can expect a similar kind of delivery, albeit Frost is left-handed. But I think it's going to be full. It's going to be out the stumps. And yeah, they don't have to worry about Jarvis if they can take the 10th wicket at the other end.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, this, from the Knights. Of course, Frost on strike. There's 2 balls to come in the over. You can see that the behind the keeper boundaries are now being protected for any inside edge or thick edge. Oh, that's a quick delivery, and he beats Frost.
To use it, there's a famous Australian racehorse called Farlap, and he used to say, if someone had a lot of heart, he'd have a heart as big as Farlap. And that's what I think of when I see Shahid Afridi Jr. You know, he plays his cricket for MSC Frankfurt in Germany. You've seen him for the German national side as well. But he's a guy who'll always give you every bit that he's got. This is no exception. Last ball of his match, and it's going to be lifted away, slightly off the outside edge. Interesting as well, they do decide to take the single.
I'm very surprised.
Taking every run they can at the moment at the end of 9. 103 for 9. Afridi, good spell. 1 for 22. And I think that's even with a bit of bad luck in there as well in his first over.
Yeah, his first over, he was very unlucky. But yeah, they take the single. Remember, one more wicket is done and dusted. So I am very surprised that they take that. I would have thought Jarvis would have said, nah, stay there. I'll try and get whatever I can from the last 6 deliveries. But it's going to be Mike Frost that has to deal with the first. 103 for 9.
I guess also, you know, you're playing with new teammates. I suppose you want to give them that vote of confidence. Okay. You know, like I said, Frost, He's better than a number 11. But I think strategically it probably made sense to let Jarvis have the first crack at this 10th over. Then, okay, maybe if you get single, you take the single then. But anyway, here we go with the 10th. 103 on the board for the Knights. Kopch has done a pretty good job. So he's drafted in, and then I think the next sentence was, and by the way, you might be doing some keeping. And he said, huh? But he's actually pretty good at it.
It's been pretty tidy.
Yeah.
I think he's just trying to push a single here. So
I would have been out.
Look at the body language here of Jarvis.
Hey, do you know what the funny thing is? You might say it's crazy, but I probably would have flicked this. You know why? Worst case, you give up a run if they want to take it, and you get a ball at number 11. And best case, you end the innings.
No. Jarvis is at the other end, Vinny.
Okay.
Jarvis wants to try and get on strike.
Okay.
So that's why he doesn't throw it away.
Take it back.
Yeah.
It was a good idea.
That's why I said look at the body language of Jarvis, because he's frustrated. He can't get to the other end.
I was snoozing. I didn't realise. Of course, yeah, because they did take the...
Yeah, they took that single, which is now backfired because that's 3 dots. They will get strike 4. Oh, no. Well, I tell you what.
He gets the strike back.
If the next ball ends up being a wicket, it could be the best bit of fielding you've ever seen, because he's probably totally missed this. So Jarvis thinking he's going to go get back on strike and get a couple of balls. No, he doesn't, because, well, this Grizzly is too frosty for the fielder.
That's the low Tortuga. That's the thing. Frost will tell you he smashed that.
Yeah.
And just blasted through the fielder. 107, 2 to come.
Oh, wow. I tell you what, he places right off the stumps. He does get that single, but that's a good bit of fielding this time round.
Okay, even with the misfielded 4, this over's only gone for 5 off 5 balls. Jarvis, last chance saloon.
A boundary gets them past that 110 mark.
Kalagamage's been brilliant in this innings, hasn't he, as well? 2 for 21.
He's been well used. It's been clever. Like I said, using him to bowl the second over after that quiet one from Mujadadi worked a treat. And it's been well hit. Will he get the boundary? He will. So that could end up being quite an important scoring shot, because it does get them past the 110. No, 112 it will be. 112 for 9. But you got to say, it's pretty far below par. We were saying that maybe we got a bit excited, Vinny, after the first game today, but we were saying that par, we think, with these sides probably around about 150.
I still believe that. I just think that's an innings where it'll fall apart, which will happen. So yeah, we might say 140s, but I think you see the bowlers kind of stepping up there in slightly different situations. So Kalagamage bowling early, an early one. Obviously Mujadadi was brilliant early. And look, some of those misfields in there, they're going to happen. Yeah. I don't care. I often would think I'd like to see the best fielders in the world out here and see how they handle it, because I think people don't necessarily appreciate how difficult it is. There's Sully and Tyrone getting ready to take charge of the two teams in their 3rd match of this 9-match series. And some early strikes from Team Europe put them on top early. They never really gave the momentum back through the 10 overs.
Yeah, well, that was Clayton Floyd. He came in and he took a very important catch to remove Lynch. Lynch didn't hang around too long. This one was a close one for Hassan Ward. Well, he managed to get that one over the fielder, but he didn't get this one over Damgard that took the catch. And it was Christian Kalagalame who got the wicket of Harrison Ward, who's been in amazing form in the first 2 matches. But he went, and when he went, well, nobody else could get going. That was another catch that got taken. That was Leask that also went. It was only Ben Flitchett that was left watching wickets fall and trying to get a bit of a fight on. And once again, the standards in the field were good. Loving some of the slow-mo work here as well from the Spring Productions crew. This one was hit pretty well from Tim Tector. And was it enough? Yep, only just one bounce. But they needed a partnership there for Tector. He goes for a big shot. And that was a really good catch taken there by Jamshad Khan. And then, well, Lincoln, he plays this shot to go for 1. And the worst thing was, though, it was Michael English that played a very similar shot to go very first ball. I think this is it here. Gets through the gap, takes the top of the bails, and then from there on in, they were in trouble.
He bowled brilliantly But yeah, you're right. At that point, actually, when English got out, they were 41 for 6. Now look, at 41 for 6, if someone came up and offered you 112, you'd take it. And there's no reason that the English bowlers, I shouldn't say English bowlers anymore, but the British and Irish Knights bowlers wouldn't be able to defend this. I think Team Europe, we also saw them get into a bit of a hole in their last innings when they were 6 down for not many. That was just skied, and Christian Kalagumagate did the rest. But geez, there's some great action shots here and some great action on the field. Don't forget the teams, they're tied at 1, and one of the teams will take a 2-1 lead after that. Afridi, again, I've loved his efforts. Have a look at that, just muscles in the Yorker and rearranges the furniture of Ollie Riley. So it did pretty well to keep things quiet. Jarvis was kind of playing a lone hand, wasn't he, towards the end? But only 9 off the 10th, only 9 off the 9th. So they're not able to finish it the way they would have liked. But I guess their other issue was they were running out of bats. In fact, we see all 11 Knights in the middle with the bat in this innings.
Yeah, and look, 2 main contributions there. Ben Fitchett, he stuck around, didn't he, for 18 deliveries before eventually, once again, falling to Saqib Zulfikar, who bowled brilliantly. 36 he made, then 38 there from Jack Jarvis there towards the end. What an important contribution that was. And I think it's disappointing maybe for the British and Irish Knights. They would have hoped that at least one batter would have gone on and put a big score on, like we saw in the earlier matches from them. And on that occasion, on both occasions, it was Harrison Ward, but he would fail, and nobody really got that big score. Saqib Zulfikar was absolutely fantastic, 4 for 25. Mujadadi, he played his part, 2 for 14, excellent pace bowling from him. And Krishnan Kulagumagate got his opportunity, cleverly deployed, I think, by Team Europe. I really do believe that Team Europe, if they're not thinking about getting all the points here, then, well, I don't think they're going to get a better opportunity. This could be a huge innings. They'll be game for this. And I reckon that their coach, Corey, is telling all the guys, look, go out there like you're chasing that 170 score again and get this win and get it before the end of the 7th over. Yeah. Well, what do you reckon, Vinny?
Yeah, look, I think setting the advantage, Team Europe, but these players are too good to give it up easy. And I think the Knights will be out to defend this 112 and take a 2-1 lead in the series. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. We'll have a quick break. Back soon with the second half of match 3 here in the Western Shield. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Well, we'll start with giving you news of the bonus point equation. And 78, that's the number to remember. As the first one from Jarvis. It's going to be called a wide. I think this is because of the height. Let's just have a look at this side on. Jarvis, yeah, no doubt about it. Good call there from Tyrone Peters. Jarvis bowled very well in the last contest. And giving the helping the British Knights level this series. Took 2 for 16. All right, that's been hit. And that's going to go over the boundary. That's going to be 6 runs. Clayton Floyd gets his opportunity to open the innings. He's got Narby at the other end. And Clayton gets things started for Team Europe. First runs off the bat, and it's 6 runs. Get a feeling I'll be saying that a lot in this Western Shield. Oh, no ball called here, and I get the feeling that this is a foot fault. Let's have a look at see if we can have a check the bowler here. And yeah, I think it's a front foot. It's probably close to being also one that's over the shoulder as well. And it's called was a foot fault, but I think if it wasn't, we'd probably be looking at the height of it. Free hit about to come up. And there's the signal from Suleiman Saeed. So Clayton has a license to go the full Monty. Oh, this is going to be a no ball again. He's off the pitch. Jarvis, I think, goes for the slow delivery, but gets it wrong. So under pressure straight away. They need a good start here, don't they? Do the Knights. They're only defending 112. And that has been mullered. It could have been a wide, and it's going to end up being 6 runs. It's a great effort from the fielder out there. I mean, if he saves this, it would have been quite extraordinary. But Clayton, he hits it firmly, and despite the efforts out there, that stays hit. It's going to be 6 more. So under the pump straight away, and this is what I was feeling. That Team Europe, you're not going to get too many opportunities to take all the points. Team Europe are definitely going for it here. And this one gets respected, just pushes. There's now a chance here if it's a good throw. And he does hit the stumps. Let's have a look at this side on. There's no big appeal. So let's have a look. He's running hard. And yeah, he slides the batted. And he gets home comfortably in the end. 16 off 3. Wickets required. Narby marks up to face his first. Welcome to anyone that's just joined us as well on the chat. Wherever you are around the world, you're tuning in. It's great to have you with us. Enjoying the entertainment, of course. Swing and a miss, and this one doesn't really carry to Dan Lincoln. He does very well. He almost has to take this on the second bounce. Big finish, they're saying big finish. They need a big finish here from Jarvis. And to Steve McVeigh. Dave, also to Mandrake. Hope you're loving the action. Hope you're having a great weekend. And asking the question of the umpire. And Jarvis says, how's that? Jarvis, in all fairness, he's not appealing straight away. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, there's nowhere near the bat. And I think that's Dan Lincoln who sparks an appeal. And Jarvis just politely says, excuse me, umpire, how's that? And I think Suleiman Saeed says, not out. To the amusement, I think, of Clayton Floyd at the non-striker's end. Oh, well, this is another big swing right across the line. And Nabi, well, we've seen this from Nabi recently at the European Cricket League. He's tried and swings but misses. Once again, Dan Lincoln only just getting there. He's a little bit too far back, I think. It is the end of the over, so I suppose Jarvis recovers well. He gets a couple of dots in to finish the over. It goes for 16. 16 without loss. 71 matches since the Golden Ball. Clayton Floyd has given them a good start. Team Europe, 13 of 5 he's on, and he will be on strike here. Nabi, you can see him just wandering around, wondering when his form, his brutal form will come back. Riley. And that's a very clever shot. There's nobody back there. And this one is going to be cuatro carreras. Lovely shot, beautifully guided. Just opens the face of the bat and says thank you very much, using the pace of the bowler against him. And that one bounces over the stronger together Western Shield boundary fence. As Vinny Sandu joins me back in the cube.
Yeah, nice to be back. Yeah, Floyd, good to see him at the top of the order. Again, he's a very, very solid bat. Scored the first ever ECC century for the Dutch 11 back in 2021.
Well bowled. Once again, Dan, he does seem to be standing. He just can't get
it's
two or three that he's had here.
It's the slower ball which is bouncing in front of him. But have a look at Nabi. Nabi's great batter. Probably not the greatest runner. At the end, he's by the time he's saying something to Tyrone. And, I don't really know what this is about, to be honest.
Discussion still carried on. I was going to send you off to get an ice cream then. I'm sure that was the old-fashioned ice cream van.
Sounds like it.
I'll have a 99, please. All right, he hits this pretty well, and it stays hit. He's a very good timer of the ball, isn't he, Clayton Floyd? And he's, I think, can be very destructive when he gets himself in. And I think he's the ideal guy when you're saying, right, come on, let's go out there, let's get a good start, and let's go get all the points.
Yeah, it's kind of short arm jab, isn't it, from Floyd? Gets the thumbs up, tick of approval from Ahmed Nabi at the other end. Steadying start, really. Don't know about the chase in 7 overs, but you never know. If you can get a good power play, you could attack it.
And he could be gone here. Yeah, he's very disgusted with himself, Clayton Floyd. I think the shot actually is on here, but he just doesn't execute it right. It's well read also by Dan Lincoln. He sort of sees what Floyd is trying to do. He moves early, gets there, takes a catch. And I think you've got to say, this is one that Europe give away. Clayton Floyd ends up giving his wicket away here.
Yeah, I think it's a slower ball, and so it's not so easy to play that shot. And it's kind of like an inside-outside edge in the end. It ends up in the safe gloves of Dan Lincoln. So, yeah, Floyd maybe just delving a little bit into the unnecessary there on reflection. But he does get his team off to a decent start. They do have plenty of batting to come. He goes for 23, 26 for 1. And not a bad guy to come out at number 3, Nikolai Darmgard. He was a star in a losing effort for Team Europe in the last game.
Yeah, he's in pretty good form at the moment, Darmgard. And let's just say that even in that European Cricket League, very rarely did he not perform. He's a consistent performer, and that's why he's a good guy to have in your side. And he comes out with score on 26. We've got a couple of balls to go in the second over, so they are well ahead of the rate. And still, I still believe that their focus is trying to get this score off before the 7th over. If they lose a few wickets, then they might change their plan. But at the moment, that's the plan.
2 to come for Riley. And Nabi there, he's a real kind of X-factor player, isn't he? I mean, he could come off and it'd be huge. But for him, and the main thing is he doesn't want to be wasting balls. And that normally wouldn't happen. I remember speaking to Corey about this during the ECL and his bit of run of outs. Said, do you bat him at 5 or do you do, just give him a different feel? And Corey said, no, he's your opener. He's rarely actually wasting any balls.
Well, this has been lofted, but there's a fielder out there who will take the catch. Yeah, that's good. Well done. And he's got the alertness here. And look how calm and composed he is. He doesn't panic. He knows where the rope is. So he doesn't panic. He knows he's going to take 1 foot over. So releases the ball, composes himself, and takes the catch. Well, that's Tim Tector. And, well, he's looking calm, looking confident. Takes the catch. Is another wicket. And it's a big wicket because Damgard will go.
Yeah.
And like I said, Damgard normally, he always gives you something. He's normally pretty consistent. He's just waiting for the umpires to check that, and they've checked it, and he's got to go. It's going to be a 2-ball duck for Damgard.
Yeah, just didn't quite get that out of the screws. Bit of a hanging top edge, and how quick things can change as Nikolai has to walk back, and Team Europe have lost 2 wickets now. 26 for 2 at the end of 2, and a very good over in the end from Holly Riley. Goes for 10 in the first half of the over, but then goes wicket to finish, and Tector helps him out. And again, I like the alertness there. Just actually looking down at his feet and realising what to do, and even kind of throwing it up in a kind of fairly controlled fashion to make it very easy for himself on the way down.
Alert and calm as we see that over comes to an end, and Riley, he finishes very well. Remember, it started with a 4.6, and then after that, a wicket. So only 10 of that, and that means the score at the end of 2, 26 for 2.
Greatwood looks like he's going to bowl over number 3, last over the power play. Nabi on strike. That's big swing and a miss. That's the thing. When Nabi's not in touch, it just looks like he can't bat at all. Yeah. And if you only see those moments, then you think, what's this guy doing up there? But what does Newton say? For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. When he's on, you just can't bowl to him. He's hitting everything for 6. What can he do here? He's done a 4.
He will get off the mark, but it'll be just a single.
The next best thing at the moment. At least they turn the strike over. Maybe Jamshed can get a heater. And Jamshed is a guy, typically he'd be opening. So yeah, I don't think the wickets column matters that much in this innings. I think what matters is, can they stay ahead of the rate?
These are 2 guys, though. We know, we've seen them on the network. Nabi and Jamshed Khan, if they get going, they can score so quickly.
What a combination to bat together. Again, I'm loving these batting partnerships.
Yeah, think about it. Think about, these are sometimes when we're in these countries, that might be another, not one for the over, but it's called wide because it's down the leg side. And it will be the one for the over as well for the bowler. Let's have a look at this. So bangs it in short, but goes too much down the leg side.
On another day, if your luck's out, you get a little tickle on that. We saw that happen to Isan earlier on.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, sometimes when we're in places like when we were in Germany and we were seeing Jamshed batting, can you imagine if while he was creaming it everywhere, he thought, why don't we put Nabi in with him? Can you imagine? Well, if you imagine, sometimes things can come true, and well, this is it. It's happening here. Jamshed Khan and Nabi out there together. A nice slow-mo here of Toby Greatwood. It's another swing and a miss, though. Oh, what's this one? It's another big swing. So the dot ball's starting to mount up here now. That's one thing that Team Europe don't want. If they've got their eyes on getting all the points here. Remember, there was a a slight window of opportunity in the last match where the Knights thought they could restrict Team Europe to less than that 119 score. It wasn't to be because Khalid came out there and walloped it. And okay, he lofts it out in the offside, chases on, but you're not going to catch up with it. That's a better shot. There's more control. There's Elsa there. And she'll get a good close-up of these two guys coming towards her. And chasing it, but chasing in vain. At least he doesn't just swing aimlessly at this one. He actually waits for it and lofts it over the close fielders.
Yeah, steadying boundary there. Hello to Wayne. Great to have you with us. As always, he's watching from down under in Australia. Last ball of the power play coming up.
Played out onto the leg side, and no issues there for Lynch. They'll keep it to a single. So 33 for 2. And what have I told you? You probably see it on the graphic here, that the scores at the moment are even Stevens, 33 apiece. The only thing was, of course, at this point, the Knights had lost 4 wickets.
Yeah.
But just have a look at this.
Yeah, well said. And they actually did pretty well, being 6 down in the first half, to still kind of pump out a reasonable second half to get them up to 112. And we're seeing a bit more of the ball coming back here. I think there'll be some games just kind of natural variation, that there'll be batting dominant games. Some will be a bit more bowling dominant. But yeah, Jamshed, he's started pretty strongly. Riley is going to come back. No surprises there because he finished his over very, very well in the second. He has 2 for 10. English, another option with the ball they might go to in the second half of this innings.
Yeah, I've had an idea.
Oh,
yeah, after this one. It's a nice looking shot. Oh, yeah. Power off the back foot. Jamshed Khan. Yeah, this brings back a few memories of when I was in Germany.
Yeah, Düsseldorf Black Caps. Jamshed Khan. It's nice to see. He likes to wear his number 30 jersey for his club, and now he's wearing it for his continent. Okay, you had an idea.
I had an idea. We know that the barbecue here, well, sooner or later, food, especially when you're attacking it, will come to an end.
True.
What do you like at fire walking? Because it is International Fire Walking Day today.
What? Do you mean,
when you know,
like walking over hot coals?
Yeah, yeah. They call it Fire Walk Day.
If I can wear shoes made of ice,
No, you
maybe.
can't. Activities known as fire walks, when, of course, you walk barefoot over the fire. Let's have a look at this one. They're liking it. They're wanting it. And Tyrone Peters is looking around to see where all the appeals are coming from and what they're coming for.
I can't say I heard it myself. That'll be the one for the over, I think.
Yeah, definitely is the one for the over, which will come through. So, yeah, put simply, it just involves ambling barefoot over a bed of hot stones. Oh, it could be coal, a ritual frequently performed as a ritual or a passage to test a person's courage, mental fortitude.
They used to do it in like company team building exercises, but I feel like there's been a few too many lawsuits, and that probably gets shut down these days.
Yeah. We could do. I mean, if there's plenty.
You do it first, and then I'll see how it goes. Anyway, Riley uses his bouncer. Does he attack the stumps now? Yep.
Yeah, that's well bowled, and they're not taking the single either because the fielders onto it pretty quickly.
Yeah, interesting. I would have thought there'd be one there. It's a really nice shot of Jamshed Khan. Again, you see the bounce of that ball right up and between the legs. Hard to do too much with that.
Yeah, that's Elsa. That's on that slow-mo now. Loving that. Loving the footage coming from those cameras. Really brings everything back to life. Riley, no ball called. This will be a foot fault, and now fielders will get the stop in here. It's a bit of team fielding.
Yeah.
Good work, but it just oversteps here, Riley, I think.
Yeah, that's a frustrating one. You can see there, does well to pull it back, but he must have just stepped over the line here. Let's see if we can pick it. Got a big stride, doesn't he? Big Ollie. Yeah, nothing behind the line. Rightly called.
Yeah, good, firm, positive call there from Tyrone Peters.
I think that, when Nabi was having a conversation with Tyrone earlier, it's because he said that front foot's getting really close. Was that a no ball? I just had a feeling. Free hit.
Okay, well, this one could be coming into us. Just ricochets away,
Well,
I thought.
How high is this? I mean, he's hooked it. So is it above the shoulder? Because if it is, let's have a look. It'll be a no ball. Rolling the dice. Oh, yeah.
No, it's certainly, I reckon this is over the shoulder. I mean, the umpires are now probably asking the third umpire to have a look at this. That will be umpire Malik. Let's see what, yeah.
Yeah.
It will be.
That's a massive one. It's going to be a no ball, I'm sure. Well, he's probably hitting him in the helmet. So what's going on there? I don't know. Because
I think now they're checking the boundary, what it was, 4 or 6. So there's a number of things. So I don't know if do we have the boundary check on this? Let's have a look if we got any of this with his
no
bounces.
ball and 4. Here we go.
see.
Jeez, our crew are on everything. Yep. Definitely 4.
Great work.
So I thought that was the first one that endangered us in the cube for a while. There's us in the background. So here's the good news. It's not 6. Here's the bad news. It's a no ball, and there's a free hit to come. And it's pretty clear cut.
Yeah.
Oh, another no-y, this time for the foot. Oh, no, he's knocked the stumps over, has he? No, it's the foot.
Foot fault.
He's pointing at something. There you go, Tyrone saying, just watch your foot. Again. He's just made a couple of little errors here that could be costly here, Riley. Big feet. But got to keep him behind the line.
Have you seen the new trainers, by the way, that have the bit sticking out the back? Have you seen them? I reckon they'd be perfect.
I was going to say, you could build them.
They'd be perfect for cricket. Your heel would always be behind the line then.
Yeah, true.
Riley could invest in a pair of those. Well, that one's better.
Yeah, way better.
It's well bowled as well. I mean, he's under pressure, isn't he? Under the pump after the no ball and then the short ball, which gets skied over for a 1 bounce forward. Then he follows it up by another no ball. So he gets out of it in the end, free hit, but this time he gets it, the foot perfectly right. So
for all his sins in this over, he's still gone only for 14 with a couple to go. So if you can keep it non-magical, you'll be happy. But I think he really wants to break this partnership. Nabi 1 off 5. Can he get going? Done a lot of watching so far.
Well, this one's hit well, and that's too well. Nabi, well, I reckon he would have been sweating under that helmet because he's probably hearing Corey saying to the next batter, right, get ready, because if he doesn't get this out the middle, you're in there.
Are some people unretirable, though? I know we're now at a level which is it's crazy we're pushing it. I just can't imagine you could ever retire him out. Anyway, that's a 50 up. The thing with that, Nabi, when he's on, he mishit 6s. That's a mishit. It still went miles over the boundary. All right, last ball for Riley. This over has gone magical now. 20 off it.
Yeah, finishes well. Finishes well, but he had a few issues there. And that's where sometimes the no balls, the extra balls you're going to have to bowl, they catch up with you. That's why that over does go for 20. But you can see that when he gets it right, he's a difficult one to get away. All right, 4 overs done, 53 for 2.
Good finish there from Riley. See, that's the over where they do push ahead now. Team Europe. What a great day we've had. And the crazy thing is we still have 2 more matches to come after this. One of these 2 teams will have a 2-1 lead heading into that. Change of bowling here. Jack Jarvis batted really well. He's probably the reason they have this many to defend.
59 or 3? What do you reckon?
59 of 3? Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, 60, I guess. Need a magical somewhere. I suppose when you look at the structure of this series, the win's more important than the bonus point. So you wouldn't want to risk blowing your innings up to try and get 20 and over at this stage.
Yeah.
I think you're just batting fairly normally, still be attacking. Both these two are very attacking. There's heaps of batting to come. And we really went all the way down. I mean, Khalid Mardi smacked 6 sixes at number 10 in the last game. So you got that confidence. Let's try and make good decisions while you're out there.
All right, this one, he's going to get lucky. You know, this will go, I think, for 6. And let's see. Let's check this. The umpires, yeah, they put them up. They put them up. They put them up. Right, you just don't care. That's 6 runs. Swing hard and get lucky. And that's what Jamshad does.
Yeah, this is a bit of the old luck factor. Because if he gets more bat on it, probably finds the fielder. But you can see it just gets away from him. Creeps over the line. Maximo. 6 runs.
Yeah, nice to see some of the spectators here and enjoying the action and getting pretty close to some of it as well. And always great to see the youngsters watching as well. It goes a little bit wider here. There's Jarvis. That one will be just a single.
All right. Now, I know what I said about you'd never retire anyone out, but Nabi, 7 off 7. I feel like he's got to do something before the end of this over. To be fair to him, he's only faced 7 balls out of the 27. Right? So, and actually, there's been a couple of noes in there, so it's probably been more than 27 balls in this inning. So let's see how he deals with Jarvis. Oh, how's that? How's that for some placement? This is right off the end of the bat. It was going to be a big wide, and Nabi had a bit of a problem chasing things he should have left alone during the ECL.
Yeah.
If you remember some of the ways he got out. But this is right down off the tape at the bottom of the bat. It's the world's latest pull shot, but it's 4 runs.
Sí. Buena suerte por equipo de Europa. 4 más por Nabi. Well, Nabi, somehow, he's managing to get runs whenever he's under pressure.
Good shoes as well from Nabi, just noticed them. Very coordinated.
Okay, let's have a look at the height on this. Tyrone Peters signals wide straight away, so it's another one that's gone over.
Jarvis, for such a young player, Jarvis has got a really good bowler's scowl. You know, when they're just filthy with the call. Maybe he's just filthy with himself, but you can see this has gone miles over the head of Nabi. Some people do think you can kind of outmuscle Nabi with the short ball, but it has to be quite short.
Yeah.
Kind of getting up above the shoulder.
Okay, big swing and a miss this time. The only thing is, though, I mean,
It's a big swing.
when you see that short ball and you see the batter swinging so hard, you always feel that if there's any contact, it's just going to fly for a backsimo. So I don't really know if the bowlers honestly believe that it's a win.
But that's once it covers up in the circle. That's one that Nabi needs to be hitting over cover. He's got that shot. Okay, he needs to keep that front side in shape. Last ball, the 5th coming up.
That's well angled in, and it's going to be caught. So I suppose a difficult and maybe unpopular decision that Corey may have had to make becomes irrelevant now, because Nabi will give his wicket away anyway. He'll go for just 11 of 10 balls. So I just wonder, with all the other batting they've got, whether Corey will be maybe now forced to make a change with the opening, because Nabi, like we were saying in the European Cricket League, it's just not happening for him.
Yeah, that's right. I've got a feeling they'll just with the nature of this tournament, they'll probably rotate their openers again. So Nabi goes for 11, end of the over, and the score 65 for 3 after 5. And he's down to him, Mr. Maximo, with Rico for happy first ever Western Shield Day. Best of the best here. It's like an ECN All-Stars kind of team, so we're shining brightly. And look, the weather, it's actually looked after us. We've had cloud cover the whole day, a couple of sprinkles of rain, but really, it's just great to have so many players playing here. And
it is.
Really, the majority of these players are playing here for the first time, which is brilliant, actually on both sides. Yeah. There's just a few that have played here. I know with the Dutch 11 when they were here for the ECIs. Sean Gompsch might have played here a little bit. But yeah, it's a great experience for everyone. And a lot on the line, the first ever Western Shield. And I've heard, the Western Shield has arrived in the country, and it is sparkling as Greatwood comes back. Skandazovka, the new batter, not facing. Jamshed faces up.
Well, he's gonna... Oh, what a grab! What a grab! Oh, this is sensational. Jalebi time, everybody, as Tim Tector takes an absolute screamer. Well, we saw him take one on the boundary, which was pure class, and he had all the time and confidence to take it. Well, this time, he doesn't have the time, but he has the confidence. Ah, that's a beaut. What a catch. And you know what? We have got so many good players here, and everybody's talking about the batters that are going to be on show and the bowlers. Don't forget the fielding. And when you've got like for like in batting and bowling, what wins your matches? The fielding. And sometimes the fielding is just exceptional. This, Vinny, is an unbelievable catch.
That's a couple of one-handers we've seen in that part of the ground, isn't it? And yeah, Tector kind of has an expression that says that he thinks he's outdone his own expectations there. Throws the hand up almost in hope, but he's well balanced. We saw one from John T. Jenner, didn't we, earlier on for the Knights? But that was class. Go gadget stuff from Tim Tector. 65 for 3.
Oh, wonderful catch. And all right, now you got, look, 2 new batters, both as Zulfikar, so we're going to have to tell you who's who. And I can tell you that it's going to be Secundo Zulfikar, the captain, on strike.
Now, I know they're identical, but this is Saqib who's on
Saqib?
strike. Yeah, because Secundo came out earlier, but he's been at the non-striker's end.
Okay.
So now he'll face up for the first time. And these two had a pretty good partnership earlier, if you remember, in game 1. And Saqib, he ain't no bunny. I'd say if you were to categorise them, Secundo's a batter that bowls and Saqib's a bowler that bats. But they're both good in both aspects.
Yeah.
Oh, we had a shoe blowout, have we?
Oh, what's happened here? He's got a punch. Oh, hang on. He said there's something in my shoe.
Oh, no.
What's had him?
He's
Something's
ripped
had
the
him.
shoe off real quickly.
Oh, he's been attacked by something. He's been attacked by something. What's going on here? Well, he's got a little
It's
pebble.
like he's been attacked by something from below.
A little pebble or something. It's not in the shoe. Look, it's gone. It's made its way into the sock.
It doesn't look like an injury. It just looks like a wardrobe malfunction, really, for Greatwood. Yeah, and now he's trying to sort himself out. Hey, have you ever tried to put your shoe on when you've got your sock on your other foot and you're trying not to you don't want that sock to touch the ground because it'll get a bit dirty? Yeah. And you end up with that little pose, like a ballerina. Now he's given up. He's just walking on the sock.
Okay. All right. Well,
let's have a look at his technique. Is he going laces? He is. Or is he, is he double knotting it? That's obviously his technique here. They're long laces too. That you might have to kind of tie them again against each other. I mean, I'm thinking the 21st century, you'd think that Velcro would have come in, but still sparingly used. Anyway, we finished with Shoegate. Let's get on with more cricket.
okay, plays is out in the off. They'll want to take the single. They will get the 1. So both the brothers are off and running. But, yeah, the opportunity of getting all the points here is starting to slip away. Remember the target, 113. So if they do it, it's going to have to be at a magical pace. Toby, oh, well, what? I don't get it, really. Just not smart for me. If you're banging the ball in like this, surely you know it's not going to be on the screen. Nobody's going to know where it is.
They're getting used to this pitch, I think, as well. I mean, every pitch is slightly different. Even artificial pitch is slightly different, but Lincoln's lucky that comes down in time for him to grab it.
Look where Lincoln has to leap to get this.
Exactly.
I mean, that's quite a leap.
Thought it might just keep going up and go over him the way it was so short.
Now this one is nicely timed. That's a really good shot. Not trying to hit it too hard. It's all about the timing. And beautifully played. And that's a good shot there. And
this is a good example of a shot where he knows the long off is up, so he isn't actually trying to smack the cover off the ball. He knows he's just got to get the ball over the circle, the inner circle, and if he does, he's fine. And actually, he times it so well, it goes all the way.
slower delivery, well played, but very good running. I suppose they are twins. They will have a good understanding between each other. I bet even before the ball's bowled, they read each other's mind and say, we're running here. And they get there.
Yeah, so are they twins? Are
they
triplets twins? Because they're triplets.
Okay.
This is, I don't know.
I'm not going to say they're triplets because then everyone's expecting to see 3 of them out.
Yeah, where is Assad? We need a backup keeper. We've seen all 3 of them playing for...
I bet you.
He'll be watching. Hello, Assad. Hello, Ramat as well. I'll actually be in the Netherlands at the end of May because we'll be showing the 3-way series. In fact, yeah, Leask might be on the park in that one as well. Who knows? I think some of the Irish talent here can't be far away from breaking through.
Where did you get the matching flower for?
That was from Casper.
It actually matches. Casper's done well there.
But yeah, Netherlands, Ireland, Scotland, T20 series at the end of May, leading into the T20 World Cup in USA and America. Anyway, this is up and it's smashed away. What a good shot. Bit of a settler there for Secunda Maximo. Team Europe in the box seat in this chase.
Yeah, it's hardly has to move his feet. It's there. It's in the zone. Saganda says, thank you very much. That gets played away.
And if you're wondering what Rico's talking about, to give you a bit of context, we keep getting given presents. We've got from Casper, we've got quite a few rocks, which he said are gemstones.
Yeah.
But yeah, he actually got me this, which actually, you're right. It's kind of
fun. You need to put it in there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah, put it in there. It does. It looks. It's a colour coordinates you
a bit
perfectly.
thicker than I thought it would be, but
Right, we'll work on that.
we'll work on it. Otherwise, my Cardamom badge won't fit anymore.
82 for 4 after 6.
Yeah, we're getting quite the collection here. Great to see the youngsters around as well. Really what it's all about. Tector, look at that magnificent Jalebi catch, and now here he is in over 7.
Oh, well, where does this pitch? That's the question here. Is it pitching on the stumps or slightly outside? I reckon impact is just outside. What do you think?
Yeah, that's what I thought immediately. He almost gets his pad out. Yeah, I think you can see all 3 stumps. It's pretty close, put it that way. But I think there's that element of doubt about the impact, and I think it's a good decision. Don't know about the decision to reverse, though.
Well, this one gets played away. Watch the bounce. Well watched.
We haven't, and it's going to come. We haven't seen a Tortuga diddle a knight yet, have we? We haven't seen the Tortuga get through. I think there's probably 2 or 3 that have diddled the Europe side.
We haven't seen the vicious one yet.
Yeah.
We've seen the little ones which go
because the rain, it's a little bit softer. It's a bit more forgiving, this ground, than, for example, when we were here last year.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, now, this is going to be pretty close. Does he get back? Because he has to wait, doesn't he?
Yeah.
For the ball to go into his gloves.
If he's gotten back, he's done really well, because his only option is try and slide that back foot back, and he takes a genuine slide at it. Oh, this is so close. I think he's home.
Makes it, you know. I think he just makes it.
Yeah. He's done really well to get it back.
Yeah, and the reason is because I think if you watch this again, Dan Lincoln, he's got a fair bit to do to get it into his gloves.
Yeah, Lincoln did everything he could, but
Yeah.
I suppose there were a couple of things that helped him. He actually kind of went back in his crease and then charged, which meant he hadn't actually got that far out of his crease. And yeah, some more inexperienced batters, if they miss that, they turn and try and turn the whole body around and get the bat back in. But that takes way too long. If you think you can slide your foot back in, and that's your best play. Well, ball by Tector, by the way.
All right, so Skyer, it should be taken. And it will be taken, no mistake. So Sikander Zulfikar, he's going to go cheaply once again. So after making a good performance in the very first match, where he scored 73, he hasn't been able to find the same form again. It's just another wicket. So this is now starting to get, I would say, just a little bit nervy.
Of course it is. Of course it is. And yeah, Tector's an interesting one. He kind of bowls these, I call them little doorknobs, little leg spinners, but they're not really over the wrist leg spinners. And Tector was so confident, he didn't even bother staying to watch the catch. But yeah, that was a fairly easy take for Jack Jarvis. So Sikander, bit of a one-hit wonder here, unfortunately, for him in match 3. He goes for 9, and Team Europe are 85 for 5.
It just leaves Mujadadi hanging there, wanting a high 5, but I suppose Mujadadi's probably not the best one you're going to get when the batter just got out. And it's your captain. I just get the feeling there maybe that he backed himself to try and get some good acceleration in. There's some discussion here now between Suleiman Saeed and the bowler. Not sure quite what it's about, but anyway.
I'm not sure. Everyone's looking up towards the deep backward square leg region, but
Right,
I think we're good to go. Here's Mini Boom Boom.
Yeah, Mini Boom Boom. He just gets a little bit of bat on this, and now he gets one on the back of his legs.
And it's a really good piece of running from Saqib Zulfikar there. But it's a good example of backing up. It's his call because it's behind the wicket. And Afridi responds just in time. They can get away with a single. Tector's only gone for 3 in this over. He's been a leg by as well, but he's got that wicket. So Team Europe still ahead, but it's not done yet.
And it makes good contact and gets enough. Only just, Vinny. Only just 6 runs. And the last ball will go for 6, but still, that's a very good over. There's 9 and the leg by. So 1 for 9 to score, 92 for 5 after 7.
Yeah, again, just lucky he gets this over the fielder. It's not over by much. Saqib takes on the fielder. There's that kind of slog sweep and climbs out of the ground for 6 runs to finish the 7th. 92 for 5 coming up, of course. Match number 4. And have a look at the lineups here. DDC comes back in for Team Europe. No Nabi in that side. Looking at the British and Irish Knights. Lynch is listed at the top of the order. Again, he's only got 1 run to his name as well, so he'll be keen to do well. Hindley back in, listed to bat 3, and obviously got his left arm wrist spin as well. Samaria back in as well for the British and Irish Knights. That game starting in around about 25 minutes, and one of these teams will be 2-1 up in the series at that point.
Yeah, welcome wherever you're tuning in from. And if you're wondering where we are, we are in Portugal. This is Centre Iron, which is in the heart of Portugal. It's actually known as the Garden of Portugal because it is so lush and so green. It is a beautiful part of the world.
El Jardín. And Frost with some left arm spin here in over 8. Good ball first up. Just spins past the outside edge of Afridi. I want to say a quick hello to Zishan Khan as well as tuning in from Malta. Zishan, hopefully you're well. No doubt he'll be supporting Team Europe in this one.
Yeah, hi Zishan, and of course to everybody else from Malta. Well, of course, we will be going at some point. That's a really nice shot. He's executed this beautifully. It's just all about timing. We know that Afridi sometimes can try and get a little bit too wild, but this time it's just perfect shot. Gets the weight into it, plays it nicely. 6 runs.
Yeah, and Afridi, this is just a push for him. And he's kind of cut from the same cloth as Nabi in a way, in that he can get balls that aren't quite out of the middle, but still sail over the fence comfortably. It was a really correct cricket shot.
All right, well, this one now he's going to go for the big one, and he's going to go out. Oh, dear. Afridi didn't have to do that. He gets a boundary. Now he just has to, he can just push this, rotate the strike, take a single, but that's not the way they're made, is it? That's not the way these guys play. He says, I've got one, I'll get another. But unfortunately for him, it's Frost who gets the wicket.
Yeah, no, credit to Frost. He's putting the ball in dangerous areas. Outside the off-stump, this is kind of like a hanging outside edge. Afridi kind of loses shape. And 98 for 6 now. So yeah, things getting pretty interesting. Yes, they've still got batting to come. I mean, look who's listed to come in next. You got Gomsh listed to come in next.
Yeah.
You've still got Kalagamagay to come. You've got Amadi who's coming off 37 at number 10. And even Mujadadi. I mean, he hits a long ball. But anyway, they're not there yet. Gomsh probably is a good choice, though, for now because he's got gears.
Yeah.
And I just think if he's at the crease, he's not necessarily going to throw his wicket away. He can just accumulate a little bit with only a run a ball required in the last 15 balls of this game.
You can be clever about it. You don't have to go for the big shots. I know that Afridi has said it's the way that he plays. So he'll go for 7. English takes the catch. I suppose. That's another one down, 6 down. So if you can have a bit of a flurry here, who knows? It could be a bit of a collapse. And you end up snatching a win out of the grasp of Team Europe here. So the end of this over could be quite important. 3 balls to go. Team Europe, be careful. The Frost is coming.
Yeah. Left hand is probably a good matchup as well against Frost. I want to say hello to Wayne once again. He wants to know is Conrad Greenshield's one of the ball retrievers. Yeah, most of the Awarish crew are out ball retrieving, aren't they?
Not for this one, though.
Not for this game, though.
No, he's the team manager. He's got his suit and tie on today. That's a nice looking shot. Fielder, he's going to get unlucky. Gets a slide in, tries to push this back in, but Ben Fitchett, I think he gets ends up giving it a bit of a top spin. Gets hand onto it, and it will come off him and go back over the rope. Here we go. So good effort, but 4 runs.
Yeah. So yeah, just to be clear, the Awarish team are there, but not Conrad. He's the European manager.
Ooh, just out of reach. And it'll be a single. So San Gomez, after hitting a boundary. The thing is, there, once you hit one boundary and they're over, that's it. You've got the runs you need. So they're well ahead. So he doesn't have to do anything crazy here. And I'm sure that Saqib Zulfikar is probably reading the situation very well. I suppose credit to the Knights. It looks like they're going down here, but once again, they have got themselves a point.
Just going to try and push it.
That's a really good shot. Classy, really. He plays it delightfully. And we always like to see a little bit of sexy cricket. And there you have it. Showtime here at the Central Cricket Ground. You're watching the Western Shield. And you're watching a little bit of class from Saqib. Really nicely played.
Yeah, really good shot. They played a lot of hockey in the Netherlands. That one ends up banging into the fence. They played a lot of hockey there, and that's the kind of shot, supple kind of wrists that you would expect from someone with a hockey background. And we've got people watching from all over the world, including, looks like Phil Pennick is tuned in. He says, give a shout out to the Sporting Alphas boys. They're playing in a T20 tournament at the moment, but they're watching. So to all my friends at Sporting Alphas, of course, I made it to the championship week last year in the ECL. Hope you're well. Hopefully catch you again soon. Anyway, 6 required off the last 2. There's one of them. So now, Zortfiger will face up, and they potentially can win this game with one swing of the bat. There's Corey having a bit of a laugh. We've got Conrad over there somewhere. He's probably doing some official duties. Tell you what, I've got to say, Team Europe, yeah. I want one of those jackets. I think they look magnificent in my old football team's colours as well. West Coast Eagles in Australia. Okay, so we can finish things off. This one does catch a bit of the line, though. That'll be re-bowled as English has come on in this 9th over.
Yeah, trying to make something happen. Well, I think that's a tight call, actually, you know.
Yeah, I think it broke away a lot off the pitch. Yeah, so Phil Pennick just tuning in with all this Sporting Alphas guys, Rico. I know that you know them very, very well.
Yeah, I do indeed, of course. They're in Alphas LP. Well, this one, they might be going to Alphas LP. He's absolutely crunched it. 6 more. And Saqib Zulfiqar looks like he's taking his team to victory, and he's done it with that one big hit. That'll be it. Done and dusted. And they do it quite comfortably with a 4-wicket victory with 10 balls to go. So well done to Team Europe. They will be victorious again. So they take a 2-1 lead. Remember, 5 matches will be played today. Still 2 more to come. And, well, once again, I suppose it is the British and Irish Knights that find themselves 1 behind. They'll be looking to bounce back here straight away. And I think that's probably what most people want to see here. All the neutrals, they love to see the Knights bounce back and make it 2 apiece. And then when we go into the last match, match number 5 of the day, it will, I suppose, be the decider for the day.
Yeah.
At the moment, handshakes all around.
Yeah, so it's a good win in the end. They set it up with the ball, though. I said at the start of the day, maybe it's the bowling that might separate these 2 teams because they're both very heavy on the batting. So Europe electing to bowl first in the next one. Obviously, they chase successfully then. And they'll be hoping to wreck the top order. It won't be easy, though. Mentioned a few of the changes there with DDC coming back in for Team Europe. Jonty Jenner coming back in for British and Irish Knights, and a few other changes as well. Join us for that one, as we'll be back in about 20 minutes for it. But right now, let's have a look at some of the highlights of this chase. And this one was a bit more, I suppose, a break back into normality with a bit more of a balance between bat and ball, Rico. 113 was the target. And just confirming before we go to the highlights that Europe now are 2-1 up in this 9-match series.
Yeah, 2-1 up. Let's have a look at the highlights. And I suppose it was a mixed start. Jarvis, he went for 16. He didn't manage to finish well, but Clayton Floyd, well, he started with a bang. He got an opportunity to open up with Nabi. Nabi, well, let's say he remained pretty flat. He did get one away, but this is some nice hitting early on from Clayton. It wasn't just power. It was that little bit of finesse as well. And he was looking good. He was looking good until he tried to get funky. And sometimes, well, you can be too sexy for your own shorts. And that's what he was. He had to depart. He was a little bit disappointed giving his wicket away. And then, well, Nicholas Damgard came out. And normally ever so reliable. He gets caught on the boundary. Really good catches. And that's Tim Tector. And if you thought that was good, well, he also treated us with a one-handed jalebi catch as well. So watch out for that. But Clayton Floyd, he went and he was doing the early running. Nabi was struggling. He couldn't get going. They needed somebody to get some valuable runs, and it was Jamshad Khan, a player that we've seen doing many a good job with the bat in Germany. He was there and he was crunching the ball pretty well, timing it well. But well, we know that the Knights are going to keep fighting. The fielding and the quality of their fielding was exceptional. A little bit of luck here for Jamshad, and it wasn't just he who was having luck. Nabi also would get a little bit of luck as well. No luck in that one for Nabi, but there's one which he ended up getting the toe end of his bat, which went to the boundary, and a couple of swings which also flew over the fielders, but the luck would soon run out as Leaks was there to remove Nabi, who went for 11 of 10 deliveries, so he's still trying to find his form. One man who's found his catching form, that's Tim Tector. That was a delightful catch. Well, Jalebi catch for him, and Jaraba trouble for the bowler. He had all sorts of issues, did Greatwood, sorting out his sock and his footwear. Didn't seem to help him. There's the boundaries captain coming, and that was a nice catch there, taken by Jarvis. Just that was Sekinder Zulfikar who would go for 9, and at that moment in time, you just thought a couple of wickets, especially if they could get the wicket of Saqib, it could make a difference. But Saqib, well, he was there. He was there to finish the job off. Well, you might be able to get through one, Zulfikar, but there's always another, and he fought hard. 24 not out of 7, and ends up bringing the victory home for his side. That was a great effort there. Well, Corey was giving it some love, and yeah, well, we're loving those kits as well, and we're loving the battle between the British and Irish Knights and Team Europe, and that was the big 6 that will seal that match. So Team Europe go 2-1 up on day 1 of 2. 2 more matches still to come, and well, I wonder if we're going to go into the last. Even Stevens, well, that's Martha Maria, who is saying, come on, don't leave me hanging, somebody give me 5. Well, they waved, but she never got the 5. Well, they're not. We know about Martha Maria, she does like to get the high fives in, doing a fantastic job. Our Spring Media here. Let's have a look at that scorecard. 2 lots of 23 for Floyd, and also from Jamshad Khan, but in the end it was the stability of Saqib Zulfikar that would see their team home. And as we said at the time, I think Sean Gomez coming out there and just adding a little bit of stability and making sure that they didn't do anything silly when they needed a runner ball, and in the end they would do it with 10 balls to go. With the bowling, 2 wickets for Oliver Riley. I think Jarvis, I kind of like what he's doing, but I think he's got to once again stop giving away too many extras once again there. And the Knights, 12 extras there, 6 wide, 5 no balls and 1 leg by, so that's something that they can work on, and they'll be looking to bounce right back in their next match. I'm going to leave you with the match summary for match number 3. Well done to Team Europe. They take a lead in this Western Shield with 2 matches to go in this day. They are 2-1 up, and they'll be loving it if they could get a win in the next one, because that would ensure, no matter what happens in the last match, that they will finish on the top of the stack after day 1. But of course, the British and Irish Knights will be looking to, well, take it to the last and make that the decider of the day. So match number 4 of this Western Shield coming up in just over 12 minutes time. Join me, Rigo Full and Mr. Maximo, when we return to talk you through it. Volvemos en 12 minutos.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. And with 3 matches into our 5-match day and, of course, our 9-match series here in the first ever Western Shield, pitting the best of the best from Britain and Ireland, taking on the best of the best in Europe in ECN cricket. And here we are, ready for match number 4. And at the moment, it is Team Europe with a 2-1 lead in this series. And they were able to pull off a kind of tricky chase, but they did it in the end in match number 3. Now, I can tell you that the Team Europe had the option in this one. Skander Zulfka has decided to bowl first. So they've actually beaten Britain, the British and Irish Knights. They beat them batting first and second now. So that gives them a lot of confidence. I think, again, I think a lot comes down to the start. And if they can get those early wickets, I'll be very curious to see who the British and Irish Knights go for at the top of the order. I think Harrison Ward probably will have a rest in this one, but they've got Lynch up there, they've got Tector, they've got plenty of options, I think, at the top of the order. Even Dan Lincoln himself, we saw him opening a little bit earlier. So 2-1 is the situation at the moment. Will it be 2-all, or will it be a 2-game cushion for the first time in this series to the way of Team Europe? Plenty to look out for, still 2 games to come today as Game 4 is about to get underway. I can tell you that Team Europe have elected to field over to Rico Full in the commentary cube.
Thank you very much. As you can see that the umpires are getting ready to go out there. Looks like it will be Suleiman Saheed and Naeem Malik. There's Russ there, part of the ECN crew as well. Looks like the batters and the fielders are ready to go out, and we do it all over again for match number 4. I suppose just to keep themselves in this and not allow Team Europe to get away with a good lead here. The British and Irish Knights will be looking to bounce back here. They had to do it after defeat in the first match, 172 to 166, and they did. They batted first. They put 170 on the board thanks to a superb century from Harrison Ward, who earlier in the day also scored 98 not out, by the way. So they got their win, 170 to 147, a 23-run win. But in that last one, not as high scoring as the previous 2 matches. The British and Irish Knights were restricted to just a score of 112 for 9. And only Jack Jarvis and Ben Fitchett getting in the 30s. So Keep Zulfika was the player of the match, 4 for 25, and also then saw his team home with a 24 not out, 7 deliveries. Team Europe winning with 10 balls to go. And I think that's why, really, here that they're putting the British and Irish Knights back in again. I think this is the captain, Skander Zulfika, thinking, all right, you struggled with the bat earlier, and we're going to make you struggle again. We're going to make you do what you didn't do well again. And they're hoping that it can work for them. You heard Vinny say that teams will be doing some rotation, and he's absolutely right. There is no Harrison Ward in the team this time, so somebody else is going to have to find their form. But once again, interesting enough, the British and Irish Knights are still the favourites to win this match. So I suppose for Europe are probably thinking, well, what do we have to do to become the favourites? But at the same time, hey, I don't think they mind. I think they know that if they're the underdogs, they probably prefer it. Welcome to everybody around the world that's tuning in. And, looking forward to the start of this one. A few people are making reference to one of the days that it is today. In America, it's News Beers Eve, because once upon a time in 1920, America banned all intoxicating liquors, including beer, for a period, and it was only in 1933 that came to an end. And that day, on this day in history, was called New Beers Eve, and that was way back in 1933 on April the 6th. So, well, one of these 2 teams will probably be celebrating tonight. Well, which one would it be? Well, at the moment, it is Europe that have the lead. Mujadadi starts again. He's going to go down the leg side. This will be a wide. He's bowling to same as Lynch. Oh, we can hear the ice cream van coming again. That's where Vinny is, by the way. I bet he's getting himself a nice ice cream after after destroying the barbecue a bit earlier. The beautiful setting here at the Centre Iron Cricket Ground. That gets played away, gets fingertips on it, no run. Would Daddy, he's fitted in to this team really well, hasn't he, as the opening bowler. Of course, coming in pretty late with the injury there to Baluch. Alright, let's hit that firmly, but straight to the fielder, no run. And Mujadadi applauds the fielding. Jonty Jenner is the non-striker. Jenner, a bit of a break in the last one, so he comes back to the side. And we're just infested by spiders at the moment, I have to say. They're coming in SAS style from everywhere. Okay, that's a good hit. He just stands and delivers. Doesn't have to do too much there. It's there, it's in the slot. And always nice to get the first one out of the middle. And you'll see a good look at this. Just right where he wants it. Just plants the front foot down. Gets a good swing of the bat in. Crunches it. And, well, you know the feeling when you hit one out of the middle. It feels good. It sounds good. And he'll be hoping that he gets a few more in that zone. Looks like they're making a change in the field here early on. And the third comes up, but I don't see it. I think Long On has gone back on the boundary as he gets tucked up here by Mujadadi. Yeah, I think this is where maybe the little bit of the bluff, because I'm just noticing that Longmorn actually still was inside the circle, so they pushed the next one out on the leg side. So square leg, mid-wicket back, but nobody now on the boundary, either on fine leg or third, which is, I suppose, a little bit risky, because if you swing hard, well, hang on a minute, now the change comes again. Square leg comes back in to push backward point back on the boundary. And Mujadadi, as he runs in, just loses his one and brought back to his mark. It's hit up in the air and clears the infielders. That will be one bounce for. Nice shot. Doesn't look very hurried, does he, Lynch? You see here, just perfectly balanced. Head over the ball. One hand comes off the bat, getting the elevation in. Well, look at Buxy there. It looks like he's ready to throw in and dart at the stumps there. Never shows his age, Buxy. Fit as a fiddle. Shorter one, cloths it. And well, once again, a foot fielding attempt there from Hamid Sharif. Luckily for him, he's got some support. And they'll only get the single. 12 off the first then. Not the worst of starts from Mujadadi. That's a couple of boundaries, a 4 and a 6. And that's the update then. 2-1 at the moment to Team Europe. And well, for those of you that like your music, I know we've got 1 or 2 people in the chat that do. And this day in history, way back, maybe you can tell me the year. Europop group ABBA had their first international breakthrough as they captured top prize in the Eurovision Song Contest with Waterloo. Come on, I'll leave that out there for you. Back in, if you like boxing, back in 1987, I remember this well because I watched it, middleweight world boxing champion bout between Sugar Ray Leonard and Marvellous Marvin Hagler. And it was a bit of an upset there at Caesar Palace, as it was Sugar Ray Leonard who won. I remember that fight against the hard-hitting Marvin Hagler, and Sugar Ray Leonard just danced around and jabbed all night long and got that victory. But I remember the last the last round where they mixed it up. And, well, there was a little bit of firepower in that one and some firepower in this shot as well as Lynch gets this one away. Just looks a little bit more composed and relaxed here, Lynch. Just noticing that he, maybe the first few knocks, he was a little bit over keen, over jealous. This time round, he's a lot calmer. And goes for it again, and he'll get it again. As I think this one will just bounce before the rope. 4 more. Nicholas Damgaard decides that he wants to put the shades on. Not really been shades weather, but he decides it's time to bring out the shades. And, he goes for another boundary. Lynch doing all the work at the moment. Jonty's not had a chance. Oh, this one I think could end up being a minimo. Let's see, no, buys given. So it's obviously, well, I don't know why buys are given here. Let's just see this again. That's got to be, if nobody's that's got to be a wide, surely. If nobody's hit it, if it's not a leg buy and it's not off the bat, that's got to be wide, surely. How's that buys? Well, that's quite strange. It's down the leg side. That's a rare call. Yeah. Oh, I guess played. And they'll take a single. Oh, that was a strange one because it doesn't touch anything. So buys for signal, but maybe Sullivan is a little bit slow, showing us a bit of leg. But leg buys is what was signalled. Yeah, that makes sense now. Damgaard wants to finish well. And good take from Ishan. The foot, you'll see this from the side view. Foot stays firmly planted. And Jonty Jenner gets 1 ball. Well, can't get away, but he does keep that foot down. Second over comes to an end. 27 without loss. Damgaard in that one going for 11. Liking the motivation that Team Europe are giving each other, geeing each other up. Mujadadi to bowl himself out, bowling the third. Firmly hit, and oh! I mean, that's been hit well, hit hard. You see the fielder going for this, and in the end, he ends up not that far away. This should tell you, but that is motoring. It's a tremendous effort. But clobbers. You can see how quickly from back to the boundary fence that goes. Lynch doing all the hitting here at the moment. All right, this one is a no-look. Baximo from same as Lynch. Hay malo suerte por equipo de Europa, pero buena suerte por Lynch. Have a look at this. He's not looking where this goes. He says, I know where it's gone. He has a little cheeky look afterwards. And he goes all the way for 6 runs. Mujadadi getting plenty of encouragement. Needs to jam that Yorker in, doesn't he? And he wants to make a change. Yeah, he says, I'm going to try left arm round. Just wants to try something different, I think. Let's see how it works for him. And this one is good stop. Gets down, gets dirty for his side. Beautifully done by Krishan Kalugamage. We know he's a terrific fielder. Lightning quick reflexes. Down he goes and makes the stop. That's pretty wild, and that gets crashed away. It doesn't pitch at all. Cuatro más. This partnership starting to grow, and Jonty finally gets one away. Right. John T wants to go off the back foot, and he calls it. Yeah, he says. So building a partnership. Thomas Lynch, John T Jenner. And so excited to see so many people in the chat. I'm loving the references being made to some of the names. Yeah, Daddy Cool, says Dave, of course, in reference to Mujadadi. Daddy. That's been clubbed. Oh, that'll go a long way. Bolle. Sona Shaka Lagia. That's right in the slot. Thank you very much. And Lynch, let's just say the way he's striking the ball here at the moment, he's onto something here. That's the end of the power play, and it's a pretty healthy one. 49 without loss, and that one from Mujadadi goes magical. 22 come off it. Wonderful to see so many people at the Centre Arm Cricket Ground. Doesn't this ground look fantastic? Big shout out to the Butsamutsi family that do a tremendous job in keeping this ground looking so marvellous. There's history really about this ground is that with a lot of venues here in Portugal becoming unavailable for the clubs to play, more and more clubs turning up. Well, there you go. There's the original Cow Corner. And I bet there's a few that have been up there as well. But yeah, with so much cricket growing, but the availability of venues falling away, the Butsamutsi decided, you know what, we can use our own backyard garden for a ground. And Sandy and Fatima, the parents of Paolo Butsamutsi, they came together and they built this beautiful pitch, this beautiful ground. A lot of work was done, levelling it, and it looks absolutely exceptional. And credit to them for what they've achieved here, as this is another one that gets smashed away. And John T. Jenner trying to find his rhythm here as well. And Nikolaj Damgaard, he gets smashed away from another. So that's a big six. But yeah, it looks amazing. So well done to the Butsamutsi family. You should be very proud of what you've achieved. And the world is watching. And the world is seeing just how marvellous this picturesque Centre Arm ground is. As Vinny Sandy joins me back in the queue. Vinny, a nice little partnership developing between these two.
Yeah, and no worries really for the Knights. And Jenner has actually faced too many of the deliveries in the power play. He might have faced 3 in the power play. But Damgaard getting bowled out here in the 4th. Gets this right up there. Drilled to deep cover. That seems to be the kind of the bump zone over there. We saw a few kind of get through Mujadadi earlier, didn't we? That one is handled. Yeah, but Lynch, El Machina, the machine is back. And pretty operational here so far in match 4. Oh, that's nicked, but it's a big deflection. It might have even got Ishan either on the chest or even a bit higher. Let's have a look at this on the replay.
It's the first one really that he's missed.
Yeah, and this, I mean, I don't think you can really, because it takes a bigger deflection than than you realise. Also, it took off in the first place from Damgaard. Anyway, next time, it's not a nick. This is drilled straight into the sight screen. Maximo! As Seamus Lynch will move to 45 in pretty quick time. And at the end of 4 overs, the score is 62 without loss.
Yeah, they're going well. And Seamus Lynch at the moment, well, he's faced the majority of the balls. 17 for 45. John T. Jenner has only just got going, 12 of 7. It's a good partnership. It's one that needs to be broken, and I wonder if they're going to go to somebody like Saqib Zulfikar here now to try and use his spin. Remember, he was outstanding in the last match. Took 4 for 25 and scored 24 to give his team the victory, and quite rightly so, player of the match.
That was a really good straight hit, wasn't it, to finish the over. I tell you what, 3-1 Europe versus 2-all feels very, very different, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Going into the last match of the day. Gone for 164 at the moment. This is hit straight. Amadi's come on, and he gets hit back over his head. Doesn't quite get the Yorker in. Turns into a bit of a half volley, and Jenna smashes it for 6.
Yeah, good shot. And waits for it. And once again, not too much excessive movement. That's been the story of this partnership so far. The batters aren't going wild. They're not charging down. They're not trying to do anything extravagant. Just playing nice, straightforward shots.
Jenna, 18 now. Just kind of tailed a little bit towards the end, and he takes his medicine, knocks it down for 1. Very useful opening partnership, this. Now, I know that we were talking 150, 160 par. We do tend to get excited sometimes, but I can tell you in the first 3 matches, the run rate was 15.1. So that's where we've ended up. Yeah, maybe that 150 feels about right, all things equal. And why is it higher than normal? Yes, the players are better, but it's the depth. It's the fact that you've kind of got, most cases, you've got kind of like 10 genuine bats in the team. Oh, now, here we go. The Tortugas have kind of followed Team Europe, haven't they? And I would have thought, actually, that their group of players would be slightly more used to fielding on some uneven surfaces. But to be honest, there's not too many excuses there, I think. Zulfikar, the captain, maybe he's got a lot in his mind, but he just misjudged that one. And Lynch gets 4, moves to 49.
He'll be very disappointed because not only does he not take it cleanly, he deflects it away from DDC. He was backing him up.
Goes pace on here, and Lynch just easily puts this one over the tent. There's some power there. It's Maximo time. And Seamus Lynch brings up his 50 off 19 deliveries. Good to see him at the top of the order. That's where he likes to do his work, and he's certainly working well here in the first half of match 4.
What an exceptional shot. Let's have a look at that wagon wheel. But that one was a monster strike. And it was just effortless. It was just pure timing.
Amadi, let's go slower ball here. No, he goes pace on the double bluff, but Lynch is waiting for it, and he just guides this one. It's almost like a drive over third, isn't it? And he just puts the bat in the right place at the right time, lets the pace do the work. This is a great shot of it here, thanks to Spring Media. And easy as you like. Maximo, seis carreras más. Fantastic shot by Seamus Lynch, who moves into the 60s. Well, we're not even halfway through this innings. He's already 61. I don't want to use the C word, but you know what I'm thinking. Last ball of the 5th. That time was the rolling cutter. Amadi's got different types of slower balls, you know. That was kind of the quick off spinner, I think. End of 5, and the score is 85 without loss. As we welcome you into the cube, and you sound to hear Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Got Rico Full with me. Look, I think what you're seeing here is these players have to be pretty mentally robust at this level. Because take Amadi there, goes magical, probably not the greatest over. Okay, there's a misfield in there as well. But he's also had a brilliant day. And same thing with the bats. You've got DDC and Lynch, for example, here, coming off 2 failures. So just kind of staying in that positive mindset, because you are, even in such a short series, going to have your highs and your lows.
Yeah, and I think it's the mindset. I think that both sets of teams, the captains and the coaches, are applying to the batters. And that is, look, don't be afraid. You're going to have so many knocks, so many opportunities. Go out there, be brave, play your shots. If it don't work, somebody else will click. And I think that's where you got to be. This one is a half a chance, just doesn't carry.
Yeah, pretty well fielded out there by Mujadadi.
And I think we've seen that. We've seen, I mean, DDC out very first ball, that Royal Duck in the first match, but they still go and win the match. Because the key is, you're not chewing up too many balls. If you fail, somebody else will get in and get the runs. And next time around, it'll be your turn. It'll be your chance.
That's right. That's the real crime, is wasting balls, isn't it? Here's Saqib. Leg spinner. Just stand and deliver job from Lynch, who watches it, and he'll watch it go over the fence. Maximo. Fantastic shot. Zulfikar Saqib, who's bowling, he does have the orthodox leg spinner. He's got like a top spinner that goes straight on. He's also got the wrong, and I don't think everyone picks him because he's got quite a zippy action, so it all happens very quickly, but that was well played by Lynch. Now, this one is up in the block hole. Dug out. That's motoring towards the boundary. Mujadadi does very well to make the stop. I know he's struggled with a couple of balls in that area today.
Hey, I wonder if we can stay on this. Can we stay on Mujadadi? Look, no shades. Watch this. No shades, and then... Wait, stay on him if we can. Keep this rolling.
Yeah, maybe this one will show it. Watch this.
Keep it rolling. So no shades
No
here,
shades,
but
and
watch
then-
what happens. We'll have
too
to go.
quick.
I wonder if we can go back to it. Just that last bit. Just the last bit.
Yeah.
From no shades.
Okay.
And then watch the shades come down here just as he goes to throw it.
Unlucky.
Okay,
describe.
Got it.
Can I guess what happens next? His shades fall down onto his eyes.
Yeah, come down. Auto shades, they call those.
That is the top spinner this time. He's gone. Well, there's the complexity with playing a bowler like Zulfikar. I don't think you're ever that comfortable against him. And maybe we can get a slow-mo of this one because it's kind of like the over spinner. And it kind of hurries onto Lynch, draws the false shot. And not too long after I mentioned the C word or even thought about the C word, he's going to have to go for 69. But a brilliant knock from Seamus Lynch. 69 of 25, in fact. But Saqib Zulfikar breaks the partnership, and it's 94 for 1.
Yeah, well, Saqib has been good, hasn't he, with the ball? And after picking up 4 in the last, he's picked up that partnership there. So 94 for 1. They're almost getting the 100 partnership. John T. Jennett still there. He's just going at around about a strike rate of 200. Yeah, they'd be pretty happy with that contribution. Remember, they were falling like flies in the last match. And there's a go with a left-hander now, and Tom Hindley. And I like that move just to break up the rhythm of the bowlers, and of course the field set.
I think in many ways he's the hardest bowler to face. I think him and Amadi, just because they're not easy to pick. Anyway, Hindley comes out in the number 3 position. Last ball the over. And he hits it pretty well. Just puts the front foot straight down the middle of the pitch and biffs it. And it brings up the 100 as well. So Hindley not wasting any time. It's 100 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, and this, again, draws back to what we were talking about, Vinny. The guys are just being told, go out there, have fun. Attack from the word go. If it's not your day, in this one, it will come. Somebody else will come in and somebody else will hit run. So Hindley goes out there, and how often do those sort of players get told, just go out there and mash it?
Yeah, exactly. And look, Jarvis listed at 4. I like that move. Plenty of batting. I mean, Sumarare at 8. We haven't actually seen Julius with the bat.
Yeah.
But we know how good he is with the bat. He was opening the batting and doing a very good job
a good batter.
in the ECL recently.
We saw him also score at his century. He was the first, wasn't he, of the old Victorian batters to get there.
It might have been Watling, actually.
Watling, actually. Beg your pardon.
Yeah, Sumarare drafted in for Championship Week as a replacement. Anyway, this is up. It's in the air, and it really should be caught. This one hurried on to Jenner, and now he's going to have to go. So both set batters go within 3 balls. Damgard takes it and puts it through for the conversion. The Knights lose the second wicket, 100 for 2, as Krishan gets the breakthrough.
Yeah, he's not going to drop those, he's Damgard. He's a very good catcher off the ball. So, well done. I mean, Krishan Kulangamage, remember he bowled the second over last time round, and he made a big difference. That one, look at the bounce he gets.
Yeah.
And that's what gets John T. Jenner.
Surprises him with the pace of the delivery. And you could just see he was off balance there. He was still kind of moving back, wasn't set, was hoping he could throw the hands through it and get the contact, but it wasn't to be. 100 for 2. And as listed, Jarvis comes out at number 4.
Okay, Jarvis, he had a good knock in the last one. He's got into the 30s, didn't he? And it certainly helped his team to at least get to some kind of score. 38 or 14.
Just sorting the field here. The one had 6 outfielders there for a second, but Jarvis gets ready to face up. They bring up the square leg in the end. There he goes it straight away, and he's already kind of got his eye, and he made runs in the last game. And both these players that come out, Hindley and Jarvis, start their innings with Maximos.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of this. I mean, you gave us a stat after the first 3 matches, how many Maximos we've had. And this is why there's no fear. Just go out there and play an attacking game.
Yeah, he hits this, and it just bounces short. Midget Addy certainly had his hands full today. Does well to smother the bounce. Yeah, at the moment, I can give you a running count.
Go on.
We're actually now up to 93 Maximos.
All right, keep count. Let's celebrate the 100.
We still have over a game and a half to go.
It's quite amazing, isn't it? I bet if you said to somebody randomly, hey, how many sixes do you think today? I bet you know we would get near that figure. They'd say about 45, 52.
ECN cricket's different gravy. He's dropped it. It's a full toss. Probably not a ball that deserved to take a wicket, if I'm honest. Now they're looking at an overthrow. They won't take it. Proper ECN chaos here, wasn't it? First he went after this. He actually hits this very well. We'll probably actually see the catch attempt here. Maybe just out of shot. No, there we go. It looks very easy when it slow it down that much, but unfortunately not able to hold on. Anyway, next one is not going to be an opportunity for anyone on the field anyway. Maximo, as Henley survives by the skin of his teeth and then puts the next ball out of the ground.
Yeah, that hurts you, doesn't it? I mean, all right, it wasn't an easy one, but when you think that he got both hands to it and it goes right into the middle of those hands, he'll be disappointed to keep that it's not taken that. And Kalugama looking to finish the over without going for another boundary. He's gone for 13. And he will. It's not a bad over. 1 for 14. He'll take that.
Spinners have made a big difference, haven't they?
Yeah.
For Team Europe. With Kalugama really coming into his own. Obviously, you've got to keep Zulfikar there. He's always a threat. End of the over. And 114 for 2 after 7. Here's some of the upcoming events. We had Zishan Khan in the chat earlier, and he'll be playing for Malta in the Medina Cup, which is actually hosted in France for the first time. It's quite funny because Medina is named after a place in Malta. But good to see that's on the move. And also, we'll be in the Netherlands. Of course, a fair bit of Dutch representation here in the Netherlands for many T20s, not just the tri-series between the Netherlands, Ireland and Scotland. Also will be there for the KNCB Finals Day. That'll determine which club from the Netherlands goes to ECL 25. And also we have a 3-match T20 IW series between the Netherlands and Italy as well, which is great. They've got a bit of history, don't they, on the network. Then, of course, the next one after that is England from the 27th to the 31st of May. And we probably haven't talked about this too much. Let's come back to the action here as the first one is dragged down. And it's going to get the treatment. Oh, Corey does the fielding over there. Keeping his skills up. Saqib, quite called a drag down, but it's a fraction too short, isn't it? And in the end, it's pretty well handled over there.
I'm quite surprised that to the lefty, they haven't got a fielder out there, you know. I think Corey might be actually...
I think they want to encourage him to do it and make him sweep a ball. Oh, there we go. That's another one that's just jumped away. I tell you what, the Zulfikars have had a bit of a nightmare in the field this innings. And this is a ball, and maybe it is because it's drying out a little bit. It just explodes off the turf. And, yes, Zulfikar can't do much about it.
Yeah, that's a bit of a finger buster, isn't it? Sikandar.
All right, high. Is someone going to catch this? It looks like Jamshed's under it. He drops it. Well, there you go. Now it half chance for a run out, but not. And we haven't seen too many sky balls dropped. That one might come back to bite Team Europe. Jamshed, look, never quite gets the hands together. And just misjudges it. Goes kind of the end of the fingers and pops out.
Opportunity. So Henley being dropped on 6 by Saqib, and now Jamshed puts him down on 23.
Now no one's catching that either. So it's always salt into the wound as well, isn't it? That one's got some distance on it, really, from Henley. And you can see why he was such a great addition to that England 11 side. And now, of course, flying the flag for the Knights. That one was large.
Yeah, it's gone a long way. And once again, he's punished them for putting him down. He does the same thing when he was dropped on 6. He hammers the next ball for a biggie. Well, we wait for that one to come back.
Yeah, so I was talking about the ECS England. We'll be at the Wimbledon Club. I think it's Rains Park, I'm told, is the venue. And so for all of our UK-based viewers, we'd love for you to come and meet and greet with us. We'll greet you, you meet us, and that's the 27th of May, Monday the 27th of May. It's a bank holiday. Well bowled. So that's the one that kind of goes straight on rather than turning back towards the left-hander. Yeah, so isn't that a great idea? We'll probably have to think about that over the next few weeks. Maybe we could organise some cucumber sandwiches or something like that.
Yeah, we've definitely got to do something. Like you said, it is a bank holiday. Half term as well.
Yeah. All right, in the air. Poor Mujadadi. He's always just a little bit too far back to turn these into catches. End of the over, and it's 133 for 2 after 8. Because, of course, we've been lucky enough to meet some of our ECN super fans that have been able, particularly, to come to the Cartama Oval. I know that Steve McVeigh actually might be coming here because he lives in Portugal and support. We've had some visitors in Barcelona sometimes, in Malta even, but it's the first time. A lot of our viewers probably may find it hard to travel internationally, so we're coming to you if you're in England, and why don't you come down and meet us?
Yeah, that'd be a great idea. Coming down, and well, we'd love to have a chat with you. And of course, it is half term as well, so looking forward to a lot of maybe the juniors from all of those clubs that are going to be involved in that series to come down.
Right, 9th over. Look, you got 15-15, 160. Probably chaseable. You have to bat well. This should be out. There's a bit of an epidemic of drop catches. Floyd says, not on my watch. And he takes this one. Has a bit of a laugh to Daniel Dorkaya as well. Of course, they both played club cricket in the Netherlands. That's where DDC plays the cricket for Hermes. As for that one, it was a fairly simple effort to Clayton's left, and it'll be the end of Hindley, but not before he makes an impact. 32 off 11, and the Knights are 133 for 3.
Yeah, well done once again to Khalid Ahmadi. He gets the wicket. And, well, Hindley, he lived a bit of a charmed life, didn't he? But it was third time unlucky for him. After being dropped on 6 and 23, Clayton Floyd makes no mistake. So this is pretty evenly poised here, I think, Vietnam. If it goes to plan, if these two get a partnership going, Jarvis has been, well, kept off the strike, really, hasn't he? He's only faced 2 balls, and he's hit one of those for 6. But if they keep going at this rate, then that 160 or 150 plus score is definitely on. But if a couple of wickets in here, then that could change dramatically to maybe something even under 150. So, interesting little phase of play coming up here.
Steve McVeigh says he's on the bus on the way to the ground at the moment. I want to ask Steve, though, who he's supporting. Because I know he loves wearing his old England hat.
That's true.
And he does support Portugal, of course, fair enough, as well, in European cricket. But who's he supporting here? His country of birth, or his region of birth, or his home now, which is on the continent? That's pretty well bowled by Ahmadi. At least hasn't quite had the chance to fire with the bat yet. Maybe a bit lucky to survive the first ball.
Yeah, well bowled. Good areas to a new batter.
Like I said, he's got several types of slower balls, Ahmadi. Some are slower than others. So, yeah, he's a real wily character. There he goes, puts the pace back on, and he's a little bit late in the pull shot. And get a single. It's a pretty good finish. Remember, earlier, Team Europe did pretty well, just kind of restricting at the end of the innings. And, yeah, Ahmadi, ideal bowler for this situation. Jarvis has been in good form, though. He hits this, but the fielder, Darmgard, well, he's the right man for the job. He's as tall as a skyscraper, isn't he, Nikolai Darmgard? And like this, he gives it the old George Hankins golf swing celebration. He does his reset, doesn't he, Nikolai? And that'll be the 4th wicket down. Jarvis goes for 7. It's 134 for 4.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. If they keep picking up wickets here, they might keep this 200, that 150. And that really, and remember, we were talking about past scores being around 150, and from the information you gave us earlier, it's right on that. So keep it at 150, game very much alive. But if one batter really gets going here and gets going with this, that celebration, and if one batter gets going and they do get past the 150, maybe 160, 165, it's a different ball game.
We've probably got some of the Hornchurch fraternity that are watching right now, so jump in the chat and let us know what you think of the old golf swing celebration. It's no shoe phone, though. Oh, we'll say that. I suppose you've got to be creative. Lincoln comes in at 6, more than capable, number 6. So let's see if he can get cracking. There's only 8 balls left in this innings. You can see there with Jarvis, the bat just turned in his hand a little bit on the impact. Wasn't a clean hit. Now, slow ball first up. It's an up and under job, and it's catchable for Mujadadi. And it's going to be taken. In fact, they made a switch out there. That's Sakib Zulfikar that takes the catch. And Lincoln is going to go for a golden duck as Team Europe fighting back in the first innings here of match 4. That makes it 134 for 5. And Khalid Ahmadi is on a hat trick.
Yeah, well, Khalid Ahmadi, he's been pretty exceptional in the day. He's been probably one of the pick of the bowlers for Team Europe. He's also shown what he can do with the bat. Dan Lincoln, well, he's going to go for a goalie. So there's goalie. There's been plenty of ducks on show here today as well. We've seen the Royal, we've seen the Golden, we've seen normal Derricks as well. Of course, this is the birthplace of Derrick, Portugal, and this very ground, the SCG. So opportunity for a hat-trick for Khalid Ahmadi.
Yeah, could be. Well, Steve's come back. He's given me something in Portuguese I'll have to translate, but he's also said, come on, you British and Irish Knights. So now we know where his allegiances lie. They need to fight back, don't they? Because 3-1, it's going to be a long way back. Here's a hat-trick ball. Fitchett comes out at 7. Oh, it's in the air, but there's no fielder back here. That'll run away for 4 down the hill. And where's downhill? Everywhere.
Yeah.
From the middle of the Santarém cricket ground. Ahmadi puts in a good shift, especially in that second over. That even with the boundary, it only goes for 5. So before that ball, he had 3 for 1 in the over. At the end of 9, the Knights are 138 for 5.
Very good over. And the Knights, they're struggling a little bit here at the end of the innings. Remember, they fell away in the earlier match as well. I mean, they went on to win it because they did get to 170. But the last 3 overs in that one only went for 33. So they haven't been able to finish well. And that means that they're leaving the door open here for Team Europe.
Kalagamagay comes back to bowl the last. Just puts the pace on. Now, has this hit anything or not? Let's have a look at the signal. It's been given. Runs. Okay. So might have just got a little bit of an inside edge or maybe a bit of glove. Let's have a look. Yeah, a little bit. I think more the glove more than anything. I think he's just trying to tie him up there, try and cramp him for a room. But Leask able to get their hands out in front. Up into the 140s now, the Knights. I still end up at about 150 as par.
Yeah.
Which they look on for here. Oh, this time hanging full toss. Ken tries to surprise him with the cricket ball, but the only surprise is that it goes over the fence. And, well, I think they might have spotted this one here. Maximo, 6 runs to Leask. And Miguel, he thought he had the jump on that. Let's follow him here.
Miguel, he's
before
brave.
we go to a replay.
He's brave hanging there with shorts on, I tell you.
Oh, yeah. Snakes are out. He really did gallop after that in a confident fashion, didn't he, Stoneman?
Yeah, he's like, I've seen it. I'll get it, but then
There's Macy in there. I mean, to be honest, it's nice to get back to nature sometimes. That's a great shot by Least, by the way, to go and fetch that from outside the off stump. Let's see if Kalagamagay wants to take the pace off a little bit. Thing is, yeah, it's an attempted Yorker that gets missed, basically. Now he fetches this one, Least, and he's going to put it over the leg side fence again. Maximo! They're just kind of falling off the pace a little bit, the Knights, but they're making it up in this 10th over. In fact, that brings up the 150 for the British and Irish Knights.
Yeah, good shot. 154 up now. There's still 3 balls to go. So we're back on that 160 sort of expected score. 162. I reckon with 3 balls to go, they're looking to go past the 162 here for sure. Surely they've got eyes on at least getting another 10th of the last 3 balls here. That's the minimum.
Good clean hitting by Michael Leask. Again, that's it's a quick ball push through. Leask all over it like a rash. Maximo! We're going to need some new balls. That's 160 now. Never mind the 160. They could be going 170 plus here still.
Yeah, I mean, the expected score keeps changing. And I was saying that I reckon they're looking to go for, after 3 balls, at least 10. Well, that's 6 of them. And this over's gone, well, 4, 6, 6, 6. It's gone for 22 already, Vinny.
So Steve said, Força os Cavaleiros, which means come on the Knights in Portuguese. So that's who he's going for. Yeah, this is some good hitting late in the piece. Just to answer a question after this ball, which isn't really elevated. Not an easy stop there. But DDC does well. Good throw. Might have had him in trouble. Oh, yeah, he's just improvised. But yeah, DDC, he'll be a bit disappointed, I think, that he doesn't get more on the throw back to Isan. And for that reason, they'll get back for 2.
It's a great pickup from DDC. Of course, he's used to it over there. He has
Just didn't come out clean.
fielded there for a while the last couple of days, but that would have been pretty unique.
All right, well, that's another one out of the ground. So Leask finishes with a bang. He steals the strike back, and he takes the last over supersonic. 30 come off that one. They're going to finish 168 for 5. Just what I was going to say. I had some questions about the Medina Cup. What will the venue be in France? It'll be at the Dreux Cricket Ground, the same venue that we'll be visiting in just over a week's time for the ECS. But back to this game here. And Fitchett, got a feel for him actually. Keeps getting a hit, but sometimes doesn't get to face too many. He gets to face one ball in that one for 4 runs. But Leask steals the show. And that was quite incredible. After those 3 wickets in the 9th over, we then saw 6 boundaries out of the last 7 balls.
Yeah.
And British and Irish Knights well on top with 168. But as we've already seen today, Rico, this 168 is not safe. And Team Europe, they've got the batting to chase this down if they're good enough. But still, I think the Knights pretty happy where they're at halfway through match 4.
Yeah, you will be. They get past the 150 and they get 168. The last over going for 30. Remember the one before that only went for 5. So they made amends. Good hitting. Even Stevens more or less. 85 off the first 5 and 83 off the second. But this is how things started. Lynch was looking on song. And Jonty Jenner at that point just couldn't get a hit, could he?
Yeah, you're right. He just was kind of left cold a little bit. But still, I think did his bit while he was there. 20 off 11 for Jenner. A few impact innings there. Look, Tortugas were out in full first, weren't they? They seem to be plaguing Team Europe. That was a remarkable shot. Kind of just hung the bat out there and put the ball about 80 to 90 metres over the 10. That was a simple catch for Kalagamage to get Lynch for 69. He actually looked on for a ton for quite a long time, didn't he? Then Jenner, just a little bit off balance, trying to muscle this down the ground. He got caught. So, yeah, okay, Lynch was 69, a big contribution. Kind of cameos from Jenner, Hindley, and Leask in there, particularly Leask at the end with his 31 was very, very useful. Because, yeah, it does feel a lot different chasing 150s versus 160s. But, yeah, some of the fielding, for the first time, really, we saw some skied ball drops, saw some missed opportunities, and you just wonder if that comes back to bite Team Europe in this one.
Yeah, I think Hindley, he was the one who was given the chances. We saw Saki put him down there on 6. He was dropped also on 23 by Jamshad. He would eventually go, but he put a good contribution in, and a quick one as well. 32 of 11. There was a celebration from Damgard, but then, well, this was at a point where we thought they were going to just fall away here, and maybe Team Europe were going to get a good finish in and restrict them to around about 150, but, well, you can see there towards the end, some good hitting from Ben Fitchett saw them go past the 150 and finish on a very healthy 168. Seamus Lynch led the way from the front though with a fine 69 to 25.
Yeah, it was a good knock from Lynch, wasn't it? It just showed, no Ward in here, but they've got so much depth. Both these teams do, really. 20 for Jenner, 32 for Hindley. At least 31. Took 30 of those off the last over. Just the 5 extras, so once again, they don't inflate the score with extras. Team Europe, I've got some work to do. 3 for 28, Amadi, once again. Brilliant effort from him, although his first over was pretty expensive. 23 came off that, came back well, taking 3 for 5 in his second over. Wickets for Sakib Zulfikar and Kalagamage as well, although Kalagamage did go magical in the last. In fact, not just magical, he went supersonic with 30 coming off it. So the score went from 138 to 168 for the British and Irish Knights, hoping to square this series at 2. Or can Team Europe pull off a memorable chase and give themselves a 2-match cushion in the series? Vinny Sound to him, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. We'll have a quick break. Back soon here in Portugal for the Western Shield. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back with the umpires. Umpire Suleiman Saeed and Naseem Malik have made their way out. And the two batters are out there already, as we saw a bit of a huddle there from the British and Irish Knights before they come out ready to do battle. They're looking to level the series here, this Western Shield, 2 apiece. And if they can, then we go into the all-important, the final match between these two later on. That is the bonus point equation. Plenty of noise out there. There's time for Team Europe to make their reply. You see Clayton Floyd, he's up there, and Daniel Dorkaye, who hasn't quite had the best of starts. He starts at the non-strikers end. He got a first ball at Royal Duck in the very first match. That's how the Western Shield started. And then second time round, he just made the one. He's a batter that is class, pure class. And let's just say that when you're that good, you're not going to get too many failures. Expecting to see him click at any time. Maybe this will be it. Jarvis, the bowler, who seems to be enjoying the challenge. Oh, well, I don't think that shot was quite on here. I think Clayton's a little bit lucky that he doesn't get this, because I don't think he would have got the elevation he was looking for. I mean, it could have been one that either goes to the keeper or maybe goes to the fielder, Toby Greatwood, who's in that catching third position. Remember, he made a good start in the last match, did Clayton Floyd, and then tried to get funky and got himself out. Swing and a miss, and that will be the one for the over. Firing it up here. There's Jarvis. Yeah. Good call from the umpire. Jarvis showing some of his all-round abilities. It was handy with the bat in the previous match as well. Well, this one doesn't quite carry to the fielder. Shouts a catch it. Must admit, I heard a bit of a lid on this. It was like a double sound. I wonder if you pick anything up here. Is this bat onto the lid? I think it is. And I wonder if you see anything here. Yeah, definitely. I think the umpire's just got to do a bit of a little concussion test here, because that was hit pretty firmly on the lid of Clayton. And if it was caught, he would have been out. No runs. Oh, well, they could run if they wanted to. There's Dan Lincoln. Cheekily throws it back, but it hits the back of the batter. GDC looking to get started. Just one nice shot will make all the difference at the moment to him, wouldn't it? Strokes is out and the off. Takes a single. 3 without loss. Just feel that Clayton Floyd here feels the need to find a boundary from somewhere. A few predictions here. Mandrake is saying the British and Irish Knights to defend this total and win match number 5. Well, Mandrake's got his crystal ball out. And that's the shot they were looking for, and it will go past the fielder. So 4 runs. I mean, they're still below where they need to be. They need to be going at around about the start of the innings. Needed to be just under the 17s, didn't they? So with the first over going just for 7, they are a fair way behind, and that rate now moves up to to 18. 7 without loss. Good over there for Jack Davis. Good effort from the fielder out there. Apne benefited ne काफी कोशिश की थी बच्चों का लग गया. Well, there's the crew. Ian Rummage is there, Andy O, and Mihal, Tyrone Peters, and so Marzi. Solomon is in there as well. That's Diana Oroz with her burrito. She would have been happy the other day when it was National Burrito Day, clicking away. And of course, check out not just the pictures, but the videos on social media. Diana Oroz, our ECM photographer, blended in nicely into the boundary fence. Samarora will get dragged for 4 as this one gets worked in that 45 on the leg side. And Julius played very well in the opening game. Took 2 for 17. Still ended up going on to lose the match. Hasn't had a chance to have a hit yet, actually, which is a big surprise. Get attacked by some more spiders here now. The spiders are loving it. And they're everywhere. And the only good thing is, because it's quite overcast, I mean, if it was sunny, we would see the webs everywhere. But because it's overcast, you can't see the webs. You can feel them. And they're everywhere. In my hair, I can see, I feel them. Walking on the microphone. That's a conversation going on here now. I'm not sure what the issue is. I think they're trying to make sure which batter, you got the right batter on strike. Well, I don't know what they're pointing at. Well, there you go. There's Daniel Weston. Look at Roger Finer with that fine cricket jumper, ECN cricket jumper. He's modelling that. They're just still trying to sort this out. Roger Finer is there, so we'll have a quick look at them again, maybe one more time. So they're all here. Looks like we're ready to go though. They've sorted this out. They just wanted to make sure that it was the right batter on strike, I suppose. All right, we will continue with Julius Samarora. Not really sure why there was confusion. Oh, that's a good sharp delivery. All about variations. Beg your pardon. It was a spider that decided that I needed some extra protein. Anyway, down the hatch. Yeah, variations from bowlers. That's how you counteract this. Aggressive hitting. Goes across the line. There's a big appeal. And the umpire says not out. DDC surviving. Let's have a look at this. Now, Samarora believes he gets his man. Let's have a look. So, goes right across. Clayton, oh, I've got to say, I don't think, oh, he can't believe it, I must admit. I reckon that Clayton Floyd may be a little bit fortunate with that one. I don't see what it was missing. I don't have any issues with where it was pitching, or maybe with the height. Well, a few comments being made by one or two of the Knights saying it was missing off apparently. Just seeing the funny side of it. That's been hit pretty nicely in the gap. That's a nice shot. So nicely struck. And all about timing. And Clayton Floyd gets that one in the gap. These two know each other pretty well. So Clayton, nice boundary to him. Samarora will be very feeling that he's unlucky he hasn't got his man. Well, that tucks him up. That is in the rib cage. And yeah, that's winded him. That's got to have hurt. Let's watch this again. And it's, yep, that's winded him big time. Oh, it's right there, isn't it? And Clayton, when he gets back, he takes a bit of time to compose himself. All right, 9 of the over. Summerall will want to finish without going to the boundary. 17. Without loss so far. They're at this point 10 behind where the British and Irish Knights were. Goes for it. They'll take a leg by. And that completes the over. So that's 18 without loss. This is the way it looks at the moment. So Team Europe have got the 2 wins and 1 loss to them. You can see the British Irish Knights are looking to win this one. Tie the wins to loss ratio. Remember that 118 in brackets. I mean, if they can contain Team Europe to below that, then they could get 4 points. That would, even though it's even Stevens, that would give them the extra bonus point and put them on top going into the last one. Taking it on, and that's good running. I think they get there. So still plenty to play for. Jarvis goes back to his mark. At least just having a word with him. I've liked Jarvis. He's the real competitor. He earlier had a few issues just getting his line right. Just some more delays here about something. Well, while we have a delay, we can show you the magnificent clubhouse. That's it. I know that at the moment that everybody's tucking into a lovely tee over there. Well, that's what they're all inside. It's a lovely spread that's been put in there. Well, there you go. Look at Paolo. He caught your Paolo. I told you this is a lovely spread. Well, there was. Paolo's demolished it. And well done to Zoe, to Emma, to Maria, Lorenzo. And yeah, it's pretty tasty in there. There's Juan Carlos to the left. And a little bit of wild action in the trees there from Jay Wild. He's camouflaging himself. A big effort to get the Western Shield up and running. The first time, the first of its kind. And not sure what the delay is here. Just working something out. But, oh, look at this. Yeah, look, I'm telling you, these things are causing all sorts of problems. And a few people around the world have just screamed at their screens. And well, right on time for tea, they've just choked on their digestive biscuit by seeing that. Yeah, don't show things like that. Did he see? Just trying to stay composed. Nobody likes a delay like this. I think it affects, for me, the batters more. Yeah, DDC, of course, hasn't really found his form just yet. He's trying to get in. He just wants the balls to be coming to him so he can get going. And well, we might as well have a look at cow corner. We've mentioned the cows here already at Centre Rhyme. A particular type of bull is also home to Centre Rhyme because has a big bullfighting tradition as well. At the moment, they seem to be quite calm. We've got some other sheep. Look, we're having a look around the ground. Are there sheep out today? Any sheep in the field so far? Well, maybe we'll save those for later. Looks like we are ready to go. And well, there's Crute. Crute has been doing some umpiring for him in the European Cricket Series. He's doing a good job as well. All right, I do think we are ready to go. It's 14 without loss. We just had to, I think, sort something out with the scoring. And yeah, I don't know what's happened there. I don't know if that's still right or not. We'll go with it because I had it as 18 at the end of that second over. So we'll just have to wait. Apologies, folks, but it gives me an opportunity. I always like an opportunity to tell you a few things. Of course, it is Saturday, so get your caramel popcorn out. It is Caramel Popcorn Day, International Firewalk Day. I don't recommend it, but if you fancy it, it's a day that people walk bare feet over a bed of hot stones or embers. And what else can I tell you? Yeah, 1896. There we go. The first modern Summer Olympic Games open in Athens, Greece. And American athlete James Connolly becomes the first modern Olympic champion when he wins the triple jump, and then hops and a jump, and then later in a long jump. And he came second in the high jump as well. So I'll keep giving you memorabilia. I tell you what, why don't we invite Vinny to come in and he can tell us about some of our upcoming events.
Yeah, there's plenty coming up as well. So next stop after this is France, but don't forget we still have a week to go in Portugal. We've got week 3 and the exciting conclusion of the 14 team. By the way, that's the most teams we've ever had in Portugal. European Cricket Series, and we'll be resuming that on Monday. 7 more days to go, and then France for a couple of weeks. Brescia. Apparently it's at a new ground in Brescia, not the same ground that we were at a couple of years ago. So I'm excited to see that. I want to see what's going on here. I think there's just maybe it's like technical snafu. Hey, speaking of the Olympics, 1896, Pierre de Coubertin, something I'm saying that right?
Yeah.
But do you know that they, in the beginning of the modern Olympics, they didn't have gold medals. I think the winners got silver, and I don't know, the second got like a firm handshake or something, and only retrospectively. So when you see the gold medal tallies, they've been done to say who won.
I think originally there was no medals, wasn't there? You just
I don't think so. Anyway, here we go with over number 3, and Jack Jarvis gets drilled through the offside. Brilliant shot. Obviously, Europe need to fire up sooner rather than later. And I wonder if this guy, Daniel Doyle-Kayet, could be a cog in that machine. We saw him have a brilliant ECL for Paco Care, Badalona, the Spanish qualifiers, as their wild card. Now, straight up in the air, though. We got big trouble. Should be caught. Haven't seen too many dropped. This one hasn't been dropped either. The Knights have been pretty much flawless under the high ball today, haven't they? And so DTC's miserable run continues as he'll go for 6. And Team Europe have lost their first wicket in the 3rd over.
Yeah, I was just about to say that maybe the delay didn't hurt DDC as he hits the first one for 4, but once again just loses his head here, loses his shape, skies it up in the air, and these guys, they're not going to drop chances like this. DDC will go, no issues whatsoever for Mike Frost. Take the catch.
Not taken by Frost. Darmgard comes out at 3. I think partly, obviously, you've got a series where it's a topsy-turvy kind of series, so you're not taking any games for granted. You're trying to put guys up who you think are in form right now. I think Darmgard is one of those guys, even though got out quickly in the last game before they looked very good. Floyd at the other end, who's found it tough going so far.
Yeah, Jarvis though, just seems to, it's the sort of player I think he just seems to have got used to this pitch and he's feeling good now.
Did you answer the Abbott question, by the way?
Yeah, and well, I put it out to the chat, and Jules is there 50 years ago.
That's crazy, isn't
50
it?
years
50
ago.
years ago. Some good songs. I've been to the ABBA Museum in Stockholm, actually, when I was there for ECS. Pitching outside. Oh, he's given him. Well, time will tell, but I had a feeling with this one. I wasn't sure where it pitched.
Let's have a look. There's a huge appeal.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big appeal. Look, it's him right in front. But I don't know. Let's have a look at this one from Joe's wide of the crease. No. For me, no. It's pitching outside. But I suppose fulfilled 2 of the 3 criteria. And it's a bit of a tough one for Darmgard, but he'll have to swallow it. He goes for a golden duck. And just like that, we have another wicket, and Team Europe in a fair bit of trouble here.
Yeah, well, that's going to be another goalie. One of those, I mean, I know when we look at the replay, it's easy, I suppose, for us and for you at home to say, but you got to umpire where he's standing. At the end of the day, umpire makes a call, and if he's feeding it, doesn't have. It needs to just be a bit of the ball.
Yeah, but you got to be thinking about it. You got to be thinking about it with right arm over the wicket, especially going wide of the crease. You got to be thinking. He's got to be getting it pretty full, I think. I just think that he's probably a bit fortunate there, but who cares, as they say in the classics. And he's on a hat trick. And
You
he's
frightened
gonna,
him. You spooked him.
yeah, well,
You spooked him.
something needs to happen. We're on a bit of a hat-trick drought here. It was Mark House in Group G of the ECL that gave us our last hat-trick. That was ages ago now. Well, ages in ECN cricket. Probably about 2.5 weeks. But still.
Yeah, we will get the graphics updated shortly. It won't take long now as Jarvis comes in for that hat-trick ball.
Oh, no hat-trick. But I can tell you there's a 6. Maximo. And I think in ECN cricket, one of the only formats of the game where you see hat-trick balls disappearing over the fence regularly. What a good shot as Isan gets going with the bang.
Well, there's a saying in Barcelona that if this guy gets in and he hits the first ball for 6, that he's going to score a big score. And that's exactly what he does, Ishan.
Oh, a little edge into the ground. It's a slow ball there from Jarvis. I didn't know this, though, in the chat. Apparently, ABBA got 0 points from the UK when they won Eurovision. Typical. Anyway,
Be careful
nice
what you
stop,
say. Be careful what you
hello
say.
to all of our viewers in the UK. But I love that people get so territorial in the Eurovision voting. Hey, if we're on it, I know it's not quite last game of the day, but if we want to go a bit random, I will say that in Barcelona when we were there for the European Cricket Series, I watched the Spanish finals for Eurovision to work out who the entrant would be.
Yeah.
And I was invested. And I'm still pretty annoyed at my man Jorge Gonzalez and his song Caliente, which had a lot of body oil in it.
Caliente.
It was good, but in the end, it was, I think, Nebulosa and Zorra that got the entry. I don't know. Anyway, this is up. It's in the air, and it's going to travel out of the ground. Maximo Floyd. Maybe that's the one that can get him going in this contest. You're going to the LBW, and you're right about it. The umpires have a lot to consider. But sometimes you just need to know, with this certain angle, you have to really... It's the first question and the most important question you're going to ask yourself with an LBW.
Yeah.
So, because if you think it's pitching outside leg, everything else is irrelevant. You don't have to even go on in your decision-making process. And
I think what I'd say here, being the diplomat, I think one's gone each way. There was one earlier
yeah,
that Clayton survived, which I must admit, that one I'm seeing is out. I don't see what it's missing. He survived, and whereas that one probably was maybe more not out than out.
you think it's a bit of natural justice. But
Yeah.
tell that to Darmgard, who has to go off first rock. Wasn't his problem, but now it is. The
Yes.
next one's clipped away for a single.
There's that Tortuga, but it's dealt with well.
Can handle a Tortuga. By the way, when we're saying Tortuga, that's Spanish for tortoise. And it goes back to about 3 years ago, we coined the term for basically an unpredictable bounce, where we thought that it bounced like it bounced off a Tortuga shell.
Comes Riley again. Oh, big swing. Swing and a miss. Now, Oliver Riley is the bowler. We're just having a few issues with some of the, looks like the soul. I reckon the spiders. Those, you see, I told you, the spiders, not only they're getting in my ears, and I've eaten a few, by the way.
Oh,
you
there's
saw
so
them on
many
the screen.
spiders.
Now they're getting everywhere. So just bear with us, folks. We will get this sorted. It's not some Aurora's bowling. It is Riley. So there we go. We'll get it updated for you pretty quickly.
Oh, pretty close. I wonder if he's got a bit of bat on this. Hits him on the back leg, though.
Oh, he's saying a bit of
he's
bat.
Yeah, maybe.
Suleiman Saeed. Let's have a look here. And
Yeah, actually it does. Yeah,
Good call.
Yeah, good
very
stuff.
good call. And what I like about Suleiman Saeed there, stands perfectly still. And that's what the best way to give a decision. If he's moving, you never know. Stands dead still, sees there's a bit of bat, and he signals it as well. Good call.
Yeah, good communication. The umpires, let's be honest, have got a lot of decisions to make, and 99% have been accurate. I honestly think we've got some of the best umpires in world cricket because they're so decision fit. They're making so many decisions. Yeah, they're not really perturbed about making the tough calls. Anyway, right now, we're going to see this one get drilled down the ground and out of the ground by Floyd. Maximo sees Carreras. Team Europe fighting on. Long way behind in the game, but ain't over till it's over. They would still feel they've got the batting to chase this kind of 20 and over down, which is what they need to do to go 3-1 up in the series.
Good shot. I like the way he sort of steps across outside off and hits that straight through the line.
The fact that Dave knows the Caliente song, do you? How are you watching the Spanish finals? Isn't he in France? Jorge Gonzalez. Look it up on YouTube. Actually, I think maybe I gave him the link before, so maybe that's how we watched it. Around the wicket now, Riley gives this a crack. That's going to be a wide. Pulls a little bit too wide. Look at it. I love this, Riley. Bowler's never happy. To be honest, it was pretty close to a back foot no ball. He went very wide.
I wonder if he's suggesting if he thinks that the batter's moved here. We'll have a look at
If
it
he
again,
moved,
maybe.
I mean, he moved a fraction. This is missed by a lot. Okay, he moves a bit, but look how wide.
Not as much as the ball
The
moves.
ball's so wide.
It's a difficult one for the umpire to make a call on that, but I think that's
It's
the
the
right
right call.
Yeah.
And even if you do move the line, if it touches any of that imaginary line in your head, it's still a wide. Anyway, Floyd, 23 off 13. Needs to turn it into something more. Yeah, attacks and goes a bit straighter this time to Floyd. He can't quite time it up. Yeah, so, okay. Now that I've done that, I'm going to
You're going to put
tell
it
you
up there,
it's 43 for 2 after 4. Confirmed score. And I'm going to go find those YouTube links. And in the break, you try and tell me with a straight face that Zorra is better than Caliente. And Jorge, he's always coming second. He's never been to Eurovision. Yes, he was greased up. And then
Did they keep him away from the naked
last
flames,
time I
by the
posted
way?
these links, I have to say that if you are easily offended by, I'm not going to say, let's just say some scant clothing on a couple of gentlemen,
Okay.
they're showing a little bit of the backside, then maybe it's not for you. But I'm just going to let the viewers be the judge. Something for you to do between match 4 and match 5. Anyway, back to the action. And here's Greatwood to bowl over number 5. Starts with a pretty good ball in the block hole. It's dug out for a single.
Yeah, you can see that they're trying to get the Yorker let going here, aren't they, the bowlers? Yeah, I think it's a sort of a change in plan maybe this time from the English and Irish Knights. I think last time they were pretty content in that sort of a length heavy ball. This time they're trying to execute the Yorkers more. Clayton, he's been good. He is stepping across the outside of the off. A good Yorker on him could be the key.
Well bowled. 2 brilliant Yorkers. That's good running. Or is it? Yes, it is good running. That was pretty tight though. But I think any run you can get is a good run at the moment. Also, after a dot, it changes the strike. I think you feel less pressure after a dot. That's brilliant. Brilliant bowling. See, that's perfectly pitched Yorker.
That's what we're talking about, Yorker length.
And what I like about that, he didn't watch the ball. Actually, he wasn't looking at the ball at all, but he heard the call and he went.
Yeah.
The ball's irrelevant if your partner's coming through. This is lifted up by Isan, and this is a pretty sweet strike from the keeper bat from Barcelona as he puts it down to the ground. Maximo! And the 50 comes up for Team Europe.
Yeah, I think this might have been the slower delivery. Well, he might have grunted. Ishan, well, he's the silent assassin as he puts that way for a big 6. 50 comes up.
And he overcooks the Yorker a bit this time and actually lucky to get away with it there. Well, this was actually a way easier run out than Greatwood realises. Or even the fielder who
I don't think it's best of throws
in the first place. Yeah, I mean, putting on Greatwood, but really the throw didn't have to be that hard. He's metres out. So it'll be a long dot. Still not the worst result for the Knights. But this is where the Knights, they could actually get the lead in the series if they could keep Team Europe to 117 or less. Well bowled, really well bowled. Almost creates another run. You can see the pressure. They're trying to get runs even when they're not there. But that's a fantastic execution of the Yorker by Greatwood once again.
Yeah, I mean, they're needing 20s, aren't they? And at the moment, they're sort of getting the early teens. 15 came off the last from Oliver Riley. This one, again, isn't going to go for 20, even if this is matched for 6.
Yeah, this probably would have been a Yorker, but he charges, turns into a full toss. There's a slight Tortuga. It's going to cause a bit of confusion, but doesn't cost a run. That'll be the end of 5, and the score is 53 for 2. So 53 off the first half. They still need 65 off the second half just to keep their point in this one. Team Europe, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Had a great day here. Also great to see so many new faces here. I know there's a few people from around the area. Some people have driven 1 or 2 hours to be here and get a taste of this cricket. I know Steve McVeigh has come from a long way away and made a long journey to be here. And honestly, it's worth it. This cricket today has been top class.
It's definitely worth it. We put a shout out earlier that if you're in the area, if you're in Portugal, if you're not that far away coming down, I know people have come down from as far as Coimbra, where we have another very good ground, of course, the Miranda de Corbo cricket ground. A lot of people have come down from there. Come on down, because tomorrow, I've heard it's going to be a bit of a banger of a day.
I think it will be. It's neck and neck. We've definitely got a live series going into tomorrow. Samaret comes out, digs it in, short, wide, but caught as Isan takes on the cut. Couldn't quite get the contact he wanted. Got most of it, but not all. Samaret comes back and picks up his first wicket of this contest. And Europe are 50 for 3.
It's just clever field placing. It's the thought that goes into it. You know at this stage that they've got to go for it. And Isan has to go for this shot. He tries to get it over the fielder. He doesn't. It's a really good technique to take the catch. And Ishan, he's going to have to depart as well. It's a look of Harrison Ward, who's had a good day so far. He's not playing in this one. So, see Clayton, he's having a nice chat with the new batter that's coming in. And it has to be one of the Zulfiqars, and it is. It's Saqib that will come out before Secunda, the captain. So Saqib Zulfiqar comes out and seeing if he can get something going here with Clayton.
Nice catch by Frost again. He's been solid, hasn't he? In the field. All right, Saqib Zulfiqar. He's hit him better than most today, actually, Saqib. So, yeah. Obviously, with the point system, the incentive is to at least get that 118. This is where, if you're exclusively looking at the game, you might as well just keep throwing the bat. They need 4 a ball, but you never know. At this level, maybe you can have some of those big overs. Samaret, very clever operator. First one's going to be a wide.
Yeah. You noticed there's a bit of a frost around this ground?
Yeah. Mike Frost.
Mike Frost. 2 good catches.
Yeah. Warm hands. He does. It's a good example. He actually starts as stump outside off, but that misses the line by way more. In fact, he actually stepped back a bit. Slower ball. Interesting thing about Saqib is you talk about triggers. He does, I'd say, back away a bit, but I was talking about during the week in Portugal. He actually starts with his toes outside off, but when he backs away, he actually ends up in a pretty orthodox position. Whereas sometimes, in the ECS level, we're seeing a lot of guys kind of backing away, getting in the way at wides, not giving themselves in good position.
That's a no-y. It's not on the pitch.
That is not just off the pitch. It's off the pitch by a lot. So rare. I think that just slips. I think he does bowl this knuckleball sometimes, which is, it's only recently come into the game. One of my ex-teammates, AJ Tai, reckons that he invented it.
Really?
But the problem is that everyone started copying it and started doing it even better. That was his career. He's still plugging around the traps, AJ. Pretty late to get into the setup. And picked up 5-wicket haul, I remember, in Perth on his home ground for Australia. So it was great to see him going places. But that knuckleball still occasionally just comes out wrong. Really wrong on that occasion. That one's hit pretty well. Zulfiqar's going to scream to the boundary. So he gets off the mark at the 4th attempt. Europe still fighting here in the second half of match 4.
Yeah, it's a wonderful shot. It's only the first boundary in the over. The thing is, though, it's going to be a long over. They've still got a few deliveries to come in it, courtesy of the wide and the no ball. But they're at a stage now, really, where you're looking for, well, I suppose minimum 4 boundaries per over. And that one ain't going to be one of them as it gets stopped by the fielder.
They've fielded really well, the Knights. Okay, in the air, they've been pretty flawless, I think, under the high ball. But on the ground, in foreign conditions in more ways than one, I think they've been brilliant. Good to see, like I said, quite a few people coming in to take in the action. Slow ball again from Sumare. He uses the pace. There wasn't that much to use. That'll be the end of the over. And how about Julius in what he's delivered today? Yeah, the Jersey seamer doing the business. 1 for 13 off 2, shutting Europe down here, and it's 58 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, he's had a good day, and maybe in the next match or perhaps tomorrow, we might see him also get an opportunity with the bat. I'd like to see that. I think he's an exciting player to watch. But at the moment, It has to be said, with 6 overs gone, not too much excitement there with the batting. Clayton Floyd is still there, but I think he's trying to guide the ball into pockets of space. I think he needs to try and get a little bit more aggressive now. As you still need to remember, get to that 118 to get a point out of this. So what's the equation for that? Let's have a look at if we can change the equation to see what they need just to get a point out of this. Let's have a look here. Oh, it's a wild swing. Dan Lincoln opts to just use his pads to make the stop. He's making a change in the field, so he's bringing up the backward point, and he sends Julius on the boundary at third. What else have we got here? Extra cover is back. And you got...
Well, they need 60 off essentially 4 overs, so the rate would be about 15 to 16 at the moment that they need just to get that point. Pulls this away, Floyd, and he's going to get a boundary. A good placement there more than anything. Riley just drops a little bit short. Had a few issues with no balls earlier, didn't he? With overstepping, for example. Gets the foot behind the line, but Floyd, very good on those horizontal bat shots. He's not the tallest guy. You'll find that those kinds of players are very quick to jump on anything short.
Yeah, nicely played. We've got mid-off up, not back, only long on his back. Okay, has he found the fielder? Yeah, he has. He'll be disappointed. It's another, we've got to say, soft dismissal. And maybe, again, just the bowler, Oliver Riley, playing around with the pace. I think this is the slower short ball. Yeah, just look at you can often tell with the ball, the way the ball is behaving. Just look at the way that is spinning. Look where the seam position is on that ball. So that's a slow delivery. And that's why Floyd, he doesn't get the power in the shot, doesn't get the timing right. Clever stuff from Riley, and well, Clayton Floyd will depart. And now once again, not for the first time today, we'll see the Zulfikar brothers in the middle as the captain. Yeah, Sekunda comes out.
Two pretty good players to be at the crease. It's kind of batting low. We've seen guys shuffling up, shuffling down the order. That's the nature of this series, I think, because there is so much talent. You do want to try and give everyone an opportunity to do what they do. But yeah, about 15 and over here. So let's call that a par run rate. That's what they need just to keep their point. Otherwise, they actually fall behind in the series. They're 2-2, but there's a points advantage to the British and Irish Knights. Riley gets this one in the channel outside off. Worked away. And Hindley does stop it. It's a little bit of a tough bounce. But yeah, that's a good example of just some of the players amending their techniques to expect a bad bounce, which you really, on a lot of cricket grounds that are in the UK and the Channel Islands, for example, you know, they're lush, they're flat. You're not really getting those bad bounces. It's a slightly different technique. But you know, I think they've adapted really, really well. I've been impressed with the Knights' fielding.
Taking on the single. Riley comes really wide and caused a few problems here, has Riley. He's adjusted as well, a little bit like Jarvis.
Oh, Mandrake's come back and said he's finally figured out the bonus point system. There you go. I think it took everyone a day. A day or two. So actually, Mandrake, you've got it quicker than some. But it is pretty simple. You get the bonus point if you can chase down a target in 7 if you're batting second, or if you've batted first. You have to restrict the opposition to 70% or less of your total. So I can tell you exactly how we calculated that this innings in a minute. First, here's Riley, gets hit firmly down the pitch. That's a great bit of fielding there as Leask, I think, to his right. That does the work, and at the end of 7, it's 65 for 4.
Yeah, cracking save once again. I mean, let's watch this. That ball is travelling, but it's all about, look at that, one hand onto it. He smothers it, stops it going past him, saves 3 runs. And yeah, I mean, just look at the equation there. They still need 53.
Yeah. This is what's coming up, and yeah, looking forward to seeing Team Europe taking on the British and Irish Knights in match number 5, the last game of the first ever day in the Western Shield. So what have we got there? Ward comes back in for the British and Irish Knights. I like the idea of Ward and Lynch at the top of the order. I think that's destructive. And then Hinley Tech to Lincoln. Wow. Leask. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Europe, much the same. Can DDC fire? Sharif looks like he's going to get an opportunity at the top of the order. Show what he can do. Yeah, just had a couple of players a bit off the boil. This is off the pad, and they're going to run anyway to Lincoln, who basically throws blindly. Yeah, so for example, in this, as far as the calculation of the bonus point, they scored 168 in the first innings. So you times that by 70%, or you can get a calculator. You can go 168 times 0.7, you get 117.6. So what does that mean? It means if the fielding side can restrict the batting side to 117 or less, then they'll get all the points. But if the batting side can exceed that 70%, which is 118 or more, that's why the 118's on the screen down to the target, then they will get to keep their point. So it's very easy.
Yeah, I'm just going to say here, notice that all the bowlers have gone to the slower ball, haven't they? And it's worked a treat. Toby Greatwood, he likes to get a good grunt in to disguise his. Back to his mark. A good over here really seals Fate Team Europe. That's a good delivery again at time. That's not slow, that's that Yorker length delivery, but he still grunts, so I think that was the fake grunt.
Even the point drifting away here.
Yeah. They need something in this over, otherwise, I mean, they're leaving it too late and very late.
Credit to the Knights bowling attack though. They've been delivering through 7.5 overs. It's kind of a long day. I know these guys they're fitter than most. That's one reason that they're able to perform at this level. But mentally, they're playing 5 games in a day. I know that most players have had a game off, but even then, even say 4 in a day, it's a lot. And you can just kind of a few tired shots creeping in.
I think also this, maybe we're seeing the difference of setting a score and chasing a score. You know, he's losing his shape here now, trying to go for big. Now that's better. That's what we know he can do. So he's not swinging wild. It's not an ugly shot. It's a well-balanced, well-timed shot. And he gets that away nicely. So when you've got the pressure of the chase, when you know that you're needing to be going around about the 15s, you're feeling the need to try and hit every ball hard into the boundary. And that sometimes causes you to lose your shape and start to play what's not your game. Stick to your game.
Greatwood last ball of a very good spell. And he's going to make us wait for it. But again, compared to, for example, the European Cricket Series, which is ongoing here in Portugal, just look at how many bowlers have hit their spots here compared to you know, at the domestic level and some of those more inexperienced teams. But this shows you where they're hoping to get to. So Greatwood is very, very good at hitting that Yorker. And then once he bowls you the Yorker, there's not too much you can do with it. This time he goes the rolling cutter, which is played away off the back foot. Nice shot, finds the gap, gets 4, and it keeps them in the hunt for their point. They need 41 off the last 12 to keep it. Right now, it's 77. Walking sticks for 4 after 8 overs.
Yeah, nicely played, good shot. And plays it on merit as well. There's no point swinging wildly at that. You can see they're a long way behind, but there's something new there. You pointed this out to me yesterday. The new line, which is where they need to be to get to the bonus point.
Coming into play here. So it's just meant to kind of be in the background, because obviously it's not the main thing. Because you look at the red line, which is you've got to be above it to win the game, but it doesn't look like, well, they're not going to do that. Can they creep above that bonus point line to keep their point? Because that will actually square the series up. Otherwise, you're basically looking at 2 all, but the Knights with a small advantage.
Yeah, they're going to go with a Frost here. I think earlier we did see that particularly Sekinder Zulfikar did like the slower bowling. So Frost to start. He's first, and well, there you go. That's the shot to play, isn't it? Just a slog sweep for Big 6. So bit of a gamble this for me, Vinny.
He's bowled pretty well here, Frost. He bowls good line. I like that he's kind of going across. But Sakib, doesn't really give 2 whatsits about it, and he just steps across and smashes it out of the ground.
Okay, looking to salvage a point in this contest. 35 off 11. That's for the point. To win is 86 of 11. You can forget that one.
Yeah, you can. Sakib. Jeez, these two I would go as far as to say that pregnancy would be the most talent ever to be carried by one person, Mrs. Ufika. Do you think Assad's also a brilliant player, a fantastic keeper bat, that we might even see a bit of him in the Netherlands when we're over there, because we do have the KNCB T20 finals day. We don't know.
Have we seen him on the network?
Yeah, he's played for the Netherlands 11 and the ECC, so all three of them played. I think it's ECC 22 in the same team. This is lifted up and out of here. So they're fighting hard to keep their point. 28 off 9 now. Maximo. Another 6 to Sakib. Yeah. This time Sekanda's Zulfika, actually, because they changed the strike after the first 6. And get one each this over off Frost.
Yeah, better. And after timing the couple of boundaries in the last one, he seems to be in his rhythm again.
Here's another one. That'll do. Maximo. Well, if there's one thing that Sekanda Zulfika likes to do, it's reel off a bunch of sixes at the back end of an ECN innings. And that's what he's doing right here.
Yeah, it's just the spin. It's probably fair to say it hasn't really worked for, I suppose it's fair to say for either team. Though, I suppose in one of the matches we did see Galugalamangate bowl pretty well. But certainly you'd feel for the Knights, spin has been the issue. Batters have liked them.
All right, false shot this time, but he's going to get lucky. And I don't think this is coming back. It's down the hill, and Simare has to watch go under the fence. 4 more. Julius gets over that fence pretty easily, but he's pretty tall. The thing with this fence, and we talked about it actually yesterday during the ECS, it's slightly taller than the Carden Roval fence. So if you think you're stepping over it easily, as I've found out.
It's longer legs.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. He's
got longer legs. You can see that at some parts. And that's why I think a few players have thought, it's not the same. All right, this becomes a pretty big delivery here.
Yeah, well bowled. No justice. That'll be 4 more. Yeah, it's a big swing. And now we're talking 14 off the last, so potential bonus point thriller. Well, there's Dennis with the big guns. I said you often won't recognise Dennis with a shirt on, but he's got the jacket on as well. This Western Shield jacket's looking pretty cool. At the end of the 9th over, Team Europe 104 for 4. And they need 14 off this over. There's Dennis pumping the guns.
Dennis the Menace. Well, I said to you earlier, there's a bit of a frost around this ground. Well, Frost, as he comes onto ball, well, let's just say he gets defrosted pretty quickly, because that one goes for 27. And just like that, Team Europe, they're needing just 14 of 6 to get a point here.
Yeah, 50-50. So actually they bowled out 4 bowlers in the first 8. So they're forced to go different bowlers, 9 and 10. So now we're going to get Hinley in the last over. Yeah, big. You never know what could happen because, okay, typically you're going to have whoever wins the most games wins this, but may not necessarily. Who knows with rain and things like that. If you had a washout, 14 required off the last. First one.
Ooh, that sneaks in. That's a decent
I don't know,
delivery.
you know.
No, it does, Vinny. Yeah, you watch again.
I guess he's...
I think he just sneaks
what
it
game
in.
are you watching? That's wide.
You reckon?
Yeah. Unless you're going to say he starts with his toe outside of stump, which barely.
They've got to run here.
Yeah, well, it changes the strike, and obviously Sakib hadn't really done too much with the first couple, so Sekanda will get, he's got the hot hand. He will be taking strike 13 off 4 required. Kind of need 2 boundaries here, I think, out of these 4 balls. Not yet. And Hinley, I know he got taken down in his first over today, but he's a good bowler. Very few people have picked him.
Got to get a boundary here, 13 off 3.
2 out of 3 still they need. Walks, doesn't really get the contact. Just 1. So Hinley has kind of covered the blushes of Frost a little bit here. And yeah, unless these 2 go out of the ground, it's going to be a big donut for Team Europe here in match 4. Instead of 3-1 up, there'll be 2-2 with a slight points deficit.
Goes for it, but it won't be 6. And it's 4. But that just means that even if this last ball goes for 6, they'll fall too short of the 118 they needed to pick up a point. So not only will, well, on wins, it'll be 2 apiece, but they'll steal the point away from Team Europe, will the Knights. And after the 4 matches, it will be the Knights that will be a point above. He just has to bowl a legal delivery here.
Yep, and I think he will. So in the end, Team Europe, I suppose the same kind of a score that the Knights scored last time. And once again, it's not enough. 168 to 111, and the big news there is that the Knights have stolen a point of Team Europe because of the magnitude of that victory. So they actually go ahead on the table, but ultimately it's 2-2 here in the Western Shield.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed for a number of reasons, and of course, they get no point, but they only lose 4 wickets as well. And we have often touched on the caliber of hitters they've got. I'm just a little bit surprised, Vinny. I know maybe sometimes teams don't like to change batting order, but when you got some of those hitters they have in their side, Khalid Ahmadi, would it be worth sending him out there and saying, look, just go out there, do your business, get us that point? Amir Sharif is there as well. Yeah, they'll be disappointed, and they're probably not showing it, but deep down, they'll be disappointed that they don't get the point, and that means, well, though it's 2-2, when you have a look at the points table, the Knights will be ahead by 1.
Yes, they will. And so, yeah, looking forward to, I suppose, the decider of day 1. And it's a very important game because if you can get that win after in game 5 and you take that win into the Saturday night break, I just think you feel like you're a lot closer to the trophy than having to essentially win 3 out of 4 on the second day of action. Let's go back and have a look at this. They did well to kind of quieten things early, didn't they? And British and Irish Knights, I think they never really let up, did they? They kept the pressure on, thought they fielded well. They've been very good under the high ball. And I think they're pretty excited to not only be back in the series, slightly ahead now in the standings.
Yeah, I mean, DDC's had 3 knocks and he hasn't got past the double figures yet. Now, this one was the LBW that we were rumming an iron about. I mean, does it just pitch outside that leg stick? Well, I suppose the umpire sees it the way he feels and gives it the way he feels. So that was Damgard who went for a golden. Then each time came out, he hit a couple of big ones. Then he goes for this uppercut, doesn't get it right, and well, he finds a frosty end to his innings. As it is, once again, Frost that takes the catch. I think Riley, Jarvis, and Summerall bowled beautifully well. Toby Greatwood as well in there. I like the way that they realised that they've got to vary their pace. There were a lot of these slower deliveries. Just look at the way that ball is spinning around. There needed something to happen. And the 2 brothers, Saqib Zulfikar and Sikandar Zulfikar, were trying to make it happen. Sikandar did get a few away in that last over from Frost. They went for 27, which meant when they get into the last, after getting 27 off the night, that it was realistically there. But once again, a tidy bowling, and you've got to say, hand it to Hindley. Bowls a really good over in there. And handshakes all around, but I think deep down, there'll definitely be disappointment there for Team Europe for going down by, not just going down by 57 runs, but failing to pick up a point. So, here we go. It's 2-1 and 2-1. Yeah. Go to the 5th.
Yeah, it'll actually get 2-2 if you include that result. So, the Knights electing to bat first. They've got the option in game 5. And Ward comes in at the top of the order. I don't know, batting first. Interesting how the tactics have changed in real time here. And I think they're hoping to do the same thing again. 1-1-1 in response to the 168 posted by the Knights.
Yep.
Really no one really got going in Floyd. Just didn't quite hit the ball the way he would have liked in his 29. Isan, a couple of nice shots, but 15 off 10 kind of tells you all you need to know. And yeah, ultimately, it's a good shutdown job by the bowlers. Nice efforts by the Zulfikars at the end to try and get that point, but they couldn't even do that. 2 for 18, Jarvis. He's been great today, hasn't he? And so Sumerair, 1 for 13. Riley, 1 for 22. Got out of a jam. That was kind of his own making. And Hindley, that's a great over for his confidence as well. I think he's going to emerge as a key bowler as this series goes on. We'll take a break, back in 10 minutes with more cricket. It'll be the decider of day 1 at least, as the teams are locked at 2 wins and 2 losses apiece. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Ford back very shortly with the final game of day 1 in the first ever Western Shield. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Time for match 5 here on the first day ever in the Western Shield. The best of Britain and Ireland taking on the best of Europe. And right now we're locked at 2-2 in this one. So I suppose who wins this one determines who wins the first day. But don't forget, it's a best of 9 series and we still have 4 matches tomorrow. Now, as you might already be aware, the teams are rotating the option of whether to bat or bowl first. And in this one, the Knights have the choice, and they've chosen to bat first. That doesn't really surprise me. They put a big score, 160 plus, on the board there, then shut down Team Europe on the chase. And it's interesting how the teams, I think both of them started the day kind of wanting to chase, but they've kind of recognised that if you get scoreboard pressure, if you get a big score on the board, then it's not so easy. You start to feel the pinch if you're batting second. Harrison Ward comes back in. Don't forget, he scored a brilliant 100 earlier in the day. He already has more than 200 runs in the day. So he will probably open up with Lynch, and I think they want to go large early. As far as Team Europe, who's going to stand up for them? That's the question. They potentially will give Amir Sharif a chance at the top of the order in this one, but they're still searching for the answers, I think, because their top order hasn't really clicked today. Rico Full is standing by. Maybe some random questions, maybe a bit of food chat. I know that chocolate salami is still around. Let's get ready for match 5, and let's finish day 1 with a bang. I can tell you that the Knights have chosen to bat.
Hello, welcome back. Well, don't tell him. The chocolate salami is gone. It was pretty tasty. Nah, I'm only kidding. I wouldn't do that to Vinny. Anyway, this is the decider of this day, I guess. These two teams are playing in the very first ever Western Shield, Team Europe and British and Irish Knights. Well, so far, it's, even Stevens, 2-2, isn't it? And that means that this is the decider of the day. And the news you saw there from Vinny is that the British and Irish Knights, beg your pardon, that's another spider that goes down the wrong way. The British and Irish Knights have elected to bat first, and why not? And what they've shown is that at least most of the time, somebody is able to click for them. They had a blip, didn't they, when they batted first in match number 3 when they got to 112 for 9. But look, they got Harrison Ward coming back into the side, same as Lynch has shown his form again. And with that match going the way that it did, once again, it will be the Knights. Big-time favourites here, 70% to 30%. And let's see how this works out. So, big match here coming up. Who will go back to base to the magnificent Centre Arm Hotel with the upper hand? And that means that tomorrow, with the 4 matches to come, will be quite fascinating, and there'll be crackers as well. One thing I can tell you, we might have a look at the standings a little bit later on, is that even though it's 2-2, the bonus point equation came into play in that one, and the British and Irish Knights, by restricting Team Europe to less than 118, stole away that bonus point, so they've got the extra point, and you'll see that when we have a look at the standings between these two teams later. So, all right, the umpires are going out there. And, you can see that the crowd, they're feeling that this is going to be a tense one. And a lot of people have come from surrounding areas. And I noticed a lot of the players that we've seen playing in the European Cricket Series are here as well. And hello to them all, representing, of course, a multitude of teams, because we do have several teams here in Portugal now. So Dan Lincoln, the captain of the British and Irish Knights, well, he'll be wanting to go back to the Centre Arm Hotel, knowing that they are the top team, getting ready to go. They're going to go with Harrison Ward and same as Lynch. What a partnership this is. And gets that played away. Now the chase is on, but look at the outfield. Look how quick it is. Beautifully played away, and Sean Gomes, he's got no play on this. It's an intelligent shot. He just seems to see it so early. So 4 runs off the very first. Mujadadi, he's worked hard here today, hasn't he? And let's see if he can put one big shift in here. I know a lot of people are probably watching and thinking, you know, it's a shorter format, T10. It's not a big one. All right, up in the air, and this could be gone. It should be gone. Mujadadi takes a catch. And Harrison Ward, the man who scored 98 not out, 102 in the first 2. He goes cheaply again this time. As soon as he hits this, he knows he's a goner. It's a breakthrough. And Mujadadi, well, he does put another big shift in. He gets a huge wicket of Harrison Ward. Caught and bowled. And we see it again here. So Mujadadi, who's the daddy? Mujadadi. That's who's the daddy. Yeah, he says. I get the wicket. It is a big wicket. So after being rested in the last match, Harrison Ward, he goes cheaply after guiding one ball to the boundary. He tries to lash out at this one. And it's going to be 4 off 2 before he goes. Hinley comes out now. He had a bit of luck in the last match, didn't he? And he did get into a 30 score. Kelly made 32 of 11, but he was dropped twice. Once very early on, but again, he's not there to mess around. He's here to hit hard. And there, once again, we'll hope that one of the batters can click. And plays this well, taking on the arm of the fielders. And once again, well, this one, where's it going? It's going to be, well, nobody tries to stop this. This will be 5. Oh, well, the throw comes in, and there's nobody backing it up. That'll be 5, so the batters will have to switch ends. There we go. Oh dear. Well, Mujadadi can't believe it. They take on the single now. Whether the throw would have been close or not, I don't know if you got time to have a look at it. Probably not if the bowler's ready to come in again here. So that's a bit of disappointment as bonus runs, so that will be 5. The batters did cross, and the next time you know, the ball has gone past the fielder, gone all the way to the boundary. A gift after taking a wicket. So Knights, see that it's same as Lynch. Well, the field has taken an age to get ready, and yeah, go back to what I was talking about. I mean, it is a short format, but these are high intensity games and at a high level. And cracked, and that's going to be 4 runs. In fact, no, it's not. This is hit flat and hard, and Tyrone Peters, well, he goes horns. Well, it was a horns failure from him the first time. Well, first time he goes to do the horns and he gets interrupted because, well, look, he goes for it here, and I think he loses. There you go. He loses the jumper, and then he has to do it again. This one doesn't quite carry. Yeah, so playing tough, competitive games, 5 of them on the spin, and Mujadadi has played all. Takes a lot out of you, it does. And we've seen teams that play 3 in a game tell us how difficult it is. So 5 is a lot. Shot. Hits it on the up, and that sails over for 6 as well. Lynch is showing that he's in good form. And this time, no errors from Tyrone Peters. He puts them up in the air like he just don't care. And though there was a wicket, Mujadadi does go for 21. But I put a question to you. If you're going to say, hey, we'll give you, we're going to take 21 off you, but you can have the wicket of Harrison Ward, you take it? Yeah, I take it. All right, let's have a look at this. It is 2 and 2, but I wonder if you have a chance, probably at the end of the next over, we'll have a chance to have a look at the standings and what you will see there, because the Knights were able to steal a point away from Team Europe. They are 1 point ahead of them. That's where the bonus point can become so important. 21 off the first, 21 for 1. Amadi comes on. He's another guy that's had a long, hard day, Khalid. And maybe once again looking to get those variations going, that slower delivery. A lot of field changes for the 2 batters, because I think this is because they know that Lynch does like to hit over the top on the offside. So an extra man goes across there. And he does still go over the top on the offside. This is big over extra cover. Bolle, 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 que guay, que genial. Este golpe es muy dulce. Más dulce de tarta de chocolate. 6 carreras. Oh yeah, he gets that good. Right out the middle. Lynch, remember, 69 he made in the last match. All right, this is probably a bit of a miscue, but still, miscues still go for 6s, especially if you got the power that these guys have. Well, last time he was going well, and it was only Vinny Sandu when he started saying, well, I reckon Lynch is maybe eyeing up the, you know what? He didn't quite say the century word. He lost his wicket, so I think same as Lynch will be quite happy at the moment that Vinny Sandu's not in the queue, but he will be on his way. He'll be here soon. Slow ball, well watched, well played. And rotate the strike. I think this is, if this partnership can get going between Hindley and Lynch, it's an important one. That left and right combination is already causing a bit of a stir for the fielders, having to remember to run from one end to the other. It's been an overcast day today, still is, you can see. Oh, that's a no ball, and it just gets paddled away. This will be 4, and it's definitely a no for me. We'll check it on the screen. You can see he doesn't try and hit it too hard. He knows it's going to be a free hit. He just gets enough on it to get the boundary. Just watch this. Yeah, he says, yeah, I know it's a free. I'm just going to get it over the fielder. Well, that'll be, I suppose we might as well call that a minimo, because that's 5. As Vinny Sandu does come back and join me in the queue.
Who said century?
You.
75 short of one. What a start from the machine. Anyway, Hindley gets the free banger, and he'll get another one because that's wide down the leg side.
Yeah, free hit stays in play, so Khalid Ahmadi under pressure for the first time, and the Knights, what a good start. Got to the 40 already.
It's a good start. I agree with what you said, though, about Ward.
All right, where's this one going? All right, Vinny, one bounce coming in.
Well, protect the equipment. That one was cube bound. It's going to bang into the fence. Maximo time. Well, maybe Hindley's on for a ton as well. Very early to call it. But these two absolutely smoking it here. Even though this one is the classic Axie Maximo. An accidental backwards Maximo, but it's still worth 6.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. These guys, they hit the ball so hard. They've got such a hard swing on them. That, well, who wants to be a bowler, eh? Ahmadi's gone for 26, and it could turn out to be a supersonic one. And he bowls well, gets a Yorker in. So, good finish. Similarly to Mujadadi, they finish well, but both are magicals. And at the end of 2 overs, they're 48 for 1.
Well, Ahmadi, it was the best of days, it was the worst of days. So having a look at that, so it's actually a 2-point advantage at the moment for the Knights. Why is that? Because they actually steal the point from Team Europe. So means British and Irish Knights get 1 point more and Europe get 1 point less. And that's why it's a 2-point advantage at the moment. Obviously, if Europe can win this one, they will get up to 10 points. But the interesting one is, yeah, if they win with a normal win here, they finish the day at 10 points all. That's pretty exciting. Because think of it this way, right?
Yeah.
There's 9 matches and there's 4 points every game. There's 36 points available. So if you can get to 19, 19's your magic number. If you get to 19 points, you're winning the Western Shield.
Yeah. Yeah, good way to put it.
Anyway, here's Mini Boom Boom, Shahid Afridi. And he loses that down the leg side for a wide first up. Had the length right, just didn't quite get the line. I've noticed as well, it seems to be a conscious effort from both coaching staffs to get right-hand, left-hand combinations in. And I think quite often they've got 2 people padded up, and you know they'll replace the right-hander with right-hander, left-hander with the left, because there is so much batting talent in there. A lot of these players are kind of interchangeable.
It's clipped away, but finds the fielder. Good pick up, good throw. This time he is backed up.
Yeah, Nick is in the chat. Yeah, how about the 5? I often say this ground is made for 5s because a full-blooded throw creates a lot of problems for the fielder backing it up. Nick saying, I didn't look set to make that catch when it came towards the cube. That's correct, because you know what I was doing?
Saving
Classic rule 1. I was getting ready to hunch over in front of all the computers and just try and keep the ball away. 50's up, by the way, for the British and Irish Knights. They've put together a very good power play here. Yeah, I was agreeing with what you said. 21 to get Ward. It'd probably take that in the first over, but they've got other problems at the moment with these two. That's going to be a wide. Just loses the line a bit too much there. Shahid Afridi Jr.
Ishan, good take, good movement. Yeah, long day though, isn't it? I mean, I was just saying before you came in that 5 matches in a day. Now, some of these players have been rested for a match at least. Others haven't.
Yeah.
That is a lot because you're playing high-level competitive cricket.
Yeah, someone like a Lincoln, he's played every game to date, kept. And also, I think this is actually going to go for 4, just clipped away into the gap, so Lynch continues. Shows he not all power, he's got a little bit of poise as well, doesn't he? Seamus Lynch, this will be a good shot of it. As he just works that one away, he uses the pace, threads the needle and gets 4 runs.
Yeah, you're right there. Good batters, good players. They know it's not always about the power, it's about finding the gaps as well, and he does that well.
Looking the goods, isn't he, here?
Up in the air, and you've done it again. You have done it again. And I tell you what, Seamus Lynch is got a bone to pick with you. Last time you said he's looking good for the C, he doesn't get it. Now you say he's looking good and he gets out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing about cricket. It has a way of bringing you back to earth. Sorry, Seamus, and all the machine fans out there. But yeah, he just doesn't quite get this one, does he? And that's a nice catch. Remember, they dropped a few in the previous game, didn't they, Team Europe? But that one, fairly regulation take for Saqib Zulfikar down there on the deep point boundary. Still, El Makina entertains and lights it up, this time 29 off 8. And the Knights are 55 for 2. Dan Lincoln comes in. So I mentioned he's played every game today. Interesting with the Europe's keeper, Isan, they gave him the middle game off. And they used Gomsh as a kind of backup option there. And I think that was about managing him. Yeah. But knowing Dan, I think you'd have to drag him off the field kicking and screaming. I don't see him taking one off.
Yeah, he's looking to come back with the bat as well. Remember, in the last match, he was out first ball. Yeah, it's a good shot. It's not a bad delivery. No, excuse me. It's full, is up there, but still. And the difference here is, he's not lashing at it, is he?
No, that's the thing.
He's just waiting for it, and he plays a good shot.
Freddie bowls a lot of Yorkers, but he tends to want to miss full rather than short of the Yorker. Yeah. But, I mean, that's the shot, isn't it? It's low full toss. You can just clip it away. And they still have the field up, don't they? Because we're in the power play still. Still 2 balls left to go in the 3rd over, so no outfield back there.
And this one will be 4 more. He goes for the shorter delivery. But one thing that, if you don't know, I can tell you this, Dan Lincoln is very good with the short stuff. And he just easily plays this away. So that's back-to-back boundaries for him. With the ball still to go. They're in. The ball still to go in the power play. They are 63 for 2. And hello to all of our, well, I like to call you our family on the chat. Hello, Nick. Hello, Dave. And just pushes us away. Bobbles to the fielder. They'll take the single. That's the end of the power play. Really not the worst of overs. Takes the wicket, and he goes for 16. And 64 on the board after 3 and 2 overs gone. So we have a look at the way the overs are gone. So started off with a magical one. 21 off the first. The Hamadis then also was magical. That went for 27.
Nick's asking, am I willing to get hit on the head to protect the equipment? Honestly, probably, yeah. As long as it's not too bad.
Now, yeah,
because my head will fix itself, the computer won't.
I'm going to back you here. You never let it happen. If it's that high, you'll catch it.
Yeah, I've been pretty good. I haven't put too many down.
You know, the worst one for us is when they go up in the air and we lose them.
Yeah, we can't get over the roof.
Yeah. And then they come in. So that's when we're leaning forward to try and stop the equipment. But I mean, you showed that at Cardamom.
At Cardamom, I protected the €2,000 clock.
Oh, yeah. Wonder what happened to that clock, by the way. Did anybody check?
Good question.
Did anybody check
Corey Rutgers, my eyes are on you.
Did anybody check his bag when he left the Sunset Beach Club?
Exactly. Anyway, here's Saqib Zulfikar trying to change the game. And over number 4, Lincoln just pats this one on the head and gets one first ball.
Yeah, they've got a very good start here. So maybe, just maybe, they know that Saqib Zulfikar is the key and it's a good wicket taker. Maybe they'll just play him with a bit of caution.
I don't want to tempt fate,
Yeah.
but I'm going to say it and touch wood. We haven't had an equipment break in a while.
Oh, Vinny, why?
Should I have said that out loud?
No, you shouldn't have said it at all.
Let's talk about some of the times that we've had equipment breaks,
yeah.
shall we? Obviously, the famous one in Croatia when you got the grumps because actually I'm thinking about now. Anyway, this is going to be 4. Well played by Hindley. I think Zulfikar gets into the pads. It's interesting that Hindley and Saqib Zulfikar are actually similar kind of bowlers, although Zulfi is right-handed, but they'll bowl different types of wrist spinners. So Hindley, I don't know if he's got any natural advantages about what Saqib's thinking here. Now that was a nice shot, worked away to the leg side. Okay, in Croatia, when your laptop got smashed.
Yeah, thanks to Winterley Burton, of course.
Yeah. Was it a misfield or was it? No, he hit it.
Nah, he smashed it.
He
big
smashed
time.
it straight in. I had the issue in Rome. Remember my monitor went down? All right, that's a good shot. Jumps all over that one as well. Hindley goes Maximo and gets seis carreras más. Nice. What a great battle this has been so far on day 1. Right now they're in control of match 5, but we know things can change pretty quickly. Okay, Rome was a good example a couple of years ago where I just kind of forgot that I was in a real life game and not watching it on TV because it came at me and I just didn't react and it hit one of my monitors and that was it. And then I had the grumps and I had to go on Amazon and basically took a couple of overs off so I could order it again.
Yeah.
Luckily it wasn't that expensive compared to, say, my laptop. Oh, there's a little edge on that. But I don't know if you can call it a full-blooded chance because it does take a deflection. Takes it away from the middle of Isan's gloves.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if the edge takes it onto the deck or whether it does go into the gloves. You probably haven't got a chance to have a look at it as the bowls is over pretty quickly.
Well, that's a pretty good shot as well. This is lifted up and out of the ground. So a little tickle on the one before, I think. This is more of the boom boom from Hindley. Maximo. I don't think we've seen as much of him early in this series as we will, because I think with the bat, with the ball, he's a weapon, and he takes them up into the 80s.
What a strike rate. Over 300 here, and he just makes it look easy, just hitting through the ball. And I think the matchup with the left-hander facing Saqib Zulfikar, the left-hander's liking what's coming his way at the moment.
Nice ball of the over. Could go magical.
And it will go magical because that's going to be 6 more. He gets a swivel on this. A little bit of the MJ, a little bit of the as he clobbers it pretty well. Lovely jubbly. Kinnas on it. Shaka Lagia. And they are motoring here. 87 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, nicely played. And they get hold of Saqib as well. I'm going to go to some more obscure equipment breakage. Do you remember in Bulgaria in 2021, we were having a bit of hit in the middle, and I've hit the main monitor right on the back, but it hit it so well in the back, it hit the metal bit, and it didn't actually break it.
Yeah.
That's going back a long time.
Yeah, that was probably the first time. I think we were in Bulgaria, was it?
Yeah,
the first
they
time?
say play straight, and it was.
Yeah.
You can't get any straighter than that. Well, we're up in the tower. Remember, we're up in the tower here. That's also, speaking of jinxing things, that was one of the all-time great jinxes that you did. I'll tell you in a second. You know what I'm going to say. This is in the air, miss-hit. Can he get there? He cannot. And if Darmgard can't get there, nobody can. Lincoln gets away with a bit of a cloth. Yeah, so you were coming back, and there were a few dark clouds around, and we were starting the last game of the day. And this is when we were in the tower, so we didn't really have any coverage, right? I wonder what's going on here. I'm having a bit of a chat. But you said, and I was about to come back on, and you said, looks like the rain will miss us.
Free hit.
Oh, it must have been a no ball for a field.
Yeah, there must have been a field issue. So free hit coming up.
Working at the moment for Team Europe. Going round the wicket to Hindley. Says Sakanda trying to stop the bleeding. He's the captain and the bowler, so I suppose he's kind of doubly to blame there. Now a wide will mean the free hit stays in play. So you said looks like the rain will miss us.
Yeah.
Now, about 2 minutes after you said that, I realised that it started raining and I took all my stuff and I got out of there
Yeah.
and I got undercover and just left you out there, I'd say, to
Thanks
dry.
for that, by the way.
You got drenched. It was one of the great storms. And you just after you said, I think the rain's going to miss us, and then you came back sopping wet, didn't you?
I was drowned. I was like a drowned rat. Yeah.
Still got that picture.
It just came from nowhere. And, of course, all the locals were laughing at me because they said, well, Rico, when it does rain here, it comes from over the mountains. And if it comes over those mountains in Sofia, you know he's going to hammer it down. And it did.
I got so lucky that day because we did our best to protect the equipment, but it was unexpected and it was violent. Hello to Trip, watching from the USA. Hopefully you're well. All right, Season a great ball. Short down the leg side and runs down the hill for 4. And cuatro carreras. Hey, I was just thinking, with Trip watching, and I know we've got a few viewers in USA, and also some others that are outside of the USA, like Nick, like Chris Smith. Good to see you. Good to see John Gray as well. Jeff McGuire watching from Northern Ireland. Hey, who knows? Maybe one day the Western Shield, it might have, say, a team from the Americas or something like that. Maybe it could be a 3-way series. The limit.
Hey, I
no
gotta
limits
say,
on this.
I see it's something that can grow. And if it's anything like the story of the European Cricket Network at the moment, and it definitely will grow. So, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And that one's be a leg by. And they're looking to bring the 100 up here at the halfway point.
Yeah, well, they're going at 213 pace. The computer gives them 187. That's a lot of runs.
It's a lot
I don't
of
care
runs.
what the format is or what the standard is. Anyway, it's another one on the hip. Nabi can't quite get there on the full.
Oh,
could this be out? He's
think this
bat
is
plugged
gone.
him out.
I think this is gone. This is one of the greatest bits of fielding you'll ever see.
It's like a half-court shot. But look, he has to go around the bowler. Yeah,
he's
and that
gone.
bat,
He's gone.
He's gone. Look, and you can actually tell if you roll it forward, the bat stays exactly there. So it stays there. He's been run out. It's the classic bat plug. And what's the lesson, Rico?
Don't
run on the grass.
Don't run on the grass. The thing is here, also he has to take a little detour to go around the bowler. And as a result of that, because he doesn't see or expect there to be danger here. What a throw with Nabi.
Nabi it reminds me of it's like a half-court shot in basketball. He just kind of throws it up and hopes for the best. And have a look at it. He had a good look at where it was coming from, Hindley. And we have our first bat plug victim of the Western Shield. It's a great bit of work. Hindley gets run out for 40. That's a break because he was motoring.
Yeah.
And the Knights now 96 for 3. Something from nothing.
Well, that is brilliant. And, well, ball number 13.
What he did, he threw it quickly. So it wasn't like the fastest throw, but he did throw it quickly and gave himself a chance. And see, the bat is still out. That's the worst bit. Here's Tim Tector, but he's not facing just yet. Lincoln tucks this one away for a single.
Well, I said they're on their way for 105. They still may do that, but they've lost another wicket, and it was the guy that was creaming it all over the place, the left-hander Hindley. That goes for 40 of 13. 4 sixes and 2 fours, but Nabi, well, I tell you what, we know he's got arms. He's got some laddu arms, and he used all of those, get those away. And talking about getting away, there's another one for Dennis. And Dennis goes to foot fielding, but he says, I'm all right. There he goes, Macho Dennis. He might as well go and field this, but that's a boundary, and that does bring the 100 up, 101 for 3 of 5.
101 after 5. That's 200 pace. Rico Vinny Sandu with you. Rico full, and Rico, that's a lovely jacket.
Isn't it nice?
Tell us a little bit about it.
Nice? Well, all of the ECN crew got, I'll move a little bit closer so you can see him. So we have the Western Shield on one side, the European Cricket Network on the other, and of course all of the crews, because this is a magical moment.
Special.
It's a special moment. So everyone got these. You've seen people wearing them around the ground.
You know what?
It's absolutely lovely.
I have to bring in tomorrow. We actually got sleeveless cricket sweaters as well. Or some have sleeves, some don't.
Yeah.
But they're proper traditional. They remind me of World Series cricket 1978.
Yeah.
Or like, it actually reminds me of the Western Australia Sheffield Shield kind of cricket sweater. And they are great. And I think they're going to be handy because they are very warm as well.
They're really good. And don't forget, because we play a lot of T10 and its colour kits, etc., we don't actually see the old traditional cricket jumpers. So, yeah, I was dead pleased to get one of those. And I'm pretty sure and I'll find a nice time and a nice occasion to wear it as well.
His Darmgard try and stop the bleeding, but he will not, because that's just heaved away by Lincoln over the leg side. Maximo! And 6 more to the Knights. This day has just had ups and downs. It's had peaks and troughs for both sides, but it does feel like the Knights are finishing the stronger of the two teams here.
Yeah, it's a little bit too short. Darmgard's at his best when he jams in that Yorker delivery. Quite often he jams it in outside the off peg as well, so batters can't read to it. Dan Lincoln, I've said this before, anything that's short, he's going to try to latch onto it. You've got to try and keep him outside the off. Got to bowl that heavy ball, which he's trying to hit over the top, go over long off or extra cover. And he's been tucked up by those a few times. He's not the only batter to have done so.
Minimo time, Rico. It's down the leg side. And yeah, Isan, this is probably slightly a bit of fatigue. I know he had the game off in the middle, but he's just a bit slow to move there. And with the angle of Darmgard, he's not able to cut off the angle. And so yeah, it's going to be another 4 runs. And Isan, it really impressed me with particularly his keeping back earlier today. Yeah. And some of his just general field work and his gathering of returns. Well, that's one he'd love back, because that's not helping, especially with the run rate at the moment. Almost 22 and over.
Here's the Minimo, and that's a nice looking shot, trying to get in the gap, and he will. There's, well, let's just say Amir Sharif. He puts the foot out to try and stop this, but he's got to really be looking to dive. And
this is an experience on the field. Sharif hasn't played much here, thinks he's got this covered, and it just motors on him.
Yeah.
And in the end, he sticks out the foot as a last-ditch attempt, but he just didn't recognise how fast that was going to get there.
Lincoln, he's starting to move now, isn't he? After seeing Hindley goes, he realises it's his turn to turn it on. Oh, that is brutal. That's a monster strike. Well, he's a strong man. Is the captain of the British and Irish Knights, and Dan Lincoln, he absolutely peppers this. Adios, Pelota. Is a Pelota Nova. That one might be on his way to Lisbon.
Yeah, trying to break out the gate. It's got a mile. Gee, this is big. Okay, the run rate, 22.2 and over. That's big. But the expected score is actually, all things considered, what the statistical analysis would say they're going to get, all things being equal, in this innings. And 193 is big. Not just that. I mean, imagine if they could pull out another 4-pointer.
Oh.
And that's almost like they've got an extra win. So it actually does feel like a 2-game cushion.
That could be,
even though they're only 3-2 up.
That could be a huge plus. Because as you pointed out already, having got that bonus point win, they're 2 points ahead.
Oh, yeah. He commits to it, and then he thinks about it, and then he, over-commits to this. Lincoln, who has a bit of a chuckle. Because he realises he's actually not going to get the wide because he stepped early. So he's like, I'm going to go for it anyway. I don't think this is going to win any beauty contest, this shot.
Well, if he executed it, it would have been one of the most extravagant shots that we've seen. But he gets knocked down, he gets back up again. And then he hits his high up. All right, it's a teaser, but it's going to keep on going. And I think the tower's in danger here. It just falls to the side of it. It's another good shot. And we often say this about Lincoln, because sometimes he does try and get too funky. And we often say that when he can stand still and hammer the ball around like this, well, maybe he's better off not getting too funky. And it's a good shot, isn't it? Really good shot. All right, he does give himself a little bit of room outside the off, but Darmgard tries to jam in the Yorker. But that's exactly what Lincoln is looking for, and he puts it away beautifully. A lovely shot. And Lincoln, well, look at him. Going well, going strong. It's the end of the over. 132 for 3. And there's still 24 balls to go.
Yeah, this is big. That's a really good shot as well. Yeah, so the thing is, a normal win, let's say it's not a bonus point, a normal win, you're clawing 2 points back on your opponent.
Yeah.
Right? So if they were to win with 4 points here, they'd actually be 4 points ahead, the Knights. Yeah. And that means it takes 2 wins to square it up. So it's like being 2 games ahead, actually. So yeah, some people talking about the movie. I think it's called How's That? It's the story of World Series cricket. It's an Australian movie. Okay. Very good movie.
Yeah.
The story of it. Not a documentary, but a kind of live action. or a reenactment kind of movie. This one just gets away from me, son. It'll be a bye. But yeah, it got me thinking. One day we might have the ECN movie, the story of the ECN, and then the questions come up in the chat, who would play us? I can see like The Rock playing you, Dwayne Johnson.
That's
For me, who do I look like? You know the guy that used to be in Prison Break? I think his name's Wentworth Miller. I'm going to look him up.
All right, you look him up. Let me have a look.
You are The Rock, though, I think.
Oh, well, I tell you what, who's not The Rock, because he keeps falling over all the time. It's Dan Lincoln, and he's determined to execute this shot. Let's just say at the moment, it looks like he's playing on ice.
There you go. So that's you in the movie.
All
Because
right.
you've been going to the gym a bit. So you're played by The Rock, all right?
All right, show me you then.
Okay. I think this is the guy. He's got more hair than me, though. Takes this off the stumps texture. He's going to get 4. The boundaries just keep on coming here. 4 carreras más. That's who I used to look like, but I don't think I look like him that much anymore. Who have you got playing me then? George Clooney?
You got me. Nah, not nah.
Brad Pitt?
Nah. Come on, don't get too carried away now. Who I got you?
Matt LeBlanc off Friends?
Ron Atkinson?
Rowan Atkinson? You can snap Rowan Atkinson.
Come on,
Rico's turned his button off and having a good chuckle. I'll cover this ball for you, don't worry. Rowan Atkinson.
Dear.
I gave you The Rock.
Good cough.
I said you The Rock, and you giving me Rowan Atkinson.
Yeah, well.
Right, I take it back. You're Danny DeVito.
Danny DeVito. Yeah, hey, I love Danny DeVito. All right, Arnold Schwarzenegger, there you go. You can be Arnie. Because you're all, no matter what happens, wherever you go, you always come back.
Maximo.
I'll be back.
42 for Lincoln, batting well. Oh, what a shot. He's just timed the perfection. Time to perfection, I should say, as he lifts that one. Look at him wait on the shot, and then little snap of the hands straight through. And that one's 6 on any ground in world cricket.
Look at the pose on that as well. Oh, that's a extraordinary shot. Dan Lincoln. Oh, wow. This is looking pretty punishing. They've got to get some wickets here pretty quickly. Look at that. This is Ale. Shakka maar ditta meri 2-3 photo wicket there. Okay, now this could be a chance. Is it? Where's it going to end up?
That's 6.
That's out of here to us out.
Yeah, and look, the fielder, we're actually having to come from the infield. But if it had come down in the field of play, he would have had time to catch it because it was so high. But in the end, it keeps on going. Lincoln brings up his 50, and he brings it up off 17 balls. 5 Maximos, 5 4s. The British and Irish skipper just dismissively swats that one over the leg side fence. And also, it takes us to the end of the over. 151 for 3 after 7. They're still on 200 pace. Coming up tomorrow, we have the Knights taking on Team Europe once again in matches 6, 7, 8 and 9. Now, Team Europe will get the choice in matches 6 and 8 if they want to bat a bowl first. And the Knights will get the choice in 7 and 9. Something to think about. So it all starts tomorrow. And it's half an hour earlier than our regular time here in Portugal, which is 8:30 a.m. GMT, which is 10:30 for the first ball in Central Europe and 2 p.m. in India. Yeah, looking forward to the exciting conclusion of the first ever Western Shield. All right, looks like a Marty coming back in over number 8.
And that one is going to be 4 as well. It's raining runs. Ajdana. The pair no ball no changiya juttiyan pੈ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਆ ਲੈ ਛਿੱਤਰ ਪੈ ਰਹੇ ਛਿੱਤਰ. It is raining runs, and wherever they're hitting, it ends up finding a gap and going to the boundary at the moment.
Yeah, you're right. This is a monster total on the cards. What's the computer saying now? The computer's cracking 200 now. It's saying 201. Tector, we haven't quite seen the best of him yet, but he is fantastic. Particularly strong over cover as well. The way he just drives through the ball. Forward press there.
Oh, this is pretty full, and I get the feeling this could be more than just 6. Well, how do you get 7? Well, I reckon this is close to being a 7 up.
Yeah, this is so close. Let's have a look. What do the pictures tell us? It's just, I think it's just okay because it is dropping, right? It's probably waist high there, but it's on the drop.
Yeah, it is downwards, so Yeah, just six signalled.
Still 6 runs. Marty. Yeah, to say he's had a mixed day would be a bit of an understatement, wouldn't it? Tector on 19 now.
And 4 more, and the runs just continue. Well, Miguel, he's a bit like us. He's blinded by the Western Shield branding. He doesn't know where this ball is coming from when it comes from underneath. It gets past him pretty quickly, but 4 more.
And Marty's day kind of reminds me of Asad Rabbani of the Paco Care battle owner in the ECL, especially because Rabbani also has a very good slower ball.
Yeah.
But, you know, sometimes he's just unhittable, but there are other times just goes for plenty, and this is one of those. He's gone for 41. Still 3 balls to come in his over. There's the slower ball as it's whipped away, as fielded by DDC. But, yeah, it's interesting. He went magical last game in the first over, came back, and they trusted him with the second over, and he actually got it together. He took 3 for 5 in that over. But this time, it hasn't really backed up for him. He went, I think, 27 in the first. He's gone 15 in this one with 2 to go. Expected score 205. Wow.
Oh, that is hit hard, and well, DDC is keeping an eye on it, but it's over him. There's going to be 6 more, and Dan Lincoln moves to 60 of 18 to score. Well, it's already at the 172, which was enough to win Team Europe the very first match of the day, and there's still plenty of time here. Well, they are getting a bit of a battering here. And Lincoln, look where he's standing, Vinny.
Yeah, he's basically daring him to bowl at the stumps. Or if he bowls straight, he can drill it straight down the ground. That was going at speed. So Lincoln smashes another 4. Unfortunately, it brings up the half century for Amadi. And at the end of 8, it's 176 for 3.
Well, he might not get a chance to see it, but after he plays that shot, he's signalling to somebody.
He wants some new gloves here.
There you go. I thought it was a signal.
Yeah, it wasn't saying.
I thought he was saying there was a little bit of chat.
I think he's just saying, right, I'm starting to sweat a bit. You might be able to see it here. I mean, it's a great shot. It's timed very, very well. And then he says, yeah, got to have some new gloves. That'd be great if you'd allow me. As long as it doesn't waste any time, it's not an issue. 176 for 3. Okay, a few people with some ideas about who should play who. Vin Diesel for me. That's not a bad one.
Not a bad
That's
shout,
not a bad one, actually. Or Jason Statham for me. Or John Cleese, according to Dave. And
John
I think
Cleese.
Ash Veer saying I should be played by Akshay Kumar and Rico by the Arabian guy from Indiana Jones. And Elsa's piped up. Elsa was actually on commentary for a bit yesterday. She said I should be played by Pitbull.
Well, I tell you what, Pitbull's got a bite to it, but at the moment, all of the biting and the fighting is coming from the British and Irish Knights. They are taking the bowlers to the sword here. Look, I don't think we're just thinking 200. We're thinking 200 and a lot.
Plus, yeah. I think also the bowlers must be running out of puff a little bit. I know you only bowl maximum 10 overs in the day here. Well, there goes the horns. There goes the sweater for Tyrone.
It's not the first time.
He needs to get one of these little clips, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. At the fielder, he'll get the single, but at least this time it doesn't go to the boundary. But
I think there's a bit of fatigue, not just bowling fatigue, but just it's a long day. Obviously, you get to the ground here around about 9 in the morning, something like that. 6:30, 6:40 now at night.
yeah,
So I think it's just a long day to be on your feet. The constant warming up, the getting up, getting down. Maybe there's something in that. Seems like the 200 is a formality here.
oh wow, this is just hitting practice. It's almost like, you know, sometimes, well, that one's ended the other side, but at least it will be founded. It's almost like he's out there on a Sunday afternoon, him just 1 or 2 others with the bowling machine and say, right, just keep feeding me there and I'll just keep hitting him over there. He hasn't miscued one for a while. He is going great guns at the moment. And this one in the gap, smashes the boundary fence, and this time Tyrone Peters holds on to the jumper as he goes horns and Mujadadi.
This is this is huge.
Yeah.
They're expecting 219. There's 8 balls left. They could easily get kind of 230 here at this rate. Mujadadi is into the naughty 40s now with 2 to come.
Good ball. Yeah, good comeback. Well done, Mujadadi. I know there's been A lot of hitting, a lot of pain, but at least he comes back with a good one there. It doesn't get to the 200 yet.
I don't think we'll look at the 257. This could be our 28th 200-plus score on the network. To make that list now, you've got to get at least 212.
Yeah.
And to be honest, that's looking more likely than not at the moment.
That's going to help because that one will take it to the 200 at the end of the 9th over. And Mujadadi, he goes with 24.
Dennis again, he keeps popping up, doesn't he? Yeah, I mean, 200 with an over to go, you don't see it that often. And some of these bowling figures don't make for great reading. I think they'll bring back Afridi now in the last over, 1 for 16, his figures. But Darmgard went supersonic. Amadi went for 52 in his 2. Mujadadi goes for 45. And yeah, the bowling might have fatigued a bit, but the batting's only getting better, I think. Because think about some of these guys might not have played a lot of cricket. I know that Lincoln's been playing a fair bit of football. Some have. Okay, some have come off the ECL. Some have come off playing cricket in the Southern Hemisphere. ECN says, thank you. I love that. Where's that up in the camera tower? So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to our viewers.
Yeah. Hey,
nice
listen, they have scored, by my calculations, 99 in the last 4 overs. Because it was 101 at the end.
You're right. You're right.
99
It was.
Wow.
31, 19, 25 and 24 in the last 4. Last overtime.
Oh, this is just clinical hitting. I don't think I've ever seen hitting like this in a long time. Every ball is coming sweet out of the middle. Just watch this. It's effortless. And, you know, sometimes we see batters that are throwing themselves around, trying to pull their shoulders out. Just watch this. It is just sweet timing.
All right. I'm going to say it. I'm on century watch. There's 5 to go. He's on 83. 3 big sixes and he's there. Not just that. Looking top 10 ECN scores of all time here.
And this is another one, 6. And this one smashes onto the top of the boundary fence. Well, that's one of them. What an exceptional knock this has been. Remember when he was out there with Tim Hindley? He was letting Hindley do most of the hitting. He was just giving him the strike. Hindley was going big. Then Hindley gets run out by a brilliant throw from Nabi. And then that spot, Dan Lincoln into this.
And here's the thing. Even if you pause it right now, Europe need 149 to keep their point. Right? So that's a tall order. And how far up this list are they going to get? They've gone 212 now, so they've tied Mashta. I could see them getting potentially even the second best total ever. With 3 more big hits, they're up to 230.
Oh, this is just exceptional.
So they will be on that list.
Oh, wow. How about this? Shaba. Manos arriba, beatero. Well, sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. Well, Lincoln now moves to 95. 95, incredible. We've already seen 100 in the day, and that was from Harrison Ward. And he finished with 102. Also, he scored 98 earlier. Dan Lincoln, the captain of the British and Irish Knights, is on 95 to score 218.
Incredible shot. 6 for the ton. This won't be 6, but it will get him to 99, Rico. And we are on century watch here. And the score, 2-2-2. A very famous score on the network. It was what VRC Rotterdam scored in the first ever ECL final. We thought at that stage maybe that would never get beaten. It has since been beaten. But could we be looking at century number 37 of the year? And wouldn't Dan Lincoln love to be right next to Harrison Ward on that centuries list?
Incredible. Just look at him. He just looks so calm, so composed. What's going through in his head at the moment still doesn't change anything. He's still batting outside off stump. And he will do it, and he will do it in style. He brings it up with another 6. 105, not out. What a knock. Dan Lincoln, the captain of the British and Irish Knights, brings up a superb 100. You don't have to guess which is his favourite shot, by the way.
But, I mean, it shows you can go all around the ground. And this is a good example. It probably would have been a wide, I think. But he just times it up and out of here. And it's his second ever ECN century. He scored one back in ECC 21 in that important clash against Italy, 105 not out. And now he's going to better that because that's another one. And guess what? That is the second biggest score of all time on the network. Maximo to finish 2-3-4. Unbelievable. And let me just remind you, this is the same British and Irish Knights side that in match 3 today, for example, they made 112. So it is quite amazing. And let me do some quick calculations here. It means that even to get their point out of this game, Team Europe, wait for it, are going to need 164. What a performance that is from Lincoln. He is just made for this form of the game, and he's going to get a warm reception as he walks off.
This is quite exceptional. Just listen to the applause, not just there from the teammates, and also, of course, from the opposition. We've just seen something remarkable. And everybody at the ground, all the supporters, what a knock. Incredible. 2 centuries here on the Western Shield on opening day. We told you it's going to be spectacular. We told you that the best of cricketers from Europe will come together and give us a treat. And what a treat that we've had. The second highest score that we've ever seen on the European Cricket Network,
Crazy.
234. And Dan Lincoln, well, he finishes on the Nelson and 111 of 28. Well, there was a little bit of love in the air from Martha Maria, but there was no love in the air towards the Team Europe from the batters of the British and Irish Knights. They were clobbering it all over the place. There was that wicket, as Mujadadi did get the wicket of Harrison Ward early. He would go caught and bowled for 4 of just his 2 deliveries. And then, well, Seamus Lynch, he came out, and he and Hindley were battering the ball pretty well to all parts of the ground. And Hindley, he made a quick 540, but there would be some joy. There would be the wicket of Lynch, as well. He was caught well by Saqib. At that point, you thought, okay, they may contain. This is the catch. And Saqib Zulfikar taking the catch, so that removes Lynch for 29, and he was going well, 29 of 8. But that brought out Dan Lincoln, and got to say, the rest is history. First of all, it was Hindley that was doing all the hitting, and he gets run out with this direct hit from Nabi. Well, there was Dennis. He liked it. Thumbs up. Mohammad Ishan didn't like that because that was a minimo. But then we saw some hitting. Now, I'm going to go back to, I couldn't tell you the year. And I remember watching an innings once from the Master Blaster, Viv Richards, when the English bowlers were bowling fast to him outside the off peg, and he was stepping outside off and playing these shots, just picking the ball from outside off and hitting them over for 6 behind square. And I think for me here, Dan Lincoln, it reminded me of that, and that goes to tell you what a top innings I thought it was. All right, you got to say maybe, we mentioned this before, some of the bowlers were a little bit tired, lethargic, but just look at that hitting. That is what I'm talking about. And then this, wow, that was just exceptional, and he plays that shot when he was in the 90s.
That's crazy. I mean, I'm going to count up the 6s in this innings. I might be here for a while, but I can tell you that plenty of them came off the bat of Lincoln. 13, in fact. So they actually get 23 6s in the innings.
Right.
And there were 16 boundaries. So you're talking 39 out of the 60 balls going to the boundary or over it. And the Knights, they've really made it a strong statement here. And look at where they've ended up.
Wow.
Second on the all-time list in the Western Shield. And, of course, just the Jags above them at 257. It eclipses Badalona Shaheen, which used to be the record. VOC was the original record, really, 222. And, of course, it's the highest total of this year, which is just eclipsing the 221 from the Italian Stallions from Estonia in the ECL. Crazy stuff, really. And this is the scorecard. 111 from Lincoln. Not often you see a century from a number 4 either. Tector did his bit, 35 off 11. Hindley was great for he was run out in bizarre circumstances by Nabi. He scored 40, 29 for Lynch. First up, looked pretty good as well. And Ward doesn't fire, but certainly the middle order made up for it in the bowling figures. Don't look too pretty.
Well, I haven't quite seen 2 bowlers go for a 50 themselves, and that's what happened to Afridi. Well, mini boom boom. Well, big boom boom was blasted him all over the place down Lincoln. Khalid Ahmadi, not the finish he wanted to his day as well. Mujadadi also went for a few. He went for 45, though he did take take a wicket. Sikandar Zulfikar, I suppose, the most economical. He goes for 29. But one thing I will say, Vinny, before we return is, remember we started this match talking about things, some magical things that we think we're going to see this year. And one of them was me saying, I can see a 200 chase. Will this be the one?
Well, I mean, 200 is one thing, but 235, that's another thing. I think they'll be really happy to get out with a point here, because to do that, I mean, what did I say? So 234 is the score. So they need 164 to get a point. That's going to be tough. Wow, it's brilliant hitting. That's all I can say about that. And there'll be plenty to watch for after the break. Let me tell you something, that if they do get 170, it will break the record for the most ever runs in an ECN match. So maybe that's on the cards, you know. We'll take a break. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full back with the final innings of day one. After this, you're watching the Western Shield live on ECN. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. And my jaw's still on the floor, really, after witnessing that first innings. British and Irish Knights electing to bat here in Game 5, and they've put on a monster total of 234. So what does that mean? Well, the Knights will take all the points if they can keep Team Europe to 163 or less. You can throw the 7 overs out the window in this one. So what does that mean, really? Okay, Europe to keep their point, and I suppose just as importantly, to restrict the Knights from getting that point. Now, they need to get a 164 or more. Now, interesting, they have sent out Sharif as listed, but they've gone for Saqib Zulfikar as the opener here. Have a look at this. 234, which is the second top score of all time on ECN. And, yeah, Mashta from Sweden, they actually fall off the bottom of the list now. To make the list, you need 216. So things are absolutely crazy here on ECN these days. But to do it in the Western Shield, it's quite amazing. So, there's Lincoln, who looks fresh as a daisy. We're talking about fatigue, weren't we? He didn't look too fatigued. He just peels off one of the best hunters we've seen on the network. And it's going to be Jarvis. He's been dangerous today. But this is a dangerous delivery for the keeper, really. And there's Lincoln. Geez, he's everywhere, isn't he? So agile. And he takes his place just nestled under Harrison Ward, his regular opening partner for the English 11. Certainly in ECC 21 and 22. There we go, the 37th 100 of the year. It's crazy that we're not even really a quarter into the season and we already have 37 tons on the network. Big swing and a miss. This time Lincoln again takes it on the second bounce. Mini sound to him is to Maximo, and well, the man who's just returned from just a bit of a walk into the fan zone. Rico Full, what's the general feeling here, Rico, after that
everybody
total?
Is just amazed because it was just pure hitting. And like I say, I mean, you've mentioned it, I've said it, and a lot of people around the ground saying it as well. They've never seen hitting like that. It was just pure. It was just clinical. And you know, you mentioned about fitness and he doesn't look tired. And the reason is, and you touched on this as well, he is just an out-and-right athlete, isn't he? He's
a goalkeeper.
Yeah.
At a very good level of football as well in England. And he loves playing sport. One thing, okay? And he's got his eccentricities, let's be honest. He gets kind of zoned in. He's got a certain way he likes to do it, but a lot of the good players are like that.
Yeah.
Zulfikar can't get going here either, which isn't what you want when you're chasing 235.
Right, it doesn't quite get this right, but it will be stopped. It almost sounds like a hollow hit. But the other thing about Dan Lincoln, he doesn't often show his emotions, does he, when he's on camera? But off the camera, me and you know him very well. Of course, we've seen him at the Cardham Oval. But he's a lovely guy, and he's just a out-and-out professional when it comes to being out there. He's a perfectionist. He leads his team well, and you can see that already just from what he's done here. But off the field, yeah, he's a lovely guy. He's a gentleman. Is this one? Well, that gets put away. So Amir Sharif says, right, it's payback time. As he gets this one away from Jack Jarvis. And a good clean hit. And that one is another one that, well, sails over into, I don't know what we call that part of the ground. Maybe it's the orchard.
So I had a question about how many sixes there been. Well, was that a six just then? It was, right?
Yep.
So it's now 140 sixes in the day. and we're not finished yet. A good start for Sharif, though, who is given his opportunity at the top of the order. Let's see if he can do something with it. Jarvis has been getting a fair bit of lift out of this deck today with the new ball.
All right. Lincoln back pedals, takes the catch. Thank you very much. It's probably about the third that we've seen him take in this manner. And Sharif, it will be very much the case. A 6 and out for him. There's Jarvis. Picks up another. They're 1 for 8.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Sharif, he goes 6 and out. He's not in a club of 1 there today either. Lincoln judges this perfectly. Ken tries to pull the ball, but it's kind of outside his eye line. Just misjudges at top edge again. Jarvis getting that little bit of extra bounce out of the track. Lincoln does the rest. All business, isn't he? Down Lincoln as Team Europe lose their first, and it's 8 for 1.
Yeah, and just remember, of course, 235 is the target. They've got to get to 164 just to get a point.
Well, since we've had the bonus point system, it's the highest score we've had. So it's so by definition, it's the highest number to keep your point, 164. Yeah. But I think it is a realistic target if they bat well. They scored that many today. Earlier on, their scores so far, 172, 147, and 111 in their completed innings. But that 172, first up, was enough to give them the win by 6 runs. Get them off to a winning start.
Oh, that's a pretty decent shot. He's clobbered that and smashes into the side screen. 6 runs. There's the horns signal there from.
Watch him roll the
Tyrone
fingers on
Peters.
this. So he goes, rolls the fingers, cutter. The Freedy sees it and muscles it. And one thing's for sure, they got nothing to lose. They're going to have to be pretty attacking just to get to this 164, obviously. So I kind of like Boom Boom at 3.
Yeah.
Get him out there, see if he can turn it on. And at the end of the first over, 14 for 1. I suppose one of the issues here, the required rate starts at 23.5 and over. So got a feeling that golden ball might have to wait for another day. Maybe tomorrow. Who knows?
I mean, what's the rate just to get to 164? I mean,
yeah,
that
so
itself.
16.4 to start.
Okay. This is Julius Summerall who gets worked away. There's there's the Tortuga. Tortuga.
We still haven't had a genuine Tortuga diddle the Knights today.
This is so close.
I think it's mostly because of their fantastic ground fielding and how they've adapted, but also there's a bit of luck factor in there because there'll be one that is unfieldable. I don't care how good you are. Anyway, this one pretty quickly on a Freedy. He's late on it, but does get a single. So that's the rate for the point. We'll put that up for you. So you can see it's already climbing. It's actually just ticked over 17 and over required.
Gee. Okay, this is up in the air, but it's catchable, and it should be taken. It will be taken. No mistakes there from Lisk, and that's going to be the end of Saqib Zulfikar. He's never really been able to get going, and he knew he has to go for the big shot, slices it, catch taken.
Yeah, they try something. I mean, they have DDC in the lineup, but he's got 0 and 1 opening up so far, and so yeah, they decide, all right, we'll try that because Saqib has been hitting them well, but it's a different kind of situation. I think facing the brand new ball is slightly different. Ball's always kind of new, right, in 10 overs, but the brand new ball, those different sort of bowlers, and Saqib, unfortunately, can't keep the magic, and he's the second to fall, 16 for 2. Shan Gomsh coming out at number 4, but they still got DDC up their sleeve. Skander Zulfikar. They've got Nabi in the lineup as well, but they've elected not to open with Nabi. Again, it's tough because, yeah, they've probably got 6 or more potential openers. So, yeah, I think whenever you come out, you just got to have that same approach.
Yeah, I think this is where I think Corey, as well as the captain, Skander Zulfikar, has probably said to the guys, look, just go out there and come back with some positives. Come back with some positives. At the moment, all right, we've been thumped. We've been hit for 234. But go out there, come back with some positives. Play some nice shots, maybe get a personal 50 yourself. Come back with positives. Something that we can, when we go back to the Centre Arm Hotel and we have a team meeting at the end of the day, something positive we can talk about. That's a great delivery. Yeah. And obviously a lot of positives with the way that they started. They got the win, scoring 172 themselves. They also restricted this same team to 112. So there are positives there. So they don't want to finish on a big downer, and a big downer would be if they get to a score, let's say, I don't know, 90 to 110.
Yeah, no, you don't want to peter out. And I totally take your point. Going tomorrow, that's important. If they could get the 164 here, they'll have a bit of a spring in their step because that's the last thing that'll happen. They've actually gained something rather than lost something. in the last innings. I mean, the game, you're not winning the game,
No.
right? It's just not going to happen, especially with a start like this. So, yeah, that kind of feeling that you're on the up, maybe you can take some of that momentum into tomorrow. And you just like someone to play the big knock for Europe.
Yeah.
It hasn't really happened yet. And obviously, 2 centuries, both going to Western Shield. There's been some good performances. Obviously, Darmgard batted well earlier. They've had kind of bits and pieces, haven't they, in their batting so far. As we get to the end of the second over, and Team Europe are 18 for 2.
Yeah, and, you know, that's even, as you said, even just to get to the 164, they're already behind, aren't they? They need to be going around about the 16s. They're not. But, yeah, get a positive, one batter to click, one good partnership. And, you know, and maybe it's somebody outside of Sikandar Zulfikar, who we know has already performed. DDC to come good. I mean, that really would be key. If he gets an opportunity here and gets a good score, that's going to set them up nicely for tomorrow. Nabi might come in at some point and fire a few out. That's what they need. They need the positives. That's what they need in the camp now to say, right, okay, we got beat, but some of the batters that haven't been in form have clicked. And talking about clicking, that one is not a click, is a boom. Is a boom. Chakalagia as Afridi. A little boom boom hits another one out of here. That's a good hit because that's a rising ball. We've seen plenty of batters just guy that one up in the air and get caught, but he gets plenty of this. 6 runs.
Yeah. And a question from Dave in the chat. What's the highest margin we've ever had in a match on the network? I've got a very quick answer for you.
Yeah.
In that one. I think you know exactly what game
I
it is.
know.
Rico. As Riley comes in.
Oh,
wow. He's out.
He's out.
Oh, no
can you
way.
believe it? This is the
No
worst
way.
possible luck you can get, Vinny. This is unbelievable.
I mean, how's he caught it when the bat's gone flying and it could have been killed if it flew in his direction? Oh, I've seen almost everything, and Afridi just has to shake it off. He'll take 2 bats back with him. I mean, look, yeah, does he mistime it slightly? But the ball just loops back to the bowler. That is an incredible dismissal, and I don't think you'll ever see anything like that in your lifetime again.
Oh, wow, look at this. And he gets caught. I mean, he's unlucky. He could have been a batter that baj gaya. Oh, yaar, tu mera catch bhi wha liya. Hun main ki kara? Bat bhi chahida, wicket bhi meri gayi. Main gaya. Well, this is when you know that this is not going to be your match.
But I love the camera. Naturally, it follows the bat, right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there goes the bat. Oh, what a shot that is. Oh, well, Shahid, I feel for you, my man.
I'm sorry, got to say, Dan Lincoln, I think your HCL software moment of the day has gone, because that is it. We have a proper bat buster, and that is sensational. That has got to be, I mean, we've seen plenty of bat bust, and we've seen
a smash explosion.
Yeah, we've seen some off the ECN as well. That has got to be, and because it's been so well captured, that's the best ever.
Nabi swings and misses at the first one, coming out in the unfamiliar position of number 5. Hey, I'm not even sure if Riley recognised what had happened or not, because all he saw was the ball just looping back to him.
Yeah.
Just fairly softly, and he takes an easy catch. But, yeah, it would be easy to be distracted by the fact that the bat got shattered.
Well, everybody, you can still hear them chuckling, and I can understand it. I'm still chuckling.
What a moment.
Wow, Riley. He's got something to remember for the rest of his life. So it's Afridi. And that's a good delivery. Probably be one for the over. Yep, one for the over the shoulder. I think that's a good call. Let's have a look at it
How
again.
high is it, though?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
if he's standing up, he's probably
Just
grazing the top of his helmet.
Yeah, that's true. So good call for me. Well, folks, cricketainment is what we bring you. Have you ever seen anything like that?
Oh,
the
wow.
chat has gone wild, of course. You know that barbecue you were at? Well, that bat can go on it. Well, I was talking about his firewalk day. Well, we might as well put that bat on it and walk over it. This is another wicket that would go. He's not even looking to see. And Nabi, his dismal run, not just here, but, well, dismal run that we've seen him, including from what he did at the European Cricket League, continues. So Nabi, he's not going to be the highlight, and the talking point is another failure from him. As he goes for the big shot and he just skies it up in the air, Nabi will go for a 3-ball duck. And this is exactly what I'm saying. This is what the Team Europe don't need. So that's a dismal moment.
Yeah, you got to feel for Nabi. Yeah, slightly mishit. You can't really criticise the approach. It happens. Sometimes you don't get out in the middle. He's got to go. He's disappointed. He's had a lean trot, no doubt about it. We did see him break out once in the ECL, but certainly not the kind of form that helped his club draw to the ECL 23 title. See there. Now, in the positive column, at least Nabi can still use that bat.
Yeah,
Unlike Mini Boom Boom. Yeah. The funny thing is, with that dismissal, I do think the fact it smashes the bat contributes to the fact that it's an easy catch. So it wasn't...
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, so it wasn't... It was quite relevant. If the bat had stayed in one piece, it wasn't going to be caught.
No, it was going over him.
Yeah, or under or around. That was crazy.
Ishan, it's got to be thinking. I mean, if you're Corey here now, we're putting Corey on the spot, so we know Corey pretty well. What do you think he's saying to the likes of Ishan or anybody else that goes out there now?
He's just saying, go and feel no pressure. Express yourself. Here, go there, be attacking, and basically forget the scoreboard. That's what I'd be saying at this stage. And normally there's something to gain. Okay, let's say they don't get the 164, but let's say that they put together a decent innings 140, and let's say they find another player or two find form in this 10 overs. Then that's a positive you're taking into tomorrow.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. There still is a whole day of cricket tomorrow to decide the trophy.
Yeah,
At 25 for 4 after 3.
I agree with you. I think he's probably saying to the guys here, look, I don't want you to change your game. If you play your normal game and you show the intent that I want you to show, if we ask Kittle here for 79, say, for example, I don't mind because you've gone there and you've gone with that intent. But if you shy away from it, if you get nervous and don't play your shots and we're skittled out for 79 or we're skittled out for 110, then I'm not going to be happy. I want you to go out there and play your shots. And that's probably what he's told Ishan. And Gomes is a good opportunity for him, the left-hander, to get going as well.
Yeah, they will play their shots. I've got an idea with the bat after this ball.
All right. It's a nice-looking shot and great fielding. The standards just have been good.
Fantastic.
Hindley hasn't even been good. Bat and with ball. Smiles all around at the moment.
I think if Hindley doesn't get run out by that bizarre bat plug dismissal, not the most bizarre thing we've seen in the game now, and I don't think Lincoln gets his 100. Because Hindley was going so well, he would have stolen a lot of his runs.
Yeah, good point.
The way it works out, he'd get 234. This one could be out as well. I say no. Maybe he just flicked the shirt on the way through of Isan. Let's have a look. What do we pick up? Yeah, that's a really good shot. You can actually physically see the shirt move. Good decision by the umpire, Malik. Hitting the big time today. Yeah, so my idea is we should come back in a second because the game's moving too quickly. Now this is skied up in the air. Tough one. Oh, he's fallen. Oh. He's wiped out. And
I think if he watches again, Vinny, I think he actually gets something on this.
Yeah, I think he loses balance and still tries to catch it as he's falling. But what he's done essentially is he's poked it over the line for 4.
Well,
he loses his balance as he's turning and running for it, and so by the time it comes down, he's already falling, but he's still basically trying to crawl. Yeah,
that could have been exceptional if he takes that catch.
Still won't get to say what I'm going to say. This is straight over the stump, so that's not going to be a wide.
Go for it.
We should burn the bat and have our very own ashes.
Ah, yeah.
The Weston Shield.
The Weston Shield.
But with the ashes. Now, is that safe? I don't know. Do we have the ability to do it? I don't know. We have a barbecue.
We have a barbecue.
So I think we could make our very own Ashes trophy here.
That's a good idea.
Don't you think?
That's a very good idea.
Yeah.
And hey, listen, there might have been, there wasn't quite a stump break. So any bit of woodwork that breaks, we just add to it.
Put it all in there.
Put it all in there. Yeah,
anyway.
What a good call from you. All right. It's not looking good, is it? 32 for 4 at the end of 4. Let's have a look at that there. A long, well, that looks like a woodpecker line on his belly, doesn't it?
You can see the line that they would be hoping they could have gotten to, the bonus point line, but unlikely. Going at 8 and over so far. But yeah, positives you could get. You just want more guys feeling confident about their game. And there's been bits and pieces today. Can Isan fire? English gets a bowl first up, but misses the mark. He's a very good player as well, Michael English, and he's a guy that could easily be batting at the top of the order as well.
Yeah, this is probably a good opportunity also. I'm just thinking, I mean, using the spinners last time round didn't go well for Dan Lincoln, but he might be thinking, well, that's that really loopy, slow delivery. And I reckon that this is fine. It's so slow. I reckon it comes down and it just doesn't get picked. Let's see.
You're right. Look, it's a brilliant piece of bowling, actually, and yeah, it's probably knee height by the time it reaches the crease.
Yeah, Ishan, just once again.
Have you guys lost power? Yeah? I'm going to sit on the bike now.
Where's Butchie?
He's busy. He's running. He's busy there. Vinny, please check the mic.
Hello, welcome back, and yeah, apologies. We did have a slight power issue at the ground. That caused us to pause the game. But the good news is, looks like we're back on, and I don't think we'll lose any playing time or anything like that. But yeah, pretty sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, 33 for 4. I think you might have just missed maybe one ball before we realised the power was out. But yeah, we've got, man, that was a dot ball, so you didn't miss too much. Anyway, we're back on. This one probably isn't a wide. It's the early step from Isan. English does bowl that slower ball well, doesn't he? It's like a back of the hand slower ball. Yeah. And that's premeditation from Isan. There's a time for it, but I've got to say, he has looked the best when he's just stood still and batted today.
Yes.
You can understand he's going to try that occasionally.
Yeah, fair play. Hits this pretty well. Fielder comes across and can't get there. 4 runs. Of course, everybody, because we know what Corey's like, everybody was looking at Corey when the power went out. Say, Corey, what have you done? You cut the cables. Come on, play fair. Plug it back in. And I had a shout out to him. He had a little bit of a giggle. But look, Ishii, let's see if he can get something positive out of this innings. And well, he mashes this pretty well, and that will go as well. But you see, one of the big differences is this one does get smashed away for 6 more. I mean, Ishan, his style, just compare some of the styles maybe of the hitting of Ishan, who let's say is very much a European brand, right, of cricketer.
Yeah.
And then you look at someone like, let's compare him to Dan Lincoln. Dan Lincoln, timing. He's not trying to thrash the ball. And even that last one that Ishan, when he went outside the off to try and play it away, there's a technique to it. And that's the thing. And that's why I think somebody... I think that's a good shot. Yeah, that does go wide. I mean, I think Ishan does move a little bit, but not that much.
He's a little bit.
Yeah.
Because he's got, 2 outside off, and then, it's on the line a fair bit. Even if you move the line half a line width, probably still a wide. Yeah, it's true what you're saying. But everyone's got their own style. That's the other thing, right? So you got to be yourself. Ishan likes to swing the bat hard. That's what he does here. And it's almost reeled in by the fielder. But in the end, it'll be Maximo. Says Carreras. Brings up the 50 for Team Europe halfway through the last innings of the day. They're 50 for 4. And of course, we are here in Portugal. And we've got the Western Shield going on right now. But around this, we do have the European Cricket Series. And we are back on Monday, coming on Monday, day 14 of that series with Oeiras. They've been a real form team. In fact, Daniel Dorcaia, who's in this Team Europe side, he's been a star for Oeiras in his first series for that Portuguese club. And we'd love for you to join us for week 3 in Portugal and, of course, be part of the European Cricket Series bandwagon. And we're kicking it off on Monday morning, 9 a.m. GMT, 11 o'clock in Central Europe and 2:30 p.m. in India. Join us for 5 more matches. And the interesting thing there is we're only just a few days away from the Super 5 stage, which ultimately ends up in a finals day, which is next Sunday, our last day in Portugal, before we head to France for the first time.
Yeah, and looking forward to that. I'll join you there, of course.
I just had a thought.
Yeah.
Well, hold the phone. All right.
Uh-oh.
All right, this is Tector who's coming on. And nice shot by Gomes, who picks the gap, and he gets 4 runs. Well played.
Yeah, that's slow delivery. Once again, rolls the fingers on it. You can tell from the way that ball is. This slow-mo camera is brilliant. But he waits for it and gets it in the gap. So not trying to thrash at it, just trying to find the gap.
So Nabi can't buy a run at the moment. True?
Yeah.
To be continued. And he goes for that gap again, and he's going to get it. It's good hitting by Sean Gomes. Maximo, back-to-back. Team Europe. Yeah, trying to put a respectable total on the board. I suppose, still on for the point. 22 and over. That is possible based on what we've seen today. If some of these guys can get going, they can hit big runs of 6s. We'll continue what I'm saying in a second. Gomes this time gets one that's slower, and it's been put down. It's misjudged. I actually think he has made the stop, but you can see he kind of rushed into that one, Riley. Needed to stay put and get ready for the impact. Instead, it's a missed opportunity.
Yeah, it's not the easy of chances. He's got work to do, but it comes to him pretty quickly, and then I
think he's all right.
Yeah, I don't think he's touching it by the time
Does it bounce on the
hits.
rope before he touches it? No, I think it's inside. This is backwards. This is forwards. I think is it touching the rope here?
Yeah, I think it looks like it is. Vin.
It's going to be given 4. Yeah, I thought maybe it's inconclusive, or maybe it does just hit the rope. But anyway, it will be given 4 runs. So Nabi can't buy a run at the moment. Is he saving them up for ECS France? And is he going to go bananas? The first time we've ever seen him in the domestic game. Just think about what might happen. By the way, Drew, their first game is against PUC.
Is it?
ECS France, yep.
It's another nice looking shot, but this time's another one that gets dropped. Well, that's
Haven't
two
really
drops.
Haven't really dropped one all day. Okay, maybe one that I can remember before this. This is Lynch coming around the boundary, but I suppose if you are going to drop a couple, now's not a bad time to use them. Tector probably doesn't think so, because he'll feel he should have had a couple of wickets here. That's crazy. That goes straight through his legs.
I think it hit some of the pad, I think, on the way through.
I thought it actually might have hit Lincoln's pads. Let me see. How well am I seeing him here? Oh, no. It got caught up the kind of top of his legs. A bit higher than I thought. This one, I think, hits a little bit of the body as well. So Tector, unlucky not to take a wicket there. He'll go for 15 in his over. And at the end of 6, Team Europe are 66 for 4.
Yeah, so I suppose it started well with those 3 boundaries, but still, it just goes for the 15, which is under where they need to be to try and get a point. Well, hang on a minute. Maybe that wasn't the over, because that now will be the over. So it will go for what they need, because it goes for a magical 22. And that last one called a wide, and that's why. And that's why we see that one being smashed away. So 22 come off the over. That's what they need to do. They've got to believe, unlike in some of the shots that's been played by Gomes. Ishan, we know what he's capable of. He's moved to 29 or 14, so finally they're getting the fight. They're finally getting a positive vibe in there, positive partnership.
235, jeez. The only time I've ever seen a target bigger than this was the 258. That poor Sohail Hospitalet had to go after. Yeah, and that, you had that game off right, so this is the biggest score you've ever seen live.
It's the biggest one I've seen, yeah.
And it's big. Actually, Corey's here to see it live as well. Anyway, here's Jack Jarvis. He's been really impressive today, hasn't he? Bowling over number 7.
Rolls his fingers on this one as well. Just clever areas, clever lines.
A few people like Tripp coming back, just stepped away for maybe half an hour or so. He's come back and just seen the target. I think, holy moly, that's a huge total. Sure is. Hello to Christopher Ward as well. Great to see you. And to everyone that's been enjoying the action day. It's great that we've had so much interest and support.
Oh, that's been well hit. But to the fielder, and in comes a throw. Well backed up. Bobbles along, but Tim Tector makes no mistake.
He bounces the throw over the stumps, which is always frustrating as a fielder, because then you've got no chance of being able to make the direct hit. Batting still to come. DDC, I mean, probably don't think it'd be a bad thing for him to get a hit in this situation with no real pressure, just so he can get himself going.
Ishan up against Jarvis. So it's well bowled, and you can see my and
I actually thought it was a wide straight away. Was it?
If he's standing upright, it's a close one. You can't.
It's
yeah.
It's very hard to call. I will say it's 50-50.
That's what I was gonna say.
Maybe a bit harsh, but what are you going to do? Jarvis gets another chance to take a wicket. You can always find a silver lining, because he'll get another ball here. Okay? You'll get over it.
Powerfully hit, nobody out there, and that one is going to be 4 runs. So they're leaving that bit open, because they're expecting Ishan to try and fetch everything and go over cat corner. But you and I know that when he's playing well, he can execute these shots pretty good as well, and go.
And I think he's his own best coach. Sometimes he analyses his game. He can tell if he's kind of getting a bit too leg side conscious, and he can make the adjustments. He's really improved his game a lot in the last 3 years that I've been watching him. Showing he can do it against good attacks. It's 33. Now he's going to go straight down the ground, but he's going to be gone. We put the jinx on Ihsan now as well, haven't we? Hindley takes the catch. Jarvis gets his man in the end at 78 for 5.
It's such a shame, because he was just going well. Look, he holds the pose. The problem is he doesn't get the distance on it. Look, this is a lovely shot of this. What about this, folks? Tell me you're not loving some of the coverage from the best in the business, Spring Media. What a good shot that is. Good catch as well, good technique. So Ishan, and once again, You are putting the curse on everybody today. What's with you today?
Well, I'd said I would like to see maybe DDC get a hit, but it's also a chance for Mujadadi to get a bat. Yeah, nice to see Dan Lincoln and Harrison Ward there. They're 2 century makers. And, of course, they know each other very well. They put on that huge 149 partnership to overhaul the Belgian total in our first ever ECC Euros of Cricket in 2021. Otherwise, the Belgians were going to take the trophy.
A nice catch there, taken by Elisa Jarvis. His good day continues. Hasn't he learnt a lot, Jarvis? Remember the first match? Struggling. He was trying to keep it outside.
He was getting over defensive.
Yeah, he was trying to keep it in that wide guideline. He was bowling a lot of extras. How he's got it right, and the slower deliveries come into it. He's rolling his fingers.
Mujadadi. Oh, I was hit pretty hard. That's going to be 4 runs. Here's the thing with Mujadadi. He's been batting 11, but he smashes it. And so he's in here as a bowler. He's blasted this. Not that far from the fielder, who had no hope. 4 runs.
Yeah, well, I like it. Make a few changes.
Talking about getting Team Europe going, someone like Mujadadi, who's been batting Jack today, getting a few runs, that'll kind of just lift the spirit a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Good, few good factors is what they're after here. And that is going to be another one. So this will go all the way. Balle. There's Corey and Conrad. Well, the coach and the manager, they're applauding this one. And Mujadadi saying, who's the daddy? I'm the daddy.
Yeah. 4 and 6, pick up sticks. And Mujadadi shrugging his shoulders saying, what's so hard about all this? Anyway, it's the end of the 7th over. And Team Europe 88 for 5. Doesn't look like we'll have the all-time record runs of 403 beaten in this one, the way things are going. This is what's coming up tomorrow with British and Irish Knights taking on Team Europe in 4 more matches. And at the end, we'll add up all the points and we'll see who wins the series, the first ever Western Shield. And the Western Shield, have you seen it?
Yeah.
Have you lifted it?
I haven't lifted it. I've seen it.
It's heavy.
I saw you had to put on the special gloves.
The gloves are funny. Our trophies come, but people get impatient with the gloves. It's so heavy. We actually will try and get it on camera for you tomorrow, but yeah, we're starting tomorrow same time.
I'm not being responsible.
8:30 AM GMT, 10:30 in Central
It
Europe.
is a magnificent. I mean, it is a shield. The Western Shield is a shield, but it's just exquisite. Might be a wide, and will be called a wide as Riley comes back. Oliver Riley, 2 for 7 so far for him. And Jarvis finishes with 2 for 30.
Hello to Graham Farquhar. Good to have you in the chat as well. He's tuning in from the UK. British and Irish Knights putting on 234 in this one, Graham. If you're just joining us, 75 off 18 for a point. Keep those 6s coming. Keep it interesting.
It's a nice looking shot. That's beautifully played. What a lovely shot. You know what? There's just a couple of shots here that Sean has played. And I tell you who will also remember what I'm talking about. The Zulfikas. Remember when he was playing for Portugal against Netherlands and started that run of wins?
Yeah.
And he scored, was it 4 50s on the spin and they won the next?
Yeah, they won, it was at least 2 or 3, but he did it in big games. They had to beat the Netherlands. They were 0-6, Portugal, in the first ever ECC.
Yeah.
And they had already said, well, we know we're out. Let's just say a reasonable night was had the night before, the Thursday, thinking, well, playing the Netherlands, we're out of here. But then they stunned the Netherlands, and it was Gomsha that came to the party, and then were able to win their next game. And then in the eliminator, they won that as well in an 8-over game. I think they put like 150 on the board in wet conditions.
It was an incredible run, and I just remember it was just breathtaking, and everybody just thought, well, when is it going to come to an end? But he batted beautifully. And he's played some shots which remind me of those performances. So we know he's a class act. He moves to 25.
So I want to say hello to Ronnie Spragon while I'm here as well. Hopefully you're well. And you don't want to miss tomorrow. 4 matches. And, of course, the trophy ceremony. We'll be giving away the Western Shield. It's going to cost a bit on the plane. Because I was also thinking, where does it live? Right? If Europe win, it probably stays here. In Portugal, right?
Well, I don't know.
And if it goes to... what are they going to have to cut it into pieces? Yeah, it's like Shahid Afridi's bat. But that's why I think we might be able to organise the Ashes. That sounds good.
Okay, this one could be a reversimo. It probably is. Let's just say, yeah, it is. It's manos arriba, arriba, arriba. I think, is there anybody there? Well, I'll go get this. I'll go get this.
Yeah, go on. Rico's off. That's the old Baximo. Does that cover the rope? Yeah, it does. Anyway, well fielded by young Rico Full there. Looking great in his Western Shield jacket. 102 for 500 does come up. Mujadadi, 646. He's brilliant. I mean, for Germany, you know, we've seen him batting in the middle order, for example.
100 also comes up. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, there's fielder there now. Yeah, read the room. There's something I haven't seen that much of today that I thought I would. The very, very fine third. Like a first slip or second slip that's back on the boundary. I just think a lot of balls going to fly in that area. And it's actually an attacking position because a lot of catches go there.
Yeah. Hey, a couple of big days in history on this day. 2014, can you remember who won the ICC World Cup?
2014.
Yep.
So that would have been, was it 14 or 15? So it was a T20.
2014.
Okay. Oh, was it T20, was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me think.
So played up in the air, fielder comes across, takes it on the bounce, makes the stop, kicks the ball in the field of play, even though he goes outside the field of play.
2014 escapes me. Tell me.
Okay, 2014 Cricket T20 World Cup. It was Sri Lanka who
yeah,
they beat India by six wickets. And the player of the series was the Indian batter Virat Kohli.
That's the thing now. With it used to be World Cup every 4 years. You knew that's it. There's World Cup, but now you got a World Test Championship to worry about, and every 2 years you've got a T20 on top of the quadrennial 50 over World Cup, which is I suppose the traditional World Cup. Anyway, Mujadadi just come in and just keep smoking boundaries. He's probably saying not bad for a number 11, hey, and for a guy that didn't make the original squad, but yeah, he's dealing. And bring a bit of respectability to the scoreboard as much as you can, I suppose, when you concede so many. After 8 overs, Team Europe 108 for 5.
Yeah, and that's the feel-good factor that I'm talking about. That's a good over. It goes for plenty. And Mujadadi, he's feeling good. He's feeling happy. He's all right in this match. Didn't go to plan with his bowling. He goes for 45, but then all of the bowlers went for runs. So he'll go back happy. He'll get some good vibes from some of the other guys in the camp. Gomes is going well here as well.
Just think back a week. I know you weren't here last Saturday. I was doing it from the studio, but what a difference a week makes. And we do say stronger together here on ECN, don't we? It took a lot of work to get the ground back in shape. It just shows you, things will turn around. It was looking very bleak last weekend. I think we only had about 25% of actual play completed. As this is in the air, and again, brilliant effort. But this is going to get away from the fielder and go for 4. But he's got to. It's one of those times I think you do everything right, hope for the best. He's not quite able to make the stop. The result's 4 more runs.
Gets an unlucky ricochet, doesn't he? But you're right. Superb action. Once again, brilliantly captured there. Throws himself at it. Takes one for his team. There's Michael Lisk, but he's not able to stop it.
Good effort. Yeah, but that's kind of a life lesson, isn't it? Don't get too down. Things will turn around. And here we are a week later. I suppose you'd have to say it's the highest standard series we've ever had.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think you'd have to say that. Because 100% of this series is essentially 28 of the best players that we've got that have ever played on ECN, all in one place.
There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. I mean, just look at the team. Europe team. I mean, I know we got some very good teams in Europe now. Hang on a minute, it's a bit of a freebie, and let's have a look at this side on. I mean, it probably is dipping from Tector.
Yeah, it does. They do drop a lot the way that he bowls. And see that because it's coming down.
He's outside the crease.
Yeah, it's not going to be a no ball.
So he's going to be okay. Spring Media being fantastic, as well as the men in black today. And this is drilled hard, and this is going to go over a boundary. So this partnership between these two continue. And 120.
Well, he's the wrong side of the border, Bucks.
But this is an easy one for you. So now, what about the women? Same year, 2014, the T20 women's. Come on, it's an easy one. You know that one, don't you?
The Women's World Cup.
Yeah.
Oh, probably Australia.
Yeah.
Just put it with the rest.
Australia. And it was Meg Lemmings, 44 from 30 balls. That leads Australia to 106 for 4. Beat
Meg
England.
Lanning is a legend of Australian cricket. All right. Well, Gomes does play that reverse pretty well. Tries it there and just gets one. And now Mujadadi, 22 off 6. Have a crack. Last ball of the 9th coming up.
Oh, well, this is hit big. Well, this is everything, including the kitchen sink for Mujadadi. And that is a biggie as well. 6 runs. I'm loving this partnership. And look what they've taken the score up to. And look, smiles. That's what you want to see. Nobody's going back to base with a sad face.
Yeah, I mean, Mujadadi playing a bit of a cameo. And he's probably saying, yeah, look who I'm batting above. I'm batting above DDC. I'm batting above Skander Zulfikar. I'm batting above Darmgard as well. So
Partnership worth, I think, 50, not quite 50, 49 in my calculation.
49 at the moment. And they've actually done that in 14 balls. So it's pretty good. Just a shame, hey, that they're not going to get that 164. So this essentially, even though it's 3-2 after opening day, it's like a 2-game cushion because of these 2 bonus point wins back to back.
Yeah. All right. Who's going to finish things off here? Looks like they will go to Michael English. Michael English, for those that want to know, is not English. He won't like it if he said he's English, but the name is English. From Scotia. All right, here we go. Oh, bowled. There it goes right the way through, and what a great take this is. Well, that's another highlight for Dan Lincoln. Well, I tell you what, this it just shows to his abilities. First he's bowled, but look at the alertness. He still catches it, and it's a great catch over his head. But meanwhile, the stumps are gone. So Gomes just goes down the wrong line to this one. He wants to go for his favourite shot just to keep this away. And Michael English will pick up his first wicket, 1 for 18. And Team Europe, 127 for 6 now.
Yeah, well done to English. He gets the wicket. Gomes, he's played a few nice shots out there today. It's been a frustrating kind of a day. He gets a good ovation from his teammates. Certainly can't doubt the passion with which every single player has attacked today. And most of them had some good moments and some tough moments as well. And the British and Irish Knights are going to be going to sleep tonight. The happier of the 2 teams. Darmgard comes in obviously pretty low, just electing to give a few other guys a hit that they might need at some point tomorrow. English, 1 for 18 coming in.
Beautiful shot. Lovely shot. And this guy is just on something at the moment, isn't he? I was saying when he came out before, I said he doesn't normally fail.
Oh,
there
look at
you
that. There's the bat we want to burn. That's Corey's good side. Those jackets, I've got to say, big fan of the team jackets.
They are nice, aren't
Just
they?
saying.
Great work, of course. I think Nick in the HQ is responsible for the designs of the shirts. I mean, we haven't been able to really appreciate the detail in the shirts because we haven't really had a nice clear day, but maybe tomorrow nice sunny day we can get a bit of close-up on it. Plenty of detail. That's a nice low delivery. All right, this could be out if he hits. And all right, now this is one of those, Vinny, where there's a delay from when the ball hits the base and the bells come off. Now, I know we were talking about this the other day, and I know you probably had a chat with Ian Rummy, the tournament referee. So what is the regs on this?
So, I mean, when the bail's dislodged, but I think they are gone pretty clear. He's still out there and they're off.
There.
But yeah, I'm saying that for me, I'd probably like to see a change, a little tweak that says when the ball hits the stumps, that's when you should judge it, because it's a lot easier. And you saw that they were just kind of rattling around there. Mujadadi gets run out, but got to say, I really enjoyed his knock, 28 off 7. English does the work in his follow-through, 133 for 7.
Yeah, well done to Mujadadi. And he's probably saying to the others, what's the fuss about? Just go out there and hammer it. Well, like I say, he did just that, so well done to him. And I know there's a lot of, he's got a lot of fans out there as well that like him, like what he does. Mujadadi, and he's got a wonderful name as well. And Jules is saying that Corey is keeping a little bit quiet now. He's good. We just saw him laughing and lurking around like Corey will. And that is hit well to the fielder who, well, Sumara got a smile on his face because he knew the camera was on him. And that's a good stop. It's a good save. The field will now have to change. Yes, it is Second Zulfika, who has come out. He just wants to check where the batter's coming from, but Damgard is on strike at the moment. Okay, he'll hand the strike here to Zulfika. So, work to be done for the captain, Secunda. Well, he'll be pretty happy with, obviously, 2 of the results today. He'll be perhaps a little disappointed. I think more disappointed, Vinny, with the last match than this one when, you know, the 168, I think they should have looked to try to get to at least a point there. That's well hit. Uses a long handle, the Secunda Zulfika, and says, boom, shakalagya. Thank you very much.
Bottom line, this series is very, very much alive going into day 2. And that's the way that we want it. In the end, last ball gets whacked down to the ground in the fading light. 10-8 we finished tonight. So, yeah, plenty of good handshakes there, plenty of warm feelings. Really, we're only halfway there. There's Dan Lincoln having a chat with Secunda Zulfika. And this is one of the things I like as well, the connections being made, not just within teams, with people from different countries coming together, but even, you know, within the whole tournament with the 2 teams interacting, having these conversations, learning from each other. So it'll be 3-2 to the Knights, but they're 4 points ahead on the ladder at the end of opening day. And we'll be coming to you tomorrow with day 2. That's fantastic work from everyone here at the ground. Again, well done to the crew. Had that issue with the power, got solved pretty quickly, got back on the park here at the Knights. To say they finished the day with a bang was a little bit of an understatement. In the end, the margin 93 runs in match 5. It's the British and Irish Knights 234, Team Europe 141.
Yeah, and what a day, people, what a day. I mean, that match, 375 runs scored in it. The match early in the day that started things off, the start of the Western Shield, 338. And that means that today is quite amazing. Over 1,500 runs. Over 1,500 runs on a day 1. And that's right on the 150 that me and you were talking about, we think. And a lot of people saying that's very optimistic, but we said that we reckon that 150 is about par, and that's exactly where we are.
Yeah, you're right. In fact, I'm just going to do a few calculations and I'll give you a few numbers because, yeah, it was a crazy day, really. And I think we end up getting pretty close, maybe over that 15 and over for the day. So even that total, I mean, 141, not the worst total, is it, that we've ever seen from Team Europe, but not enough to get anywhere near that huge target that was set.
I've got to stop you there because you've got to focus on the bat buster here. Wow. I've never seen anything like it, and I can tell you, folks, that if this one doesn't go viral all around the world, I'll be surprised because we got a good shot of that. I have never seen. Look at that somersault. I mean, how many somersaults does the base of the bat do? And then, well, it ends up being a seat for Corey. Be careful how you sit on it, Corey, because accidents could happen, and I'm not taking you to casualty. There was some good hitting from Ishan as well. I like what he did. It was some positives for him, but no positives for Nabi. Nabi just can't buy a run at the moment. Ishan comes out, shows what he does, and liking some of the shots I've also played there from Ishan Gomez. And then I think what really put a smile on a lot of people is that when Mujadadi came out there and did his bit, that was a great effort, but it was forgiven. And this is how Ishan went. He just, for me, maybe he just checks his shot, I don't know, but it's a good catch taken. And then Mujadadi came out, and he certainly did thrill us with some lovely shots. And he put the smiles back on the faces of Team Europe.
Yeah, and Gomsh went late in the piece. But yeah, 1,536 runs. The run rate was 15.6 and over. We had 153 maximos in the day and 85 fours. And we also had 54 wickets. And that's all in a day's work. And there's still plenty more to come tomorrow. Yeah, late in the piece, obviously they still had hitters. They didn't bat DDC in the end. Darmgard came out very late in the piece. Zulfika as well, I mean, was able to whack one out of the ground, but yeah, it's not a bad total, 141. it wasn't like all the games were high scoring though. That's the thing. If you look back in the earlier games, there was that kind of one where British and Irish Knights made 112, Team Europe got there in the 9th. So they weren't all kind of batathons in the end. But this last one was pretty dominant stuff. And they basically get an octopus in the last 2 games. They get 8-0 in the points. With the batting there, you saw that it wasn't necessarily one to remember. Gomes top scoring with 38. 33 for Isan in there. Had a pretty good day with the bat. Mujinati with 28 off 7 was a bit of a star. All the bowlers did their job, I thought, pretty well for the British and Irish Knights. See, Ollie Riley got the figures 2 for 27. 2 wickets as well for Jarvis, who I think was great. Summerare, probably the best of the bowlers, I think, on day one for the British and Irish Knights as well. Just taking the 1 for 11 this time. Very, very economical. English with a wicket there as well. So, gives us a chance to welcome you into the box for the last time today in the fading light. But what a day. I know we've had a few firsts. We've had a few milestones. We've had progress in this company and this network over the last few years. But today is a day that we'll never forget.
Yeah, look, I started the day by saying this for me is Dream Day Saturday, because I don't think I ever imagined that we would have these players together in 2 teams contesting each other, and here they are for the Western Shield. It really is like, you know, like when you're a kid and you play those games and you say, I want him, I want him, and you say, no, you can't do that in real life. You can't do it. Well, we showed we can, the Western Shield, and it's been an absolute classical day. We've seen some great cricket. We've seen some fantastic highlights. The batting's been good, the bowling, the fielding, and, well, cricketainment as well.
Cricketainment.
Like that bat.
The smashed bat caught and bowled was quite ridiculous. Still can't get over it, actually. Yeah. Think about your first games you commentated in Alphas back in 2020 in Alicante with the wind blasting at you. I remember that so well. And just look at where we're at now and what's going on. It's quite unthinkable.
How it started. Look, the very first ball, Royal Duck.
Yeah.
And DDC, who's probably been in great form. And then we've seen 2 centuries as well.
Yeah, 2 centuries. Ward and his 98 not out, don't forget.
Yeah.
So he got basically a double century before he got out. And yeah, Lincoln was incredible there. Team Europe probably just didn't find that really big innings from anyone. And I think when you get really big scores at this level, it's because someone has gone on with it. They're not just 30s and 40s, but you've got someone getting a ton or getting an 80 or 90, or you've got 2 batters kind of clicking together. Let's have a quick look again tomorrow. Obviously, we've got the same 2 teams going head to head. Interesting as well, because Team Europe will have the choice first game in the morning. So in matches 6 and 8, Team Europe will have the option, and the Knights will have it in matches 7 and 9. Same time tomorrow, starting at 8:30 GMT, which is 10:30 in Central Europe and 2 p.m. in India. And this time tomorrow, probably a little bit earlier than this time, we'll be presenting the first ever Western Shield, which is there.
Wow.
And actually, we'll get it on the camera tomorrow.
It's amazing.
It's so heavy.
It is amazing.
It's really, really heavy. I'm just going to tell you that much. Okay, we're running a little bit over, and I know that we're going to have a little bit of dinner here at the ground. Thanks to everyone on the crew. I mean, that is the Blue crew, all the other ECN top brass that come in from Switzerland for this. It's great to have you here with us and everyone here together, as many that we can. Of course, there's a lot of people that aren't here that are part of our crew, so to you guys, hopefully you enjoyed the show as well. We really value everyone in the ECN family. To all the ground crew, they've been amazing. Yeah. As we just get another spider for you there. The ground crew, they have been working so hard. Luckily, we didn't have too many problems with the weather or anything like that, but if we did, they were ready to spring into action, and obviously had a fair bit of ball retrieving to do today. Spring media, wonderful as well. Thank you so much. Loving those super slow-mos. And I think that's all I've got for now. Umpires again. Good to see Malik getting his first go, I suppose, at a level up. And I think he handled himself really well. And also good to see guys like Sully and guys like Tyrone on the park as well.
Yeah, and like I say, you know, we have a saying on the European Cricket Network, and all of those things that you mentioned, stronger together. And of course, we wouldn't be stronger together without all of you, wherever you've been tuning in from around the world. So once again, thank you very much for your support. I hope you've enjoyed what has been a marvellous start to the Western Shield. You
said it, Rico. If you are watching on YouTube, please give us a like and subscribe. Don't forget, tell your family, tell your friends about the European Cricket Network and some of the fun that we will have. And tomorrow, it's a big day. So it's a great day to tune in. It'll be a super Sunday. So everyone, get around it and let's get ready for another big show. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket, and finally EuropeanCricket.com. It's the home of European Cricket. Check out some of the stats and you'll find 1,536 runs here on day one. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maxim, on behalf of everyone at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, and this man, Rico Full. Big day, your last day before you get a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
But he'll be back on deck in France in just over a week's time. But from us here on the ground in Portugal, from the Santarém cricket ground, stay happy, stay safe, and stay sane, because tomorrow could be another crazy one. The night's ahead, but it's not over yet. We'll see you tomorrow for more Western Shield. For now, it's hasta mañana, and here's some of the best bits from opening day.
Adios. Hasta mañana.